Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Why Me? Chapter. And here we're, on a beautiful afternoon in this great England, in a neighborhood where we can hear birdsong, children arriving from school and leaving to play, neighbors gossiping, and a boy of about 7 years old with his middle finger pointed at the sky. Arg. And I was thinking that I would be able to enjoy this new life, using my future knowledge to be able to have an easy life with lots of money and success, but no. This rebirth turned out to be much more complicated. Ugh, the boy said irritably as he threw himself on the bed in his room. The boy, lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and with his arms up, said, "But why? Why did it have to be me? Soon me, being reborn in the bloody world of Harry fucking Potter." Sigh. Yes, this 7-year-old boy is no ordinary boy. His name is Ethan. Someone who had a new opportunity on life by being reborn in this world. There wasn't much difference between your world of your old life, and this world of yours now beyond the ages. This is what he thought. In his old life, Ethan was born in the 2000s, where technology and society were both socially and technologically advanced. He had good friends and a loving family. He studied, hung out with his friends, and while he was alone, he watched movies, anime, and played video games like any other boy. But Ethan also liked to read. So he read fiction books, mystery books in many other genres, and even advanced subject books. And he still had time to read novels and fanfics. Of all her readings, her favorites were from the Harry Potter franchise. But Ethan couldn't expect that when he caught a disease at age 17 from a virus, he would eventually die, only to be reborn in the 1980s. The situation was awkward in itself, but it was just time to stay more strange. Ethan in his new life was born on April 9, 1980, in England, and was named Ethan Stephen Knight, still keeping his name from his old life. Ethan is the son of a pair of young parents. Sarah Melinda Knight, née Taylor, a beautiful woman with a fine, delicate face, black hair and chocolate brown eyes. And Joshua Richard Knight, a well-built, strong-looking man with brown hair and amber eyes. Ethan's appearance pulled a bit from each, with a pretty and cute face for a child. He has black hair like his mother with strands of brown and amber eyes like his father. Ethan lives with his parents in the town of Blindford, County Devon. Ethan took a while to accept the fact that he was reborn in the past, mostly because he's someone who's used to the society, technology, and entertainment of a more advanced age. But when he finally accepted, or more accurately, had to, Ethan then decided that, since he had no choice, he might as well enjoy this new life of his with his new parents. And that's what Ethan did. He lived the life of a carefree child, being well-behaved, which wasn't too difficult considering he's a teenager in a child's body. He also enjoyed all the love and affection he received from his parents and family. And with his family not having any financial problems, with Joshua being a surgeon and Sarah a lawyer, Ethan always had something to do as he was growing up, with lots of toys, which he didn't particularly play with, and lots of books. He still kept your addiction to reading and learning. But normality can only last so long. What started at the age of 3, as simply a toy or book appearing out of nowhere near him whenever he wanted it, even with those same items being several meters away from him a few moments ago, increased to objects floating near him, sometimes in moments of stress or strong emotions. As time went on, Ethan began to understand that these things happened because of him, and they were becoming more and more frequent and random over time. There were things like changing the color of clothes, feeling people's emotions and sometimes their brief thoughts, and there were even moments when he could somehow understand animals, and as incredible as it seems, they could understand him back. Ethan then had to learn to control these abilities so that they didn't happen around other people, especially around his parents. After all, he doesn't want to cause them a heart attack. Ethan spent his first year thinking that these events were simply hallucinations or that he had finally gone mad. But in the end he gave up and then came to accept that he had some kind of power. But those powers couldn't be simple, and he needed answers. And so that's how the time of research and investigation began. But our friend Ethan isn't dumb, quite the contrary, he really is very cunning and smart. Floating things, summoning objects, animating toys, it was all part of a skill set he found very familiar, coupled with the fact that he was reborn in the 80s and in England, even though he wasn't British in his last life, eventually led Ethan to only one answer. But he still had that little hint of doubt, and to dispel that doubt, Ethan needed confirmation and one last answer. And that confirmation was what led us to the events of this morning. Flashback. Place Herder N degree 5, Blindford. At the Knight's house, a person woke up very early to finalize his final investigation plan. That person was obviously Ethan. POV, Ethan. Alright, now is the moment of truth. After all this planning time I will be able to put an end to this mystery. I said as I looked at myself determinedly in my bedroom mirror. Today everything should go as planned. The date is September 1st, 1987, and I managed to convince my father to take me with him to King's Cross train station. My plan is to see if any wizarding families pass us at the station or even try to enter the 9 3/4 barrier if I have no other option. If this really is the wizarding world, sigh, my life will be much more complicated. Ethan. Come down for breakfast, shouted a woman's voice. Yes, who called me as my new mother, Sarah. I'm coming, Mom. I yelled back as I walked out of my room and down the stairs. My parents in this life were a part that I thought would be awkward for me to get used to, but I really came to love them over time. I have a funny and cool father who is terrified of my mother, and a mother who can make me fear her and love her at the same time. I suppose this is a lawyer thing. I don't think they can replace my parents from my last life, but they still hold a special place in my heart. I could have kept myself cold and distant from them, but when I saw the love they had for me, and all the emotion they had at having their first child, I couldn't do something so cruel. And I also think that because I'm actually their biological child, at least physically, I have a special connection to them that makes me really care about them. It's hard to explain. Hey big boy, excited to have Men's Day today, my dad asked me smiling as soon as I got to the kitchen. Humph, my mom huffed, Men's Day, surely he would rather spend the day with his wonderful mom. It's not, my baby, she said, first looking mockingly at my dad and then turning to me smiling. And I, who easily recognized a trap, immediately gave the expected response. Of course, Mom. Spending time with you is always amazing. But I don't want to make Daddy sad, so I'll cheer him up with my wonderful and cute presents. I said with a face that screamed innocence and cuteness, but didn't hide the mischief in my eyes at all. Yes, yes, dear. Your dad really needs us, otherwise he'd just be a dull and sad man, my mom said with an understanding face as we looked pityingly at my dad. Okay, enough, you guys won. I really couldn't live without my two wonderful things. But you don't have to throw it in your face. What day is today? The day to make fun of Daddy, my dad asked in mock pain, but we could all see how much fun he was having with this conversation. Well, now enough of the jokes and eat soon. We don't want your ride to be delayed, right, said my mother. So after we had breakfast, we got ready to go out. My dad and I got into his car, he started the engine, and then started driving towards the station. Chapter 2, I'm in the Wizarding World. King's Cross Station. When we arrived at the station, we could see that it had many people boarding the train or disembarking. My request to come here with my father was that I had never ridden a train before, so he decided to take me on one as a sightseeing tour. As I looked around, since I've never really seen a train in any of my lives other than in pictures, I heard some very loud voices. Boys, you didn't forget anything, right? You kids always forget something because of your messy rooms, said a red-headed and chubby woman to two red-headed teenagers. The two boys were carrying luggage carts with suitcases inside. The boys had red hair like their mother and freckles on their faces, and looked to be between the ages of 17 and 14 years old. Yes, Mom, we didn't forget anything, we've already checked it several times, said the older boy rolling his eyes. Yes, and why did you just ask us? Percy goes to school too. Won't you ask him if he forgot something? The second boy asked frowning as he pointed to an 11-year-old boy who was also carrying a luggage carts. Charlie, I just asked you guys, why you guys are the most disorganized. And Percy was always the most responsible of you kids, the woman replied to the boy I assumed was Charlie Weasley. Meanwhile, Percy lifted his chest in pride. Okay, I get it. But we're no worse than Fred and George. Charlie grumbled, looking at two red-haired 9-year-old twin boys who were pulling the hair of a boy who looked my age. Yes, I know. You kids. Sigh, said the mother with a tired sigh, and Fred and George Weasley. Stop teasing your brother, she then scolded the twins. Oh. But it's so funny to play with the little one. Ickle Ronnie. The twins spoke, alternating with each sentence. Just hearing that gave me a headache. I don't want to see you playing games with your brothers. All those items at home are not enough anymore. Even away from home you still play, sigh. At least Ginevra is well behaved compared to you. Molly then said, looking at a red-haired girl a little younger than me who was holding her hand. Mom. Don't call me Ginevra, call me Ginny, Ginevra is very strange. Little girl Ginny said with a pout to her mother. But it's your name, dear, and it's beautiful, sigh. All right, let's go kids, we don't want to be late for your school. And don't make a fuss, the muggles are already watching us, she said, looking around and seeing they were attracting some attention. Okay, Mom, said the children in unison. So I really am in the wizarding world of Harry Potter. And that's the Weasley family, at least all my suspicions have been confirmed, sigh, I thought. So I started looking at the Weasleys, analyzing them. Molly is a little different from the actress in the movies, but not much. I assume the oldest is Bill, Willian. He's quite different from his actor in the movies, and I assume he's in his senior year, while Charlie, which doesn't have much to compare, since your actor didn't even appear right except in a photo in the newspaper, is in his 4th year, and Percy in 1st year. He's also a little different from the actor in the movies. The other children must be the playful twins Gret and Forge, along with the future Lady Potter, Ginny, and the red-haired member of the Golden Trio, Ronald. By all appearances, when they grow up to be the age of the plot, they will basically be the same as the actors, changing little details perhaps. Will the other characters be the same? I pondered it to myself. Then I saw the Weasleys walk to a wall between platform 9 and 10. And when they reached what I assumed was platform 9 3/4, I noticed that people stopped looking at them. This must be some kind of magical barrier to divert non-magicians' attention, like the leaky cauldron, I mused to myself. Oh look, this is where they're going to get through the barrier, I exclaimed in my mind, excited to see how the barrier worked. Then I saw Bill push his cart through the wall and disappear into it, soon followed by Charlie, Percy, and the rest of the family. Really, magic is amazing, but how can there be a completely different station on the other side? Is it a teleportation portal or a different dimension? So many kinds of questions, I thought, appreciating magic and its forms and mysteries. But wait, if it really works as a teleporter, why don't they make a passage like that in other important places? This is so practical, but they only use it for a train station. Wizards and their common sense. I sighed. As I was thinking about how wizards' minds worked, I heard my father call me. Come on son, our train has arrived and you don't want to miss this amazing tour with your amazing and handsome father as a tour guide, do you? He asked me, smiling with his chest puffed out with pride. Where's all this arrogance when mom's around, you old narcissist? I thought inside, but outside I replied. Of course I don't want to miss this tour. It will be incredible. With the best smile and odd expression I could put on my childish face. Excellent. Now let's go on your big adventure, my dad said as he took me to the train. Knight's house, afternoon. Honey, we're here. My dad yelled as soon as we opened the door. Oh, you finally arrived. I missed you already. So tell me, dear, how was the ride with Daddy? You liked it, my mom asked, kneeling in front of me to reach my height. Yes, Mom. It was awesome, it was the best tour I've ever had. And it was really great. I've never ridden a train before and the experience was so much fun, especially with my dad doing a great guide job with his funny comments. That's right, honey. You should have seen his joy, but of course, with me as your guide was to be expected. My dad declared as he ruffled my hair. Haha, obviously yes, dear. Now Ethan, why don't you go play while I finish making lunch with your dad's little help? My mother said to me as she looked at my father the way a master looks at his servant. Of course, Mom, I said. So I started upstairs to my room while shooting one last sympathetic look at my dad, to which he responded by sending me a look of despair. When I got to my room, I started thinking about my discoveries today. So that's it, I'm in the world of Harry Potter. Wait. I'm a wizard. I'm the same age as the main characters. And in 10 years, a war will start. Fuck. Chapter 3, A Dangerous World, I Need to Prepare Myself. Chapter. As I had to start planning, I quickly rose from my bed with new determination. I grabbed a diary from my desk drawer in my bedroom, sat down in a chair across from her, and started jotting down my plans. Let's see. I'm currently 7 years old, and at 11 I'll go to Hogwarts. After that there will only be trouble and disaster, and that will be the norm until the war starts, which would be in my 7th year. In total, I have 9 years to train myself before the wizarding world goes into chaos, where 4 years will be self-taught. I reflected while writing in my notebook. I've been training since I was 3 years old and I have a fair amount of power and control of my magic, but in these next few years I have to train even harder. I want to be at least in my 5th year of studies, and 3rd year of spells when I start at Hogwarts. I thought, determined. And so, I started to write down all the steps that I will have to follow to become more powerful and prepared in these 4 years. Planning, 4 years. Training. Magic, practice my magic until it's powerful enough so I can use more powerful spells and won't get tired quickly. Meditate, with meditation I will be able to use my magic more gently and I won't lose control of it, besides being able to help me in times of stress and concentration. Physically train, I won't be standing still to get hit by spells in a fight. I want to be able to defend myself even without my wand or magic. Besides, training can make my body fitter to accommodate my magic. And having a defined body doesn't do any harm, hee. Martial arts, it won't do any good if I can only hit hard. I have to know how and where to hit. If I know how to fight like a martial artist it would be fucking awesome. Acclimancy and legilimency, I can already read people's superficial thoughts, but only by accident. However, since I started trying to control my magic with meditation, I was able to think and memorize things more easily. I must possibly be a natural in legilimency, at least. But I can train more with meditation, which should also help in parts. Note, find out if legilimency allows you to feel the emotions of humans and animals. But I believe that no master legilimens could do that, so maybe this is a special skill of mine. Cool, I would be an empath who can somehow communicate with animals. Maybe some learning about fencing. I always thought the blades were cool. Imagine having a wand in one hand and a sword, spear or dagger in the other during a fight, that style. Besides, it's quite likely that if I ran out of wand or magic, using weapons to defend and attack would be far more practical than using my bare hands. Use my knowledge of the wizarding world and other fictions to make new spells. I never understood why they didn't do another teleportation spell, but don't worry, I'm here. If I could replicate the Hiraishin of Minato from Naruto's world, I will be unbeatable. And last but not least, creating my own pranks, because if the twins think they're going to be the only pranksters at Hogwarts, they're sorely mistaken. Wahaha. Studies. Learning subjects that might help me at some point, like biology, as many of the spells and even healing involve having some knowledge of the human body. And also chemistry and physics, because it would make it much easier if I wanted to create a spell that involves these subjects. Mechanics, probably in case I want to modify Muggle items for use in the wizarding world. Crafts, for when I go to create some enchanted item. Laws, it's kind of obvious why I want to know about this subject. Politics, I'm going to a world where politics speaks louder, second only to blood purity, so I'm not going to go in there unarmed. Administration, if I want to make my projects successful, I will need to know how to manage them. Any other subject that can help me in both worlds. Try to learn as many spells as possible, using as a basis those that were presented in the franchise, or at least mentioned. Trying to remember anything about subjects taught at Hogwarts that don't require a wand or a lot of magic, like herbology and potions. And try to remember as much as possible about the Harry Potter plot, both from the books and the movies, and if possible from the fanfics too, because caution and knowledge is never much. Preparation. Develop my own way to earn money. With everything I know about media and entertainment from my first life, along with advanced technology and future successful companies in both worlds, I will try to use that knowledge in order to profit quickly. Research the Death Eaters, Supremacist supporters, the corrupt, and the scum of the wizarding world in general. Like the ones doing everything in the dark like Lucius Malfoy, or the ones doing it outdoors like the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. And with no pity for them, they've had their second and even third chances, and if Dumbledore doesn't like it, he can go suck one. Look for ways to keep my family from getting involved in this mess. Protect them at all costs. And try to turn this prejudiced hole that is the wizarding world into a place where we can all live normally and without prejudice. And if they try to stop me, I'll run over them, even if they have to consider me another Dark Lord because of it. If I manage to complete a good part of these plans before I go to Hogwarts, I will have a lot more time to train and a lot less things to worry about, so with that I would be able to move much more smoothly with my future plans. I reflected to myself. As I looked at the list of my plans with pride, I thought. Now that I know what I have to do, I'll start asking my parents for help for those plans where I won't need to explain about magic. The books for me to study will be easy to acquire, the physical and magical training can also be solved easily, and the ones that I will only need my mind and memory I can do it at any time. So, with everything planned, I will start with the easiest ones immediately. Ethan. Lunch is ready, come eat before your father is done. My mom yelled at me. Hey. This is not true. It even makes it sound like I'm some kind of greedy eater. I heard my dad say indignantly. You could really fool me if you weren't with 2 loaves in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. You hungry? My mother replied. I couldn't help but smile at this interaction. I really love this family. I'm coming, Mom. And don't let Daddy eat it all, otherwise he might end up even fatter. I replied back with a smile, leaving my room and running down the stairs. My training can wait. In the meantime, I will use what little time I have left to spend a few more moments with this amazing family that I would do anything to protect. Chapter 4, Chapter. So I, the great Ethan Knight, started my training, which I decided to call Advancing to Kick-Ass, and by the name, it was easy to understand what I would do when I finished training. But let's get down to business. My first year of training. Time skip. Getting my parents to put me in a martial arts school was pretty simple. Of course it was necessary to convince them at first, but I knew exactly what to say. To my mom, I just needed to say that I wanted to stay strong so I wouldn't be bullied by others, and after I calmed her down and explained that she didn't need to sue anyone for the quote, bully my little baby, she allowed me to go to a dojo. And when I said that with the classes I would be strong enough to protect her from anything because I loved her, well, let's say now I'm going to the best martial arts dojo in town. As for my father, I didn't even need to convince him, it was only necessary to say that my mother had already allowed him to quickly agreed, obviously afraid of disagreeing with her, but if I were in his shoes I would do the same. After giving the same reason and explanation I gave my mom, and also complementing it with, if I get stronger, I would become more attractive to girls. Don't you think it would be nice to look better for mom? My father decided that it would also be worth training a little in his free time. And with that, the part of getting some fight training was over. The dojo I started going to taught many types of fights, like MMA, karate, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Taekwondo, Jiu-Jitsu, and many others. And I tried to learn as much as I could from each of them. It seemed that this was going to be something difficult or even impossible to achieve thanks to the short time I had. However, to my happiness and to the euphoria of my masters, I had a great aptitude for the martial arts. I think my magical abilities influenced my development and learning in martial arts a lot, such as occlumency, which allowed me to memorize all the moves and techniques I saw, the legilimency, which even with the little control I had of it, still helped me to predict what my opponent would do, similar to a much weaker Sharingan, and my instincts, that for some reason were incredibly tall, which I think was possibly part of my unknown abilities. So with all of that, I basically absorbed all the knowledge quickly, becoming the perfect student for my masters, who couldn't have been more ecstatic and happy. Going back to my training, learning how to handle a weapon was fortunately possible, thanks to the dojo where I train also teach swordsmanship, also called kendo or kenjutsu, a form of bamboo sword fighting of Japanese origin, and bojutsu, a Japanese martial art that taught how to fight using sticks. But unfortunately the dojo didn't teach how to handle daggers or knives, something I really wanted to learn, as it would be easier to use and store than a fucking sword. But that didn't discourage me, I was already learning a lot on account own, so I could add that to the list. Now about the magical training I had to learn without any help. The training wasn't too complicated, mainly because I'm someone who has had 2 lives. I was able to learn smoothly, thanks to my knowledge of the franchise, and with the help of the few explanations we were shown about magic in books and movies. I had some complications at times, but I managed to get over them after a while. But even with all that, training my magic was still slow and tedious. I understood the basics of my magic, and because I had lived a life where I didn't have any magic before, it sure made it a lot easier to see it creeping through me. So I started pulling, releasing, compressing, expanding, and releasing my magic. I imagined that magic would be like a gas, thinking of most of the fanfics I had read, but what I felt was softer, like it was a mixture of solid, gaseous, and liquid. It was amazing. It had neither size nor shape, but I could still feel that I had a high amount of magic. Could it be that since I already had some control over my magic and had trained it before, did it end up making it bigger? Or do most kids already have that amount of magic? Well, that's a question to be answered in the future. Back to the subject. Meditating was something I did out of habit since I started when I was younger. Meditating was a very easy thing to do as it only involved me sitting or lying down and keeping calm, and occlumency helped a lot with that. That's funny if we stop to think, meditation strengthens occlumency and occlumency facilitates meditation, it's a kind of cycle. About my magic power. I know that I can levitate objects up to 20 kilograms, but while training I realized that the size of the object, the amount of objects, and the distance that said object was from me also had to be taken into account, because my magic wouldn't be able to cover a huge object even if it weighed 10 grams, or if it were hundreds of objects, and even if it was miles away from me. And after some tests I found that with my magic I could summon 10 objects up to 1 cubic meter, at a distance of 100 meters. As little as it seemed, I knew this was just the tip of the iceberg and that with a little more training time I could levitate and summon bigger and heavier objects. But even so I still felt like a Jedi using the Force. Ha ha ha. Cough. About the spells and pranks I planned to create, well, that part 1 decided to leave on hold until I reached a 3rd year level with wandless magic, because only then would I be confident in my magical power and control. But make no mistake, what I meant was that I wouldn't create the spells, but I'll still keep jotting down ideas for spells and pranks. I have a whole diary just for that, with lots of details about what the spell would be for and even some notes to help me create them. Ha! All those powers and abilities that appear in movies and anime, and I will recreate them with magic. Any Death Eaters in front of me. Nothing an Amaterasu can't solve, Uchiha Sasuke's attack, Naruto world, how amazing that would be. Chapter 5, Chapter. Now about the studies. I managed to advance incredibly fast in this regard. The studies were simply memorizing the things I read and, in some cases, I had to really understand what I was reading. Occlumency again was a big factor for me in achieving this. I was able to read faster thanks to her, and with that I could read more than 1 book a day and still remember them perfectly. Of course just reading and memorizing the book wouldn't help me much, and I wasn't going to do like a certain member of the thick-haired golden trio. So after memorizing some book, I would always go over it in my mind so I could understand it. Because my father is a doctor and my mother is a lawyer, my house had many books about their work. My dad had some biology books, of human anatomy, chemistry books, and some physics books. As for my mother, she had books talking about the laws, about business management, and on human rights. And having these books at home cut half the work I would have to go to the library and look for myself, and I could still ask my parents if I had any questions. What about remembering the franchise? Well, I managed to remember most of the spells, but some of them are useless for combat and the ones that would be useful to learn didn't have a detailed explanation or even any kind of explanation, so I will have to learn them myself from the beginning. What about subjects that don't need a wand or magic? They were barely featured in the franchise, so the only way for me to learn about them would be to get the books on those subjects at Diagon Alley, but I still can't go there. So all I could do was wait for the Hogwarts letter, sigh. What about my projects? Well, unfortunately some projects can only be started when I enter the wizarding world, so the only projects I'll be working on for now are those from the Muggle world. The project I'm working on in the Muggle world is about raising funds, as even if my parents have a lot of money, I'll need a lot more to make my plans work, and besides, I don't want to be totally dependent on my parents. Now let's talk about the development of this project that I divided into two parts, companies and the media. The companies part would be where I would use my knowledge of companies and products that will be very successful in the future to invest in them, and then when those companies start to grow, I would end up profiting a lot as an investor. And the products and projects that would eventually become a phenomenon in the future, I could develop them myself, or at least guide the original creators, so that I have at least some kind of connection with these creations. But in order for me to start investing, I would need to have some money first. So that's where the next part of the project comes in, the media. The media part is where I would earn the startup money to use in my investments. I would use my knowledge of future media and entertainment successes I've seen in my past life to start creating music, books, TV series, films, cartoon, games, or comic books. And after that I could either patent them with the help of my parents or sell them to their original owners. That way, I could use my parents to remain anonymous if need be. I would profit a lot, and I wouldn't feel too guilty about stealing or plagiarizing someone else's work. That is, if they exist in this world, because I doubt all those famous people exist here, especially the actors from the Harry Potter movies. Did you ever think, if you were walking down the street and meeting Emma Watson who played Hermione in the movies, it would be weird and fun? And even more fun, it would be if the Hermione of this world had the face of Emma Watson. This is more of a curiosity for the future. Returning to the main topic, I decided that for now I would write a few books, as they are the easiest to do and the fact that books are more successful at this time. And after some research I decided to publish books from the Inheritance Cycle franchise by Christopher Paolini, as it was a saga I liked, and even if Christopher exists, he should have been 4 years old at that time. He was born in 1983. And I'm also going to publish the books by Percy Jackson and the Olympians, which would be published in 2004 if the author existed. And these books are likely to be successful, as they won't have the Harry Potter books to compete against. I already have the manuscripts of the Inheritance Cycle book saga, which are Aragon, Eldest, Briesinger, and Inheritance. And also the manuscript of Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. The only thing left for them to be completely ready is for them to be revised and edited. And after that, I'll just have to send them to a publisher and hope they succeed. And well, that was all my progress and planning for this first year. I may not have done much, and time may be tight, but I still think my training is progressing at a very satisfactory rate. I could give up half of what I'm doing, but I know that all of this will help me in the future, and what matters is that I will have a solid foundation for my growth, because as the amazing and wise Bruce Lee said, I'm not afraid of the man who has practiced 10,000 different kicks, but the man who has practiced the same kick 10,000 times. So with all that said, now I just need to dig deeper into my training and studies, because when the time comes, I'll be ready for the wizarding world. Chapter 6, Chapter. Time skip, 3 years. And then another 3 arduous years of a lot of training and planning went by, and in that time a lot of things happened. My martial arts could now be considered top-notch. With my quick learning and my incredible instincts, I was able to easily achieve a black belt in many of the martial arts I practice, and this placed me on top of all the other students in the dojo. I also won a lot of competitions and tournaments at the request of my masters, and the tournaments ranged from kids my age to some older kids and teenagers, where I beat them all pretty easily. Should I feel terrible for hitting kids? Nah, they should be cured by now. Also, I liked seeing the proud looks of my parents whenever I won a fight and brought home an award or trophy. I know that with my martial arts training, an adult with no combat experience could lose to me. Hell, even someone with experience might not be my opponent if I rely on my foresight, legilimentia, and my instincts. What about my magic? Well, after a lot of training and practice, I finally got enough power and control to be able to cast advanced spells, at least those that I have some knowledge or understanding, like Expecto Patronum. Well, I may have exaggerated one little in this training, as I think making a patron at my age and without a wand is pretty advanced, but I'm not complaining. And for your information, I haven't been able to produce the corporeal yet, and that's not for lack of power or happy memories. When I release Patrono, it feels like something keeps me from completing it, and I don't know what it is. But I'm very curious to know what my patron's form will be. My levitation can now hold up to 200 kilograms, which might not seem like much since there are people with that weight, and I can summon things up to 10 meters in size. I can basically lift a sofa with my mind, a sofa very big. The distance of my telekinesis, which I thought it best to call it, extended to a radius of 130 meters, and the amount of objects I can levitate at the same time is 30, but the greater the distance, size, weight, or quantity of objects, the more difficult it becomes. In order to be able to cast the spells, I used a method that involves intention and imagination, and let's say it was a success. The transfiguration was the easiest, as it involves the principles of intention the most. I started small, transfiguring matchsticks into needles, and then moved on to transfiguring insects and small animals, where some had an unfortunate death when the transfiguration went wrong, but with those failures came success. I can also conjure some small items, and this is basically an infinite item maker. Okay, these items disappear after a while and you can't conjure something very complex yet, but I was sure I would get over it. But that was my limit, as I lacked the theoretical knowledge of transfiguration. As for the charms, I was able to use the ones I know at least how it works, from Alohamara and Lumos, to Protego, and Defindo, since the function of these spells is to lighten or cut something, quite simple actually. But when you don't know all the theory behind these spells, in practice it ends up being much more complicated. And even though I knew how to do some of the spells that appear in movies and books, I still felt that the ones I cast were still a little different. What about my spell creation? I was able to create many spells that use elements, as elements were the most basic type of magic, as the intention we have when casting an elemental ice or fire spell is that we simply want to use our magic to produce the ice and freeze or create fire and heat something, and after some practice we can even mold them to our will. The elements I had the most control over were the elements, lightning, fire, and water, which in turn allowed me to have control of the ice element. I could still use the other elements, but for some reason these were the ones I found it easier to use. The first thing that came to my mind when thinking about using the elements was Naruto's ninjutsu and the avatar element bender. The avatar bender was simpler, so it was easier to copy, whereas the ninjutsus, let's just say that to produce a Chidori or Raikiri I also need to be immune to electricity or at least resistant to it. But I was still able to replicate some techniques, like earth style, mud wall, fire style, big fireball, which luckily didn't burn my tongue or my face, sand casket and sand burial of Gaara, ice style, 10,000 ice petals, which is literally launching a barrage of ice darts and shattering ice spear, where you create spikes of ice from the ground for a surprise attack, water style, water prison and hidden mist jutsu, wind style, forward and high forward, and many other jutsus. After trying to reproduce all these techniques, I realized that any spell with destructive elements, like fire and lightning, will have limitations. Techniques like this can sometimes end up doing damage to me, as I'm not immune to them like the anime characters. And Chidori and Raikiri were a great example, so I can only use techniques that don't involve contact with me or that aren't dangerous, as the water element wouldn't hurt me with the contact. But this problem is temporary. I will find a way to be able to use all the techniques without having to suffer from their retreat. Now back to the rest of my magical training. I was also able to use my magic to improve myself, becoming stronger, faster and tougher, and with that I could even break a wall with my bare hands. To achieve this I needed to work my magic through my body, nerves and muscles, and human anatomy books were very useful for that. I was also able to heighten my already heightened senses by making my magic pass through my eyes, ears, nose, and even for my brain, and in those moments I had to be very careful, because any mistake I made could cause some irreversible damage to me, but luckily nothing went wrong. And I realized that this was also a great way to become immune to elemental spells, but this enhancement isn't strong enough. Chapter 7, Chapter. One important thing to mention is that I found that I wouldn't need to go through the same time-consuming and stressful process that I went through when I first improved, as my body seemed to memorize the process and now it's smoother for me to improve. It took me a week to improve my body for the first time, but now I can improve it in a matter of seconds. Another thing I noticed was that my magic was unconsciously strengthening my body. It was like a limiter had been turned off. I almost feel like I'm in one of those Chinese cultivation novels. And this improvement was what gave me more hope to be able to use the techniques my body can't handle. But with all these spells I created, I obviously wouldn't forget about combat spells. The combat spells I created could push, but not a light push, and yes, a truck strength push. Cut, and the size varied by launcher. Depriving someone's senses, where that person would not be able to see, hear, speak and feel anything. And cause illusions, that I was inspired by Naruto's genjutsus. These spells are really quite scary, and if anyone saw some of these spells they would definitely consider them dark magic. Many of these spells must already exist or at least have some similar in the wizarding world, however I created my spells from scratch and I can still cast them without a wand and silently, making them much better, at least for me. I'm still trying to figure out how to get around more easily, without needing to apparate or a portkey. But creating a new teleportation spell is very difficult, so I decided to put that idea aside until I get to Hogwarts, where I will have many books with information at my disposal. And my pranks. Neither the Marauders nor the twins are match opponents for me. Those who face my wrath will have to suffer the consequences. Becoming house elves for 24 hours, just being able to talk by singing, and so much more. Mwahaha. Ahem. As for my progress in studies, I've read every book by my parents in the city library that caught my attention or that I thought would be helpful to me, and I can say with absolute certainty that I have enough knowledge to get a diploma and even some master's degrees in many areas. At least theoretically. And now I know that no one at Hogwarts, and possibly in the British wizarding community, is more knowledgeable than I am about Muggle matters, mainly because the purebloods wouldn't stoop to the level of trying to learn about them, and the Muggle-born in most they sometimes abandon their Muggle studies the moment they enter the wizarding world. And I think that's stupid, since it's pretty obvious that they're discriminated against and will have a harder time having a future in wizarding society than in Muggle society. But if they want to stay that way, so be it. What about my project to publish the Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books? Well, so far everything is going wonderfully well. The moment I showed the manuscript of the books to my parents, they thought it was so amazing that they made a point of helping me get it published, and they kept telling me how proud they were of me. I spent the entire week being complimented by them, and I couldn't keep the smile off my face. And then, with their help, I managed to publish the first book of each of the franchises, which were Aragon and Lightning Thief, when I turned 10 years old. And both books were a success. They were a phenomenon among children and even among the elders, managing to win many hearts, and with that the two books managed to reach the top of the ranking as the best-selling book of the year. And with the money from sales, I was finally able to invest in companies that I know will be very successful in future. As my family was earning a lot of money from the sale of books, my parents didn't have to work as hard anymore. They still work, but this is more out of want than necessity, as the money from the books would be enough to retire them both and have 2 more generations of our family living comfortably, and that's not counting the publication of the other books and my investment in companies. So with my parents having more free time, we started spending more time as a family, and we even took some trips over the holidays. With all this going on, my parents couldn't be more proud of me, as now their son was the writer of 2 successful books and an investor who already had his own form of independence. Well, my mom got a bit sad. As for her, this meant I was getting big and couldn't be spoiled anymore, but then I told her I would always be her baby to be taken care of. And because of that phrase she spent the whole day me spoiling, much to my father's jealousy and envy. Ha! Take that, old man. And these are not the only news. I now have a little sister. Yes, a sister. Looks like my dad took my tip about training to be attractive to mom seriously, and you already know where this is going. My little sister is going to be 3 years old. She was born on June 6, 1988, and her name is Celestia Sarah Knight. She has the same amber eyes as my father and me, and my mother's face and black hair. And she is the most wonderful thing and fluffy there is. From the moment I saw her, I already knew that I wanted to be the best brother possible for her, and as she grew up that certainty intensified, especially when her first words were Ethan. Well, she didn't say it exactly like that, she spoke in baby words and it was kind of confused, but it still counts. And now she keeps following me around the house, calling for her big brother. Sniff sniff. What a cute little thing. I can't wait to teach her to call me Oni-chan. Another thing that happened at that time was the discovery that I really am a natural legilimens. Ha! Suck these bitches. You've been training your whole lives to get something that I naturally have. However, I realized that this was not what gave me my special abilities, something I had already expected. And what I found out about these abilities was something much more amazing. Chapter 8, Chapter. So this is when things will start to get more interesting. Let's talk about what I found out about my special abilities, that after a long time training and trying to understand them, and even controlling them, I finally got it. After a lot of research I found that I had a set of skills, and they all seem to be connected. I decided to call the complete set Beast's Power, and the 3 abilities that are part of that set I decided to name them as Empathy, Instinct, and Beast Talk. They're not very good names, but I never said I was good at naming things, but the names do their job of describing G skills really well. Empathy, as is already explicit in the name, allowed me to feel the emotions and intentions of people and animals. If a person is happy, sad, irritated, or in anger, I will know why your emotions are being transmitted to me. And the intention is like a 6th sense, where I can feel when a person has some bad intention for me, because they would start transmitting malicious intentions. And I can even tell if a person is lying or telling the truth. But it's also worth remembering that I will feel intentions more easily if they are focused on me. Empathy is like a radar or a detector, it can cover a large field. And I realized that empathy works in much the same way as animal senses, where they use those senses to sense if they're being watched by any predators, so they can run away before they're attacked. Instinct is like a power-up in my body. My senses as smell, taste, eyesight, and hearing are on a more than superhuman level. I can see things many meters away perfectly, it's like my eyes have zoomed in on them. In addition, I also have night vision and infrared vision, which allows me to walk in dark places and find people, and I don't think the disillusionment spell would work against me, because even when invisible, people still transmit body heat. But to make it even better, if I transfer magic to my eyes I will be able to see the magic. I could see the magic around, in my spells, and in myself, and I suspect that I can also see the magic of enchanted objects and other living beings. I basically have a magical byakugan. My sense of smell, on the other hand, could allow me to smell smells many meters away, in addition to which, after I managed to control it, which was very difficult due to the many smells my nose received, learned to differentiate in detail the many smells in around me. I would know the exact spices that were used in a food, and even what kind of perfume my neighbor started to use. However, when I used magic to improve my sense of smell, as I did with vision, the only thing that happened was that I could smell smells at greater distances. It's not as good as the magical vision of my eyes, but it's still a huge boost in my perception. My taste buds are the same as my sense of smell, it's bigger than the taste buds of other humans. My taste buds allowed me to feel tastes in detail, and the only difference in smell is that my taste buds are more resistant for most things, since even if something very hot or very cold was on my tongue it wouldn't do me any harm. Maybe my sense of smell and taste also make me resistant to certain smells and tastes, like something toxic or poisonous, but I've never tested it and I don't intend to, thank you. My hearing is the same as taste and smell, as it only allowed me to hear sounds being made in distant places. And the magical enhancement only increases my reach. And that was the most annoying and difficult sense to control, as he naturally has a wider range than the others, and every environment always has some sound. Now you may be wondering why I didn't realize my senses were so high before. Well, the reason I didn't realize it was that I unconsciously limited them, and how was that possible? Simple, my senses started out like a normal person, so they didn't make much difference to me in childhood, and also because I had another life, where I was a normal human with normal senses, I kind of unconsciously controlled my senses to the same level, and over the years they gradually increased, almost imperceptibly, and I only found that they were stronger when one day I gave full focus to my vision trying to see in the dark of my room at night, and that was when the blockage I put in my senses was broken, and let me tell you. You may be the strongest and smartest person there is, but no brain can handle so much information at once, neither can mine. And I guess I just didn't collapse because I'm a reborn, because I have magic, for having my beast's power. After a long time training my senses, I finally learned to control them to a level a little above the level of a normal human, and every now and then I increase or release some sense, and only in the smallest moments do I use them for complete, as it is still very difficult to use them all at the same time at full strength. And there's more. Thanks to my incredible senses, I became much more powerful in fights. It was as if I knew where I was going to be attacked and could dodge, as I could hear and see the smallest details of my opponent, like the contractions in his muscles and the sound of blows coming towards me, and all of this allowed me to fight back opponents with more years of experience than me. And adding the fact that the longer a fight took, the faster and stronger I got. In short, I was unbeatable in combat. Chapter 9, Chapter. And now for my last skill, Beast Talk. This ability ended up getting its name for the simple fact that it allowed me to understand animals and communicate with them in a certain way. I couldn't literally talk to animals, at least not to ordinary animals I think, but I could understand what they wanted to convey. Your feelings, your thoughts, and your memories. It's hard to explain. But it was like there was a connection between me and the animals, and through that connection I could communicate with them. There was a day when I used Beast Talk in a family of birds, and I was able to feel the love and affection that the parent birds felt for their chick. I could see the memories of when the puppy first flew. I could feel your fear, your anticipation, and when he took flight, I could feel his joy and release, as if whoever was flying was me. After that day, I tried using Beast Talk on other animals. I tried it on a cat, a dog, a butterfly, a squirrel, and each one was more exciting and interesting than the other. Animals may look simple, but from the connection I realized that they have nothing simple. And for that simple fact, I started to appreciate the lives of other beings, something I never thought I would do. And I wonder what it would be like to try to communicate with some magical being. Would the connection with them be different? And would the more rational creatures like the mermaids and the giants also have a connection? And if they did, how different would it be? There are so many questions and doubts that can only be answered when I make my entry into the wizarding world, so until then this is just a thought for the future. Well, those are my skills. And the reason I think they're all connected is because they all have something in common. They're abilities that generally belong to animals, such as instinct and the higher senses. And I have no idea why I have these abilities, as they are not part of my magical power. What if I have the blood of some magical beast? Or if I'm the descendant of some wizard? Or is it that the same superior being who put me in this world also decided to give me some cheats, already knowing how screwed up this world is and what kind of problems await me in the future? Sigh, there are so many possible reasons but no answer, but I think more likely that this power is a gift from the superior being who sent me here. Well, another question I have is if it can be passed on to my children and descendants, like Parseltongue and Metamorphomagus. Wait, does that mean if I'm not descended from any wizard then I'll be the first wizard to have this ability? A skill that is 1,000 times better than Parseltongue. Ha! Where is your superiority now, Salazar Slytherin and Voldemort? What is talking to a mere snake compared to all animals? Ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Looks like I got a little carried away. And that was the end result of my research into my mysterious abilities. And I'm happy with what I've discovered, as these skills will help me a lot for when I enter the wizarding world. And those were my 4 years of work and training to prepare myself for the day I will enter the wizarding world. It was time-consuming, difficult, and often stressful, but I know every second of my time I spend trying to improve my skills and myself will end up paying off. And I'm going to show everyone how amazing I am, best of all whether it's intelligence, wealth, strength or magic. Now Hogwarts is very close to starting a new term, and then they will start handing out the letters to the olds and new students. And I think some professor will be coming to deliver my letter. And until my letter arrives, I'll finish any projects I still need to finish, and then I'll get everything ready. The only things I still have to do are, keep my training up to date, publish the next books in the Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson franchises, which are Eldest and Sea of Monsters. Also, I plan to spend a lot of time with my family, because when I start at Hogwarts, I will go a long time without seeing them. And even with me entering the wizarding world and going to Hogwarts, I will still try to spend as much time as possible with them. Maybe we even book some trips to other countries, to see other places and cultures, and also to know other wizarding communities. And it's worth remembering that I still need to corrupt my little sister by teaching her the magnificent and evil way of mischief, hee. Chapter 10, Chapter. After all my plannings, trainings, and working hard in those 4 years, I finally had time relax. And with that I started to wait for the arrival of my letter from Hogwarts, which must be delivered by a teacher. Well, I think some teacher should come deliver the letter, since I can't imagine the school sending letters with owls to all the families, just as they did to Harry. Also because not all Muggle families would look at an owl in their window holding a letter and think, oh, why don't we open this letter, it must be for us. Yes, sure. That would be super normal. Back to the subject. I am currently in my room, lying on my bed reading a very interesting book to pass the time. The book is called, How to Cook with Cats, and yes, it is a very good book. It is about cooking with cats, or is it cooking cats? You know what, I'm really bored. It's been too many days since I started waiting for this damn letter to arrive. I'm getting annoyed already, and when this letter arrives, I'll take it and, ding. Dong, did my letter arrive? I thought excitedly as I quickly got out of bed. Ethan, get down here. There's someone wanting to talk to you. I heard my mom yell from downstairs. Yeah. It must be the Hogwarts professor with my letter. I thought excitedly. I then quickly left my room and started down the stairs. And when I turned down the hall to the living room, I saw my parents sitting on the couch with someone else. This person was a woman who appeared to be about 70 years old. She wore glasses and had black hair that was tied up in a bun. She also had a stiff, stern appearance, and was wearing a distinctly old-fashioned emerald dress. She was sitting on the sofa across from my parents while drinking tea waiting calmly for me. I didn't even have to think too hard to realize that this lady was obviously the head of Gryffindor House, Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. Ah. Ethan, come and sit down. This lady is Minerva McGonagall, and she is here to talk to us about you going to the school where she works, said my mother, being the first to notice my arrival. Hello, Mrs. McGonagall. What would you like to tell me about your school? I said as I sat down on the couch, in the middle of my parents and facing her. Hello, Mr. Knight. No need for formalities, Mrs. McGonagall. You can call me Ethan. Mr. Knight is my father and being called sir makes me look old. I said smiling, interrupting her mid-sentence. Of course. Ethan. She said initially surprised, but then let a small, barely perceptible smile appear. Like I was saying. I'm here because you've been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Ethan. She finished saying, looking at us as she waited for our reactions. And then she saw the surprise and skepticism on my parents' faces and understanding on mine. A school of magic. Is this some kind of joke? My dad asked, reacting earlier than my mom. No, Mr. Knight, this is not a joke. Here, I will demonstrate, said Professor McGonagall as she pulled a wand from her robes. So my parents and I watched as she turned our chair into a dog with a wave of her wand. And I have to say, even though I can transfigure objects into animals, I can only do it with small animals, and watching her turn an armchair into a dog with relative ease is something amazing to look at. This is amazing. So the magic is real. Why doesn't anyone know about this? My mother then let out a barrage of questions, marveling after Professor McGonagall turned our chair back. Yes, Ms. Knight, magic is real. And to answer your question, it's pretty simple. No one knows about magic because we're hiding it from Muggles, she replied to my mother. But why are you hiding the magic? And what are Muggles? My father asked curiously. We hide for our safety. In the past, wizards and witches were hunted by the church and by the people, and so no one would know about our existence. The statute of secrecy was created, where the law prohibits the wizards from showing magic to Muggles. And we also create our own community, hidden from your eyes. And what are muggles? It's people who don't have magic, and muggle is a term used to refer to them, said Professor McGonagall, answering each question. And what would this Hogwarts school be? My father kept questioning. Hogwarts is a school for wizards, where magical children are enrolled when they demonstrate the first signs of magic. And when they reach the age of 11 they then receive their letters informing them of their registration. At Hogwarts children will learn how to control and use their magic. There we teach several subjects, such as potions, herbology, charms, and what you just saw, which is called the transfiguration. That I happen to be the teacher, Professor McGonagall replied to my father patiently. Wow, that's a lot to take in. But wait, if you're here with a letter for Ethan, does that mean he's a wizard too? My mom asked in realization as she looked at me. To answer your question, Mrs. Knight, yes, Ethan is also a wizard. Professor McGonagall told my mother. Then she turned to me, noticing how in no time I had shown surprise upon discovering the existence of magic, and asked me, Ethan, has anything strange ever happened around you, or with you in times of strong emotions or stress? I looked at my parents, only to see they were paying attention to me and my response. Yeah. I always knew that I was different from other people and that I had some kind of special power. Sometimes objects floated or came towards me when I was younger, and there were even times when things around me changed color or size. I just didn't expect it to be magic, I replied half-truthfully, as back then I didn't really know my power was magic. When were you younger? Didn't that ever happen to you after you grew up? Professor McGonagall asked, raising an eyebrow and looking at me curiously. Not anymore, I said, shaking my head, at least not after I learned to control it. With that said, I started using my magic to levitate the cups that were on the table, much to my parents' surprise and Professor McGonagall's shock. What? At this young age and you can already control your magic? And on top wandless magic? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in surprise as she looked at me with wide eyes. Yeah. I've been training this power since I was 3 years old, but I still can't levitate things that are too heavy or too big. I obviously wouldn't say what my true strength was, I don't know if it's reliable. And even if she was, I still wouldn't tell my secrets to someone I barely know. Plus, she might end up telling Dumbledore, and I still don't know what the version of him in this world. Chapter 11, Chapter. Incredible. In all my years of life I've never seen anyone with such good control of their magic. Just wonderful, said Professor McGonagall looking at me in wonder. Apparently I just want an admirer. Sorry Minnie, but you're a little too old for me, thought Fun. Ethan. Did you always know you could do magic? Why didn't you ever tell us? My mom asked me with a hurt expression. Because I didn't know how you guys would react if you found out I had those powers. I was afraid you guys would think I was abnormal and didn't like me anymore. I replied, lowering my head. What I said really was how I felt. This family is something I've become very attached to and I was afraid of the reaction they would have when I told them about magic. That was one of the reasons my training was always hidden. Ethan. What are you talking about? We would never treat you differently, even if you were an alien. You always were and will be my little baby, you said it yourself, so never, ever think I'll stop loving you for something like that, my mom said, looking at me with all the love and affection possible. That's right, son. We would never stop loving you for having magic, in fact it makes you even more amazing. Ha, suck bitches, my son is a wizard, my father said, puffing out his chest proudly in an attempt to cheer me up and show his love for me. Yes, I know. And that's why I love you so much. I said with teary eyes and a big smile on my face. It's really good for you to know that, because you won't escape us, my mom told me with a smile, wiping my tears with her fingers, and then she hugged me. Certainly. Who else would I have a men's day with? And remember that your sister will still need her older brother, my father spoke, also joining the hug. Okay, I get it. And I'll always be here for Seal, someone has to teach her how to play pranks. I said, laughing, and we still have company. I then reminded them of Professor McGonagall's presence in the room. And when my parents realized we weren't alone they quickly got ready. Cough. Sorry, Mrs. McGonagall. We ended up getting a little emotional, my father said, a little embarrassed. Don't worry, it's always nice to see a family that loves and supports each other like yours, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile on her face as she saw our show of affection. So back to the subject of school. I said, reminding everyone of the reason for the visit. Oh yeah. About school. This is your letter from Hogwarts where you can confirm your presence, and the letter also lists this year's books and materials, Professor McGonagall said, pulling a letter from her robes and handing it to me. As soon as I picked up the letter, I could see that there was something written on the back, and when I read it I realized it was my address. Mr. E. Knight. Second bedroom. Place Herder and Degree. Blindford, Devon. Very specific, this address in the letter, my father commented, looking at Professor McGonagall curiously. Letters are written by a magic feather. It is a very ancient and powerful artifact created by one of the founders of Hogwarts, and even I don't understand how it works. But I have to say it's amazing what Feather does, and the creator is even more amazing, Professor McGonagall explained to my father, expressing her admiration for Rowena Ravenclaw. I then went back to paying attention to the letter with my parents. I then opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, and my parents and I started reading. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Great Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Ethan S. Knight. We're pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We're attaching a list of books and equipment needed. The school year starts on September 1st. We await your confirmation until the 31st of July. Regards. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. List of materials, first year. Uniform. 1. 3 sets of ordinary work clothes, black. 2. A simple pointed hat, black, for everyday wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves, dragon leather or similar. 4. A winter cover, black with silver clasps. Note, student clothing must have name tags. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshwack. A History of Magic, by Batilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalberto Waffling. Transfiguration Guide for Beginners, by Americo Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenic Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newton Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quintino Trimble. Other equipment. Wand. Feathers and Scrolls. 1 cauldron, tin, size 2. 1 set of bottles. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. Note, students can have an owl, a cat, or a frog. Wow, pretty weird stuff you guys have there. But where would we buy them? Because I don't think any stores I know of sell these things, my dad asked Professor McGonagall after looking at the materials list. Muggle stores obviously wouldn't have these materials, so we'll buy them on the magic side. Professor McGonagall replied. Well, I think it makes sense for magic things to be sold in magic shops, my mom said to my dad sarcastically, to which he responded by looking away in embarrassment. But as it's getting very late, we'll have to leave to do these shopping tomorrow, where I'll take them to the magical community, Professor McGonagall said as she got up from the couch. Oh sure. We got lost in the conversation and didn't even notice the time passing, my mother said looking at the clock on the wall, only realizing now how late it was. Then we also got up and followed Professor McGonagall to the door. It was a pleasure meeting you, Ms. McGonagall. And thank you so much for the information and help you've given us, my mom said thanking Professor McGonagall. Yes, and thank you for explaining to me what my skills were and for allowing me to go to your school, Ms. McGonagall, I said nodding my head in gratitude. No need to thank me, it was a pleasure to be able to help your family. And Ethan, since now I'm going to be teaching you at Hogwarts, you can call me Professor McGonagall, she said first to my parents and then to me. Of course, Professor Minnie, I told her with a mischievous smile on my face. She then looked at me with a stern look that didn't hide the small smile she had on her face. Well, I think it's time for me to leave, tomorrow I'll come to join you at the same time. Have a good afternoon, and it was nice meeting you, Professor McGonagall said to us, and then she turned and started to walk away. So, today we learned a lot of interesting things, my dad said as we walked into the house and closed the door. Serious? What kind? My mother asked my father dryly. That magic exists, and our son is a wizard. And that I prefer my armchair without a tail and paws, my father said completely seriously. Ugh, I deserve it. My mom said exasperated as she rolled her eyes. She then started to go to the kitchen. But I'm not wrong, am I? My dad asked, going after her. This family, sigh. I thought with a sigh of exasperation, but even so I was still smiling as I followed them. Chapter 12, Chapter POV, Minerva. Yesterday I had to visit another Muggle family, something that is also part of my job. I have to explain to these families about magic for the first time. But the family I visited yesterday was much more interesting than the others. When I arrived at their house, the child's mother, Sarah Knight, greeted me, and after asking to speak to them and her son about enrolling in our school, she took me to the living room, where she was already there was her husband and the child's father, Joshua Knight. And after I sat down on the sofa Mrs. Knight then offered me tea while she went to call her son. And I didn't have to wait long, as not a minute later the child appeared. Ethan Knight was the child's name. He was a tall boy compared to the other 11-year-old's boys. He had messy black hair with a few strands of brown, captivating amber eyes that sparkled with mischief and cunning. His face was a mixture of his father's harshness and his mother's gentleness. He walked confidently and exuded ferocity with every step, and my feline side asked to respect him and fear him, and that was something I never felt from anyone, not even Albus. I felt like I was in front of a big predator. When he spoke to me I felt that aura of kindness and calm, and it made me relax. It was like I had known him for years. And when I was about to start explaining about magic and Hogwarts to him and his family, the boy interrupted me and then asked me to call him Ethan, as he preferred not to be called sir. And even though I knew I should remain professional and remain formal, something about him made me relax and let that go, and so I started calling him by his name. After that I started telling them that Ethan is a wizard and because of that he had a place at Hogwarts school. His parents reacted surprised and skeptical, as every Muggle family does when they find out about the existence of magic, but the most interesting thing was that Ethan didn't react as I expected. Usually when a child finds out he's a wizard they react surprised and excited, and sometimes even doubtful. But Ethan simply showed acceptance and understanding. To prove to Mr. and Mrs. Knight that magic really existed, I had to do a little demonstration. What I did to prove to them that the magic was real was to transfigure their chair into a dog, and while Mr. and Mrs. Knight reacted with amazement and shock before being overwhelmed, Ethan again showed only a little admiration, and I have never seen a child react like this when discovering magic. In fact, I've never seen any children react like this to seeing their furniture turned into some animal, even children from wizarding families. I then asked him if anything strange ever happened when he had strong emotions or when he got stressed, to which he replied that strange things had already happened when he was younger, and I noticed that the way he spoke was like if it had never happened again after growing up, and that's strange since accidental magic keeps happening until the child reaches the age of first magical maturity, which is 11 years old. So when I asked him why he talked like it never happened again, he responded by saying that his accidental magic stopped happening after he learned to control it. And if that was already unheard of and surprising, what happened afterwards was shocking to say the least. The moment Ethan finished speaking, the cups on the table began to levitate in the air. At the age of 11, having such control over your magic that you could even levitate things without a wand or spell, that was just amazing. And after learning that he had been controlling and practicing his magic since was 3 years old I was completely shocked. This boy from a Muggle family could do something that even adult wizards cannot do. He's a genius of such talent that I've never seen him before, not even Albus when he was Ethan's age could do that. So I saw how sad Ethan's parents were that he had hidden that he knew he had magic, and when he said why I could understand why he did it, as the family would not always be understanding about finding out that their son is not normal. But the response that his parents gave him and the love conveyed in this family relationship was thrilling to behold. I couldn't help but smile at how they got along good and played together. After a while Ethan reminded them that they weren't alone, and when his parents noticed I was still in the room, they quickly straightened up and apologized for letting themselves be so emotional in front of me, and I said it was okay. And then Ethan reminded me about the reason for my visit, which was to tell them about the magic and to deliver Ethan's acceptance letter. As I had already explained about magic to them, all that was left was to deliver Ethan's letter, and after delivering it, Ethan and his parents started to read it. After I finished reading the letter Mr. Knight asked me where they could buy the materials that are on the list, so I explained that they could only buy these materials on the magic side. But as it was getting very late I had to make an appointment to buy the materials the next day, where I would accompany them shopping for the magical community. After that I got up to leave, and they walked me to the door. At the door they thanked me for my help and Ethan thanked me for explaining the magic to him and for allowing him to go to Hogwarts. I then said that they didn't need to thank me, and also reminded Ethan that he could call me Professor McGonagall since I was going to be teaching him this year, to which he responded by calling me Professor Minnie, which earned him my gaze severe, but it didn't erase my little smile. It's hard not to like this boy. So after that I said goodbye to them and left. And now here I am, the next day going to their house to accompany them to the magical community. What is it that awaits us that day? End. Chapter 13, Chapter. POV, Ethan. After Professor McGonagall left, my parents and I started talking about plans for the next day's shopping. We also sat down and briefly explained to Celestia about magic, but in a simple way since she's only 3 years old, and we also didn't forget to let her know that she shouldn't tell anyone about magic. The rest of the day went by normally, and in the end we all went to bed to be rested for the next day. The next day, we were all ready, waiting for Professor McGonagall to arrive. And by my senses, which are now activated, it must be now. Asterisk ding. Dong, asterisk. Must be Mrs. McGonagall who has arrived, my mom said as she went to answer the door. Good morning Mrs. Knight, I'm here to accompany you shopping in the wizarding world, as arranged. Are you ready? Professor McGonagall spoke as soon as my mother opened the door. Good morning to you too Ms. McGonagall, we were just waiting for you, was my mother's reply. And with that the rest of my family left the house, with me walking ahead and my dad carrying Seal in his arms right behind me. Good morning Professor Minnie. I boldly greeted Professor McGonagall with a big smile on my face as soon as I saw her. Good morning to you too Ethan, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile, before being replaced by a stern look, but remember that in formal situations and at school you must call me Professor McGonagall, okay, she reminded me. Yes, Professor McGonagall. I answered her while saluting. And my parents, who were watching our interaction, rolled their eyes at me. "Who is she, Daddy?" Then we hear a cute voice say. "And could I know who this beautiful little girl is?" Professor McGonagall asked, seeing my sister for the first time. "Ah, yes. Seal, this is Ethan's new school teacher we told you about, and Mrs. McGonagall, this is Celestia, our little daughter and Ethan's sister of 3 years old," my father then replied, introducing each other. "Oh. Nice to meet you, little one," Professor McGonagall told Seal, smiling. Hi, you are like the older brother said," my sister replied, laughing, making me stop in nervousness. And what did your brother say about me?" Professor McGonagall asked Seal as she gave me a sideways look that I pretended not to see. "He said you were kind and nice," Seal replied, to my relief. "Oh, so he said that?" Professor McGonagall said as she let a small smile break across her face. But that smile faded when I heard my sister's next sentence. "Yeah. And he also told me to call you Minnie every time I see you," my little sister said innocently as she opened her little arms happily. "Traitor!" I exclaimed in my mind, noticing Professor McGonagall's gaze on me. Cough. Cough. Hee, these kids nowadays invent everything, don't they, teacher? I commented as I looked away innocently, feeling the cold sweat trickle down my back. "Yes." Professor McGonagall replied slowly, giving me a look that said she obviously didn't believe me. "Well, no more stalling and let's get going," my dad said, changing the subject and bringing our attention to the fact that we still needed to go buy my supplies. "Yes, indeed we need to get going," Professor McGonagall said. And then she started walking with us following close behind. After walking for a while my dad asked, "Well then how are we going to get into the wizarding world? Did we order a taxi?" "No, Mr. Knight, we're going in a wizard way," Professor McGonagall said cryptically as she pulled her wand out of her robes. She then looked around us, and after confirming that there was no one else in the vicinity she raised her wand, and not a second later did something happen. Boom. Almost as soon as Professor McGonagall raised her wand we heard a loud bang, and suddenly a purple three-decker bus appeared in front of us. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Knight bus, one of the wizarding means of transport. And remember Ethan, to call him just raise your arm or your wand high and he will appear immediately. Professor McGonagall explained to us. Squeak, as soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the bus doors opened, and the first person to appear was Stan Shunpike, the driver. "Ah. Professor McGonagall. To what do I owe the honor?" Stan said respectfully as soon as he saw the person who called the Knight bus. "I'm here to accompany this family shopping and we're in a hurry, so if you could get ahead of yourself," Professor McGonagall told Stan. "Oh yes, of course. So where do you want to go?" Stan then asked us. "Across from Charing Cross Road, at Leaky Cauldron," replied Professor McGonagall, wanting nothing more than to end this conversation. "Okay, that's going to be a total of 11 sickles per person," Stan said. Then Professor McGonagall took out a small pouch that was hidden in her robe, and from that pouch she took out 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins and handed it to Stan, who started counting. "Here it is," she said as she boarded the bus, and we soon climbed in behind her. When we were finished settling into the Knight bus, Professor McGonagall told us, "I suggest you guys hold on tight, the trip might be a bit turbulent." "Wait a minute, what do you mean turbulent?" My mom started to speak, but was interrupted by Stan. "You heard Ernie. Charing Cross Road, Leaky Cauldron," Stan told the driver, an elderly man who didn't give me much confidence to think of him driving. It looked like she couldn't even walk down the street without bumping into something, even if it was an empty street. "Yeah, let's go, Ernie," another voice said, and when I looked for the owner of that voice I saw that it came from a severed mini head, much like the ones used in voodoo rituals. My mother also saw the severed head, but before she had a chance to say anything Ernie started the engine and started it, boom. Ah. Chapter 14, Chapter. Charing Cross Road. "Ugh, I'm never riding that again," my mother exclaimed angrily, leaning on my father, a little dizzy. "I found out which will be the first thing that I'm going to do when I've my wand. I'm going to bewitch into oblivion the person who invented this damn bus." I spoke between pauses to catch my breath and the anger I felt at the evil bastard who thought creating a bus that goes against all the laws of physics would be a good idea. "Calm down, son, we don't need," mine started to say, until he was cut off by my mother who grabbed my shoulders and started to stare at me. "That's right, son. Find this person and make him suffer for creating this monstrosity with wheels, make him beg on his knees, make him pay, in blood," my mom said to me with conviction, anger, and a hint of insanity. And I couldn't help but feel a shiver down my spine hearing this, but at the same time I was also proud of my mother, and my father who was beside us started to look at us strangely as he walked away from us slowly. It wasn't that bad either," my dad said, pulling us out of thoughts of torturing a certain someone, as he tried and failed to not seem bothered by the trip. Hard to believe that when you were the one who screamed the most, was the thought that crossed my and my mother's minds. Yep. Let's go again. Let's go. Seal squealed excitedly, throwing her arms up happily. I then started looking at Seal strangely, because if anyone could really enjoy riding the night bus, surely that someone would need to be kept under surveillance, because such a person is not normal. Maybe another time, honey, or never, my mom told Seal with a strained smile on her face, whispering the last part. Don't worry, I don't like riding the night bus either, but you guys get used to it. And besides, this isn't the only mode of transport we have, Professor McGonagall commented, her face looking more rigid than before. Please, Mrs. McGonagall, tell me. These means of transport are better than that bus, right? My dad asked in a desperate tone of voice that still held a little hope. Well, that depends, was Professor McGonagall's evasive answer, and I could see how my dad's face lost all color when he heard the answer. Don't look like that, dear, look on the bright side. It is very likely that we will never need to use these means of transport again, my mom said in an attempt to cheer my dad up, which apparently worked as his face started to come alive again. Yes, honey, that's true. The only person who will still suffer from these deadly methods of traveling is Ethan, so that's okay, my dad said, his face reflecting an expression of pure happiness and relief, and then he looked at me mockingly. How miserable. Throwing your son in the grave like that, and he still has the guts to make fun of me. Ho ho ho, this will come back. Get ready, old man, you'll get my revenge. I thought as I looked vengefully at my father. Chill, why did I feel like I am on the way to suffering a calamity? My dad thought after feeling a chill in his back and then started looking around. It must just be my imagination. Well, since you all look better then we better get going. The entrance to the wizarding world is right there, said Professor McGonagall, pointing to an old and shabby pub. Is that the entrance to your community? My dad asked doubtfully, looking strangely at the crumbling old shop Professor McGonagall was pointing to. Appearances can be deceiving, Mr. Knight, Professor McGonagall replied enigmatically, since you're muggles you're seeing a rundown shop, but this is a camouflage. She then started to head towards the pub, and upon seeing this my parents and we started to follow her. Look, teacher, if I happen to get mugged or killed while followed you to this peculiarly dirty and decrepit place, I swear I'll sue you, I said jokingly as I followed her calmly, because I doubted anyone would be able to sneak up and get close to me without me realizing it. Isn't this a bit like those horror movies? My dad questioned, looking at what he thought was a store. If it's like a horror movie, know that it's always the man who dies first, my mom replied nonchalantly. Damn it. All the way to the pub, Professor McGonagall smiled, seeing our jokes. Well, here we're. This is Leaky Cauldron, a magical pub where the entrance to Diagon Alley is, Professor McGonagall said as she opened the door to the establishment, letting us into the pub. Once inside the pub we could see that it was an old but cozy place, and we could also see that all over the bar there were people wearing weird clothes, ranging from clothes that were worn tens and even hundreds of years ago to more quirky clothes, like the outfit of a woman who was sitting in the corner to the right. The woman was wearing a zebra coat with a fish-shaped hat. Strange people. People here are certainly quirky, my dad half-stated half-asked after taking a look around. But it could be worse, I said without thinking. Yes, and how? My dad questioned me with a raised eyebrow. I don't know. I shrugged. Maybe some dancers in that corner, some gaming machines in the other, and a ventriloquist giving a performance. How come normal people aren't surprised to see these people dressed like that? My mom asked after noticing how everyone still acted normally even with all these oddities. That's because, Mrs. Knight, in addition to having a cloaking spell, the Leaky Cauldron also has a muggle repellent barrier, and it was only possible for you to get in here because you were accompanied by a wizard, Professor McGonagall explained to my mother. As we walked deeper into the pub, a man caught Professor McGonagall's attention. Ah. Professor McGonagall, I see you're bringing one more family to the alley, and this must be our newest little wizard. All right, the man said, smiling at all of us. Yes, Tom. These are Mr. and Mrs. Knight, along with their children Celestia and Ethan Knight. And Ethan is going to be a new student at Hogwarts this semester, Professor McGonagall told for who I assumed to be Tom, the bartender and owner of Leaky Cauldron, but we can't stay to talk, I still have to take them shopping for materials, she continued as she ended the conversation with Tom. Oh yes, of course. Pass on, Professor McGonagall, the barrier is clear, have a great shopping day and welcome to the wizarding community, Tom told us, pointing to a corner of the pub and also welcoming us, which we thank. So Professor McGonagall led us to the front of a closed wall, turned to us and said, listen, this is the necessary sequence you're going to have to do with your wand in order to get into the alley, so she makes a sequence of hitting the wall with his wand. Why the fuck do you have to have a code to enter? It's not like someone who comes here doesn't already know how to get in anyway. It's basically a useless password if everyone already knows and those who don't, just need to ask to know, I thought as I wondered what was on the wizard's minds to do something so meaningless. After Professor McGonagall finished doing the sequel we saw how the wall started to magically disappear right in front of us. After the entrance finished opening, Professor McGonagall turned to us and said, Welcome to Diagon Alley. Chapter 15, Chapter. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Wow. What an amazing place. It really is a fantastic place. Those were the first words my family said as soon as they saw Diagon Alley. And I have to say, even though I'm already prepared to see the magical world, it's still very impressive. Apparently, imagining something and seeing it in person are two totally different things, especially in a world with magic. I guess I didn't really understand until now that I was in the world of Harry Potter. A world I could only imagine what it was like in my past life, and now I am part of that world. Glad you're enjoying it, Professor McGonagall said upon seeing my family's amazed expression, but we don't have all day. The first place I'll take you is Gringotts Bank, where you can exchange your muggle money for wizard currency, she continued. And after saying that she proceeded to lead us through the alley towards Gringotts. So does that mean you have your own currency? Well, it's not like I haven't already expected something like this, my dad commented with a shrug. Yes, and you will be able to find out more once we get to the bank, Professor McGonagall replied. As we walked to the bank, we couldn't help but look at all the shops and people in the alley. It was like we were in a different time or we had entered another dimension, with all these magical gadgets in the shop windows and these people wearing bizarre robes. Here we're, Professor McGonagall said as we arrived in front of an imposing white marble building with bronze doors, which were flanked by two creatures that I'm 100% sure were goblins, or more accurately, the Goblin Guards. The Goblin Guards were wearing some kind of uniforms and armor that were scarlet and gold. As we walked up the steps to the bench, Professor McGonagall started telling us, remember, Gringotts are run by goblins and they're generally not the most patient and friendly creatures. We then went through the door. And I was so intent on listening to Professor McGonagall, I didn't notice the way the Goblin Guards were looking at me. As soon as we walked through the door, we found ourselves in an entrance hall that led to yet another set of doors flanked by two more guards, and on those doors were engraved the words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but don't earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than a treasure there. I'm the only one who thinks it would be a bad idea to try to steal this place," I asked dryly. "I don't know where you got that idea from," my mom replied sarcastically back. As we passed through these doors, we came across a long hallway with many doors that were supposed to be used to access the vault passages, with over 100 goblin boxes sitting in front of these doors, and we could also see many wizards coming and going between the cashiers. A few dancers over there, a dozen gaming machines over there. And since the ventriloquist would be at the Leaky Cauldron, we could put some stages for street performances right in that corner. Perfect. Unaware of my thoughts, Professor McGonagall continued to lead us across the bank to a line in front of a goblin cashier, and it didn't take long for our turn to come. "How can Gringotts help you?" asked the bored goblin cashier as we stopped in front of him. "We would like to convert muggle money into wizarding," Professor McGonagall replied professionally. "Know that the conversion is currently £5 to 1 galleon," the goblin said as he looked at us. "Excuse me, mister." My dad started. "Sharpfang," the goblin now known as Sharpfang replied. "Mr. Sharpfang, could you let us know what the wizard coin looks like?" "We have 3 coins. Galleon, sickle, and canute. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, 17 sickles equals 493 nuts, so 29 nuts equals 1 sickle," Sharpfang then explained to us. "Mr. Sharpfang, does Gringotts have a conversion limit?" I asked curious. And then for the first time since we got here the goblin noticed me, and as soon as he laid eyes on me his face took on a shocked look. Through your emotions I could feel the fear and respect. "No, young warrior, Gringotts doesn't have a conversion threshold." Sharpfang quickly recovered from the shock and answered me respectfully. "Young warrior? Is he being respectful because of my beast power? And if so, does that mean that my abilities actually affect even rational beings?" Well, I'm not complaining about it, I thought. "How do you open a safe in Gringotts? And do you work with accounts from the Muggle world? It would make it a lot easier if they also work with Muggle accounts, as it would be more practical and less stressful than going to normal banks. To make a safe in Gringotts you just need to sign a contract and choose what level of security you would like to have in your safe, and yes, we also work with Muggle banks," Sharpfang replied. "Well then I would like to open an account here," I told him, "so I won't have to keep converting Muggle money every time I need to come here." "Of course, young warrior, if you could follow me to a meeting room to finalize the deal," Sharpfang said, getting up from the register and calling another goblin to take his place. After that he started leading us towards a hallway with several doors, and in all the time Professor McGonagall and my parents could only watch our exchange with their mouths open. What the hell just happened, was the thought that crossed their minds. After walking down the long hallway for a while and passing a few doors, we came to a door that had a sign on top, and on that sign was written, "Meeting Room 37. Sharpfang opened the door to the room, and as soon as we all walked into the room and sat in the chairs that faced a desk where Sharpfang was sitting, we started negotiations. "So young warrior, let's start with creating the contract," Sharpfang began by saying. "I would like a high security safe. And also connecting my Muggle account to this vault, I said, deciding to be direct and brief about what I wanted. Well, that's possible. But know that a high-security safe is expensive, Sharpfang warned me. Money won't be an issue, I continued confidently. I don't mean to sound snobby, but I'm filthy rich. Well, all you've to do is sign this contract and give us a drop of your blood, Sharpfang said as he snapped his fingers, making a sheet of paper, a bowl, and a craft knife magically appear on the table. Okay, I said, signing the contract after reading it. But it didn't even have to, as I could feel Sharpfang didn't have any bad intentions for me. After I finished signing the contract and filling in a few lines with my Muggle bank account information, I took the knife and cut my finger, where I let a drop of blood fall into the bowl. And I realized that I wouldn't even need to heal my finger with magic, as the cut has already closed on its own. When my blood fell into the bowl, Sharpfang started singing in another language, which for some reason, possibly because of my beast's power, I could understand. It's probably the language of the goblins, gobbledygook, I thought. And as Sharpfang sang, the drop of blood in the bowl began to transform. And in the end of singing, it ended up taking the shape of a golden key. This one is the key to your newest vault, Vault 574. Your vault can only be accessed by you together with your account manager, which is me, and your key only serves as a form of identification. Sharpfang began to explain, handing me the key to my new safe. I then put the key in my pocket, as I didn't have a better place to keep it yet. Maybe at some point, I will do something so that I always have the key with me. Since the vault subject is finished, it just remains to say how much money you would like to convert from your Muggle bank to wizard money, Sharpfang told me. I want to convert 10 million pounds, I said, giving what I thought was enough for me not to need the money for quite a while. And if at any point I need more, I can just come and convert more pounds. 10 million. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock as my parents just looked at everything calmly. Professor McGonagall's reaction was something to be expected, as she didn't know we had so much money and we weren't wasting our wealth. Are you sure you're going to convert all that money? Professor McGonagall asked us uncertainly. Of course, Mrs. McGonagall. It may not seem like it, but we have a lot of money. Although almost everything was Ethan who won alone, my dad said. Ethan won alone. How is this possible? Professor McGonagall asked in disbelief, and this time even Sharpfang began to pay attention to her answer. Yeah. Ethan got this money pretty much on his own, and how did he get it? Obviously because my son is an amazing one. Ethan wrote a few books and published them, and those books were very successful, my mom responded with glee and pride as she ruffled my hair. Yes, teacher. And if you want I can give you a copy of the books as a gift. I told her with a smile. This is amazing. And I would be very happy to receive these books, Ethan, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile after recovering from the shock, but don't think that that's why I'll give you less works at school, she said, much to my disappointment. Damn it. Sigh, at least I tried. Really impressive, a young mage your age already having such an achievement, Sharpfang said, joining the conversation and looking at me with awe and respect. Well, back to the subject of conversion. Your 10 million pounds will be converted into 2 million galleons. And here's a bag connected to your safe, just put your hand inside and think about the amount you want to withdraw and it will show up. And don't worry, it can only be accessed by you. Sharpfang told me as he handed me a bag of leather with a string, but remember that she can only take out coins, anything else you plan to take out of your safe will have to be taken out personally. He finished. Thank you, Sharpfang. I thanked. This is my job, young warrior. Anything else you would like? Sharpfang asked. Nah. I think for today that's it, I said after giving some thought. Well, anything is just looking for me, as manager of Knight's accounts. And here is a list of all the things Gringotts has to offer you. Sharpfang said, giving me a pamphlet. And the first thing that caught my attention in the pamphlet was the list of services, where there was a section talking about the options for wards and protections. This was perfect for my project to protect my family, but I'll leave that for another time. Thank you so much for your help, Sharpfang, I said as I rose from my chair, with my parents and Professor McGonagall doing the same. You do not have to thank me. It was an honor to help a young warrior like you. May your enemies bleed to death and your vaults be filled with gold, Sharpfang said, finishing with the so famous and typical goblin salute. And may you get rich while all your enemies drown in acid, I greeted him back, ignoring the weird look I was getting from my parents and Professor McGonagall. Indeed, Sharpfang said in appreciation as he nodded to me. As everything was taken care of, we thanked Sharpfang and quietly started to leave the bank. Well, Professor McGonagall started to say as soon as we were out of the bank, I don't think I've ever seen an interaction between a wizard and a goblin like this. She said, looking at me like I was some kind of rare specimen that should be studied. Sigh, I think that's going to be the norm whenever you're involved, right? Professor McGonagall commented with a tired sigh, but the small smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. I know you're adoring me, teacher. And if everything were normal, where would the fun be? I said, with a huge smile on my face. Yes, yes. But let's continue shopping. We still have a lot to do, Professor McGonagall said wearily. Of course. I said happily as I started walking down the alley, with my parents following close behind and smiling at my antics. What will become of Hogwarts this year? Sigh, Professor McGonagall thought. So, where do we go first? My mom asked as she looked around. Well, you can go get Ethan's robes while I get the other materials. And in the end we can meet in front of the Flourish and Blotts bookstore to finish buying the rest of the material Professor McGonagall offered as an option. This really is a good alternative, my dad agreed. So I delivered some galleons to Professor McGonagall, and my family and I then left for the clothing store. After searching a bit, we quickly arrived in front of a purple shop, with garments on display in the windows. And at the top of the store was a sign with the words carved into it. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I think it's here, my dad said looking through the window. Then let's go in, I said as I opened the door. Tinkle. Hi. I said as soon as I entered the store. Hello dear, are you here for your Hogwarts robes? A short chubby lady, who I assumed was Madame Malkin, asked me with a smile as soon as she saw me. I nodded. What are the other types of garments you guys make here? I questioned. Well, here we have Hogwarts robes, formal and everyday robes, and party and ball robes. And they are made of cotton, plain silk or acromantula silk. And they can all be enchanted, with heating charms, cleaning and repair charm, and rain protection. Madame Malkin answered me professionally. Wow, I wish in the Our World clothes had these enchantments too, my dad said appreciatively, to which my mom nodded. Hi, these robes are fun, Seal said laughing, and I couldn't help but agree. Witches aren't the best when it comes to fashion. Well, I would then like to order a set of Hogwarts robes, and a pair of formal robes. All in acromantula silk, with all the incantations, I said, to Madame Malkin's astonishment. You is sure? These robes will be expensive, Madame Malkin asked me uncertainly. I'm sure we have the money for this, I said as I pulled some galleons out of my bag. All right. So come on honey, let's take your measurements, she said, leading me to a platform to be measured. After taking my measurements and giving the last details, Madame Malkin then began to work on my robes. And after it was over, I paid and then we left the store. We went to our next stop, the pet store. As we arrived in front of the pet store, Elop's Owl Emporium, we could hear all kinds of sounds coming from inside, and looking through the store window, we saw many owls, cats, frogs, and many different types of animals. Some magics and some commons. Tinkle. Look Mom, a little bird. I want to. Celestia squealed excitedly at the sight of the owls. It's true Seal, it's a bird. But we are here to choose a pet for your brother. When you're older, we'll buy you one too, my mom told Seal, who pouted because she couldn't get a pet. Don't worry Seal, you can still play with my pet, I told Seal smiling. Yay. The big brother is the best. Seal said smiling as she threw her arms in the air in celebration. Yes. Your big brother really is the best. I said smugly. Yeah, we know, my mom said rolling her eyes, now go and pick your pet. We don't want to keep Mrs. McGonagall waiting, she then rushed me. Okay, I said. And then I started looking around the store for any animal that caught my eye. As I walked around the store, I noticed that the only animals that caught my attention were the owls and cats. The owls I could use to communicate with my family, and the cats are my favorite animals. But unfortunately I could only take one animal to Hogwarts. But then I realized that I would only write letters to my parents, so I could leave the owl with them so I could receive the letters, and I could still take a cat with me to school. After telling my parents my plan, we caught a brown owl we decided to name Hermes, and then I started looking for a cat using my beast talk. Arriving in the wing where the cats were, I started to feel them, and while looking, I could feel many emotions and feelings. Some cats were transmitting joy and excitement, probably thinking they will be bought. Others were just lazy, and there was even one who was emitting emotions of anger, hate and malice. I think I'll avoid this one. But back to the subject, as I continued looking, I felt something different from the others. That connection was full of intelligence, however it also had a lot of fear and sadness. Deciding to follow this connection, to see which cat was conveying such different and strong emotions and feelings, I walked to the back of the store. Reaching the back of the store and going to a specific cage, I looked inside and saw the cutest thing I had ever seen, almost on the same level of cuteness as Seal. Inside the cage was a kitten with black fur and blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence. He was huddled in the back of the cage as he eyed me cautiously. I decided to try to calm the kitten down, so I extended the connection to him and started conveying my thoughts and emotions. I conveyed that I didn't want to do him any harm, and started to convey positive feelings to him. Then I saw how the kitten started to look me in the eye like it was looking for something. After finding what he was looking for, the kitten began to approach the cage bars. As he approached the bars, I opened the cage and grabbed him. As I took him in my arms, he started sniffing me, and after a while he started rubbing himself against me, and I couldn't help but smile. I've made up my mind. I'll take you, little one, I said, holding him in front of my face, and in that moment I felt a touch of anger at the connection. Ah. What was it, boy? Anger and annoyance. What the hell? Ah. You are a girl. Sorry, girl. So what do I call you? I'll call her Nix. How about a girl, do you like it? I asked, smiling. Meow. Nix meowed, and from her light-hearted emotions I could feel her approving the name. So now your name is Nix. I said as I lifted her aloft. Well, now I'm going to introduce you to your new family, and took her to where my parents were. So Ethan, did you manage to find any cats you liked? My mother asked me as soon as she saw me coming. Yes, I found a perfect one, I said, smiling, and then showing Nix to my family. This one is the newest member of our family. She's called Nix. Meow. Oh. What a cute little thing, said my mother as she petted Nix. Nix. The Greek goddess of night. It's a good name, my dad said to me as he nodded in approval. Kitten. Celestia squealed happily at me, her arms pointed at Nix. Yes, Seal. This is Nix. Say hi to Seal, Nix, I said to Nix, who was in my arms looking at Celestia. Meow. Hi hi hi. Hi Nix. Seal said to Nix with glee. Well, since we already have everything, let's pay and go to the bookstore. Mrs. McGonagall must be waiting for us, my father rushed us. So we went to the counter and paid for the 2 animals, for Hermes Perch, and for their foods. And then we headed towards Flourish and Blots. When we arrived in front of Flourish and Blots, we saw Professor McGonagall waiting for us. Sorry for the delay, the robes took a while to be made and we got carried away at the pet store, I said as I scratched the back of my neck and looked at her a little embarrassed. Don't worry, I just got here. But well, what are we waiting for? We still have your books to buy before we go get your chest and wand, Professor McGonagall said. She then led us into the bookstore. When we entered the bookstore, I saw that it had books and people. For a wizarding bookstore, that seemed pretty normal. Well, they always have a set of Hogwarts books ready, so while your parents and I go get them, why don't you find other books for yourself? Professor McGonagall then offered it to me, and I couldn't help but smile. If you want to convince me of something, give me books, because for me they are my bargaining chip, hee hee. Of course. Hee hee hee. I nodded excitedly as I went out to look for several books for my collection. Oh dear, we'll never see him again, my father dramatically mourned the loss of his son to a bookstore. Stop being dramatic, he'll be back in a bit, like, a couple hours, my mom asked uncertainly. Certainly Ravenclaw, thought Professor McGonagall sadly, seeing how slim my chances of going to Gryffindor are. -2 hours later. I arrived. I said, catching up with my parents and Professor McGonagall at the counter, with a pile of books in my arms. I got a little too excited about the books. We noticed, my father replied dryly. Interesting books you have there, Professor McGonagall said after taking a look at the books I brought. And I couldn't blame her. Most of these books are advanced even for a 7th year, like advanced runes, creation of spells, potions for masters, government and wizarding laws, and wizarding culture and traditions. But for me, an avid reader with an amazing mind, this was nothing. Well, we won't be here all day, we still have to get Ethan's chest and wand, my mom reminded us. And after paying for the books, we then proceeded to the last 2 purchases of the day. The chest was quick to get. I ordered a black dragon leather chest with silver accents, and on top of the chest I asked to put a crest of a starry sky, to match my family name, with my name abbreviations in silver below. The chest contained lightweight incantations, shrinkage, and a lock that only opens for my magical signature. The chest has an expansion enchantment inside. And in the trunk there are 5 compartments the size of a room, where I'm going to do a lab, a library, a place for me to train my spells when I'm home, a normal room to relax in, and a place for me to store my clothes and other things that I will wear to school. The all chest cost 300 galleons, but that didn't even make a difference to my account. And I'm still thinking about taking the chest to the goblins, to see if they have any extra protections to put in it. Call me paranoid, but nobody messes with my stuff. Finishing the chest purchase, we then went to the last stop of the day. The wand shop. After walking a bit, we arrived in front of the Ollivanders' wand shop. The shop was narrow and old, and above the door we could see a sign with peeling gold letters that read, Ollivanders. Makes a fine wand since 382 BC. After looking around for a while, we all walked into the store. Tinkle. Looking around the store, I could see that it was small and contained thousands of wands on shelves stacked to the ceiling, with a thin layer of dust covering them. As I looked around, my senses warned me of someone sneaking up behind us, and I immediately went on alert. But after further analysis, I realized that the one behind us was Garrick Ollivander, who was described as having a habit of scaring people who came to his store. So after realizing that, I went back to staying calm and decided to play with him a bit. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," I said, smiling as I turned and looked directly at him. "He's just like in the movies." I thought, a little surprised. "Oh. Interesting," said Ollivander as he looked at me with mild surprise and interest. "Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, but we are here to get a wand for Ethan," Professor McGonagall said, drawing Mr. Ollivander's attention to her. "Ah. Mrs. McGonagall, I remember your wand. 9.5 inches, fir wood with a dragon heart core, stiff and suitable for transfiguration, right?" Mr. Ollivander asked Professor McGonagall happily. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander, you got it right." "Like every other time I came here," Professor McGonagall replied wearily. "Looks like they've had this conversation many times," I thought, amused by the situation. "But we're not here to talk about my wand. We're here to get a wand for Ethan, so if you could hurry up," Professor McGonagall said as she pointed at me. "Yes, yes. Of course," Mr. Ollivander said, and then started inspecting me. "Know that every wand is different, there will never be a wand equal another. And it's always the wand that chooses the magician," he told me. Then he grabbed a tape measure from his desk and turned to me. "What is your main arm?" he asked. "I can use both, but my main one is right," I told him as I lift my arm to be measured. After that he started measuring my height, my arm size, my waist and many other places. What the hell does the size of my foot have to do with which wand suits me? I questioned myself, perplexed. Let's see," he said as he finished measuring me, heading towards a shelf. "Try this one. 12-inch, cedar with dragon heart core. Kind of flexible," Mr. Ollivander said as he came back carrying some boxes and handing me a brown wand with black accents. "Okay, so here goes," so I took the wand and gave it a wave. Crack. I guess this one's not for me," I said as I put the wand back in the box and pushed it away. "Yes," Ollivander said slowly. "Well then try this one," he continued, handing me another wand. 10.5 inches, pine and phoenix feather core, quite stiff and... Boom. "Good for charms," Mr. Ollivander continued, looking at the shelf that had just been blown up by me, who was innocently lowering his wand. "Well, let's keep looking for your wand." Ollivander then started looking for more wands for me, and with each passing wand, he got more excited. After a few dozen mismatched wands, Mr. Ollivander stopped and looked at all the destruction I'd wrought in his shop. "You are a difficult customer, aren't you?" he then told me, not in a question, but simply stating a fact. "What can I do?" I said with a shrug, "Being simple, easy, and normal is not for me. I'd rather be myself," I said in reflection. "You mean weird, right?" my dad said as he looked at me with mockery. Strange, you say?" Mr. Ollivander began to ponder with his hand on his chin. He then snapped his fingers. "I already know which wand will match you," he said, and then went to the back of the store, and a few minutes later he came back with a dusty black box. This wand was one of my first wands ever made. "Open it and try it on." He handed me the box and said excitedly, almost maniacally. And if I didn't know he had no bad intentions for me, I would be worried. Chapter 19, Chapter. When I opened the box, I saw a nice black wand, with little blue tinges that glowed every now and then. And as soon as I held her in my hands, it was like I was connected to her, like I'd found something I'd lost a long time ago. And the tip of the wand began to spark blue and silver. Looking like a starry night sky, it was beautiful. Perfect. Amazing combination. Mr. Ollivander said excitedly, 11 inches, made with 2 unique woods. Blackthorn wood, which always produces great warriors. And ebony wood, which is good for combat, and only answers those who always seek to be themselves, not caring about the opinions of others, and who don't mind being strangers. This along with the core, a feather from the tail of a thunderbird. Powerful, difficult to control, it can sense the danger and if necessary it can cast spells of its own. A flexible wand, and very powerful in the right hands. He then explained to me the components of my wand. And I had to say, my wand is OP. Okay, it's not like those fanfic wands that have a 10,000-year-old phoenix core that could control the elements or something. But still, it is a very powerful wand, and I intend to put it to good use. That's impressive, I think, my father said uncertainly. Apparently he didn't understand anything Mr. Ollivander said. And if I didn't have the knowledge of the series, I wouldn't understand anything either. This really is a wand worthy of someone as big as mine, I said haughtily in a tone of nobility, and with this wand I will become the greatest. Kneel before me, mere mortals. Ha ha ha, I finished while pretending not to see my parents looking at me strangely. Yes, snorted my father, everyone fear the great Ethan, otherwise he will call his mother to you, he added mockingly. Haha, I gave him a fake laugh. You say that, but you're the person most scared to death of mommy. Haha, he laughed without humor. Boys, my mom said with an eye roll. So Mr. Ollivander, do you have anything to put the wand on? Because I doubt it's recommended to carry it in your pocket, I asked him. I already knew there were wand holsters, but that's something I shouldn't know, as this is my first time in the wizarding world, so I couldn't directly ask for one. Oh yeah, that's not really recommended. And for that we have wand holsters. And if I can, I would also like to offer you a wand cleaning kit, okay, said Ollivander, handing me a leather wrist holster and a box with a cleaning kit. I'll take. How much? I asked, already collecting some coins from my purse. The wand gave 7 galleons, the holster 3, and the cleaning kit 2. That's a total of 12 galleons, Ollivander told me the price. And so I took 12 gold coins and handed it to him. Here it is, I said smiling. Well, since we've already got everything, we'll get going, Professor McGonagall said. Yes, it's getting late. Thanks for your help, Mr. Ollivander. It was a pleasure to meet you, my mother said, saying goodbye to Ollivander. I will handle this wand very well, Mr. Ollivander. Goodbye. I waved at him as I walked out of his store with my parents. It was my pleasure to see this wand get an owner. And make good use of it. Ollivander said, waving back. Once outside the wand shop, we then head out of Diagon Alley and back to the Leaky Cauldron. So this is where we say our goodbyes, Professor McGonagall said as she turned to us in front of a fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron. Yeah. Thanks for everything, Mrs. McGonagall, my mom said in thanks. Yeah. If you weren't here with us, we would have been lost a long time ago, my dad said with a laugh. I was just doing my job. And it was a pleasure to accompany your family, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. Then she looked at me and said, and I hope to see you on September 1st at Hogwarts, Ethan. And here is your train ticket for the Hogwarts Express. To get to the station, you have to go through the portal that is on the wall between platforms 9 and 10, and she continued as she handed me a note with details and golden letters, which was printed platform 9 3/4. And I definitely will, since I have to cheer up Hogwarts with my presence, right? I then said happily, hee, all those innocent young men ready to suffer my torture. Cough. My pranks. I meant pranks. Mwahahaha, I thought as I laughed devilishly. Right. Professor McGonagall said slowly, well then I'll be off. Goodbye, and it was a pleasure to see you again, she said as she walked towards the fireplace. Bye, Professor Minnie. I said with a mischievous smile as I waved my hands at her, to which she responded with a stern look and her lips in a thin line. Then we saw her take a powder from a pot that was on top of the fireplace, throw it into the fireplace that had taken on emerald green flames, step into it and say out loud, Hogwarts, Deputy Headmistress Office, and with that the flames engulfed her body and then she disappeared. That was unexpected, my dad said, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw someone throw themselves into the fire and disappear. Nice, yeah, but unexpected. This must be the other mode of transport Mrs. McGonagall told us about, my mother said as she scratched her chin in thought. He seems to be interesting. But I still prefer a car, my dad said, terrified of using another magical means of transportation. What will he say when he finds out that flying cars also exist? I thought to myself, already imagining the hilarious reaction my father would have. Well then, let's go home, said my father, pulling me out of my thoughts. Yeah. It's late and Seal looks sleepy, my mom said, pointing to Celestia, who was yawning in my dad's arms. Let's get going then, my dad said. And then we left the Leaky Cauldron, and took a cab home. The ride home was smooth, and when we got home, my parents went to put Seal to sleep, and I went to my room. Arriving in my room, I put my groceries, which were shrunk in my pocket, on my bed and encased them. So I started thinking, I still have a little over a month to study with the books I bought. Talking to the goblins about protecting my home. And prepare for the wizarding traditions and customs, since even if I don't use them, I have to at least get to know them. Oh, and also spend these last few days with my family. So let's start. I managed to do a lot of things in those days before my departure for Hogwarts, even though I was just over a month old. The first thing I did was organize my trunk. I bought new furniture to put it inside. I organized all the rooms, and decorated it to my liking, and now it's like a new house of my own. Of course, I had a little help from my mom for that. Okay, she did almost everything. But this it doesn't change the fact that I gave my opinion a few times, and that was more than my dad did, as he just kept looking. But back to the subject. After packing my trunk, I did something I had been planning to do for a long time. I went to Gringotts to talk to my account manager, Sharpfong, where I said I wanted Gringotts service to put protections on my house. But I had to talk to my parents before, but after seeing the pros and cons they ended up accepting. And when they saw all the kinds of protections Gringotts had to offer, my parents wasted no time choosing the best ones. And let's just say that my house now has so much protection that anyone with bad intentions who gets close will be in for a surprise. Unpleasant. Oh, and I didn't forget to order some adjustments to my trunk. My chest now has a new room over the Fidelius charm, where I can use magic at will the ministry won't know. And with some extra protections and security guards, I now know that no one will be able to steal it, at least not without taking hours trying. During the time I was in Gringotts, I also took the opportunity to take an inheritance and blood test, and unfortunately, or fortunately, I am 100% Muggle-born, with no connection to any wizarding family. The only thing different the goblins found in my blood was that I had a much higher concentration of magic than other children. I didn't think about it much, as my beast's power is probably the culprit. I also went to St. Mungo's Hospital to get my magic vaccines, something Professor McGonagall should have done, but apparently she forgot. Anyway. The next thing on my list was learning about wizarding laws, traditions, and customs, and that was something that also interested my parents to the point that they wanted to learn as well. And let me tell you, it was so much fun. I would wake up in the morning, go to the kitchen and greet my father with a bow saying, "Good morning, Lord Knight," and he would reply with a, "Good morning, Herr Knight." And even my mother joined in, and whenever she saw us she would lift her nose like a pure-blood lady and give us her hand for us to kiss, and after that we would all burst out laughing. And I bet if any pure-blood wizards saw us right then, they would do like Chinese romance novels and spit blood. What about my studies? They did really well, and I can say I'm prepared to face Hogwarts with ease. Thanks to the training I had already done, I could tell that my magic far surpassed that of a 7th year, and I confirmed this on a trip to Diagon Alley, where I went to buy Hogwarts course books from 2nd through 7th grade, and I decided to use my eyes to see some people's magic, as I didn't do that on my last visit. And what I saw was that my magic is much more concentrated and dense than most people, and only the older people at the age of 40 have more dense magic than mine, but they're not as powerful, and the rare instances where someone had stronger and denser magic than mine were wizards who are already considered talented in their own right, like the teachers at Hogwarts, who have trained for a long time to become masters of their craft. I could have taken a look at Professor McGonagall's magic the day she visited me, but there was no guarantee that she couldn't notice I was using magic. And that could be a problem. And after seeing the magic of these people, I realized something. Why did I never try to see if Celestia was a witch? I think with all my training, I ended up forgetting. And then, on the same day I took a look at her, and what I saw is that Seal is really a witch, and I was expecting that, as after turning 3 years old I could see that her accidental magic started. And you might think, why didn't I teach her to control magic like me? And the answer is simple, my young Padawans. When I started to control my magic, I was 3 years old too. However, I was 3 years old in this life, which added to my past life, I was about 20 years old, at least in the soul, and if with this one age, plus my knowledge of another world and the basics of Harry Potter, was already hard to control, imagine for Seal. That would be practically impossible. But now that my parents know about magic, it was much easier to keep an eye on Seal, as her accidental magic is even more random than mine. But well, getting back to the subject of studies. I trained every day with my wand, this how to do the swings, quickly take it out of the holster, and trying to control her, which was easy, even though she has a feather from the tail of a thunderbird, which is known to be temperamental and difficult to control. But I think my beast talk allowed a connection to be established between us more easily, and apparently it was more powerful than an ordinary connection. And I could feel it in my spells. A patron, who used to charge an amount of magic descended from me to be produced, corporeal and wandless, now charges almost nothing with wand. And my Patronus got even stronger. And not only was my magic stronger, condensed and fluid, but also my spell repertoire increased. Now that I have the charms books, Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Transfiguration, I finally managed to start learning more spells, because the ones I had learned so far were the ones I created myself and the ones that had a little explanation in books and movies. I soaked up the knowledge of Hogwarts books from 1st to 3rd year like a sponge, and I can already do some of them wandless. What about my business? They are doing great. The companies I'm investing in are growing and becoming more famous, just as they were in my first life. In those days I published the other 2 books, which were Eldest and Sea of Monsters. And so far they've been a hit. And that was all my time for studies and preparations, and the rest of the days I spent with my family, as the next time I would see them, it would only be on Christmas break, and I never got separated from my family for so long. So I spent that time cooking with my mom, talking about sports with my dad, teaching Seal pranks, and watching movies and TV shows with the whole family. And I know these moments will yield a powerful patron. And with that, the days went by, and finally the day came to go to Hogwarts and start on my way to becoming the greatest wizard that ever lived. Chapter 21, Chapter Knight's House. September 1st, 9 am. Have you got everything, Ethan? Asked my mother. Yes. I had everything ready yesterday, I replied as I shrunk my suitcase and put it in my pocket. Who would have thought, just 2 months ago we were having an ordinary life. And today we are taking our son to a wizarding school, sighed my father. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, he continued as he opened the door for us to leave the house. Just a moment, I said, and then I turned towards the stairs that lead to my room and yelled, NYX. Come soon, we're already leaving. Meow, we hear meow from upstairs, and after a while we see Nix come down the stairs and walk towards me. Come on girl, we have to be early so we can pick a compartment for us, I said as I bent down to pick Nix up. Meow. I could feel her joy at the connection, and I couldn't help but smile. After coming home with us, Nix was still a little afraid of others, and would sometimes hide for a whole day, but nowadays she has started to get used to my family to the point where we see her playing with Seal in her room, sleeping on my mom's lap, or even sitting on my dad's shoulder reading the paper with him. And that's pretty surprising for a cat, so I've begun to suspect that she's, if not a complete Kneazle, then at least a partial. There, now I have everything, I told my parents after putting Nix in a cat cage, much to her dissatisfaction. Then let's get in the car, my mom said as she led Seal to the car. And my father and I followed close behind. Once in the car, my father turned it on and started driving towards the station. King's Cross train station. After we arrived at the station, we made our way towards platforms 9 and 10, and then my parents started looking around. So, where is this entrance again? Asked my father. Platform 9 3/4 is on the wall between platform 9 and 10, and Professor McGonagall said you can only go through if you have wizards with you, I reminded him, as I placed my hand on the wall where I thought the entrance was, and I could see my hand go through it. You have to put your hand on me to get through, I told my parents, and after they put their hands on my shoulders, we walked to the wall and walked through it. When we got to the other side, it was a totally different place. It had a big red train with the words Hogwarts Express written on its side, parked at the station. We could see families saying goodbye to their children, grandchildren, or nephews. Children and teenagers boarding the train with their luggage and animals. Friends meeting and groups getting together again. Wow, that's wow, my dad said impressed, even though I've seen a lot in Diagon Alley, it still amazes me. Magic really is amazing. My mom said, nodding with my dad. I'm going to find a compartment to leave my stuff, and then I'll be back, I told my parents, and then I got on the train looking for an empty compartment. After finding a compartment at the beginning of the train, I took my trunk out of my pocket, increased the size of it, and then placed it in the trunk along with Nix's cage. I then cast some spells in the compartment so no one could enter it, and after I finished, I went back to my family. So son, how do you feel? Enthusiastic? Nervous? Wanting to go home and not leave mom's side? Asked my mother hopefully, looking at me with Machiavellian and powerful puppy eyes. But I won't fall for it, no. I trained myself to take much worse, and Damn. These eyes are deadlier than a basilisk. And just when I thought about giving up, a savior came in the form of my father. Okay dear, enough. We don't want to embarrass Ethan before he even enters school, and right on his first day, he said trying to calm down and stop my mom from trying to kidnap me, kidnap. Yes, kidnap me so I don't go to Hogwarts and stay away from her. What do you mean embarrass him? Are you saying that now I can't even show my love for my son, is that it? My mom questioned my dad with a look that promised pain if he answered the wrong way. That honey, what I meant was. My father started to say nervously as he looked around, looking for a way to distract my mother. Seeing my father in that situation, I decided to help him. Look at the time, I better get on board soon, the train will leave. I said looking at the station clock. Huh, already, lamented my mother, sigh, well, that's it, my grown son is going his own way. Sniffle he remember his mother, she continued in mock pain, wiping her fake tears and laying her head on my father's chest. Do not worry, dear, my dad said hugging my mom, Ethan is now a free bird who will walk his own journey. But remember, I'm still here, he added proudly, as if he had discovered the answer to all the world's problems. My mom then stopped crying, lifted her head from my dad's chest, and started staring at him with a look that said really. What about Seal, continued my father nervously, putting Seal in front of my mother's face. And me. Seal said happily, throwing his arms in the air. Now it's a good deal, my mom nodded. Meanwhile, I next rolled my eyes at my parents' antics. Yup. Back to the subject. I called my parents' attention. Ah yes, said my mother, and then she hugged me. Remember if. Always brush your teeth before bed, warm up warmly, don't stay up late, and I would talk about the pranks, but knowing you well, you'll still do a lot, so, give them hell, continued her hugging me tightly. Then she ended the hug and looked at me, and I want you to send me a letter a day. 1 letter a month, I said, trying to negotiate with her. 1 big letter a week and 1 small letter every 3 days, no more and no less. All right, I accept. I said smiling ironically, knowing she won this exchange, but it was to be expected, never try to make a deal with a lawyer. Very well, said my mother, and then she hugged me again and kissed me on the forehead, "I love you," and left for my father to say goodbye to me. "Yeah, big boy," my dad said as he placed his hand on my head, "so that's it, my son, going to study magic. And to think that a few days ago we didn't even know about this world, sigh. Well, I can only wish you luck," and then he hugged me and whispered in my ear, "And if you cause any trouble, try not to get caught." He pulled away and winked. "And you, Seal, aren't you going to say goodbye to your brother?" I asked Celestia. "Do you have to go?" Seal asked as I scooped her up in my arms. "Yes, Seal, I have to go. But I'm coming back for Christmas, and I'll bring you lots of presents," I said, hugging her. "I'll miss you, brother loves you." After that I handed Seal to my dad and looked at my family. "I'm going to miss you. Take care, and even the Christmas holidays. Goodbye," I said, waving my hand to my parents, and then I started boarding the Hogwarts Express. After boarding the train, I went to my compartment and got in, sitting on the window seat. From the window, I could see several students boarding and their families saying goodbye to them, and I even saw the Weasley family in a mess and screaming to get to the express, as they were running late. Toot. Then I heard the train whistle, signaling that it was already 11 o'clock, and at the same moment the train started to move. Meanwhile, I started looking for my family on the platform, and when I found them with my senses among the many families, I saw them waving goodbye to me, to which I waved back. Sigh, now only on vacation, I thought, already missing my family. Meow, meowed Nyx from her cat cage, trying to get my attention. "What is it, girl?" I asked, looking at her. Meow. Nyx meowed at me, conveying emotions of irritation and boredom, and scratching at the bars of her cage. "Oh. You want to get out," I said, after understanding what she wanted. "Wait a minute, girl." And then I went to her cage and opened the bars, and Nyx quickly jumped into my arms. Meow, she meowed in happiness. "There, girl," I told her after I sat down with Nyx on my lap. "When we get to Hogwarts, you can be free, and then we'll explore the whole school," I continued, petting Nyx. Purred Nyx in satisfaction, to which I smiled. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. And at that moment I heard someone knocking on the compartment door. And when I turned to the door, curious to know who was knocking, it was opened by two girls who looked like freshmen like me. The girl who opened the door had dark brown hair and brown eyes. She had an ordinary-looking round face and looked a little shy. And the second girl, she had long blonde hair and blue eyes, with a thin pale face. And unlike the first girl, she had a cool, noble appearance that showed disinterest. And looking at their clothes, they must be half-bloods or pure bloods. "Excuse me, can my friend and I sit here?" asked the brown-haired girl. "Of course," I replied, smiling politely. And then the two started to enter the compartment with their luggage. "Let me help you," I said to them. I then took my wand out of its holster, cast a levitation spell on the bags and placed them in the trunk. "Ready," I said as soon as I finished putting the bags in the trunk. So I put away my wand, sat down and turned around smiling at the two girls, only to see that they were looking at me in surprise. Well, the brown-haired one looked surprised, the blonde quickly hid her surprised look, but with my senses I still saw, and even if I hadn't, I could feel surprise in his emotions. "Thank you," said the brown-haired one shyly. "No way," I dismissed her thanks with a wave of my hand. "I'm Tracy Davis," then introduced the brown-haired girl, now known as Tracy Davis. From what I remember from the wiki, she's a half-breed Slytherin witch, so I assume the blonde girl is Daphne Greengrass, her best friend and the Slytherin Ice Queen, from what the fandom says I thought. Daphne Greengrass, the blonde girl introduced herself coolly. "Well, I think that ends any doubts. Ethan Knight, and this cute thing here is Nyx," I introduced myself to them, also showing Nyx who was currently paying attention to the conversation. "Meow," meowed Nyx in greeting. "Knight. That's not the name of any wizarding family I know of. Are you by any chance a Muggle-born?" Davis asked uncertainly, and even Greengrass started to pay attention to my answer. "Yes, I'm Muggle-born," I replied to her. "Is there a problem?" I questioned with a raised eyebrow. No. No problem," she replied uneasily, and I could see and feel Greengrass' indifference and disdain after learning that I am from a Muggle family. Looks like the fandom was wrong about the fact that they aren't prejudiced towards Muggles and Muggle-borns. Meh, it doesn't make much difference to myself, I thought with a shrug. After that the compartment fell into an awkward silence, but I didn't mind the silence, it's even preferable. So I decided to take a diary out of my bag and read a little. This journal of mine is where I write down the possible spells I can create, like the attacks and powers of comic book heroes and anime characters. In it I write down all the details I know about those attacks and try to think of how to reproduce them with magic, and so far, only the ones that have elements and some simple ones worked, but that's because I tried to do them without a wand. Maybe now that I have a wand I can reproduce more complex attacks. I still have to find a way to move great distances other than by operating or using a port key. But teleportation magic must be even harder, sigh, I thought to myself. But my moments of reflection were interrupted by the rude opening of the door. Standing in the doorway was a girl with thick hair, protruding front teeth and wearing a school uniform. Has anyone seen a frog? She asked in a demanding, bossy voice. A boy named Neville lost his. Look, so this is the smart female member of the Golden Trio, Hermione Granger, I thought to myself. Well, she actually looks a bit like Emma Watson, maybe when she gets older. Sorry, we didn't see any frogs, Davis replied to her, and Greengrass just ignored her, but I could feel her irritation. I would also be annoyed if someone rudely barged into my compartment and started demanding things in a bossy way. Oh yes. This happened to me too, and I really didn't like it. Even though I liked Hermione's character in the franchise, I still found her attitude irritating. Hell, even Nyx's emotions show she was pissed off. Would the other characters be like this? I haven't seen any frogs around here either. I think you'd better ask the older students to use the summoning spell on the frog, I told her politely. Even though I didn't like the way she acted, I wouldn't be rude to her. My mom taught me to be polite to others, and if she finds out that I was not educated, shiver, she can be scary when she wants. Oh, I was just about to do that. Stammered Hermione, in what is obviously a lie, and I didn't even have to feel the embarrassment and frustration coming from her to realize it. I think she doesn't like someone having an answer for something she didn't have. Sigh, it seems that at this age she really is a bit competitive and arrogant, I thought, disappointed. But since you're looking for it, you should start with damp, dark places like bathrooms, as it's well known that frogs like that kind of place, I said in the tone of a teacher teaching a student. Okay, this time I did it just to piss her off. Yes, I'll look for him in the restrooms, she said with a bit of annoyance in her eyes. And it looks like it worked. Well, I hope your search is successful, I told her with a calm smile on my face. Thanks for the help, said Hermione, unwillingly. And then she turned and walked out of the compartment, slamming the door behind her. Well, she forgot to say her name, I said dryly, and after that the cabin fell silent again. But that moment of silence quickly ended with someone else opening the compartment door. That person was a boy. He had a pale face, as well as glossy light blonde hair slicked back, and gray eyes. And behind him were two other gorilla-like boys. One of them had short, frizzy hair on his forehead and small, opaque eyes. The other was fat with a thick neck, he had a flat nose and a bowl-shaped haircut. Obviously these boys were Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe respectively. They're actually quite similar to the actors in the movies. I thought reflectively, oh. Looks like Goyle has already been bitten by Scabbers, which means they've already met Harry and Ron. Greengrass heiress, Malfoy greeted formally. Malfoy heir, Greengrass replied in a cool tone, but still with the formality of wizarding manners. And Davis, he then greeted Davis with disdain in his voice. Malfoy heir, Davis replied softly to Malfoy. Looks like Malfoy doesn't like Davis, possibly because she's a mestizo. And she apparently doesn't have the courage to go against him. This means that Malfoy's family is superior to hers, I thought when I saw the exchange. And would you be? Malfoy then turned to me and asked. What a bummer, I thought, already knowing where this conversation would lead. Ethan Knight, I said calmly. Judging by your name and your clothes, you must be a mudblood, Malfoy said, giving me a sneer. Did this ferret just call me mudblood? I thought, surprised and a little angry, and I could tell from the emotions of Greengrass and Davis that they were also a little shocked by Malfoy's offense. So it's like this. Now you're number one on my hit list, Malfoy. You'll wish you never teased me, he, I thought vengefully, thinking of the pranks I would play with him, while on the outside I kept a blank face. I then discreetly took out my wand, pointed it at Malfoy and his gorillas and cast one of my spells without anyone noticing. The spell I cast is a modified appearance change spell, which would only disappear after 12 hours, when the caster of the spell cancelled it, or if an experienced wizard removed it. As Malfoy looked at me with disdain, waiting for some reaction from me, the spell I cast began to take effect. And judging by Davis and Greengrass' wide-eyed eyes and their emotions of shock and surprise, I'd say the look I chose for them was a little bit shocking. Mainly because now I was looking at the newest member of the Weasley family and his two bodyguards who now look like a real trolls. But it seems they haven't noticed the changes that have taken place yet. Well, then why not play with them a bit? Did your mother ever teach you not to offend others? I asked him in the same way an adult punishes a child who has done something wrong, and in that moment I could feel the angry feelings start to show in him. So I looked him up and down and said in a thoughtful way, well, judging by your red hair and those freckles on your face, along with your rudeness, you must be a Weasley, I said excitedly, as if I'd solved the riddle of the century. And I could feel feelings of utter confusion coming from Malfoy. Malfoy looked at me in total confusion, but a moment later he saw his reflection in the train windows, and his face changed from confusion to horror. Ah! What happened to my hair? He yelled in a high-pitched tone of panic as he ran his hands through his hair in despair. Serious? I've basically changed his face to that of the family he hates the most, and the first thing he cares about is his hair. I thought, looking at Malfoy as if he were a creature to be studied. My hair. My face. What happened to them? Malfoy continued to whine as he tried to get his freckles off by rubbing his face, only to find they weren't coming out. And I could feel the feelings of shock, awe, and amusement coming from Davis and Greengrass, as well as the shock and confusion coming from Crabbe and Goyle, who had just noticed the difference in Malfoy. Why aren't you doing? Malfoy then started talking, turning to Goyle and Crabbe, only to stop in shock. Kiowa, he yelled in a definitely unfeminine way. Huh. Goyle and Crabbe looked at Malfoy in confusion. What happened to your faces? Malfoy asked with his eyes wide open as he pointed at them. Crabbe and Goyle started looking at Malfoy even more confused, but then they turned away, and when they saw each other's faces their eyes started to widen. Goyle, your face is green. Crabbe said in surprise, pointing a finger at Goyle's face. And your nose is bigger, replied Goyle, staring at Crabbe's large, wrinkled nose, who turned to look at his reflection in the glass, with Goyle doing the same next, and the two surprised then began touching their faces. That was the only difference they noticed, was my thought, which was apparently the same as the others, judging by the strange looks they were giving Goyle and Crabbe. Ahem. Well, ignoring the two idiots over there, I think it would be in your best interest to try to get ready before we get to Hogwarts, I told Malfoy, or was it now Weasley? Meh, who cares? After getting Weasley's attention, he turned to me with a flat look, and it slowly looked like the fact that he was going to have to attend the welcome feast in front of the entire school, looking like a Weasley, finally knocked, and his eyes began to widen comically. He then turned in panic to leave the compartment, but not before leaving his last words. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be with better company. Malfoy said looking at Greengrass and Davis, before looking at me with disdain. And then he ran off looking for an older student to cancel the spell, with his two trolls close behind. Leaving the compartment in total silence. PFFFF. Ha 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 ha. I was the first to break the silence, because as soon as they left I couldn't hold back the laughter any longer, and even Nyx, who was watching the entire exchange, started to overflow with feelings of amusement. Meanwhile, Greengrass and Davis were looking at the spot where Malfoy had just left with their mouths open. Phew. That was hilarious. I said after catching my breath as I wiped my tears from laughing, if Hogwarts is like this all semester, I'll love studying there. Davis then turned to me perplexed. How did you do that? He asked in what was almost a scream. And it looks like Greengrass wanted to ask me something too, but decided not to and quickly put his emotionless mask back on, deciding to listen to my answer to Davis's question while pretending to be uninterested in the answer. What did I do? I asked back innocently. How did you do that to Malfoy? I didn't even see you use your wand, she continued. I don't know what you're talking about. I continued as I looked away and whistled innocently. I know. Davis said slowly, eyeing me skeptically. After that the compartment returned to its silence, so I went back to picking up my diary, leaned against the window and began to read it. The rest of the trip was uneventful, with Davis and Greengrass eyeing me discreetly from time to time, and the only other interruption we had was from the snack cart lady, where I bought a little bit of everything, which earned me another glimpse of the girls. And after that the journey continued. Later, close to arriving at Hogwarts, we started to get ready. I then left the compartment to let the girls change, and when they were done, they left for me to change. After I finished changing, the girls went back inside, and we settled into our seats and waited for the express to arrive at Hogsmeade Station. After a while we heard a voice echo through the train. We will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, they will be taken to school. After the warning, I then proceeded to pack the rest of the candy and my journal into my suitcase, and also put Nyx in her cage, after promising that I would release her as soon as we got to the common room. And so the minutes passed and I could feel the emotions of anticipation, nervousness, excitement and longing coming from the students. And then the train slowed down until it finally came to a stop, and the students began to descend onto the station platform. This is where the adventure begins. I thought expectantly. As soon as I stepped onto the platform I could feel the cool night air wash over me, but I barely felt anything thanks to the warming enchantment I had on my clothes. Sigh, it was totally worth spending a few more galleons on these enchantments, I sighed in satisfaction. First year students here, shouted a booming voice. And looking in the direction of the voice, I saw the gamekeeper and the franchise's favorite half-giant Rubius Hagrid calling out to the freshmen. And the closer I got to him, the more I realized how big he was. Now that's a big mother few. Come on, Hagrid continued calling, is everyone here? Excellent. First years, follow me, as he led us up a steep path to the boats. As we reached the shore of the lake, Hagrid then turned to us and shouted in his deep voice, "Only 4 per boat," pointing to a row of boats parked on the water. I then got into a boat further back followed by Davis and Greengrass, and the last place was filled by a thin blonde boy with a snub nose who waved at us as he sat down. "All accommodated?" asked Hagrid, who had his own boat, and after seeing that everyone was in place, the boats began to sail across the lake. After a moment of navigating, we came to a curve covered by a curtain of ivy. "Be careful with the head," shouted Hagrid. As we passed through the ivy curtain, we then came across Hogwarts Castle in its splendor. "Ooh!" echoed the voices of the odd students. "The view of the castle is really amazing, even more so for a fan of the franchise, who can see it in person," I thought, looking amazed as we continued to head towards the castle. As soon as we reached the end of the boat trip, we landed on the castle shore, and from there Hagrid led us to a huge oak door, where he raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door was then opened by Professor McGonagall, who looked at us with her stern gaze and rigid appearance, and when her gaze came to me, I gave her a little nod of my head with a small smile, which she returned and let out her own smile, but barely noticeable. Professor McGonagall then began leading us to a hallway that was close to the Great Hall. After we stopped, she turned to us and gave a speech about Hogwarts and its houses, and how they will be our families for the rest of our years here. "The classification ceremony will be held in a few minutes. I suggest you get ready properly," while Professor McGonagall started to say, looking at each student until she stopped abruptly. "Sirs, what is this?" she asked grimly, looking at a trio of quirky students who were at the back of the group of students, and that trio is obviously Malfoy and his bodyguards, who were still under the effect of my prank. The students then turned in the direction Professor McGonagall was looking, and when they first noticed Malfoy's group, their eyes widened in surprise and began to laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. He looks like a troll. Look at the face of that one. Isn't that Malfoy? Look, Weasley, your lost twin. Ha ha ha." Malfoy, who saw everyone laughing at him, started to turn red with embarrassment, and over Professor McGonagall's stern look said something in a low tone. "Speak up, Mr. Malfoy." "I said we went bewitched," he said in a near scream, turning redder still. "Have you been bewitched? And why didn't you ask an older student to remove the spell?" Professor McGonagall asked with furrowed brows. "I asked, but they couldn't," said Malfoy with his head bowed. "They didn't make it?" Professor McGonagall questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Let me try," she said, walking towards Malfoy. Arriving in front of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at them and cast a counterspell, only to have nothing happen. Looking at them with a frown, she waves her wand again, but with more power and concentration, and this time it worked, and Malfoy and his henchmen began to revert to their normal self. "Now that it's settled, you wait for me here, in silence," said Professor McGonagall heading towards the Great Hall. "Ah. And Mr. Malfoy, I hope something like this doesn't happen again," she said as she stopped at a bend, looking over her glasses at Malfoy, who blushed in shame. She then turned and continued on her way to the Great Hall. And while all this was going on, no one noticed my smirk. The rest of the wait took place just like in the books, with the kids arguing about how they would be classified and the Hogwarts ghost apparition arguing about Peeves. And right after that, Professor McGonagall arrived and started to lead us into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was lit by thousands of floating candles, and its ceiling was like a starry sky, and I could hear Hermione talking about it being enchanted to look like sky and that she read it at Hogwarts, a history. Looking across the Great Hall, I could see the 4 tables of the houses, where the other students and ghosts were sitting and looking at us. At the far end of the room was a long table where the teachers sat. I then saw Professor McGonagall bring a stool, and on top of that stool she placed a dirty and patched wizard's hat. After he was placed there, all the students were silent and paid attention to the hat. And me trying to control my moment of fanboyism by seeing the iconic sorting hat. Wait, can he see the memories of my past life? As I nervously questioned myself, the sorting hat started to stir, and a tear appeared in the flap like a mouth, and he started singing the Hogwarts song, and when he finished singing the entire hall burst into applause. Professor McGonagall then came forward holding a large roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will turn and sit on this stool and I will put the hat on your heads. You will then be selected for a house and will be seated at the corresponding table," said Professor McGonagall to us. "Abbott, Hannah." I then saw a short, awkward girl with pink face and blonde hair in braids climb onto the stool. The teacher then put her hat on her head, and after a few moments we heard him yell into the Great Hall, "Hufflepuff." The tables then applauded, especially the Hufflepuff table. And after descending from the stool, the girl Hannah walked to the Badger table amidst the welcome. Professor McGonagall then continued with the classification by calling another name. Bones, Susan. And while sorting was going on, I decided to take a look at the staff table. And the first person to catch my attention was Gandalf sitting in the center. Albus Dumbledore was just like his second actor in the movies. With his long white beard and sparkling blue eyes, he looked at everyone with a gentle grandfatherly smile. Even knowing he is the most powerful wizard alive, and a little manipulative, he still manages to convey the feeling of a good old man, I thought, impressed. And then I tried to feel his emotions, and incredibly I didn't find any bad emotions other than a little guilt. Apparently he's not the bad Dumbledore of fanfics. Fortunately. I was relieved, as this is one less problem for me to face. Deciding to go to the next teacher that caught my eye, I ran into Severus Snape, and if he didn't look the same as Alan Rickman and I didn't know who he was from the start, I'd think he was someone cosplaying Darth Vader mixed with Kylo Ren. He might as well put on a mask and say in a husky voice, "I'm Batman," that I would believe. And the last two that caught my attention were a short, chubby woman with a kind, gentle smile on her face, and a tiny teacher, who was looking at the rankings excitedly. These two were clearly the herbology teacher and head of the Hufflepuff house, Pomona Sprout, and the part goblin charms teacher and head of the Ravenclaw house, Phileas Flitwick. After analyzing the teachers, I went back to paying attention to the classification. And after a few names, it was finally my turn. Malone, Roger. Hufflepuff. Moon, Lily. Slytherin. Knight, Ethan. Well, it's now or never. I then began to walk calmly and elegantly with my head held high towards the stool, my robe billowing behind me. Ha! Jealous of my style, bitches, I thought narcissistically. Arriving in front of the stool I sat on it, and then Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on my head. Oh! Very interesting indeed. I heard Sorting Hat's voice in my head. Hello Sir Hat, I said mentally in greeting. Hello young wizard. How interesting you are. Said the hat. What do you mean? I asked, trying to look calm on the outside, but inside I was sweating with nervousness. Well, I can see in you the main features of the four houses. It will be a difficult choice to classify it, the hat answered me. Huh? Is that all you saw in my mind? I asked, now confused and curious. Yes, when the founders created me, they made me able to see the main characteristics of each person, so I could classify them, he explained to me, and I sighed in relief, and you are a complicated case. You possess all the courage and nobility of Gryffindor, even more than some of the other Gryffindors I have classified. You has the loyalty and hard work of Hufflepuff. Great ambition and the cunning necessary for Slytherin. And also intelligence, acceptance, and creativity, together with the perfect thirst for knowledge for Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat added, impressed. Well, I'd rather go to Ravenclaw, but you know. I commented to him. Ravenclaw, you say? Yes, I see you would fit in better there. But why would you choose Ravenclaw if you don't mind my asking? Sorting Hat asked me, curious. Well, I can be brave like the Gryffindors, but I wouldn't mindlessly throw myself into situations like them. And as for Hufflepuff, they might be loyal, but they also have a naive mindset, they're easily swayed, plus I'm only loyal to a few people, I then replied to Sorting Hat. Slytherin is pretty obvious the reason I don't want to go there. This is a house where most of them are blood purists and are prejudiced against Muggleborn, and I am a Muggleborn, so that leaves only Ravenclaw, which despite being known for being a very competitive house in academics with an air of I know better, it's still the only one I see myself having less problems with, I said, ending my analysis. Less problems, and less likely to try to drown someone in the lake. I see. Said the Sorting Hat thoughtfully, so I see no alternative for you but to go to Ravenclaw, with the last part being said out loud. I then heard the hall break into applause, mostly coming from the Ravenclaw table. I could also feel the disappointment coming from Professor McGonagall. Hat off my head, I got up from the stool and walked over to Ravenclaw's desk, noticing that my tie had changed to the house blue color and the Ravenclaw crest appeared on my robe. Arriving at the table, I took a seat next to a blonde boy who greeted me amiably. Hi, Anthony Goldstein. Ethan Knight. I greeted him back with a polite smile, and then we went back to watching the classification. Sorting took place normally, until Professor McGonagall came up with a specific name. Potter, Harry. The name caused a commotion in the Great Hall, and all the students craned their necks in an attempt to see the famous boy who lived. Did she say Potter? Harry Potter. I then saw a nervous Harry Potter walking to the stool. He looked like Daniel Radcliffe, with the only differences being the fact that he was shorter and thinner than the actor at the beginning of the films. The Sorting Hat was then placed on Harry's head, and after a while it announced it to the entire hall. Gryffindor. And the whole Gryffindor table went crazy. Everyone applauded and cheered for having Potter to their home, with the twins being the most excited. And from the staff table I could feel Professor Snape's emotions of sadness, anger, and contempt, and Dumbledore's happiness and guilt being directed at Potter. After Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the rest of sorting proceeded as normal, with many names I knew or didn't know being called. When the sorting ended, Dumbledore stood up with a happy smile and his arms unconcernedly open. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts, he said, looking at all the students, and before we start the feast I would like to say a few words. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thanks, he finished, sitting down again. And then the food magically appeared on the tables. The rest of the banquet continued as normal, with me talking from time to time with some older students and getting to know my classmates, and I found out that counting on me, Ravenclaw has 10 new students, 5 boys and 5 girls. I also talked to Anthony more, and found him to be very easy to talk to and very friendly. He told me about growing up in a wizarding family, and in return I told him about my life in the Muggle world. And between eating and talking, the banquet came to an end. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore got up and talked about school rules, practice for the Quidditch team, and the forbidden third-floor hallway, before singing the school anthem. And at the end of it all, Dumbledore dispatched us to our dorms. We then started following Ravenclaw Prefect, Robert Hilliard, into the Ravenclaw common room, and meanwhile he was talking about how Ravenclaw is the home of the smart and the best wizards came from it and blah blah blah. Ravenclaw's common room was in one of the towers on the 6th floor, and we had to climb a spiral staircase to reach the common room entrance, which was guarded by a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. The eagle then gave us a riddle, which after being answered by the prefect, allowed us to enter. What a dumb way to protect a common room. The Hufflepuff entrance is much safer than this. Sigh, and this is the House of Intelligence, I thought in exasperation. Entering the common room, I could see that it had graceful arched windows with walls decorated in blue silks and bronze. The vaulted ceiling was painted to look like a night sky, which highlighted the midnight blue carpet. Tables, chairs, and bookcases filled the common room, and a white marble statue of the founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, stood beside a door that led up some stairs to what I assume are the dorms. After we all entered the common room, the prefect told us about the running of the house and the rules, which was basically not to disturb the other students when they were studying and that the curfew was 9 p.m. He also told us that everyone we could take the books from the Ravenclaw library, but that we should return them at the end of the school year and always lend them to a student who was most in need. So the prefect showed us where our dorms were, which were actually up the stairs from the door next to the statue, and up there was divided into 2 corridors on opposite sides, and the girls were in the left corridor and the boys in the right. It's also worth noting that we have single rooms, I think to have more privacy to study. After that, the prefect left and allowed us to go to our dorms, but not before informing us that breakfast would be at 7:30 in the morning. Arriving in my dorm, the first thing I saw was that it had the same design as the common room, with a single bed at one end and a study table beside it. The room also had a small bookcase and some scattered pillows. At the foot of my bed was my trunk with Nyx's cage on top. "Hi girl," I told her, opening her cage to allow her out. "Meow," meowed Nyx, coming out of the cage and rubbing herself against my leg, conveying affectionate emotions to me. "Wait just a second while I renovate this room," I said, placing Nyx on one of the floor pillows. I knew those decoration spells would come in handy at some point, I thought as I took my wand out of its holster. I then started to renovate the room completely. I cast an expansion spell on the room, made the blue a little darker and added some black and silver accents. I made the ceiling look more realistic with stars, increased the size of my bed, and above it I placed my family crest. After that I moved the furniture in my bedroom to my liking, placed a scratching post for Nyx and an armchair in the corner of the room with a small table beside it. I'm glad I had spare furniture in my suitcase, I said to myself. Sigh, I can't wait to make this furniture with magic, it would be a lot less work. I may have talent in magic, but this level of transfiguration is still very advanced for me, mainly because I don't have any knowledge about it, as I was only able to get the transfiguration books for less than 2 months, and I couldn't even read the advanced books yet. Looking around the room, I patted myself on the back, satisfied with my work. So I started casting protection spells in my room, as I don't want anyone entering without my permission. Just this one and done, I said after launching the last protection, which happened to be a prank too that would make the invader turn fluorescent orange. Now truly satisfied, I grab my toiletries and head to the bathroom in my trunk to take a shower and get ready for bed. Glad I asked the goblins to install a fully functional apartment in my suitcase. It must be horrible having to share a bathroom with the other male students, I thought to myself after I finished my shower. Already lying on my bed, with Nyx resting beside me, I started thinking about my plans for while I'm at Hogwarts. Let's see. I have this whole week to get used to the castle and the classes. I have to find the secret passages to be able to get from one place to another faster. And I also need to continue with my training and improve my spells, I thought as I mentally jotted down the plans. And I also have to learn more about the theoretical parts of magic from the teachers, as this was the part that I lacked knowledge and clarification. And with all that, I almost forget the subjects I couldn't do the practical part at home, like flying and herbology classes. Even though I bought a Nimbus 2000, I have never used it as I live in Muggle residence and my trunk doesn't have enough room to maneuver with a broom, I thought sadly as I was excited to fly. I realized that my beast's power made me more adventurous, and just thinking about flying free around gave me a big thrill. Besides, I want to stand out in my studies and be the best student. I may have complained about Ravenclaws being competitive, but I never said I wasn't either. And if my goal is to reach the top of the wizarding world, like the most powerful wizard there is and has ever existed, I have to start at the bottom, and for that I need to become the best student of my year. I thought with determination in my eyes. This is just one more step towards my goal, and I'm going to surpass it, I said out loud with a smile on my face, looking up at the starry ceiling of my room. The top of the wizarding world. I'll get there, and that was my last thought before I fell asleep. Meow. Meow. Okay, I'm already up, I grunted lazily as I sat up slowly on the bed. Yawn. Good morning, Nix, I greeted Nix as I stretched. Meow, she replied back as a greeting. What time is it? I asked, getting out of bed still groggy from sleep, rubbing my eyes to wake up. Meow, meowed Nix at me. Yeah, I know you can't tell time, that was a rhetorical question, I replied to Nix as I took out my wand and cast a tempest to tell the time. Meow. Yes. It was my fault, I'm sorry, I said to Nix. Great, I went crazy. I'm talking to a cat, I thought with an eye roll. 5:17. It's still 2 hours to breakfast. I have time to do a light workout, I commented. I then went to my bathroom to do my morning hygiene, and after I was done, I started dressing in my workout clothes. I'm going to train, are you coming, Nix? I asked as I opened the bedroom door. Meow, meowed Nix lazily as she lay down on her bed. You is sure? You need to lose weight, you're getting fat, I told her playfully, to which she replied staring at me. Just kidding, hee, I said laughing nervously, but she continued to stare at me. Well, I have to train, you know, so. I'll be on my way, I said, leaving and closing the door quickly, before Nix decided to cause the first case of a student being killed by her pet cat at Hogwarts. Because it was so early, the halls of Hogwarts were practically empty, and only my footsteps echoed on the castle's stone floor. And with that relaxing silence, I quickly arrived outside the castle, looking for the good place to train. I then saw a spot near the shore of the Black Lake, hidden from the view of the castle people, that would be perfect for my training, and after a bit of stretching, I started my exercises. My training consisted of physical exercises, training my martial arts and meditation. The magic training would be done in the training room in my suitcase until I went to the room of requirement, but before that I needed to decorate the school's layout. After I had enough practice, I sat down on the grass by the lake, and let the cool morning breeze hit my face. So I picked up some stones from the ground and started throwing them into the lake. This weather is so good, I thought in satisfaction. Seeing giant squid throwing the stones back. After a while, I took out my wand and released Tempest again. 7:09. Well, I better get going. Breakfast is about to start, I said, getting up. I then went back to the castle, and when I arrived in the common room, I saw that I already had some students awake talking or studying. As I passed them, I noticed that some were looking at me strangely. It must be because I'm in a workout clothes and sweaty, I thought on the way to my room. Well, if they've never seen anyone exercising, it's not my problem, I continued with a shrug. Back in my room, taking great care not to wake Nix up, I grabbed my toiletries and my school uniform, and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing the shower, I changed into my uniform, grabbed my expanded bag, and packed my first-year materials and books inside. Before leaving the room, I decided to take a look at myself in the bedroom mirror. I really look amazing in Hogwarts robes, I said narcissistically, as I did several poses in front of the mirror. Not wanting to sound cocky or anything, but I'm really cute. I was quite tall compared to others my age with my 4 feet 9 inches feet, approximately 1.50 meters. I had a well-defined body and growing muscles, my black hair with brown strands was messy and gave me a wilder look, my amber eyes looked fierce and, according to my parents, could intimidate anyone. My face was a fusion of my parents' faces, having my father's strong, firm appearance and my mother's softness and nobility. And putting it all together, I could definitely say that I'll be a soap opera heartthrob when I'm older. After my moment of self-admiration, I went down to the Great Hall, and along the way I met many students, some of them never appearing in the franchise, and others were well known, like Cedric Diggory, Alicia Spinnet and even Professor Trelawney. When I arrived at the Great Hall, I could see that it had few people, and it must be because it was still early. Sitting down at Ravenclaw's table, a plate appeared in front of me, probably the work of the house elves, and as I ate, more students started arriving for breakfast. And at some point, Anthony arrived and sat down beside me. Yawn. Good morning, Ethan, he greeted me lazily as he yawned. Good morning, I greeted him back, excited for classes. I asked him as I spread jam on my toast. I would say yes, but I'd rather still be asleep. Anthony answered me as he filled his plate with bacon and eggs. Wasn't Ravenclaw supposed to be the home of scholars? I thought as I looked at Anthony strangely. Don't you want to learn magic? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I can learn from books, he replied with a shrug. But what about practical classes? I kept questioning. Too much work, he replied, waving his hands in disdain. You are weird. After that we continued to eat breakfast and talk, and with 30 minutes to go before breakfast was finished and classes started, 5th grade Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, passed, handing us the schedule. Damn it. My first class is potions with Hufflepuff, I cursed in my mind when I saw what my first class would be, and then kept looking at my schedule. Then I have charms with Slytherin in second period, lunch and break, transfiguration with Gryffindor in third period, and in fourth period I have defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor again. Ugh. It's our first day of school and we already have the 4 toughest classes, moaned Anthony beside me. Look on the bright side, I told him. Oh yes. And what would be the good side, he asked me curious. That you can see how I'm the best at them, I told him arrogantly, and in return I got a blank look from Anthony. This is going to be awesome, he said dryly. It's almost time for class to start, I think we should get going, I told for Anthony as I got up from the table. Do you happen to know where the potions classroom is? Anthony asked me with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, she stays in the dungeons, I said as I walked out of the great hall with Anthony following me. And how do you know it stays there, he questioned curiously. I asked an older student, I told him lying, as I obviously wouldn't say I read this in a book where he and this world are part of a fictional universe. Oh right, he said with a nod, easily believing my answer. And then we continued to head towards the dungeons for our first class. We arrived in front of the potions classroom with 3 minutes to go before class, and apparently we were the first to arrive. I then entered the classroom, and saw that it had 2 rows of tables, with each table having 2 seats. I chose a seat in the middle of the row on the left to sit in, and after settling into the seat, I pulled my materials out of my bag and arranged them on top of my desk. And while I was organizing up my materials, Anthony came and sat down next to me and started organized up his materials too. What do you think our teacher is like? He asked me as soon as I finished packing my materials. I'm sure he's going to be a sweetheart, I told him sarcastically. Do you think that? I really hope he's a nice and fun teacher, Anthony told me with a hopeful face. Yes, cool and fun, I thought sarcastically. As Anthony and I talked, the other students slowly began to arrive. Hey. How did you get here so fast? I almost got lost trying to find this room. Terry Boot, our Ravenclaw classmate, asked us as soon as he arrived in the classroom and saw us sitting there talking. Walking, obviously, I answered him dryly. No, I know you guys came walking, I want to know how, Terry asked me rolling his eyes at my joke. With the legs, I said as I looked at Terry with a totally serious face. If you didn't tell me, it wouldn't even cross my mind, he said dryly. Ahem, coughed Anthony to get our attention, jokes aside. We got here faster because Ethan had already asked an older student where the potions classroom was located. Anthony then answered Terry's question. Why didn't I think about it? Terry then questioned himself thoughtfully. House of the Smart. I snorted. Rhying. Then we hear the bell ring, signaling the start of class. And we all quickly sat down to wait for the teacher. The classroom door was then opened by Professor Snape, who walked to the front of the class. He then grabbed a scroll with a list of names from his desk, turned to us, and placed the call. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of making potions. There won't be any silly wand waving in my class, he said as soon as he finished roll call. I don't expect many of you to understand the beautiful and magical process of making potions. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew the glory and even preventing death, that is, if you are not like the idiots I used to teach, he finished his speech looking at us contemptuously. Cool and fun, I thought sarcastically. The class took place normally, with Professor Snape explaining about the theoretical part of potion production, safety methods, about the 12 uses of dragon blood, how to use bezoar and how to find it, the different types of cauldrons and bottles and how they interfere with potions, and the standard ingredients for brewing potions. Of course, as the class continued, Professor Snape asked us questions, some easy and some difficult. He also deducted a few points here and there, and he didn't forget to curse and make fun of some students, especially the meek puffs. And in this coming and going of Professor Snape, the class ended up coming to an end, but not before Professor Snape informed us that in our next class we would be making a cure for Boyle's potion. Didn't you tell me the teacher would be nice? Anthony asked me with a look of betrayal as we left potions class. I said that. I don't even remember. I replied to him, looking away innocently. Are all classes going to be like this? Terry, who was on my side, asked with a defeated look. Don't be like that. Until the class wasn't so bad, I told them jokingly. You only say that because he didn't take any points from you, Anthony grumbled as he glared at me. Or complained that you didn't know the answers to his questions, Terry added, grimacing. Boys, calm down, I said in an attempt to calm them down. He just didn't score points or complain about me not knowing the answers, because I'm a genius, and he was obviously impressed by my brilliant mind and my incredible knowledge of the art of brewing potions, and besides, I got all the questions right, I ended, up throwing my hair in an exaggerated way. And after that, Anthony and Terry started to glare at me more strongly. I hate you. Nah, you love me, I told them with a smug face. To which they simply rolled their eyes. Well, we have to get to Charms class fast, or we're going to be late, I told them, quickening my steps, with Anthony and Terry doing the same shortly thereafter. I don't know where exactly the classroom is, but I know it's on the 3rd floor, near the forbidden corridor, I thought as I led us to the staircase, where we started to climb to the 3rd floor. Arriving on the 3rd floor, we started looking for the charms class, and after looking around a bit, we finally found the charms classroom. And inside it already had some Slytherin students. My keen sense of smell can smell the familiar scent of earth and fertilizer coming from them. They must have come from the herbology class, I thought, walking into the classroom. Charms classroom was also divided into 2 rows of tables, but this time the tables had seating for 3 people each. And looking for a place to sit, I see Greengrass and Davis sitting together in the left row. I nodded to them in greeting, but they just turned their faces and ignored me. But I could feel Davis's unwillingness. Now they're going to pretend they don't know me. Meh, see if I care, I thought with a shrug, but I think Davis is doing this more out of fear than any other reason. Slytherin policy must prevent her talking to Muggleborns, I mused. I then calmly walked past them and went to sit in the right row, in the front seats, and on my right side sat Terry and on my left Anthony. And as soon as we sat down, the bell rang for the beginning of class. Please be a good teacher. Please be a good teacher. Then I heard Anthony beside me mutter in prayer, and Terry and I started looking at him strangely. What? Anthony asked us as soon as he saw us staring at him. And I just shook my head with an exasperated sigh and decided to ignore Anthony and your strangeness. And just when Anthony was going to continue to question us, the classroom door was opened by our little charms teacher. Hello, students. Professor Flitwick excitedly told us as he reached the front of the class and finished climbing onto a pile of books behind his desk. I'm your charms teacher, Phileas Flitwick, and I'll be teaching you for the next 7 years. This year you will be learning about wand moves, how to pronounce spells, and basic first-year spells. I expect great things from you. He ended his little introduction by bowing in greeting to us. At least a nice teacher, Anthony whispered to me in relief. Professor Flitwick, like Professor Snape, also made a little roll call. And when he finished the call, he started explaining to us about how wand movements and pronunciation affected incantation. And after the explanation, he told us that we were going to practice a spell. Let's practice the Lumos charm. This spell will create a light at the tip of your wands. The incantation is pronounced Loomos, and its wand movement is a rising and falling in a circle, Professor Flitwick told us as he demonstrating the wand movements. Pay close attention. Lumos, he then gave us a demonstration of the spell, and from the tip of his wand a bright light appeared. Now it's your turn. I could already do the nonverbal and wandless Lumos spell, but I decided not to show it, as I knew there would be better times to demonstrate my understanding of wandless magic. I then, already with my wand in hand, made the necessary wand movements and said in a clear, calm tone, Lumos, and from the tip of my wand came a white light, almost as strong as Professor Flitwick's. Amazing. On your first attempt you managed to cast the spell. And yet with a light almost as strong and bright as mine. This is amazing, Mr. Knight. 10 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick, who saw my spell, said impressed. Minerva told me you were talented, Mr. Knight, but I couldn't believe you were so much, he continued as he looked at me in awe. And I could feel the feelings of envy, jealousy, curiosity, and admiration rising from the other students. I just got lucky, Professor. You praise me a lot, I said humbly. I recognize someone talented when I see one, Mr. Knight. And you seem to have quite a talent for charms, Professor Flitwick said excitedly to me. Thank you, I then told him, accepting the compliment. Well then why don't you practice the Nox counter-enchantment now, Professor Flitwick told me. He then proceeded to explain how to cast the counter-enchantment, the pronunciation is Nokss, and your wand movement is a wave, he demonstrated. I then, with the Lumos spell still in effect, cast the counter-enchantment. Nox, and I saw the light that was on the tip of my wand extinguish. Perfect, Mr. Knight. 5 more points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick praised me again, truly a very talented student. It will be a pleasure to teach a student like you, he finished as he gave me a nod. He then left to help the students who were having difficulty with the spell. Dude, how did you do that? Terry whispered to me in awe. Yes. How did you do it? My wand hasn't turned on any light so far. Anthony also asked me in an urgent whisper. You have to pronounce the spell calmly, not demanding for it, but commanding. And the wand swing has to be smooth. You can't be waving the wand rigidly like that, I told them, with the last part being spoken to Terry, who looked at me sheepishly. Besides, the main factor to cast a spell is concentration and imagination. Concentration and imagination? Anthony asked me confused. Yes, concentration and imagination. You have to concentrate on the spell, want it to be cast and focus on it. Also you have to imagine the spell being cast and what it would do, I said finishing my explanation. And I could see out of the corner of my eye Professor Flitwick looking at me pleased. After listening to my explanation, Anthony and Terry then started trying to cast the spell again, this time following my words. Look. I got it. Anthony said excitedly, managing to produce some light from his wand after 3 tries. And a couple of tries later, Terry also managed to produce a small light from the tip of his wand. Ha! I did it too. And mine is brighter than yours, Anthony, said Terry happily, mocking Anthony. But I got it first. Anthony then snapped, looking at Terry with superiority. But your light was so dim, I doubt it could shine 3 feet in front of you, scoffed Terry. And any response Anthony might have given was cut short by Professor Flitwick, who arrived at our table. Congratulations, sirs. 5 points each for being the second and third to cast the spell. And another 5 points to Mr. Knight for the great explanation of how to cast the spell and for helping other students. Professor Flitwick then congratulated us and gave me more points. And the feelings of envy, jealousy, and admiration returned to be directed towards me. As soon as the professor left, I took a look around, and I could see a lot of Ravenclaws and Slytherins sending me jealous looks. And especially there were Greengrass and Davis, with Greengrass looking at me jealously, competitively, and curiously, and Davis looking at me a little in awe. And then there was Malfoy who, in addition to looking at me with jealousy, also conveyed feelings of anger to me. Did he realize that I was the one who pranked him on the train? I thought curious. After that the class continued to go smoothly, with me training the spell casting speed and increasing and decreasing the intensity of the light. And I didn't help any other students with the spell, as no one but Anthony and Terry asked for my help. And when the class ended, a little more than half of the students managed to produce a small light from the tip of their wands. Well, students. Keep practicing the charm and counter-enchantment for the next class as we will review them before moving on to the next lesson, Professor Flitwick told us as the bell rang, signaling the end of second period classes. After that we left the charm class and started down to the Great Hall for lunch. I still can't believe you got 20 points in your first charms class. Anthony told me in awe. What can I do? I'm naturally talented, I said proudly, and besides, I don't even care about house's points, I finished with a shrug. Serious? Terry asked curiously. Yes. What are these points for? Win a Hogwarts house competition that doesn't give the champion any prizes other than having the Great Hall decorated in the house color. I think this is absolute idiocy, as it only serves to encourage rivalry and bickering between the houses. And as you yourself saw in the potions class, teachers aren't all that fair when it comes to giving or withdrawing points, I said. And I saw that Anthony and Terry started mulling over what I said about the house points. When we finally arrived and sat down at the Ravenclaw table for lunch, some of our colleagues came and sat around us, and they immediately started questioning us. How did you manage to cast the spell so fast? Yes, I barely managed to produce any light from my wand. And I haven't even managed to cast the spell yet. Come. Don't all speak at once, I said in an attempt to silence them as their voices along with my improved hearing were making my ears hurt. I just read about the spell in the book before. But I also read the book, and I still couldn't cast the spell, Michael Corner, a boy with long dark hair and blue eyes, said with a frown on his face. So maybe I'm just talented at charms, I said with a shrug, much to Corner's annoyance and a few others. And you, Anthony? You and Terry were the second and third to be able to cast the spell. Suli, an Asian girl with long black hair and tan skin, asked Anthony. Huh? Me, asked Anthony in surprise. Well, I just asked Ethan for help, and he explained how to cast the spell, he stated simply. Me too, Terry replied before anyone could ask him to. And why didn't you help us too? Corner asked me with an annoyed look on his face. You didn't ask, I said calmly with another shrug. And hearing my answer, Corner and the others could only sit in resignation. And with that, Anthony, Terry and I were able to calmly go back to eating, talking about what we thought of the 2 classes we had, and comparing Professor Snape to Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick is undeniably nicer than Professor Snape, Anthony said, as if stating a fact. I totally agree, Terry said, and who is it that takes points away from someone for writing too loud, he asked rhetorically. I think the same person who dropped points for being dumb enough not to know the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, Anthony replied with a roll of his eyes. It's just that they don't have a difference. They are the same plant, which also goes by the name aconite, I told them wisely. Shut up, Ethan, they said to me as they rolled their eyes. The 3 of us then looked each other in the face and started laughing. Huff. Well. At least we only have classes with Professor Snape twice a week, I said after catching my breath. But that's still 2 more classes than I'd like to take, Anthony said as he wiped a laughing tear from the corner of his eye. Wait, wouldn't that give 0 classes? Terry asked confused. And Anthony just shrugged as if to say, so what? After lunch, the boys and I decided to take a walk around Black Lake at break, while we waited for the next class to start, which was Transfiguration. Next class is Transfiguration with the Gryffindors, right? Terry asked as we sat down on some rocks in front of the lake. Yes. Third period is transfiguration, and our last class is also Dada with the Gryffindors. Anthony told Terry after taking a look at the class schedule, which he had tucked away in his bag. The transfiguration teacher is that stern-looking teacher who took it to the Great Hall and made our classification, right? Anthony then asked. Yes. Her name is Minerva McGonagall, and in addition to being the transfiguration teacher, she is also the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, I informed them. Ugh. She can't be worse than Professor Snape, can she? Anthony asked with a groan of despair. I don't know. Besides being the deputy headmistress, she's also the head of Gryffindor. She can be just as bad as Professor Snape. Terry said with a frown on his face. She's nice, I said, defending her. She can be strict at times, but she's a good teacher. Besides, she is quite fair in relation to the students. Do you know her, Ethan? Anthony asked me, curious. She was the one who brought my letter from Hogwarts and took my parents and me to Diagon Alley to buy my school supplies, I said, explaining to them how I met Professor McGonagall. Ah, yes. It's just that sometimes I forget you're Muggle-born as much as you know about magic, Anthony said, slapping a hand to his forehead. Speaking of head of house, who is our head of house? Terry asked for us. Our head of house is Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin, and herbology professor, Pomona Sprout, is the head of Hufflepuff House, I told them, also speaking to the heads of the other houses. Yes. Anthony said excitedly, we have the best teacher so far as head of house. The best teacher would definitely be the head of house of the best house, Terry said proudly, and I'm really not surprised that Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. In fact, that's something I've come to expect, commented Terry thoughtfully. He's obviously biased. And thanks to the fact that he's the head of Slytherin, he probably uses his position to gain Slytherin perks in the House Cup. That's why Slytherin won the last home cups, I told them thoughtfully, and that's all the more reason for me to think this competition is stupid. What's the point of trying to score points if Professor Snape is going to favor Slytherin and sabotage the other houses? The principal and the other teachers don't do anything about it. Anthony asked, surprised and confused. Probably not, since Professor Snape keeps doing it, Terry replied to Anthony. This is so unfair. Anthony exclaimed indignantly. Well, we're in a world where a person's purity defines what treatment they receive, so I don't expect things around here to be really fair, I commented with a shrug. But if Professor Snape favors Slytherin so they win the House Cup, why don't the other heads of houses do the same? Anthony asked, confused. Because, unlike Professor Snape, who is petty and insecure enough to have to cheat to win the House Cup, other professors prefer to win honestly, I said mockingly, that and the fact that they wouldn't be able to do that. Ah. Why couldn't they do that? Anthony asked, genuinely confused, and even Terry looked curious as to why. Well, that's simple. From what I've seen and heard from the other students, Professor McGonagall is someone who faithfully follows the rules, so she wouldn't do something like cheat because it's incorrect. Professor Flitwick seems too good to do something like that, and I really don't think he cares about the House Cup. As for Professor Sprout, well, she's a Hufflepuff who is known for being the house of the righteous and hardworking, so her personality keeps her from play a dirty game, I finished my explanation. Makes sense, Terry said, nodding his head in understanding. But what about the students? Didn't they try to do anything? Anthony kept asking. I think they've already tried to do something, and that was mainly Gryffindor, who because of the points taken unfairly must have started picking on Slytherin. And that's how the rivalry between the two houses probably started. Well, the fact that a lot of Slytherins, especially the purists who despise Muggles and Muggleborns, teased Gryffindor, who had a good part of the house's Muggleborns, must also have been one of the reasons, I replied after a moment of thought, hand on chin. Who knew a few simple stitches could make two houses hate each other, Terry said. That and the fact that both houses are very prejudiced and closed-minded, I said in disappointment. Good, but enough about it, I said right away. So I cast a tempest to see what time it was. 12:47. The break is almost over, so I think it's good that we get going. We still have to find the right classroom, I said after seeing what time it was, knowing that the break ended at 1 p.m. Well, let's get going then, Terry said as he rose from his spot on the floor, running a hand through his robes to brush away the dirt. Yes. If this teacher is as good as Ethan said, I can't wait to have a class with her, Anthony said excitedly as he quickly got up from the floor. Look, you excited for a class? That's a rare sight to see, I told Anthony with a face of mock amazement. Shut up, he said, giving me a playful little push. It didn't take long for us to find the Transfiguration classroom. It was on the first floor, near the middle courtyard, also known as the Transfiguration Courtyard. The classroom was large, surrounded by tall windows, and had 4 rows of 3 tables, with each table containing 2 seats. The room still had enough space for several cages and bookcases, 2 blackboards, and a table for the teacher. And on top of Professor McGonagall's desk, a yellow-striped tabby was sitting, and if you looked closely, you'd see eyeglass-like marks around the cat's eyes. That cat, for those of you who aren't aware, is Professor McGonagall, who is an animagus, a very advanced transfiguration that allows a wizard to transform into an animal. As I was walking at the front of the class, I felt someone looking at me. And turning in the direction I felt the gaze, I saw the cat/Professor McGonagall staring at me. I then looked at her and gave her a little nod as I whispered, "Hello, Professor Minnie," with a small smile. And I could see the cat's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Sitting in my seat, with Terry beside me and Anthony at the table behind mine, I wait for the rest of the students to arrive. I can't believe it. We're going to be in the same room as Harry Potter. Mandy Brocklehurst remarked ecstatically to her friend Morag McDougal when they arrived in the room. Would he sign my book? McDougal asked with a dreamy look. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Everywhere is someone talking about Potter this, Potter that, like he really is someone special, Terry said with an annoyed face. Not a Potter fan? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. It's not about being a fan. It's about the fact that everyone talks about him wherever I go, and it's starting to piss off. Terry replied, "What about you? Doesn't it bother you having to listen to everyone talking about Potter?" He then asked for me. I usually don't pay attention when they're talking about Potter, I replied with a shrug, and anything else I was going to say was interrupted by Anthony, who from the back table leaned towards us and started speaking. Harry Potter. We're going to have a class with Harry Potter. I have all his books at home. I'm so excited. Anthony told us excitedly in a whisper. After hearing this, Terry and I looked at Anthony blankly, then at each other's faces. "Oh God, oh Merlin," we said as we palmed our exasperated faces. "What?" Anthony asked us confused. "You are a Potter fanboy," Terry said with an eye roll. "But he's the Harry Potter. How can you not be excited?" Anthony asked us incredulously. "Why would I be excited?" I asked Anthony with a raised eyebrow. "You guys treat him like he's someone important or great, when in fact he's just another boy. I don't see any reason for such commotion." "But he defeated the Dark Lord," Anthony exclaimed in a whisper. "Yes, but it could have been luck or chance, hell, it might not even have been him who defeated the Dark Lord," Terry replied in a whisper, with a shrug. "And besides, do you really think he likes all this attention?" I asked Anthony. "I mean, everyone knows he was raised by Muggles, right?" To which Anthony and Terry nodded, and given the shy appearance he had at the sorting ceremony, I doubt he's comfortable with everyone at school gossiping about him, pointing fingers at him, whispering about him behind his back of him, and there are even the most intrusive ones who plan to ask for his autograph. I finished speaking, the last part being said with me glancing at Brocklehurst and McDougal, who were sitting at a table together whispering to each other and laughing. "I've never looked that way, but if it were me in his shoes I'd be really uncomfortable," Terry said after thinking for a moment. "Sigh, all right, I get it. No fanboyism when Potter is around," Anthony said. "Or when we're around," Terry said, "because if you start with your Potter idolatry around me, I'll hex you," he finished saying looking menacingly at Anthony. Okay. No Potter around you either," Anthony said, rolling his eyes with his hands raised in surrender. Chapter 32, Chapter Rying. We then heard the bell ring and everyone quickly sat down. And barely arriving in time for class were Potter and Weasley, who hurriedly burst through the door. "Phew. We made it," Potter said relieved as they stopped inside the classroom. "Yes. I don't even want to imagine what Professor McGonagall would do to us if we were late," Weasley said after not seeing any sign of Professor McGonagall in the room. "They won't have to wait long," I said in a whisper to Terry. "Like this?" he asked back in a whisper. "The cat on the table is Professor McGonagall," I told him, which earned me a skeptical look from Terry. But that look soon turned to amazement, something that was reflected on the faces of everyone in the room, as the cat jumped off the table and transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Can I know why the sirs are late?" Professor McGonagall asked Potter and Weasley with her stern look. "It's just, well, we got lost," Weasley admitted, a little embarrassed. "Maybe I should turn one of you into a pocket watch and the other into a map so you can make it in time," Professor McGonagall told them, looking grimly over the top of her glasses. "Now find your places," she finished dismissing them with a wave of the hand. After that she turned to me. "How did you know I was the cat?" Professor McGonagall asked me. "Simple. First, the cat was very well behaved and was paying a lot of attention in the room and the students," I started to answer her. "Also, transfiguration is a branch of magic where you can transform one thing into another, from objects and animals to people. And a well-known spell of transfiguration is the animagus, which is the ability to transform into an animal, in your case, a cat. And you, who are a master of transfiguration, would have tried to become one." And looking closely at the cat, I noticed that he had eyeglass marks around his eyes, much like the glasses you wear. "Putting it all together, I ended up determining that you were the cat," I said, ending my analysis answer, which apparently shocked both Professor McGonagall and the other students, since they were staring at me open-mouthed. Cough. Professor McGonagall coughed to get rid of the embarrassment. "Well, that was a spectacular analysis, Mr. Knight. 5 points to Ravenclaw, she said, looking at me satisfied and amazed. She then clapped her hands to get the attention of the rest of the class, and began her introductory speech. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous spells you will learn at Hogwarts. Whoever messes up in my class will leave and never come back. Be warned, Professor McGonagall said, looking at everyone grimly. She then proceeded to teach us the alphabet of transfiguration and the formula of transfiguration, which is that the intended transformation is directly influenced by body weight, A, meanness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and a small unknown variable, Z. Right after the explanation, she gave each of us a match, and asked us to transfigure it into a needle. And as she handed the match to me, Professor McGonagall gave me a little look, which I understood as, I hope you'll do your best. I then looked at the match on my desk and with my wand in hand, pointed at it, concentrated and imagined the process of transforming the match into the needle, and started transfiguring it. And in front of me, I saw the match thin, change from wood to silver, and at the end of the transformation, there was a perfect needle in place. But I still wasn't satisfied, so I started detailing my needle. I've added some blue and bronze details at the base with a carving of a raven, to represent Ravenclaw. And at the end result of the transfiguration, I gave myself a nod, proud of myself. Are you now a transfiguration prodigy too? Terry whispered to me, looking at my needle in wonder. It wasn't that hard. I told him, it's the same principle I used to cast the Lumos spell. You have to concentrate and imagine, only this time you have to imagine the transfiguration process from a match to a needle, I explained to Terry, who was paying full attention to my words. Terry then gave me a nod, turned to his match in concentration, and began trying to transfigure him. And I, with nothing to do, decided to train my transfiguration speed. So I started transfiguring the needle back into a match, and I repeated the process. After a few minutes of practicing the speed of my transfiguration, I decided to look around to see how the other students were doing. Only to find Professor McGonagall looking alternately between my needle and me, and through empathy I felt her surprise and happiness. Congratulations, Mr. Knight. A flawless transfiguration. Professor McGonagall said, impressed, take 10 points for Ravenclaw. Thanks, I told her with a smile, to which she nodded. And again the jealous feelings surfaced, mostly from Ravenclaws, as I could only sense two people feeling jealous of Gryffindor, and I didn't even have to look to know it was Weasley and Granger. On men, again. Anthony from behind me said as he banged his head on the table, is there any subject you're not good at? I think this subject hasn't been created yet, I said with a dismissive shrug. Convinced, Anthony said, rolling his eyes, so, can you help me? He asked as he stared at me with puppy dog eyes, which on his face was, a little scary. Okay, I'll help you. Just stop looking at me with those eyes, I told him. And then I went on to give the same explanation I gave Terry to him. I could see some of my Ravenclaw colleagues looking at us, but none of them came to ask for our help. They must still be upset that I didn't help them in Charms class, I thought with a shrug. After that the class went on normally. Terry managed to transfigure the match into a needle with some parts still being wooden, and Anthony managed to get a wooden needle. And at the end of class, only me, Terry, Anthony and Granger managed to transfigure the match into a needle. And I got 5 more points for helping Anthony and Terry, much to the annoyance of some. As we started to leave the classroom, I turned to Professor McGonagall and smiling, I nodded goodbye to her, which she returned with another nod and gave me a small, satisfied smile. So I started walking towards Terry and Anthony, who were waiting for me at the door. Where is the defense against the dark arts room? Anthony asked me as we walked down the hall. Why are you asking me? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. Because you're the one who knows where the classrooms are, Terry replied as if it were obvious. And now I'm your guide. I asked with mock indignation. Yes, they replied in sync. Ugh. Okay, I said, rolling my eyes, follow me, I told them. And then I proceeded to lead them through the halls to Dada's classroom. The defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor. The classroom was dark and stuffy, and it smelled strongly of garlic, and with my nose, I could smell decay. The room also had some skeletons of creatures scattered around it and some cages hanging from the ceiling. The boys and I entered the room and chose a place in the back to sit. And not long after, Professor Quirrell arrived and started his class. Professor Quirrell's stutter was something that made the class difficult to understand, and at one time or another I felt like taking a nap or reading a book, something that was more worthwhile than attending this class. The class was basically theoretical teachings. Professor Quirrell told us about sealing a werewolf bite with a mixture of powdered silver and dittany, about imps, who are a pixie-like species who like to torment people by making them trip or push them, and about ghosts, using the castle ghosts as an example. And after a lot of stuttering and smelling that unbearable smell of garlic and corpse, which I realized was coming from Professor Quirrell, or more precisely, from his turban, Dada's class came to an end, signaling that the first day's classes had finally are over. Well, that class was. Terry started to say as we left Dada's class. Disappointing. I completed for him. I was going to say boring, but I think disappointing too, Terry said with a nod. So far I have no idea what he meant in 70% of the class, Anthony said in frustration. In the next DADAC class I will bring a book as it should be easier to learn by myself than with Professor Quirrell, I told them. I think I'll do the same, Terry said thoughtfully. Me too, Anthony said, but changing the subject. It's still a few hours until dinner, what do you guys want to do until then, he asked for us. How about we go to the library? Terry replied after thinking a bit. The library? What do you think, Ethan? Anthony asked turning to me. Fine by me, I replied with a shrug. Then it's decided. Let's go to the library, Anthony said. And then he started leading us down the hall, until he stopped suddenly. You don't know how to get to the library, would you, Ethan? He turned to me and asked embarrassed. Just follow me, I said with my right eye twitching. And then I started taking us to the library. The library was truly amazing, with its thousands of bookcases on hundreds of shelvings, containing tens of thousands of books. It was as big as the Great Hall, and that's not counting the tables and chairs they had scattered around it. When we entered the library, we noticed that it was practically empty, with the only few students being the 7th or 5th year, who are preparing for their NEWTs and OWLs, and the librarian, Madam Pants. Sitting at a table in a secluded corner, I grabbed my 4th grade spellbook and my notebook from my bag, and started looking for combat spells to jot down in my journal, where I would learn them when I went to Room of Requirement. And meanwhile, Anthony and Terry pulled out their own books, Anthony's being a herbology book, and Terry's being a transfiguration book. What are you doing, Ethan? Terry asked me after a while, putting his book down on the table and looking curiously at my notes. I'm writing down combat spells, I replied to him. For what? Terry asked confused. Terry, we're in a world where everyone carries a weapon, so I would obviously try to learn how to defend myself from anyone trying to use that weapon against me, I told him. And Anthony, who was eavesdropping on our conversation, asked me confused, what weapon? A wand, I told them, and seeing their uncomprehending faces, I decided to explain further. Practically everyone in the wizarding world carries a wand with themselves, the same wand that with a simple wave can explode or set fire to a house, and that's not counting the basic spells we even learn at school, like the cutting spell, Defindo, and the explosive spell, Bombarda, and I could see their faces slowly gain understanding. And then there are the potions and spells that mess with the mind, the poisons, and the cursed objects. In fact, there's so much that can be used to harm someone that I couldn't even list them in a day, examples for them. I always knew that the wizarding world had its dangers, but it's just that I never thought about it more deeply or worried about it much, said Anthony, but you don't think you're exaggerating, he asked me unsure. Exaggerating? I don't think so, I replied with a shrug, just think of the 2 wizard wars that happened, Grindelwald's and Voldemort's. Anthony and Terry gasped in surprise when I said Voldemort, and I rolled my eyes at that and kept going. Yes, they were 2 very powerful and dangerous wizards, but they were just one person, and they managed to terrorize the wizarding world. And even when they had their soldiers, allies, whatever you want to call them, they were still only a few dozen, that if you compare with the amount of wizards who could fight or fought against them in these wars, there was a ratio of 1 to 10 in favor of the light side, in the minimum, I finished while looking at them seriously. And you still think someone with a wand isn't dangerous? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Well. Sigh, okay you're right, Terry said after not finding a way to refute what I said. But how did you know all this, Ethan? Aren't you a Muggle-born? Anthony asked. I did my research, I said shrugging my shoulders, since I was coming to a whole new world, I decided to inform myself first. Good thinking, Anthony said. But changing the subject, what are you reading? I asked, trying to lighten the mood. Oh yeah. I'm trying to better understand how transfiguration from a match to a needle works since I couldn't completely transfigure it in class, Terry said as he showed us the page of the book he taught the spell. And I'm just reviewing the book for when we have herbology class, as that's my favorite subject, Anthony said. I see. Well, I think it's good we get going, because I think it's almost dinner time, I said as I launched a Tempest. 1758. I forgot to ask before, but what spell is this? Terry asked me curious. It's the Tempest spell, it shows the exact time according to the time zone where you are. It's pretty simple to cast it, I replied to Terry. And then I gave a basic explanation of how to cast the spell, and after a few tries, they managed to cast the spell without any problem. Cool, Anthony said as he tossed Tempest into the air. 1802. I think we better go, Terry said after checking the time. Agreed, I said. And we then packed our books in our bags and quickly left the library and headed towards the Great Hall for dinner. With us already seated at the Ravenclaw table, the boys and I started talking about what we thought of our first day of school with some of our classmates and some older students, until Sophia Jenkins, our 6th grade prefect, who was sitting a few seats away, turned to me and spoke. I heard you got 40 points on your first day alone, Mr. Knight. Congratulations. Jenkins congratulated me somewhat in awe. I don't think any first year got that many points on their first day. In fact, I don't think any student got that many points on their first day, she commented in an afterthought. The other students around the table, who heard what Jenkins said, started looking at me in surprise and amazement. Thank you, I told her with a nod, but that was mostly because I studied the subjects before, I finished with a shrug. And I could see out of the corner of my eyes Anthony and Terry looking at me skeptically. Well, that's still amazing and unheard of, at least for me, Jenkins said, still impressed. I think so too, said Andrew Phillips, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, and if you keep earning points like that, we might have a better chance of winning the House Cup this year, he said ecstatically. I can try. But I don't guarantee anything, I replied with a shrug. Fair enough, Phillips said with a nod. As I was eating, I could feel someone looking at me, and turning towards that someone, I realized that the person looking at me was none other than Albus Many Names Dumbledore. As I turned toward the headmaster and looked at him, I could see surprise flicker in his eyes for a moment before being replaced by his calm gaze. The headmaster then smiled his gentle grandfatherly smile and nodded at me, and I returned the nod with my own and smiled back at him. Professor McGonagall must have talked about me to him too, I mused to myself, and I didn't feel any bad intentions coming from him. It just confirms the fact that he's not the evil Dumbledore. Ethan, I then heard Terry call, pulling me out of my thoughts. Yes. I questioned turning to him. We were debating what was the best class today. Mine was Transfiguration, said Terry. And mine was Charms, Anthony said, also giving his answer. Mine was Charms too. Mine was Transfiguration. Mine too. Mine was Charms, but Transfiguration comes close. Then everyone started talking about their favorite classes, and the funniest thing is that not once were mentioned potions or defense against the dark arts. I started to think, I think my favorite class today was Transfiguration, I said after a while. Charms might have been a cool class, but I've known how to cast Lumos for a while, so there was nothing very impressive. But Transfiguration was more fun, as I think being able to turn one thing into another with a wave of a wand is much more complex and interesting. I thought to myself, perhaps this opinion of mine will change as classes go by, when Charms class is teaching more advanced spells. Looks like I wasn't the only one who preferred Transfiguration, Terry said looking at Anthony smugly. You're traitors. Anthony exclaimed in mock indignation. Don't fight, Anthony. Come and join the dark side, deciding to play along, I said in my best rendition of a cliched fifth-rate villain. Never. Anthony bravely exclaimed, how could you have chosen Transfiguration when you could have chosen the Charms class our head of house teaches? This is a betrayal, he kept talking while looking at us like we had cursed his mother. Stop being dramatic, Terry said rolling his eyes, it's not like we didn't like the Charms class too, it's just that we just liked the Transfiguration class better. And I didn't even have a lot of choice, as out of the 4 classes, 2 of them were terrible, I reminded them. And just because the classes I was most excited to take were defense against the dark arts and potions, Terry said regretfully. But that was the teacher's fault, Anthony said with a shrug, if we had had different teachers, I don't doubt the classes would have been much better. Well, potions the teacher is unlikely to change. But just wait for next year, and the Dada teacher will change, grade 3 Felix Brunt, who overheard our conversation, said. Really? How do you know? Terry asked curiously. I know because since I started studying here, no Dada teacher has stayed for more than a year, Brunt replied, and then he brought his body forward on the table and said in a whisper, like he was telling a big secret, I say this because I heard that the defense against the dark arts class is cursed. Serious? Terry asked skeptically, and even Anthony, who was the most naive of us, was also looking a little dubiously at Brunt. Yes, when I was first told I didn't believe it either, but so far no teacher has stayed for a long time, Brunt said, if you don't believe me, ask some older student. That's true. Terry asked Jenkins, who nodded in affirmation. It's true. I'm already in my 6th year and so far no Dada teacher has stayed for very long, they all leave after a year, Jenkins said. Some teachers left for family problems, work-related injuries, personal reasons and, grade 6 Ashley Wright also joined in and started saying, until she was cut off by Phillips. And there were even some teachers who died. Phillips said dramatically. My classmates who heard this gasped in surprise and fear. And then they started to question the other students about whether this was true, who died, how they died, etc. Yes, by chance a teacher actually died. Jenkins replied patiently, glancing slightly at Phillips for scaring the early years, but that was a case apart. And he was also pretty old as far as I knew, so don't worry with that, she reassured us. Would it be a bad time to say that our teacher is going to die at the end of this year? I questioned myself. So next year are we going to have another teacher? Anthony asked hopefully. Probably, Jenkins replied with a shrug. Thank you Merlin, Anthony thanked relieved, I don't think I could stand Quirrell so long as our teacher. So that means next year we'll have a decent teacher, Terry said happily. Yeah, right, I thought sarcastically, remembering that Lockhart Fraud would be our second-grade Dada teacher, absolutely a decent teacher. If all the professors at Dada have left after a year for some reason, what will be the reason for Professor Quirrell's departure? Terry asked curiously. I don't know, maybe the vampire he says attacked him in Romania will come after him to finish the job, Lisa Turpin, our classmate, said in mockery. Or maybe his own shadow attacks him while he's sleeping, Brocklehurst said, adding his 2 nuts to the conversation. And then everyone started to come up with their own ideas about what the reason for Professor Quirrell's future departure is going to be. And each reason was weirder and more unlikely than the other, like, maybe he'll be devoured by the giant squid, or, he can be turned into a candle to light up the Great Hall forever, and there were even a few who came very close to the truth. Saying that, he may be possessed by some spirit, and that, he will lose to a duel against Harry Potter, the latter being said by McDougal dreamily. Even I added my nuts to the conversation saying he's going to fall in love with one of the Black Lake Selkies. And together, they'll run off on a grand romantic adventure. Okay, that wasn't my best guess, but it's more believable than saying he's serving as a vessel for the greatest Dark Lord of all time, and that they are at Hogwarts in search of the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact that grants wealth and immortality to the wearer, where they plan to use it to resurrect the so-called Dark Lord, but they will be defeated by an 11-year-old boy who doesn't have knowledge of any offensive or defensive spells, and that he will defeat them using the power of the love his mother left him. After this conversation, we all continued to eat calmly, with a few conversations here and there, where I would give my opinion in a few moments or when asked. When dinner was over, everyone started to go to their common rooms, or to their offices, in the case of the professors and the headmaster. Arriving in the Ravenclaw common room, Terry called us to play chess, and since I hadn't played wizard chess yet, I decided to accept. Damn Ethan. How good can you be even at this? Terry asked me irritably after his 3rd loss at my hands. There has to be something he's not good at, Anthony, who has lost 4 times to me, grumbled in annoyance. That thing doesn't exist yet, I said dismissively, who's next? I asked looking at the people around who stopped to watch the game. I'm out. I don't even know how to play chess. Nah, maybe another time. Humph, he can't even be that good, Philip snorted disdainfully, seeing everyone refuse to play against me. Give me space and watch, I'll show you how to play, he continued arrogantly as he sat down across from me. Are you sure about that? Jenkins asked him with a raised eyebrow. Of course. It even looks like I'm going to lose, Philip said proudly. Some minutes later. That. How is that possible? Phillips exclaimed in horror. Lucky maybe, I replied with a shrug. But. You. Chess. Philip stammered as he gaped at me. Well, I guess that's it for today, I said as I got up from the couch, ignoring the catatonic Phillips in front of me. I'm going to my room to sleep, good night. I then said goodbye. And so I let the other students continue to play wizard chess, and went to my room. Back in my room, I found Nyx playing with a cat toy on the bed. And as soon as I walked in, Nyx stopped what she was doing and threw herself into my arms the moment I dropped my bag. Hi girl, I told her, how was your day? I asked. Meow. Nyx meowed, conveying feelings of boredom. Looks like you didn't find anything interesting to do. Tomorrow you can take a walk around the castle while I'm in class, I told Nyx, and I could feel the joy and happiness coming from her. Meow. Good, I said with a soft smile. I then placed Nyx on the floor and grabbed my toiletries and went to my personal bathroom. When I was done, I changed into my nightwear and sat on the bed with an ancient runes book in hand. I then started reading, and after a while the tiredness of the day finally hit me and I slowly closed my eyes until I fell asleep. Where the hell am I? I asked no one in particular as I looked around cautiously, realizing I was in a strange place. It was night, or at least as dark as night should be, and I was in the middle of an unknown forest, and touching my body, I realized I was without my wand or any other kind of weapon. With that, I immediately became worried and wary. Well, anyone with at least 2 brain cells would be wary of this development. Looking around, the only things I could see were trees, rocks, leaves, and more trees. And the lack of lighting didn't help in my case, and even when I tried to use my night vision, I could only see 3 meters in front of me, which is next to nothing compared to my normal ability. Damn, where am I? I asked myself, looking around. With no idea where I was, I decided to start walking slowly through the forest looking around for some sign that would tell me where I was. But as I walked, I realized that it would take a long time for me to get anywhere at that speed, so I started running, even honing my speed with magic. Huff. Huff. How do I get out of here? I wondered breathlessly as I stopped running. Even with my stamina, I still got tired, mostly because I ran for what felt like hours. And although I've been through a good part of this forest, I still haven't found any sign of life. Neither human nor animal, which is pretty weird and suspicious since I'm in a damn forest. Crack. I then heard the noise of a branch breaking. And I quickly turned to where the sound came from, only to find nothing. I narrowed my eyes and started looking for any signs of movement. And then I saw a figure run through the trees. "Who's there?" I yelled, looking around for the owner of that figure, but got no response. "Russell. I know someone is there," I yelled, turning quickly and looking in the direction of the noise. Looking for whatever it was that was stalking me, because I was sure it wasn't human. No human would be able to push me over the edge like this, of that I was sure. My senses then began to warn me of danger madly, warning me that I'd better run away, as if the thing or beast that was here with me was a predator and I was a simple prey. And that's exactly how I felt. Grrrr, I then heard the beast growl angrily at me. And at that moment I really wished my beast powers weren't failing, because whatever this beast was, it was angry, too angry. And that anger was totally directed at me, and I had no idea what I did to this thing for her to be so angry at me. Looking where the growl came from, I saw a big shadow. The beast looked at me, and even with the darkness hiding its body, I could still see its eyes. The beast had amber eyes with its pupils slit, and its eyes glowed so that they stood out in the dark of night. And those same eyes, those eyes that filled me with fear and panic, still conveyed a certain familiarity I couldn't explain, stared at me with wildness and anger. I could then see the beast towering above me, nearly 3 times my height, looking at me with such anger and hatred that it was even palpable. The beast then began to pressure me with its presence, making me unable to move. And the only thing I could do was look at the beast, which began to emanate its bloodlust. And for the first time in this life or the last, I felt small, weak, I felt scared. And that is something impressive for someone who has already died. The beast in front of me rose even more, lifted its head, swelled its chest, and roared at me. Ruhur. I then woke up in a panic and sat up quickly on the bed, my heart pounding fast and my breathing labored. Huff. 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 And as I tried to control my breathing, I noticed that my body was in a cold sweat and my hands were shaking. What bloody dream was that? I muttered to myself, still shaken by the dream. But if I had looked at myself at that moment, I would have noticed that my eyes were glowing and slitted, just like the beast in my dream, before quickly returning to normal. Meow. I heard Nick's meow, conveying concern to me. "I'm fine, girl," I told Nix, my voice shaky. Nix then climbed onto my lap, and watched me worriedly. "Really, I'm fine." "It was just a dream," I told Nix, patting her with my hand, "a really weird dream." I muttered to myself, wiping the bead of sweat that trickled down my forehead. Purred Nix happily, and I smiled softly at that. Sigh, what the hell was that dream? I asked myself, looking straight ahead at my room that was being lit by a small candle. I've read enough stories to know that when someone has a dream like that, something else is happening, and it definitely has to do with my beast power, but I don't know what. Sigh. Well, it's no use thinking about it all day, I have enough time to figure out what the meaning of this dream is and if it's something good or bad, I said to myself. But I knew it was just an excuse for me not to have to think about that beast and the fear I felt. I then took out my wand, happy to have some weapon to defend myself even though I knew it wasn't necessary. But after that dream, could anyone blame me? After getting my wand, I launched a Tempest. 6:17. There's still time to do a quick workout. Maybe with that I can get my head out of this dream, I said. So I put Nix back on the bed and got up to get ready and start my workout. After my training, I sat on the shore of Black Lake throwing pebbles to giant squid, who had a tentacle out playing happily. I was able to lighten my thoughts a bit, but I still had a lot of questions on my mind. Things like, what was that dream? What beast was that? Why did I only have this dream today? What was its meaning? And many others. But I wouldn't gain anything by racking my brain over this dream, and I also had no doubts that it was just the beginning. And this was not speculation, but a presentiment. Sigh, at least I'm not having dreams about a Dark Lord because of a scar, I joked, in an attempt to cheer myself up. And then I got up to go back to the castle and get ready for breakfast and classes. If I'm not mistaken, my classes today will be Charms in the first class, Transfiguration in the second, Data in the third, and the fourth and last class will be Astronomy at midnight, I reflected to myself as I walked towards common room. After passing the common room and ignoring the weird looks the other students were giving me, I went to my dorm room, showered and got ready. As soon as I finished getting ready, I walked out of my room, with Nix, who was awake and excited to explore the school, walking ahead of me. I went down to the common room and sat in one of the armchairs to wait for Terry and Anthony. Nix decided she didn't want to wait and quickly left the common, so I was left alone waiting for them. And I didn't have to wait long before I saw the two of them walking down the dorm stairs together. "Good morning," I told the two happily as they arrived in the common room. "Good morning, Ethan," Terry replied with a smile. Yawn. "Good morning," Anthony said, still half sleepy. Until he was awakened by a slap to the back of the head, a gift from Terry. Ow. What was that for? Anthony asked, looking fiercely at Terry as he rubbed the back of his aching neck with his hand. That was to wake you up, Terry said to Anthony. You should start sleeping earlier, otherwise you'll end up sleeping in class, he continued as he looked at Anthony critically. And you should take your hand and shove. Hey, calm down guys, it's not even 8 o'clock and you guys are like this already, I said, interrupting Anthony in what would be an inappropriate insult. He started it, they said in sync, then blinked and looked at each other in surprise. Kids, I said, rolling my eyes, if you're done, we can go get our breakfast, I'm starving, I told them. Okay, we've already stopped, Terry said with his hands raised in surrender. I'm hungry too, Anthony said. Okay, I said as I clapped my hands, so shall we? I questioned, already walking towards the exit of the common room. Yes, Terry and Anthony said. And then they started following me, and together we went to the Great Hall. As we ate breakfast, letters started to arrive, and I could see my family's owl, Hermes, among the hundreds of owls carrying a letter from home for me. And as soon as Hermes landed in front of me, I took the letter from his claws and handed him a piece of bacon as a reward. Thanks, Hermes, I told him, putting the letter in my pocket to read it another time. You can go to the Ollery, and then I'll give you a letter to give to my parents, I told Hermes as I scratched his back gently, much to his satisfaction. Hoot, chirped Hermes in agreement, before taking off and leaving. Letter from your parents? Terry asked me curious. I agreed, what about yours? I asked him, who had also received a letter. From my mother, he replied, showing the letter to me. And you, Anthony? I asked our lazy friend. I got 2 letters, one from my brother and one of my parents, he replied. You have a brother? Terry asked, a little surprised. Yes. He already graduated from Hogwarts and now works at the Ministry of Magic, Anthony replied. What about you? Do you have any brothers or sisters, he asked us. No, Terry replied. I don't think my parents ever wanted another child, he said with a shrug. I have a little sister, I told them. So I'm the only one who's an only child. Terry said, at least that means I don't need to share my stuff with anyone. He finished saying happily. And Anthony and I just rolled our eyes at his antics. After that we continued to have our breakfast quietly. And when the bell rang, signaling the start of classes, we got up to start the second day of school. Our second day of class was nothing very special or different. We had the same classes as yesterday, with the only differences being the periods and that instead of potions we had astronomy that would take place at midnight. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick reviewed the spell, Lumos, and the counterspell, Nox, with the students who still couldn't cast the spell, and for those who did, he had them train power and speed of casting the spell. But for me who could already do the spell easily, he passed on one of the variations of the Lumos spell, the Lumos Duo spell, which basically created a beam of light from the tip of the wand, and could be used for both lighting and defensive measure to fend off ghouls and solidify the hinky-punks. And even though it was my first time using the spell, I was able to do it the first time, earning another 5 points for Ravenclaw, much to the jealousy and admiration of the other students, and a proud and satisfied nod from Professor Flitwick. The Transfiguration class was basically the same thing, with Professor McGonagall reviewing the match Transfiguration and helping those who hadn't yet made it. For me, Professor McGonagall made me practice the spell, transfiguring more than one match at a time. And when I managed to transfigure 6 matches into needles smoothly and all at once, with 4 of them having 4 house details, 1 with Hogwarts details, and the last one with black, blue and silver accents, to symbolize my family, Professor McGonagall was so shocked and surprised that she even forgot to keep her serious appearance. She then congratulated me and started praising my job well done, before giving me 10 points for a great transfiguration job with a happy and odd look on her face. And I could feel the feelings of admiration and jealousy coming from Granger, and if I didn't know about her competitiveness and addiction to learning, I would swear she was trying to kill me with just the looks she was giving me. And after my transfiguration feat, Granger started trying to transfigure the match more intently, and by the end of class, her needle looked as perfect as my first. After the lunch break, we had Defense Against the Dark Arts, and it was just like the boring class we had yesterday, with Professor Quirrell talking about vampires and zombies, and his encounters with these creatures, which many not believe to be true. And I, determined not to waste my study and training time because of this useless class, took a third-year Dada book from my scholarship and started reading, totally ignoring Professor Quirrell's stuttering lecture. And that was the last class we had this afternoon. I spent the rest of the afternoon with the boys in the library, at Black Lake, or in the common room playing wizard games like Exploding Snap, until dinner time. But it's worth mentioning that whoever lost in the Exploding Snap had to eat one every flavor beans, and unfortunately I couldn't be good at everything, especially in the Exploding Snap, which was more about luck. And I found out in the most unfortunate way possible what spoiled milk, earwax, and earth tasted like. After dinner, I read and studied in the Ravenclaw common room until it was time for astronomy class. Astronomy classes took place on the highest level of the astronomy tower, which was the highest tower in the castle. The class was taught by Professor Aurora Sinistra, a woman with dark skin and a slender body, with a professional and serious personality. In this class we had to use the telescopes we bought in Diagon Alley to observe the night sky, and with that we started to learn the different names of the stars and the movements of the planets. The class went off without a hitch, and I actually enjoyed watching the stars and planets, finding it a little relaxing. The only thing that bothered me was cold air, even though it didn't cause as much discomfort for me as it did for others, but a simple warming spell solved that little problem. At the end of that class, we all went back to our dorms for a good night's sleep, and the only thing I could think about before bed was whether I would ever have that dream again. But putting that thought aside, I lay down on my bed, with Nix at my feet, and gently closed my eyes to sleep. When I woke up, I was relieved that I didn't have any dreams like the one I had yesterday. And getting up from the bed, I cast the spell to tell the time. 5:30. I woke up really early. I muttered to myself, since I'm awake, I might as well read the letter my parents sent me. I said to no one in particular. I then went to my bag and picked up the letter, and opening it I started to read it. In the letter they basically asked me about my first day, if I've made any friends, if I'm studying and how I'm in class, if I've done any pranks, if I'm okay, if I'm brushing my teeth before go to sleep, saying that they already miss them. Those things that all parents ask. Or at least those who take care of their children. Reading the letter, I couldn't help but smile. I then quickly grabbed a parchment and a pen, which is much more useful and easier to use than a quill, only sadly it couldn't be used in class, and started writing my response to their letter, which I planned give to Hermes after my morning workout. Finishing, I put the letter in an envelope and sealed it. So I got out of bed, and started getting ready for my workout. After training and delivering my letter to Hermes at the Ollery, I went back to the common room, and people still looked at me strangely, but it's a smaller amount than before. I think they're getting used to it, I thought. After I took my shower and got dressed, I went down to the common room, and downstairs I found Terry, sitting on the couch reading a potions book. "Good morning," I said, pulling his attention away from the book. "Good morning," he replied back, closing the book and putting it in his bag. "Anthony still hasn't woken up?" I asked him, even though I already knew the answer. "Woke up? That one over there wouldn't wake up if a dragon invaded his room and destroyed everything," Terry replied mockingly. "Hey," we then heard someone say from the dorm stairs, and when we turned around, we saw Anthony with his messy hair looking at us offended. "I'd like you guys to know that I only sleep a lot as it keeps my beauty up to date," Anthony told us. "So you must have been a long time without sleep," I replied as I looked at him critically. "What?" Anthony asked confused. "PFFF. Ha 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 ha," Terry started to laugh, both at the joke and at Anthony's confused appearance. Wait. Ah. Now I get it. Anthony said after understanding what I meant. "Haha, really funny," he laughed sarcastically. "I do what I can," I said with a shrug. "I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think you look good?" Anthony asked me in a mocking tone. "I think I'm pretty cute and sexy," I said with another shrug, "and I'm sure others must think so too." "Unlikely," Anthony said scornfully. "Well, it's pretty easy to resolve that issue," Terry said. "How?" Anthony asked curiously. "Like this. Hey." Terry then yelled, catching the attention of Clearwater, who was sitting at a table by the fireplace with her 5th grade friends Victoria Reese, Emily Blair and Allison Clark. "Yes," asked Clearwater. "Could you answer a question for my friends?" Terry asked her. "What question?" Clearwater asked curiously, and her friends also started to pay attention, wanting to know what the question was, thinking it was possibly something to do with classes. "Do you think he's cute?" Terry asked as he pointed at me. And I could only roll my eyes at your question. "And was that it?" Clearwater blinked a little surprised at the question, as she didn't expect this to be the question. "Well, yeah, he's cute. Mainly because of his messy hair and his eyes, they give a certain kind of charm, kind of wild, I guess," she replied as she eyed me analytically. "That and the fact that he seems to have a well-developed body under those clothes," Blair said, joining in the conversation. And to prove her right, I lifted my shirt to show my semi-defined abs. "Damn," Reese blurted out, looking at me with his jaw dropped. She then quickly gave me her thumb and saluted, which I returned with a nod. "That's quite, wow," Blair said, staring at my abs and chest, and Clark and Reese who were beside her nodded in agreement, both looking alternately between me and a group of 4th grade boys which was on a table in the corner. Cough. Clearwater coughed to get rid of the embarrassment, but you could still see a little red on his cheeks. "I think with all that, yes, Mr. Knight is quite handsome," Clearwater said, avoiding looking at my abdomen. "And surprisingly sexy," Blair muttered under her breath. "There's your answer," Terry said to Anthony and me. And then I started looking smugly at Anthony, who just scoffed and turned away. "Don't be upset, Anthony," I started to say. "If you start waking up early to train maybe you can get a defined body like mine," I told Anthony, who looked at me like I had 2 heads. "And wasting my sleep time." "Ha, never," he said resolutely, as if the thought of waking up early was a gigantic sacrifice for him. I then turned to Terry with a questioning look. "Training isn't really my style," Terry replied lazily. "You who know," I said with a shrug. "What kind of training do you do?" Clark then asked me curiously. "In addition to normal physical exercise, I also train martial arts," I replied. "What martial arts do you do?" "My dad did taekwondo," Reese asked excitedly. And then I started talking about martial arts and fighting with Clark and Reese, while the others looked at us blankly. But that was to be expected, as martial arts are more of the Muggle world, and as they all came from wizarding families and never went to the Muggle world, they obviously wouldn't know what martial art belts and katas are. Now Clark and Reese knew, as Clark is a Muggle-born just like me, and even though Reese was half-blood, with her mother coming from a wizarding family, she still had a high influence in the Muggle world thanks to her father. Ahem. Clearwater cleared her throat, thus getting our attention. "I know you guys are having fun talking, but we have to go to the Great Hall for breakfast," she reminded us. "Oh yeah. Sorry, we kind of got into the conversation," I said as I scratched my head in embarrassment. It's just that it's hard to find anyone other than Allie to talk about the Muggle world, so I got a little carried away," Reese said apologetically as well. Sigh, "All right. But we'd better get going, as I don't think anyone here will want to miss breakfast," Clearwater said. And then we all got up and walked out of the common room towards the Great Hall for breakfast. After breakfast, our first class was Transfiguration, and we were still studying the transfiguration of the needle match, but since most of the students had managed to transfigure the match almost completely, with Terry, Anthony and Granger being able to do the transfiguration completed, Professor McGonagall asked them to put more details on the needle. I was still training my transfiguration speed, only this time with a dozen matches. Transfiguring all the matches into needles was easy, but if I wanted to detail them all at once, then things got complicated. I could put the same details on all the needles, and it would be a lot easier, only that wasn't enough for me, and so I started trying to detail them all different from each other. In a few moments, one needle or another would have some defect, but after a few tries I finally managed to transfigure all the needles with different details, and thanks to that I could see Professor McGonagall lose her composure again, which was invaluable. At the end of this class, thanks to my feat, I got 5 more points for Ravenclaw, and even with the other students still feeling envy and jealous of my abilities in transfiguration and my ease in getting points from home, they started to accept that that would possibly be the norm while I was around. After the transfiguration class ended, the boys and I started going to our next class, which was potions, and according to Professor Snape, today we would be making the cure for Boyle's potion. Potions classroom, dungeons. In the potions classroom, I was sitting with Anthony next to me, as he beat Terry at rock, paper, and scissors to see who would be my partner in class, and now Terry was partnering with Padma Patil, the twin of Parvati of Gryffindor, of Indian heritage. We didn't have to wait long, as soon as we all took our seats, Professor Snape arrived. "Today we will be making a cure for Boyle potion," said Professor Snape at the front of the class. He then waved his wand at the blackboard, where several words magically appeared. "Instructions for the potion are on the blackboard. Begin," he said to us. And everyone quickly got up and went to the ingredients cabinet. I then grabbed the ingredients and items needed for the potion and started to set them up on the table. After setting the table, I asked Anthony, who was my partner, to grind the snake's fangs, and about that I prepared the cauldron and the other ingredients. As the class progressed, Professor Snape walked around the desks looking at everyone's potions. Well, it was more like him criticizing and making fun of other students' potions and brewing methods while taking a few points here and there, and unfortunately for the puffs, they were Professor Snape's main target, and I'm pretty sure a girl cried. Professor Snape then arrived at my desk, just as I started adding the horned slugs. He looked at our cauldron with his cold black eyes, and I could feel Anthony's nervousness beside me, and I think anyone would have been nervous. But I knew there was nothing wrong with my potion, and as intimidating as Professor Snape looked, I still looked directly into his eyes, as if daring him to criticize my potion. And Professor Snape seemed to accept the challenge, as he also started to stare into my eyes. I even thought he would try to use legitimacy on me, but it looks like he has at least some morals. "Acceptable," said Professor Snape after a while, being the first to break eye contact. And then he left to check on the other students. Phew. Anthony sighed in relief as Professor Snape left. "I swore he would take points away from us too," he said in surprise. "Maybe he didn't take any points because he didn't find any problem with our potion," I replied with a shrug. As the class continued, Professor Snape didn't pass my desk again, but he kept sending glances in my direction from time to time. When I was close to finishing class, my potion was already blue in color and emitting pink smoke as described in the books. I then put Anthony's and mine's cure for Boyle's potion in a bottle and went to give it to Professor Snape, and I was pretty sure our potion would get an O, as it was pretty much perfect, with some minor errors. And when Professor Snape received the potion, he looked at me for a moment, before taking the potion and making a mocking sound. After delivering the potion, I went back to my desk and put away my supplies, and with Anthony and Terry at my side, we left potions class and headed to the Great Hall for lunch. After lunch, we would have the flight class in the third period, but unfortunately the flight class will only start in the second week, so we had a free period, until the spells class in the fourth period starts. In charms class, as almost everyone managed to cast the Lumos spell and its contain charm, and Professor Flitwick started teaching them Lumos Duo spell. However, as I had already learned this spell, Professor Flitwick gave me the choice of continuing to practice the spell or reading a book, and as I knew that continuing to train wouldn't help me much, I decided to read it. So I pulled out my third-year charm book and my journal, and proceeded to jot down combat spells and those I thought might be useful at some point. And that was it until the end of class, with me reading and taking down spells, and sometimes stopping to help Terry and Anthony with their spell casting. And after class was over, we went to our common room, where I played a few games, which I always won, if it wasn't for luck, much to Terry and Anthony's annoyance and Philip's trauma, which showed up in some time for a rematch. And I also talked again with Reese and Clark, or as they asked me to call them, Victoria and Allison, and we talked about a lot of things, from the Muggle world and Hogwarts, to the kind of conditioner Snape uses. After much conversation, we saw that it was close to dusk, so we headed to the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner, we all went back to our common room, and as I was a little tired, I decided to go straight to my room to sleep. Today is Wednesday, which meant we were going to have our history of magic and herbology classes for the first time this week. And I was excited, but not because of the history class, which I already knew was going to be a boring and monotonous class, but because of the herbology class, which, like astronomy, is something that fascinated me. Like the stars and planets in astronomy, the plants and herbs in herbology make me very curious and excited to study them, and some may find it boring or too simple, but for me this is the most mysterious and unexplored kind of magic that I've seen even now, together with the magical creatures. But I'm not the only one excited about the herbology class. Anthony is as excited as I am, or even more, since he woke up he's been talking about herbs, magic fungi and their fertilizers. And at some point Terry got tired of listening to Anthony talking about magical plants and threatened to gag him and feed him to giant squid, and just then Anthony stopped his lectures. Our classes started with 2 periods of history of magic, and already knowing that the class would be nothing more than a monotonous and boring lecture by Professor Cuthbert Binns, who happened to be a ghost, I already decided to study the material on my own by the books. The class was just as boring and tedious as described in the franchise books, and I actually almost fell asleep at times, even though I wasn't paying attention to Professor Binns' sleepy voice. And Anthony, who was next to me, who was already known for his laziness, ended up falling asleep within the first 6 minutes of class, and I, like the evil genius that I am, used a paint spell to draw his face. Heh, this is what you get for sleeping next to me, I thought, smiling mischievously. And Terry, who was at the table behind me, snorted as he clapped his hands over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Yawn. That class was so boring, Anthony said to us as we walked down the hall towards the Great Hall for lunch. Yes, so boring, I commented amusedly, using my clemency to keep me from smiling as I looked at his face, which was now covered in makeup, making him look like a mime. Terry agreed without speaking, as he knew that if he opened his mouth, he would eventually burst into laughter. You guys are acting weird, Anthony said, looking at us strangely, to which we just turned our faces and pretended innocence. And seeing that Anthony continued to look at us suspiciously, I decided to change the subject. So Anthony, excited for herbology? I asked him to distract him, which apparently worked as his face lit up and he started talking again about the magical plants, and this time Terry didn't even try to stop him. Anthony was so focused on talking about herbology that he didn't even notice that people were looking at him strangely or laughing as we walked down the hall, and this continued until we reached the Great Hall. Before we entered the Great Hall I cast a spell for the last part of the prank. That spell would take away Anthony's voice, and whatever he was going to express would appear in shapes and symbols above him, like the Acme coyote with its plates. And with everything ready, we enter in the Great Hall. As soon as we entered the Great Hall, a few people looked at us, or more specifically, at Anthony. And a second later the Great Hall burst into laughter and whispers. Anthony looked at everyone laughing and pointing in his direction confused, and that was pretty obvious to see since he had a question mark floating above his head. And behind him Terry bit his lip trying not to laugh. I looked at the staff table to see their reactions. Professor Snape was scowling as usual, Professor Quirrell was confused and scared for some reason, Professor Sprout was laughing with her hands over her mouth, Professor Flitwick was laughing so hard he even fell out of his seat, Professor McGonagall was with her usual stern appearance, but I could still see a smile trying to escape her lips, and through her emotions I could feel the amusement coming from her, and lastly Headmaster Dumbledore, who was smiling amusedly at all this mess, happily dancing in his eyes, and when our eyes met I winked at him with a mischievous grin on my face. I then looked over to the Gryffindor table, looking for the resident playful twins, and when I found them, I realized they were laughing and looking at Anthony in wonder. We continued to walk to the Ravenclaw table and then sat down. As we sat down, some Ravenclaws started to point and laugh at Anthony or look at him strangely, further confusing Anthony. Question mark. Anthony then turned to us questioningly. He then tried to say something, but no noise came out of his mouth, and if we looked over his head, we would see several symbols appearing one after another. And at that moment, Terry couldn't take it anymore and started to laugh, leaving Anthony even more confused and frustrated. And I, like the good friend that I am, decided to end Anthony's confusion. I then took a plate off the table and gave it to Anthony, who took the plate confused, that is, until he looked at his reflection on the plate. Exclamation point. Anthony exclaimed shocked, well, at least I think that's what the exclamation mark floating above his head meant. Ha 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 ha, and at this point Terry laughed even harder as he laid his head on the table and hit it with his hand repeatedly. And at that moment even I couldn't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha, I then started laughing uncontrollably while holding my sides. Ignoring the dozens of symbols that appeared above Anthony, who was staring at us. Anthony then looked at me with realization. And then he started pointing at me as the symbols above his head flashed by. Hashtag, #% / and at. I don't understand what you're talking about, I said innocently. Which only earned me a fierce glare from Anthony. Okay, I'll cancel the prank, I said with my hands up in surrender. I then took my wand from its holster and pointed it at Anthony, canceling the 2 spells I had cast on him. Phew. I couldn't take it anymore not being able to talk, Anthony said relieved as the mimic spell passed, looking at his reflection and seeing his face without any makeup. And that was the best part of the spell, Terry whispered to me. He then looked at Anthony. You weren't that bad, Mr. Mimic, Terry commented amusedly. Haha, Anthony chuckled lamely. I want to see your face when Ethan decided to do the same to you. When Anthony said this, Terry paused for a moment as realization hit him. He then started looking at me fearfully. Hey, you wouldn't do that to me, right Ethan? He asked me nervously, to which I just started whistling innocently, much to Terry's despair and Anthony's satisfaction. After that emotional lunch, where Terry started staring at me paranoid in fear of a prank, we started heading to the castle greenhouses, where our herbology class with Hufflepuff would be. The greenhouses were on the land at the back of the castle, and this was where we would learn the practical part of herbology, while the theoretical part of teaching would take place in the South Tower. When we arrived at the greenhouses, we found Professor Sprout waiting for us. Good afternoon, kids. Professor Sprout began to say happily, I'm herbology professor and head house of Hufflepuff, Pomona Sprout, she said smiling at everyone kindly, and many of the puffs looked happy with her. Today we will have a practice class in Greenhouse 1, Professor Sprout said, and then started to lead us to the greenhouse, remember. First-year classes will always be Greenhouse 1, so don't try to go to the other greenhouses, since they are for more advanced students and have more dangerous plants, she warned us, and some students started looking around cautiously. When we got to Greenhouse 1, Professor Sprout told us to sit down. I sat with Anthony on my left side and Terry beside Anthony, and on my other side sat Lisa Turpin, a Ravenclaw of my year. Today we will be learning about spiky bush, Professor Sprout said to the entire class. Can anyone tell me what kind of plant this is? She then asked us, and many puffs and ravens raised their hands, with Anthony being one of the most excited to answer. Miss Bones. Professor Sprout said, choosing a Hufflepuff girl, much to Anthony's dismay. Spiky bushes are semi-sentient bushes that have big yellow thorns growing on them, said Susan Bones, a girl with strawberry blonde hair. Spiky bushes shoot their thorns when they feel threatened or when someone gets too close to them, she finished. Great explanation, Miss Bones. 5 points for Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout said smiling. The rest of the class was her explaining the role of spiky bushes and how to destroy them. She then brought us a spiky bush and explained to us what spell we were going to use and how to cast it. The spell to destroy the spiky bushes is the conjuration spell to make fire, incendio, Professor Sprout told us. The spell's pronunciation is insendo, and the wand movement is as if you were drawing a flame, it goes up and down. But be careful, I recommend casting the spell at a good distance from spiky bush. She finished the explanation and allowed us to try the spell. With my wand already in hand, I pointed it at spiky bush and recited the spell while moving my wand according to Professor Sprout's demonstration. Incendio, I recited, only to receive a small puff of smoke from the tip of my wand. Strange. I was always good with elements, so why did the spell fail? I thought, looking at my wand, which vibrated a little. I then began to go over all of Professor Sprout's moves step by step in my mind. But I didn't see any difference between her spell casting and mine. I looked to my side, only to see the boys looking at me with raised eyebrows, probably expecting me to cast the spell at first like the other times. And looking at them, I shrugged and turned my attention to my wand. And deciding that what my spell lacked was power, I tried again. I then pointed my wand at the semi-sentient plant. Incendio, I said calmly. And then from the tip of my wand came a powerful jet of red and orange flame, which when it hit the spiky bush ended up incinerating it. When the flames left my wand, the students around me backed away in alarm, and even I gave a little jump myself. Fuck. I think I overplayed the spell's power a little, I thought to myself, looking at the ashes in surprise. Oh. What powerful conjuration, Mr. Professor Sprout, who was behind me, said, before looking at me questioningly. Knight, Ethan Knight, I replied to her. Mr. Knight. You managed to be the first to cast the spell. And to top it off, it was very powerful, Professor Sprout told me, looking in awe at where Spiky Bush should have been, but now it just remained ashes. Take 10 points to Ravenclaw. And great job, I hope you keep it up, she told me smiling, to which I nodded with a smile of my own. Professor Sprout then left to see the other students' work, and I looked to the side, only to find Anthony and Terry staring at me with blank faces. Was I lucky? I tried to make an excuse, but from the look I was getting from them I realized it didn't really work. So after helping them with the spell, I continued to practice the spell casting by decreasing the flame's potency. At the end of class I was the only one who managed to destroy Spiky Bush completely, or more like incinerating him, and those who came close were Anthony, Terry, Bones, Turpin, who swallowed his pride and ended up asking for my help in some moment, and Megan Jones, a short, brown-haired Hufflepuff girl. The others managed at most to produce a small jet of flame, but it wouldn't be enough to destroy Spiky Bush from a safe distance. Good. All of you were great today, Professor Sprout started praising us as the class ended, but some of you are still having trouble casting the spell, so study up on it as next class we'll try again. Now go or you guys are late for your next class, she said as she shooed us out of the greenhouses. After the herbology class was over, the boys and I then started going to our last class of the day, which would be Defense Against the Dark Arts. The Dada class was just a continuation of the other two classes and a deepening of the creatures spoken of in them. And since I already knew all this from studying the books, I decided to skip the rest of the class and then started reading a book about dark creatures until class was over. The last class of the day came to an end, which meant we had the rest of the afternoon free until dinner time. Anthony, Terry, and me then decided to stay in the library and read until dinner. While I was in the library, I saw Granger sitting at a table alone, surrounded by some books and intent on reading them. As I passed, she looked up from her book and looked at me, and I could feel her conflicting emotions. She conveyed feelings of curiosity, jealousy, sadness, and happiness. I was confused by feeling her emotions, as there were so many and each one was more confusing than the other, and at some point I even thought about using legilimency on her, but I decided to respect her privacy. I then continued walking to a table with Anthony and Terry, thinking that at some other time I might approach her, as I wasn't hurry and didn't see the need to meddle in her affairs. After that, the boys and I stayed reading and studying in the library until dinner time came, and as we headed for the Great Hall, Anthony decided to take precautions by looking at his reflection in the armor in corridors to see if I made another pranks with him, which he sighed, relieved to see that there was nothing strange about him. Friday finally arrived, and that meant that this would be the last day of school for the first week. And today we would have 2 herbology classes in a row, and then we would have the rest of the day off, much to the joy of many. After my morning practice, I caught up with Anthony, who by some miracle had woken up early, and we sat down in the common room to wait for Terry, which wasn't long since he arrived a few moments later. And then the 3 of us went to the Great Hall for breakfast. After breakfast, we started heading to the greenhouses for our herbology class. And when we got to Greenhouse 1, we saw that Professor Sprout was already waiting for us with spiky bushes ready. So after we went to the same places we occupied last time, Professor Sprout started to explain in more detail about the incendio spell, and after that asked us to try and burn the spiky bushes again. Professor Sprout passed by those who had difficulties in the last class and started to help them, and sometimes she also gave some tips for those who were already about to destroy a spiky bush. As I could already destroy a spiky bush easily, even if accidentally, Professor Sprout told me to work on my control, where I would try to create a weak jet of flame, only to hurt the spiky bush, and then create a more strong flame to incinerate him. So for the rest of the class I was alternating between burning, charring and incinerating. And with this training, I could feel my already high control of the spells increase even more, and the weird thing is that I thought transfiguration or spells would be the class that would help me with this, but it looks like I shouldn't have judged the class of herbology so lightly. After some thought, I understood that the incendio spell is a simple spell, but as its main focus is to make fire, an element known for its unpredictability, temperament, and destructive power, it ends up becoming more complicated when compared to turn a match into a needle or create light. Even when I did a wandless fire spell, I could still control it more easily than with a wand, and I began to think this was due to the fact that I trained my magic longer without a wand than with a wand, and my wand has a thunderbird feather in it, which should have added fuel to the spell's temper. And I think this was the first time my wand influenced my spell. Weird, I thought to myself, why did you just start interfering now? I questioned myself. Deciding to put those thoughts aside for now, I refocused on the class and trying to burn spiky bush to several different degrees. When the herbology class was over, luckily without any problems, we all put away our materials, and before leaving Professor Sprout gave us an essay on precautions to take against thorny plants. I'd already had lunch, and right now I was in the Ravenclaw common room playing snaps with Anthony and Stephen Cornfoot, one of the boys of our year, and meanwhile Terry was playing chess against Corner. The girls in our year were gossiping at a table in the corner of the common, and the older students were either chatting with their friends or studying, as 5th, 6th and 7th grades had to prepare for their newts and OWLs. "Hey! I just realized something," Anthony exclaimed, bringing my attention to him. "Ethan got over 60 house points in his first week of school," he said, looking at me in wonder, and Terry, who was just a few feet away and paying attention to Anthony, started to stare at me too. True. I never stopped to count, but Ethan got at least 50 points on his own, without even trying, Terry said after doing the math in his head. And Phillips, who was on our side reading, looked up sharply from his book. "How many points did you get?" Phillips exclaimed in shock, and some students who were standing nearby and listening to his outburst began to pay attention to our conversation. 70 points, I said nonchalantly, but that was more than enough to make half the students wide their eyes in surprise. 70 points. Phillips repeated in shock. Then he started looking at me in wonder, like I was a chest full of gold. I confirmed nonchalantly, as if that was the most normal thing. 70 points. And I was thinking 40 points the first day would be the most you could get this week. Hell, I thought that would be the most you could get in a month, Prefect Jenkins said to me, and I will not lie. I was actually a little offended that she thought I couldn't get more points than that. What would they think if they knew he doesn't care about the house points? Terry whispered to Anthony, already imagining the face everyone would make. I can already imagine the Slytherins' faces when they realize this year's House Cup is going to be Ravenclaw, Philip said, with an almost manic look on his face. But remember, it's not the points that matter, it's the knowledge and experience gained in class, Jenkins said wisely. Knowledge and experience we can use to defeat and slaughter the Slytherins. Philip said, with a big smile on his face and a faraway look, not noticing the way everyone started looking at him. Ignore him, he has some Slytherin issues, Jenkins told us, looking already used to Phillips's fixation on the Slytherins. It's not like I'm the only one, Phillips muttered, not daring to say it out loud so as not to piss off Jenkins. But back to the subject, 70 points should be a record of points earned in a week, congratulations Mr. Knight. Jenkins congratulated me, and a few other students followed and started to congratulate me too, with Phillips being the most vocal. Thanks, but I was just doing what was asked in class, I didn't expect to get so many points, I commented nonchalantly. Didn't expect my ass, was the thought that ran through the mind of some of the early years, remembering how I shocked even the teachers with the ease I had of casting spells in class. And then after a little more chatting soon it was time for dinner, and we all left the common room and headed towards the Great Hall. After dinner and some more chatting and games in the common room, I headed to my room, planning on getting a great night's sleep since tomorrow I was going to start exploring Hogwarts. The weekend has finally arrived, and now is the time when I will start exploring Hogwarts, decorating the castle layout, and finding the secret passages. So after waking up and doing my daily exercises, I told Terry and Anthony that I would be spending the day studying, and that they could go out without me. After they left, I started heading towards the dungeons, planning to look from floor to floor from the lowest to the last floor, which is the 7th floor, where I would make my last stop, which would be the room of requirement. The floor below the ground floor was where the dungeons and basement were located. The dungeons had the potions classroom, the head of Slytherin office, the Slytherin common room, and a few other locations. The basement was where Hufflepuff's common room and kitchen were located. As I had decided to start from the lowest floor, I headed straight for the dungeons, already with my magic vision turned on so I could see the magic passages, and I once again thanked any supreme being who gave me these abilities, already that they were facilitating my exploration and search for secret passages at Hogwarts. As I walked through the dungeons, I noticed that she didn't have many places to look, as I only found a few passages and shortcuts, but even those were few, and the only places I saw reasons to decorate the path were the head of Slytherin office and the Slytherin common room, and I made sure to stay away from certain rooms. Rooms that I suspected were the Hogwarts places where prisoners were placed and punished at the time the school was created. This was basically Filch's wet dream. The head of Slytherin office was easy to find, I just had to ask a fourth-year Hufflepuff where the most avoided place in the castle was, that he pointed me in the direction of Snape's office. The next place I looked was the Slytherin common room, and instead of asking someone the direction of the room, I simply headed in the direction the Slytherins were coming from. As I walked down the halls towards the common room, many Slytherins looked at me curiously or disdainfully, but mostly curiously, as it's not every day they see a Ravenclaw first year walking near their common. I thought I'd have more problems with the Slytherins because I'm a Muggle-born, but it doesn't seem like they bothered about it. Maybe it's because the robes I used to wear and the ones I was wearing were expensive and luxurious robes made of acromantula silk and dragon leather, so they're probably thinking I'm also a pureblood or a half-blood. Looks like the only Slytherin dumb enough to antagonize a person without even knowing them well is Malfoy. The others at least think before they act, I thought, looking fearlessly at the Slytherins who were staring at me, and that seemed to make them even more cautious. After walking down a few corridors, I finally saw the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, I got close to the entrance. I kept looking at the entrance, which was a wall that had some silver accents and snake carvings. I thought about trying to guess the password, but I didn't know what would happen if I got it wrong, and even if I got it right it wouldn't make much difference to me as I still didn't have a way to enter the common without being noticed by the other Slytherins. So after looking at the entrance for a while with my magic vision, I decided that I had explored the dungeons enough. I then started to head towards the next places, which were the kitchen and the Hufflepuff common room. It was relatively easy to find the kitchen, as I simply searched the hallway which was decorated with many food-themed paintings. And getting there, I went directly to the portrait of a fruit bowl, which was where the passageway to the kitchen was, as I remembered the franchise. As far as I knew, the information I had about the kitchen was that to get through the passage, I had to tickle the pear in the portrait, which would turn into a knob that opened the kitchen door. Even the passage to the kitchen is safer than the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, I thought, wondering where Rowena Ravenclaw's great intelligence was when creating the entrance to the common. I looked at the portrait for a moment and then I started scratching the pear in the portrait. The pear then started to laugh, and after a moment it turned into a big green doorknob. I grabbed the doorknob, took a deep breath, and turned it. And when I heard a click, I pushed the door open. The kitchen was larger than the Great Hall. It had 5 tables identical to the ones in the Great Hall placed in exactly the same way. The kitchen had many counters and stoves, and on those counters were stacked many pots and utensils, and at the far end of the door was a large brick fireplace. The place itself was amazing, but the most surprising thing about the kitchen was the 100+ house elves working in it. Well, they were working, but as soon as I opened the door, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in my direction, and having all those pairs of big, bulging, joy-filled eyes looking at me was pretty scary. A student. The great master would like anything. Sir, are you hungry? How can Flipsy help you? The excited and euphoric house elves then started bombarding me with questions, wanting to serve me and help me in some way. And her emotions overflowed with joy and happiness. And even though it seemed annoying, I still found the way they acted funny and cute. Calm down all of you. I then yelled at them, and with that, they finally held back a little, but I could still see how they swayed in their places or made little hops, wanting to do something or serve me. I looked at all those little hyperactive creatures and couldn't help but smile a little. First, call me Ethan, no master or sir. And second, I haven't had breakfast yet, so could you guys make me something to eat, please? I asked them kindly. Master Ethan said please. Master Ethan is so kind to us. Choppy will bring you the best breakfast possible. The house elves, who skipped the part about not calling me master or sir, then looked at me adoringly for the simple fact that I said please. It just showed how little affection and care they get, and if Hogwarts elves feel that way, imagine pureblood elves like Malfoy, who are treated worse than slaves. Just thinking about it made me angry, but since I didn't want to scare off these cute house elves, who were putting too much food on the table for me, I used my clemency to control my emotions. Fucking magic world, I thought, clenching my fists. After the elves finished putting food on the table, they started looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to start eating. And not wanting to keep these cheerful creatures waiting, I sat at the table, grabbed a plate, and poured some bacon and potatoes. So I took the first bite of this wonderful food, which is one of the best and tastiest I've ever eaten in my 2 lives, and I couldn't help but praise them. This food is amazing. You guys are the best cooks I've ever seen, I said to the elves. And after I said that, the elves started crying with joy, and there were even some who hugged my legs under the table. Master Ethan is so good to us. No one has ever complimented Tassie's food before. We don't deserve such kindness. And seeing these happy, tearful little faces, I could only shake my head, a wry smile on my face, knowing full well that it was almost impossible to try to change the opinion and the adoration they have for serving, so I just let them continue to express themselves, and continue to eat. I just hope they don't start a service with how much worship they're showing me, I thought playfully as I popped a piece of omelet into my mouth. But this food is really good. After eating until I was full, having eaten a little of everything they brought for me, I got up to continue my exploration of the castle. But just as I was going to say goodbye to the elves to go out, something came to my mind. My beast power had an ability that allowed me to open a connection with animals, and if I was touching this animal, I could open a stronger connection for 7 minutes. But I've only tried this power on common animals, and the connection has always been a little fuzzy. I had assumed this was due to the fact that common animals had simpler, less developed minds, and after seeing that my power worked on more conscious magical creatures like the goblins I saw in Gringotts, I started to think about what it would be like to open a connection with some magical creature. And now in front of me, I had over 100 magical creatures that had developed minds, and I obviously wasn't going to miss the opportunity to see what that connection would be like. Could any of you guys help me with something? I asked them. And when I said that, immediately all the elves rushed forward and started jumping and talking, trying to be the one I would choose to help me. How about you? I said, pointing to a little elf with big yellow eyes and pointy ears, who squeaked as I pointed at him. Despise would be very happy to be able to help Master Ethan, the little elf, now known as Despise, said excitedly as he came towards me taking little hops along the way. Okay, Despise, what I'm going to do now won't hurt him or anything, so keep calm, I said, trying to make the little elf as calm as possible since I didn't know if the connection would be harder if he was nervous. The worst thing that could happen is that the connection would be more confusing than with ordinary animals, as now both sides of the connection have more complex minds. But something else can happen as the connection just fails, which would be disappointing. Looking at Despise in front of me, I brought my hand close to his head, and as soon as I touched him, I opened a connection with him. A direct connection to a common animal was simple, confusing, and uninformative. But this connection was different, in a way I couldn't even explain. I could feel all the joy, happiness, surprise, and immense desire to serve me coming from the little elf, and these emotions even affected me a little, influencing my own emotions to the point where I had to use a clemency. I then tried to do something that was not possible to do with an ordinary animal, which was to try to transmit some thoughts and memories to Despise. I found that I could do this when I opened a connection with a rat, but I unintentionally started thinking about things from my other life, and unfortunately, I ended up frying the little animal's brain. But I was sure I wouldn't hurt the elf, and that certainty came from a feeling as if something told me I could do it. The thoughts I wanted to convey to Despise were my gratitude that he was helping me. And the memories were of a dish I saw on a cooking show in my past life, which was chicken stroganoff and French fries cut into thin strips. As soon as I conveyed my thoughts to Despise, I could feel his euphoria and joy, and at some point, he even started to cry with happiness. But his feelings shifted to surprise as he saw my memories flash through his mind. The little elf is now unconsciously sending me his thoughts of how he would make a dish of stroganoff for me to please me. And I felt like I could see his other memories if I tried a little bit, and that it would be a lot easier than Legilimens. As thoughts and memories came and went, the connection grew weaker, demonstrating that she had a limit, and the connection weakened until she closed. Sigh, that was phenomenal, I said in awe. But apparently, a connection to a being with a complex mind is harder to maintain, I reflected to myself. A connection to an ordinary animal could be maintained for 7 minutes at most, but a creature like an elf could only be held for 3 minutes. I continued after counting how much time had passed in my head. That was amazing. Young Master Ethan taught Despise a new dish. Despise hissed excitedly, looking at me as if I were Merlin himself in the flesh. And that simple phrase was enough to make all the other elves look at me too. A new dish. Cranky would like Master Ethan to teach him a dish too. What dish? Can Sissy learn too? The little elves then started bombarding me again, and I almost regretted using one of those hyperactive creatures to test the connection. Look, I would like to teach you all a dish, but I don't have time, and I can only do what I did with Despise once a week, so regrettably I won't be able to teach you today. That was a lie since I could use the connection again after an hour, but I wouldn't tell them that, as I didn't want a crowd of elves asking me for new dishes all day. As soon as I said that, I could see how many of the elves got discouraged, but after knowing I could do something like that again in a week they went back to their usual hyperactive attitude. Well, I really enjoyed your food, but I still have things to do, I said, realizing I'd spent a lot of time in the kitchen. Already? Despise lamented. Yes. But I'll be back another day, and then I'll show you more dishes, I said with a smile. Thank you, Gordon Ramsay. Well then I'll be off, I said to the elves as I started towards the door. After saying goodbye to the cute little elves, I left the kitchen and started going to my last stop on that floor, which was the Hufflepuff common room. From what I remembered about the Hufflepuff common room, it was near the kitchens, and its entrance was in a set of barrels, so it wouldn't be too hard to find. And just as I thought, after walking a bit, I came across a pile of barrels. In those barrels, supposedly was the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, and if it wasn't obvious before, seeing one of the big barrels roll to the side and open a passage for a bunch of puffs kind of took away any doubts I might have had. The puffs who just left looked at me curiously, but they didn't speak or do anything, probably because I was just looking and I was a first year, so they must have been thinking I was just a lost student. As with the entrance to the Slytherin common room, I didn't try to enter the Hufflepuff common room, and it was mainly because I knew this was the most protected common room of all, as it only allowed badgers to enter. And the most impressive thing was that, if the person trying to get in was not a puff, or if they got the password wrong, which happened to be hitting the beat of Helga Hufflepuff, in a specific barrel, the person would be dipped in vinegar and would have access barred. I'm almost afraid of Helga Hufflepuff. If she even has punishment for someone who tries to break into her common room, I don't even want to imagine what she would do to an enemy or someone more hated, I thought, a little shiver running through my body. I then started looking at the passage, trying to absorb every detail. Now that I stopped to think. Helga Hufflepuff had a cup as her greatest treasure, and her common room is surrounded by barrels. Was she an alcoholic? I questioned myself, and if any puffs could hear my thoughts right now, I was sure they would want to bewitch me to the ends of the world. After leaving the basement, I went to the next floor, which was the ground floor. The ground floor didn't have many places I didn't already know, as this was the floor of the Great Hall and I passed it every day. So I decided to just check it out with my magic vision to see if I hadn't missed anything. After looking around the ground floor for a while, I found some passages that were behind some paintings and armor, and these passages led to other corridors on the ground floor and the other floors. The only place worth noting was the Great Hall, which, because there were a lot of wizards walking around in it every day, had an immense amount of magic, and it was very fascinating to see all those magical signatures with different colors and densities passing through the air. After looking at the Great Hall, and seeing that there was nowhere else to look, I decided to go to the first floor, where I would see if there were any passages or more interesting places. Before reaching the first floor, I had to go through the grand staircase, the most famous stairs in the cinema. These stairs led to every floor of Hogwarts, and in their path were many paintings with many other secret passages. Hogwarts had a total of 142 stairs. These stairs ranged from wide and sweeping to narrow and fragile. Those same stairs moved according to the castle, so the same stairs that led to the fourth floor hallway on Monday could end up leading to an entirely different hallway on Fridays. Also, some stairs would stop moving just to irritate students. There were even some steps that were fake or disappeared when you stepped on them, so you always had to remember to jump over them. These stairs are treacherous and evil, and believe me when I say these stairs are the most dangerous thing in the castle. And guess who came up with the brilliant idea to create moving stairs? It was from our dear and intelligent founder of the Raven's House, Rowena Ravenclaw. I'm seriously starting to doubt her intelligence, and also whether she was really sane. From what I've seen so far, for someone known for a brilliant mind and intelligence, her actions aren't all that rational. But that aside, I continued up the stairs until I reached the first floor. The first floor had lots of interesting places. Places like the library, the Gryffindor head's office, the tapestry corridor, the potions pantry, the hospital wing, and the girls' lavatory. I'm not going to talk much about the library as I've been there since the beginning of classes, and it doesn't take much explanation to know what's in a library. Well, what there is usually in a library, since I doubt all libraries have flying books. But apart from books and a few passages, the library is nothing so different. The Gryffindor head's office already had a self-explanatory name, so I didn't have much to say about it, but it's always good to remember where it was. You never know when I might need to talk to Professor McGonagall. I just hope I'm not ignored. How was the Golden Trio? The tapestry corridor was a hallway filled with tapestries. I think the name is also self-explanatory. But in the corridor, there were also many paintings of famous wizards, and in those same paintings and tapestries there were also many secret passages, and they led to many different places in the castle. The most interesting thing about tapestries was the remnants of magic that were in them. The pantry was where Professor Snape kept his private stash of potions and their ingredients. As I recalled, the items in Professor Snape's inventory included the ingredients for Polyjuice Potion and Veritaserum, something I'd left noted in my mind in things I should borrow. The hospital wing was where the students went when they were sick or injured, and it was also basically Harry's second home, as every single year he ended up there. And each year it was for a stranger reason than the other. I haven't entered the hospital wing yet, as from what I can remember from the story, and from what I've heard from the students, the matron there, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, could be a bit of a dragon mother, and I didn't want to get in the way from her being searched from top to bottom looking for any injury or illness by her. But I intended to go there at some point, and no, it won't be because I got hurt in some way, I hope, but because I'd like to learn healing magic, something only a trained and certified Mediwitch could teach me. The last interesting place on the first floor was the girls' lavatory, and it's not for some perverted reason, but because it was so symbolic of the franchise. The first floor girls' lavatory was where Hermione was attacked by a troll mountain, and later saved by Harry and Ron. And this development was what gave, or more precisely, will start their friendships, thus creating the so famous Golden Trio. And as I passed the bathroom, I couldn't help but wonder whether or not I should interfere with this happening. It's not like it brings me anything good, but it doesn't bring anything bad either, and before I even came to Hogwarts, I had already made up my mind that I was going to live my years at this school without thinking too much about the canon, since only my existence totally changed the future. I won't worry about it now, I still have some time to think, I thought to myself. After exploring the first floor I went straight to the second. The second floor didn't have much for me to look at, and as I walked around it, I occasionally found some secret passages. Many of the secret passages looked like they were used, as they were clean and had footprints on the dusty floor. I didn't even have to think too hard to figure out that these were passages known to the twins, but I also realized they weren't the only ones using them, which shouldn't be a surprise. Seeing as the second floor had nothing else for me to look for, I decided to go to the only place I knew was important, the girls' lavatory. 2 girls' lavatory in a row, sigh. I'm glad no one saw me going into them, if not I might end up earning a reputation as a pervert and a stalker, I thought, relieved. Wait. Actually, the weirdest thing here is why some of the franchise's important events always take place in a bathroom. The second floor girls' lavatory was a very important place for the franchise, as it was also known as the Moaning Myrtle bathroom, which meant that it was also the entrance to the famous and mysterious Chamber of Secrets. And one of the things I'm most curious to find out is if my beast's power works on Basilisk. But trying to enter the giant snake's nest has its many downsides, like me being killed or petrified, as I don't know if my powers work on a 1,000-year-old basilisk. But back to the subject. The girls' lavatory, oddly enough, was the weirdest place I've been so far. And that wasn't due to the fact that a giant snake that could kill with one look was in the pipes below the toilet, it was because of a certain ghost that haunted him. Second floor girls' lavatory. So this is the most mysterious place in Hogwarts. I said to myself as I walked into the girls' lavatory, I was hoping it was, I don't know. More impressive, I commented, looking towards the bathroom a little disappointed. The bathroom was dingy and depressing, with a large cracked and stained mirror in the left corner that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years, which was probably true, and under the mirror were some chipped and dirty sinks. The bathroom floor was damp, probably from the water that leaked from the taps. And the wooden bathroom stall doors were peeling and scuffed, and one of the doors was even hanging on its hinges. Looking at this bathroom, I started to question if the Wizarding World had health surveillance, or if the headmaster was too lazy to fix and clean this bathroom, as it only took a few flicks of a wand for everything to be presentable, as every bathroom should be. But I guess I can't complain too much, as I've seen more decrepit bathrooms than this one in my first life. Using my magic vision, I could see many remnants of magic, mostly black magic, running through the environment. Looking at the sinks, I saw one in particular that had a magic with a dark green tint, and increasing my vision and looking closer, I saw a snake notch in the faucet of that sink. This is the sink that opens the Chamber of Secrets, I thought to myself. I then looked across the bathroom and saw more remnants of that same magic at a specific spot. So that means that this is where the entrance is. After taking a good look at the bathroom and the magic around me, I only had one word to describe it, which would be haunted. Hello. I called then, knowing I was probably not the only one in that bathroom. What are you doing here? And not 5 seconds after I called, I heard a female voice behind me, and as soon as I turned around, I saw the resident ghost of Hogwarts bathroom, Myrtle Warren. Myrtle's appearance was as described in the books. She was a stocky girl with pimples on her face and thick glasses, and she was wearing a Hogwarts uniform where I could see the Ravenclaw crest on it. I'm just here to look, I replied to Myrtle as I looked around. I heard a lot about the infamous second-floor bathroom, and as I was passing through this hallway I decided to come check it out, I continued with a half-truth. Bullshit. You're here to make fun of me like everyone else. Myrtle said, looking irritated and tearful, even though I'm dead I still have feelings. But you keep coming, cursing me. Ugly Myrtle. Fat Myrtle. Depressed Myrtle, she kept babbling and probably forgot that I was here too. I would never do that. I said, outraged, I didn't come here to make fun of you, Myrtle. In fact, if I had known there was such a pretty ghost in the castle, I would have come here much sooner. I continued, giving her a charming smile, and I might have felt awkward flirting with a ghost, but Myrtle haunted the bathrooms at Hogwarts, one of the school's main gossip spots, and I wouldn't miss the chance to befriend such a great source of information. And that's one of the reasons I think Potter is a bit of an idiot, as Myrtle liked him a lot and would do anything to help him, but he just ignored her. Plus I kind of feel sorry for her. To have been tormented by her classmates, to have died at a young age only because of a teenager with an inflated ego and daddy issues, and yet to remain in the same school as a ghost. And she probably didn't even get to see her parents after becoming a ghost because they were muggles, and that must have been and must be very sad. So the least I can do is try to be nice to her. Plus, from the books you can tell she's not that bad, as she even helped Malfoy when he was under pressure in 6th year. Serious? Myrtle asked me excitedly and hopefully, before changing to a cautious, depressed look, or are you just saying that to let my guard down? No. I really mean it. Wizarding honor, I said as I crossed my fingers in front of my chest, and it seems like the combination of my serious face and my promise was enough to appease her. Hi, so you really think I'm pretty? Myrtle said, giving a girly laugh as he looked at me sheepishly with a small blush on his cheeks, something I didn't expect was possible for a ghost. Clear. I said with conviction, maybe if it was dark, with you turned around, and I closed my eyes. That was a thought I decided to keep to myself. Thank you, Myrtle said shyly. She then looked at me from head to toe. You're not bad to look at either, and just hearing that I could feel my right eye twitching. Thank you, I thanked with a calm smile on my face. By the way, my name is Ethan Knight. I then introduced myself to Myrtle. Nice to meet you, Ethan. I'm Myrtle Warren. Myrtle introduced herself to me with a smile, looking happy just that someone was talking to her. But that smile dropped a little as she kept talking. But usually people call me Moaning Myrtle, she sneered by the name. Don't worry, Myrtle, they're just a bunch of idiots, so don't mind them too much, I comforted her, and if I see someone calling you that I'll hex them myself, I continued, looking at Myrtle confidently, which brought a smile to her ghostly face. Well, I'd love to keep talking to you, but I still have a lot to do, you know. The teachers gave us a lot of homework and essays this week, I told Myrtle, wanting to end our conversation when I saw that I had spent time enough in the bathroom. Ah. I understand, Myrtle said a little crestfallen. But she perked up again when she heard what I said afterwards. But I promise to visit you some other time, Myrtle. And I'll stay to talk to you longer, I told her. I then started towards the door. Bye, Myrtle. I said to her while waving my hand. Bye, Ethan. Myrtle said, also waving at me with a goofy grin on his face. After that, she went back to diving into a sink pipe, and the only sound left in the bathroom was dripping and a gleeful feminine giggle. When I was leaving the girls' lavatory, I started using my senses to try to see if there was anyone around. Since I didn't want to get caught leaving the girls' lavatory, and not feeling anyone around, I walked out of the bathroom and took one of the shortcuts to go to the third floor. The third floor had lots of interesting places, not counting the forbidden corridor, of course. And these places, as incredible as it may seem, were places that all students have gone through or will go through. The most interesting thing about these places was that the things that caught my attention about them were hidden from ordinary eyes, but I was sure that if any students paid attention they could see why I found these places interesting. The places I'm talking about are the trophy room, the armory, the clock tower entrance, and the one-eyed wick passage. The trophy room was the room that kept in crystal display cases all the awards, cups, trophies, plates, shields, statues, and medals that Hogwarts and its students had ever received. This room also had a list with the names of all the head boys and head girls the school has had and has. The Hogwarts School Service Awards were also being prominently displayed in this room, and you could even see the name of Tom Riddle aka Voldemort. When I looked around the room with my magic vision, I found 3 secret passages. One of the passages was behind a wall-hanging portrait from one of the former Hogwarts headmaster by the name of Brutus Scrimgeour, and that passage led to a hallway on the 4th floor. Another passage, also to the 4th floor, was behind a mirror. The last passage was behind one of the trophy racks, and as far as I could tell, one of the shields had to be polished to open the passage, and that passage led to the corridor of the Great Hall. The armory, also known as the Armor Gallery, was located in the hallway adjacent to the trophy room. It was a hallway filled with armor on display, and in some of that armor I found more secret passages. When I looked at the armor with my magic vision, in addition to the passages, I also saw that the armor was enchanted, but I didn't know what the enchantment was or what it did. The clock tower entrance was one of the 3 main entrances to the castle. The entrance consisted of a large open space with 2 staircases going up to the highest levels of the tower, and in front of the main entrance was a large window. A massive steel and iron clockwork pendulum swung slowly above the main entrance. The pendulum appeared to have several stars imprinted on it, and when I looked closely, I could see what appeared to be rune symbols carved into the outer edge of the pendulum. I knew some of those runes, but others looked so old and complex that I couldn't understand, and because of that I couldn't decipher what effect the runes were having on the pendulum either. The one-eyed wick passage was the passage Harry and the twins used to go from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. The entrance to the passage was hidden in a statue of Gunhilda of Gorsmoor Aka the one-eyed wick. To gain access to the passage it was necessary to tap the hump of the statue with the wand and say the password, Descendium. After saying the password, the bulge in the statue would open to reveal a tunnel, and the tunnel led to the basement of Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade. Maybe I can stop by Hogsmeade before my 3rd year, I thought, already thinking about the wizard candy that I would eat. I kind of gained a little crush on wizard candy when I tasted my first sweets on the train. I also thought about going through the forbidden corridor, but I decided to leave this place for later, and as these were the only interesting places I found on the 3rd floor, I wasted no time and started climbing to the next floors. The next 3 floors didn't have many interesting places to look, so I walked past them quickly. Between occasionally finding a few passages and shortcuts, students making out in broom closets, and some empty or unused classrooms that I might use at some point in the future, I came across only one place worth mentioning, the prefect's bathroom. The prefect's bathroom was on the 5th floor, and those who read the books or watched the movies remember it as the bathroom that Cedric told Harry to dip the egg they won from the first Triwizard Tournament event. The bathroom was nothing special, and its only difference was the fact that it was a private bathroom for the prefects, head boy and head girl, and for the captains of the Quidditch teams. The entrance was located behind the 4th door to the left of the statue of Boris the Bewildered, and it only opened if you gave the correct password. And I was more confident that I could get into the prefect's bathroom than the Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms. Maybe I'll try to create some spell or magical device that would allow me to discover the common room's passwords. Or maybe I'll just kidnap a student and make him talk. Whichever option is the least difficult. Does Marauder's map show these passwords? I asked myself. As I recall, the map also showed the passwords for some secret passages, so it wouldn't be impossible for it to also show the passwords for the common rooms and prefect's bathroom. If it doesn't show all passwords, it should at least show some. I think I'll try to get the twins' map before they give it to Potter so I could study it and try to make my own. I started making plans in my head about how I could get the map. If I can't get the map, I can try to make one myself. If 4 teenagers manage to make the Marauder's map, I think I can too, I reflected to myself. As I recalled the original story, James, Sirius, Remus, and Pettigrew managed to create the map after they had mapped the entire castle, using their animagus forms and the Potter family invisibility cloak, and after mapping the entire castle, they used the homunculus charm to track the movements of all people within the mapped area. But I really don't think that single spell could make such an impressive map, and that's why I think they probably also used castle wards and or other spells to accomplish such a feat. Well, I still have time, so I don't need to worry about that for now, I thought with a shrug. Re-thing. That must have been the lunch sign, I thought. And then I felt my stomach growl. Well, it's been a while since I had my breakfast, so I might as well go to the kitchens to see if the elves could prepare something for me. Maybe Despise even tried to make the dish I showed him. Just thinking about eating that dish made my mouth water. Who am I kidding? They'll obviously be able to prepare something for me to eat. In fact, they're quite capable of trying to force me to eat, I thought to myself, letting out a small laugh. Well then, let's get going, and with that I started down to the kitchens, wanting to fill my belly, knowing that the next places would be a lot more work than the ones I've been through. After an incredible lunch, complete with 7 types of cakes and pies for dessert, I continued with my exploration that was already in its final stages. The next and last places I started exploring were the 7th floor and the towers. I had said they would be work before, and the reason I think this is because the 7th floor was like a maze, having more rooms and corridors than the other floors. And if that wasn't complicated enough, we still had the turrets, which are the big focal point of the castle, which is known to have many, and because they are quite large. The 7th floor, in addition to having Professor Flitwick's office, the Hall of Hexes, and the Room of Requirement, still had the corridors that would give access to the towers, such as the Gryffindor Tower, the Dark Tower, and the Headmaster's Tower. And the other important towers in the castle, or at least the ones I thought would be important to mention, were the Central Tower, the West Tower, also known as the Ollery, and the Grand Staircase Tower, which might not be the tallest tower in height, second to the Astronomy Tower, but it was the biggest, containing many rooms within it. It didn't take me long to find Professor Flitwick's office, as I had already heard from some older students about how to get here. As soon as I walked through Professor Flitwick's office door, a 6th-year Ravenclaw student, as I recall, walked out. This student looked pleased, and in his hand was a delicious-looking little cupcake. Maybe I should stop by Professor Flitwick's office at some point, I thought, looking at the happy student who was devouring the cupcake. Hall of Hexes was a very large hall that was behind a large door in one of the 7th floor corridors. The hall was 3 times the size of the Great Hall, and it had a ceiling lit by a few candles and small points of light. The room had a few chairs stacked in the corners, and in the center of the room was an oak floor, almost 40 square meters. A door was hidden at the far end of the room, and behind that door was a small room with tables, more chairs, and other decoration materials. And using my magical vision I found a passage in this small room. A passageway that was on the floor, under a crescent-shaped decoration, and that passageway led to a broom closet in the East Tower. The Room of Requirement I decided to save for last, as it would be the last point in the school that I would explore. Of course, that's not counting the precincts outside the school. The Gryffindor Tower was the location of the Gryffindor Common Room, obviously. The passage to the Common Room was guarded by the portrait of the Fat Lady, which only allowed entry to those who had the password, a password that changed every week. And if memory served, the passcode for the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room, at least for the first week, was Caput Draconis. And this must be one of the easiest common rooms to break into, obviously not as easy as Ravenclaw's, but it's so easy that even Sirius Black, who was a fugitive and a famous mass murderer, managed to get in just using the password. Okay, that could be because the portrait of Sir Cadogan was guarding the passage, and he was dumb enough to allow an outlaw to enter just because he spoke the password. I could try breaking into the Common Room, as I think besides the Ravenclaw Common Room, Gryffindor was the house that would have the least problems with a stranger entering their common. Sure, that's if you're not a Slytherin or if Weasley decides to be an idiot that day, as he is every other day, but nothing in Carcerus and Silencio won't solve. The Dark Tower was a tower narrow, dark and tall. It was used as a prison, something that was pretty obvious when you looked around the 7 floors of the tower and found only cells. But when I looked closely at the cells, I realized they only had magical protection inside, so any outside source could open them. And as I looked at the cells something came to mind. I realized just in that instant that this was the tower Sirius was trapped in the Prisoner of Azkaban movie, unlike the books he was trapped in Professor Flitwick's office. All of this might have led me to believe that this world is based on the movies, but then I remembered that Malfoy confronted Potter on the Hogwarts Express and not on the steps of the Great Hall, something that happened in the books. So this means that this world is not following just one of the sources, books or movies, but both, from what I've seen so far, since Harry Potter has many other sources like games and fandoms. This got me excited and worried. Excited because it meant that this world has a lot more to offer than shown in the franchise, and worried because it also meant that my knowledge of the future cannot be considered infallible, as I don't know which route certain events will take. Sigh, at least that's all the more reason for me to live my life in the castle without worrying too much about the canon, as the few things that worry me, like the location of the Horcruxes, still have a huge chance that they haven't been changed. I thought, disappointed, but with a touch of relief. Headmaster's Tower was the tower in which the headmaster's residence and office stood. The headmaster's office was guarded by Stairwell Gargoyle, the griffin-shaped stone gargoyle that were enchanted to be sentient, like many other gargoyles in the castle. And just like the Slytherin and Gryffindor common rooms, and some secret passages, the gargoyle only allowed passage by someone who gave them the correct password. A password chosen by the director, and as far as I can remember the password is always the name of some muggle candy. Headmaster Dumbledore's office is not a place I want to enter. Not yet, at least, I thought, looking at the gargoyle guarding the passage, which surprisingly stared back at me. Scary, I thought as I slowly backed away from the gargoyle, who still didn't take his eyes off me. The central tower was in the middle of the castle, and it might not be as big or flashy as the others, but it was still one of the busiest towers. This tower connected all parts of the castle to each other, and with the secret passages it had, it was possible to get anywhere in Hogwarts, and that's why I highlighted it. The West Tower, also known as the Ollery Tower, was located near Professor Flitwick's office. At the top of this tower was the Ollery, a circular stone room that was very cold and windy, as the windows were open and had no glass. And this allowed the entry and exit of the owls more easily. The floor was covered with straw, all droppings, and rat bones. The Ollery was the resting place for the student owls and the school owls, which could be used by any student. When I passed the Ollery, I didn't forget to pet the owls, as they seemed to like me and always chirped at me happily when I passed by. And there were even moments when Hedwig, Potter's beautiful white owl, would come up to me for me to pet her. With all the affection these owls have for me, they could even start a war against the house elves for my attention, hee, I thought amused. Although this gave me a great idea for a prank. Hee. While I was lost in thought, some owls started to walk away from me as soon as they saw a scary and malicious smile appear on my face. And everyone in the castle felt that a calamity was coming. The Grand Staircase Tower was the tower that stood out the most. In fact, it was the most recognizable and prominent place in the entire castle. The tower had a circular shape and a cone-shaped roof, and could be seen from anywhere outside the castle. The Grand Staircase Tower is obviously where the Grand Staircase is, and as I've talked about it before, I didn't have much to add. This tower has many rooms, portraits, and statues, and it was very easy to get confused and get lost walking through it. In a book I read about Hogwarts, and no, it wasn't Hogwarts, a history, the author talked about what the school was like 700 years ago, and he said that this tower was a building made together by the founders, and for those who don't know, the castle was in existence long before the founders decided to create a school here and call it Hogwarts, and from what I remember from the books, the castle was a gift from a noble wizard who was dying and decided to leave the castle as an inheritance for the 4 wizards, Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar, who helped him when he was still only an heir and not the lord of his family. And the book also said that, as the castle was already owned by other wizards before the founders became the owners, there are possibly many other mysteries kept in these walls. And when I remember that even Merlin studied here, and probably many other powerful wizards, I get even more excited, as they might have kept something here, just like Salazar Slytherin who left the Chamber of Secrets in the Basilisk. And speaking of Merlin, I know he studied at Hogwarts around the time the founders had died, so that means he came after them. And Merlin is much better known and adored than the founders, along with Morgan Le Fay and Arthur Pendragon, the greatest dark witch and greatest king in Britain, and it makes me wonder what Merlin has done so amazing to be so recognized and adored. Another thing I would like to know is, who among them is the most powerful wizard? Merlin, Morgana, or one of the 4 founders? At this point I would like to have been reborn in the founders' time or in the time of the Merlin, just to have the answers to my questions. But come to think of it, I wouldn't have to have been born in those times to know the answers, mainly because I have many sources with the answers I want, right here in the castle itself. And those sources are the ghosts of Hogwarts. But I'll probably wait a while to talk to them, mainly because the ghost who would know most of the answers doesn't like people very much, and even though she's a Ravenclaw ghost, I doubt she would answer my questions outright. As I was taking one last tour of the castle, the bell rang once more, and when I looked out of a window beside me, I saw that it was getting dark. Dinner is about to start, I thought. And I thought about going to the kitchens again, but I realized I haven't seen Anthony and Terry all day, and they're probably curious about what I was doing, so not wanting to worry them, I decided to have dinner this time in the Great Hall. Arriving in the Great Hall, I saw Anthony and Terry sitting at the Ravenclaw table eating and talking. I then walked over and sat down across from them. "Friend 1, friend 2, I said, greeting them and getting a blank look in return. "How are you guys?" I asked, going to put food on a plate for me, but before I could do it, a plate appeared in front of me with rice, stroganoff, and potatoes, and I smiled happily. Thank God for the wonderful house elves, I prayed, thanking any higher beings for these fantastic creatures. How are we? How are you? You've been missing all day. I even thought you got lost in the castle, Terry replied with his own question, looking at me with narrowed eyes. Phillips even said that you might have been kidnapped by one of the Slytherins to keep you from earning more home points for Ravenclaw. This time it was Anthony who spoke, who then started to look at me curiously. I was exploring the castle. And no, I didn't get lost, I said, stopping Terry, who started to open his mouth to speak, probably going to ask me if I'd gotten lost. And why didn't you call us? Anthony asked, a little disappointed. Because you were doing your own thing, and I thought it would be over quickly. And besides, would you by any chance go? I asked them with a raised eyebrow. And as soon as I asked that, I saw them start to think, but then they just lowered their heads. Okay, I would probably be too lazy to walk around the castle, Anthony replied sulkily. And I would rather read in the library or the common room, Terry replied right away. Then he brightened up and looked at me. So, did you find anything cool? He looked at me expectantly, wanting to know as much as possible about Hogwarts. TCH, wanting to know everything I found out, but still not wanting to look for it yourself, I thought, looking at Terry with disdain, something he obviously ignored. Yeah, did you find Filch's private torture room? Anthony asked me excitedly. And Terry and I then started looking at him strangely, but he kept looking at me with a twinkle in his eyes, so I decided to ignore his question. Yeah, I found some interesting places, I replied calmly, and then took a bite of my food. As soon as I got a taste of stroganoff, my eyes started to glow. This stroganoff is amazing. It's the best dish I've ever eaten, I thought in ecstasy. Despise really excelled. When I go to the kitchens again, I have to remember to thank him, I mentally noted. Did you really find somewhere nice? Anthony asked me, curious and expectant. Yes, I reply simply, and then I said nothing more, just to make them annoyed and even more curious. The two then started looking at me impatiently, waiting for me to continue with the answer. But when they saw that I wasn't going to answer, Terry couldn't take it and asked. And? Let's just say the castle has more mysteries than it looks, I replied cryptically. When I'm done exploring the castle, I'll show you some of these places, I continued, seeing they were about to ask more questions. And with that I continued to eat, ignoring the two curious and excited boys in front of me. After dinner I didn't stay to play games or talk to the boys and went straight to my room to sleep, as I was tired of walking all day and wanted to be rested for when I started exploring the last place inside the castle, which also happened to be the place I was most excited to see. Yawn. I woke up and let out a long yawn as I stretched. Meow. Nix meowed into my lap lazily and with a bit of annoyance, upset that I woke her up. And as an apology, I started stroking her, and she soon purred contentedly. After spending time with Nix, I started to get dressed and went to my daily workout. After I got back from my practice, showered, and dressed, I went down to the common room, only to see some students around the bulletin board, and curious to know what it was, I started to approach. As I approached, Anthony, who was with the other students reading the bulletin board, spotted me, and started walking towards me excitedly, pulling an equally excited Terry and somewhat irritated by the collar of his shirt. Ethan, did you hear? Flying lessons are starting this week. Anthony told me ecstatically, obviously excited for flying lessons, something he made very clear last week when he kept talking about how sad he was about not having flying lessons the first week. Ah, so that was it. I had forgotten that they didn't know when flight lessons would start, I thought, mentally slapping myself on the forehead. I always flew at my house. There's an open field for me to fly there, and I always competed with my brother for who could score the most points. And Anthony started babbling about his broom adventures, and I just rolled my eyes at him. And so will auditions for the Quidditch team, Terry said, interrupting Anthony's chatter. I wanted to get on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, but the first few years can't audition, he said, disappointed. I know. This is so unfair. Anthony then responded indignantly. Unfair to you who don't have the Potter pass. Being an orphan, defeating a Dark Lord as a baby, and being a Gryffindor is a great way to gain privileges at Hogwarts, I thought, a little annoyed that Potter will be able to join the team even when it break the rules for it, sigh. And that will be the norm for the rest of the years, as the headmaster and some professors have a soft spot for Potter. I have nothing against him, but even in my other life, when everything here was just a book and a fictional story, I thought it was wrong for Potter, and the Golden Trio, to have gotten rid of so much trouble that should have resulted in an expulsion from school, at least. What will their reaction be when Potter becomes the Gryffindor Seeker? What about you, Ethan? Aren't you glad we're having flying lessons on Wednesday? Anthony asked me as soon as he saw that I wasn't excited like everyone else. Oh, that. It's because I knew classes were starting this week, I answered them honestly. How did you know that? Terry asked me, they just put this on the bulletin board today. I asked the older students and they said that flying lessons always start in the second week of school, I replied as I walked over to the bulletin board after it had emptied a few people, and the boys followed me. Oh, Terry nodded, but then he stopped and started musing, because I always forget to ask older students about something. It would be so much easier, and I could only look at him with a blank face. House of the Smart. My ass. Now that I've stopped to think, I think my brother has already told me something like this. Anthony commented with a hand on his chin. He then shook his head and turned back to look at me, but back to the subject. Aren't you excited, Ethan? He asked me, cocking his head to the side curiously. Of course I'm excited. Because unlike you guys who flew broomsticks in your wizard houses, I've never flown on a broomstick in my life, and Wednesday will be my first time, I replied, reminding them that I was Muggle-born and didn't know about the wizarding world until recently. And as I've said before, I'm obviously excited to be flying. Feeling the wind in my face, the thrill of being in the sky at mighty heights, being able to have a view from above Hogwarts, being able to maneuver on a broom. How could I not be excited? Oh, I forgot, Anthony apologized, smiling as he scratched the back of his neck shyly. Oh yeah, you've never flown before, Terry said as the realization hit him, but don't worry, you'll like it. And if you fall off the broom, I'll catch you, he finished, looking at me with his chest puffed out proudly. But your sentence didn't give me much confidence. Not that I needed someone to help me with the flight, but if at any point someone was going to help me or save me if I fell, that person would definitely not be Terry, so I just looked at him blankly and ignored him, turning to the bulletin board. Looking at the bulletin board for the first time since I'd been in the common room, I saw the flight lessons announcement, some of Ravenclaw's rules written down, and other less than useful information. But I also had some information that caught my attention. Extracurriculars, art and theory of magic began their classes in the 3rd week for the 5th and 6th year students, and in the 4th week for the 7th year students. Clubs, some clubs will start their activities in the 3rd week of their term. The remaining clubs will only be allowed to start their activities in the 5th week for reasons of rescheduling and reorganization. The clubs that will start their activities in the 5th week are Astronomy Club, Potions Club, Hogwarts Orchestra, and Frog Choir, conducted by Phileas Flitwick. Looks like Hogwarts has more classes than what's shown in the books. And I forgot that the school also has extracurricular activities, I thought, looking at the clubs noted on the bulletin board. Maybe I should stop by these clubs to see what they look like, and if they interest me I might even try joining one in the future. Does Hogwarts have a potions club? Terry asked interestedly, looking over my shoulder at the bulletin board, and because I was taller than him, and even taller than a few 3rd years, he had to stand on tiptoe. Are you interested? I asked him with a raised eyebrow, to which he nodded. But I thought you didn't like potions, I questioned, confused. I didn't like the class because of the professor, and not because of the subject itself. And before I came to Hogwarts I was excited to have potions class, but the professor ruined it, Terry said with a frown, a little annoyed by the fact that Snape had done away with all his excitement to study potions. Terry then looked back at the bulletin board and smiled, but now that I know there's a potions club at Hogwarts, maybe I can join, as normal potions classes didn't please me, he said, and I nodded my head to your idea. Since your teacher is an idiot and your class sucks, the club can't be worse. As I reflected on what Terry had said, we heard a stomach growl. I think it would be good for us to go get our breakfast. I'm starving, Anthony said, running a hand over his stomach. And I noticed that we were a little late and that I was also hungry, so the boys and I started to go to the Great Hall. After eating my breakfast and chatting with my colleagues for a while, I got up from the table, warned Terry and Anthony that I would continue exploring the castle, and left the Great Hall. As soon as I left the Great Hall, I started heading straight for the site of my final phase of Hogwarts' inner exploration. And now here I am. On the 7th floor, facing the passageway to the best place in Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement. I stood in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, teaching ballet to the trolls, looking at her strangely. Why can't any Hogwarts pass be normal? I wondered, curious to know what went through the wizards' minds when they came to create these passages. Sigh, never mind, I thought, and then I started to think, now. What kind of room do I ask for? How about a library? I wondered, so I'll see what kinds of books the Room of Requirement has, and then I'll be able to compare them to Ravenclaw Library and Hogwarts Library. Damn, I really am a Ravenclaw, I cursed. I'm in a room that could be any room, and the first thing I ask for is a library. Sigh, and then I started walking back and forth 3 times, asking for somewhere with a library for me to study. As I made my 3rd lap, a door began to appear in the wall. Yes. Finally I'll be able to see the most incredible place in the castle. And the one with the greatest secrets and mysteries. More than the Chamber of Secrets, I thought, excited. So I went towards the door and put my hand on it, and with a little push I saw it open for me. Once the door opened fully, I could see a hall, the same size or even bigger than the Hogwarts Library. This hall was basically another library, but it had several sofas, armchairs, and tables spread around it and had soft lighting that came from God knows where it come from. This library had a very cozy feel. This library had thousands of shelves that sat on hundreds of bookcases, floor to ceiling, and the height of this room must have been about 20 meters. And looking closely at this library, it looked like all the books they had in the Hogwarts Library were here, with a few more. These books are probably the books that were lost around the castle, as the Room of Requirement seemed to copy all the school books and put them here. Well, I can't think of any other way in this room to have all these books. As I passed the huge library, also noticing that the door behind me had closed, I started looking through the books. Many of the books they had here I had already seen either in the library or at Flourish and Blots, but I also saw a lot of books that I hadn't seen before, some even seemed to be very rare and old. I always thought this was a very underused room in the franchise. If you have a room that could be any other room, with no known boundaries, why be content to ask for a simple training room? My biggest disappointment with J.K. Rowling is that she didn't delve further into the mysteries of magic or in the wizarding communities. Although in the movies, Fantastic Beasts, they started to go deeper, but unfortunately I died before I could see what would happen. Damn. Now I won't know if Credence, or Aurelius, is really Dumbledore's brother. Sigh. At least I can see if there's any of this information in the real wizarding world, I said, looking at the millions of books. I also have to bring Anthony and Terry here at some point. They'll be shocked, I said, already able to imagine the hilarious reaction they would have. But speaking of the boys, what are they doing? Meanwhile in the Ravenclaw common room. Venetia Wilkins is Play Wizard's hottest witch, Anthony said resolutely. I still think Petra Lonsher is better. Have you seen her curves? Terry asked Anthony with a faraway look. True. Meh, I shrugged, and then continued to look around the room. Here are so many books that I think even if I read 100 books a day in my 7 years at Hogwarts, I wouldn't even be able to finish 1 to 8 of the library, I thought in awe, looking at the labyrinth of bookshelves in front of me. Here, as in the Hogwarts library, it has every book from every year since the school was founded, and it will continue to grow with time. And all this without counting the books that students and teachers lost, and that come to the Room of Hidden Things, gathering 1,000 years of books, with many of them being rare or just a few teenagers' diaries. So, where to start? I spoke out loud, with an excited smile on my face. And after that I started going from shelf to shelf and bookcase to bookcase, picking up all the books with titles that caught my attention. Bam. Phew. So I'll start with these, I said, slamming a stack of books onto the table. This stack of books had about 20 books, each one more peculiar than the last. Some books looked very old and others looked very rare. I didn't choose these books just for their looks, but also because of the titles and the magic that was involved in them. A Clemency, A Mind and Its Barriers, by Gregorius Burke. Sol Animagus, by Cassilia Knight. Dual Spells and the Foundation for a Warrior, by Richard Wetton. The Ancient Language, by Matthew J. Abraham. 1946 Aura Handbook, by Gerard Hunter. The Art of Inscription and Runes, by Enrico Klaus. These were just some of the titles of the books I picked up. But 4 books were untitled, and I only chose them for their magic. The magic in these books might be old, but the amazing thing is that they weren't decaying, for the magic, or the mage who left the residue, was very powerful. There were also some books that were written in some language I didn't know, so I couldn't read what was written. But that's why I picked up the book The Ancient Language. This book talked about different languages from the 10th to the 19th century. And when I glanced through the pages, I saw that in one of the chapters there were some spells that could help me understand other languages better. In short, a translator spell. I also chose the other 5 books for a few reasons. I chose the book, A Clemency, A Mind and Its Barriers, because even though I know a clemency, everything I learned was self-taught, and a book to help me know if I've done something wrong or if I'm going to have to fix something will help vary. I tried to find some books on a clemency in Diagon Alley bookstores, but it seems that books on this subject are scarce and rare, and only a few pure-blood families have them. I also looked for books on legilimency but I couldn't find any, and it wasn't until after reading a book on wizarding laws that I understood why. A clemency as a mind-protecting spell is considered legal, but it is still rare to find books and difficult to learn. Legilimency, on the other hand, is treated as something dark because it is a magic used to invade another person's mind, and only a select few are allowed to study them, and oddly enough, legilimency is easier to learn than a clemency. The book Sol Animagus interested me because it's a magic that fascinates me, and one of the first things that came to my mind when I found out I was in the world of Harry Potter, besides wanting to come to Hogwarts, was that I wanted to become an animagus. The animagus transformation might have been considered difficult, and recommended not to try if I wasn't a 7th grade and if I didn't have a supervisor, but if the Marauders managed to do without a proper supervisor when they weren't even in their 5th year, that prevented me from achieving. I also picked up the books, Dual Spells and the Base for a Warrior, and Aura's Handbook from 1946, because they had dueling techniques and offensive and defensive spells. You might think I don't need these books because I have my instincts, I took martial arts classes, and I have my own spells. But that's bullshit. I may be arrogant, but I'm not a fool. Even though I know I could probably beat any student at school in a duel and even some adults cough, Lockhart cough, I still don't have the confidence in my ability to win all my fights, and even the simplest duel can be of great importance. I've read enough stories to know that being prepared is never too much. Thank you, Batman-sensei. I have some special skills, plot knowledge, years of training, and a repertoire of spells and attacks, but even so, I'm only strong enough to defeat Hogwarts students and a few inexperienced adult wizards. Against trained wizards, with years of experience and a lot of raw power, I still can and will be defeated, sigh. And I know I'm going to end up being a target of these inbred bastards, as they won't accept that a Muggle-born is better than their offspring. And your kids who are at Hogwarts can also try something against me. But if they try, I will retaliate 10 times worse. I've been given a new chance to live, a new family, new friends, and a fucking special skill, and I'm not going to let it be destroyed by some idiots who think they're better than others just because their relatives fuck their others' relatives. I'm not going to duck my head and stay hidden. I will stand up to them, make them recognize me and fear me. I never wanted to participate in a war. In fact, I never imagined that I would have a chance to participate in one, but if they force my hand, and I know they will, I'll have to show them why the name Ethan Knight has to be feared. But even when I think and say all this, I get the feeling that I'm being rash, mainly because I would never think that way in my other life. Sometimes I think I'm not the same Ethan. Sigh. But now is not the time to get these dark thoughts. We are here to talk about the amazing books I found. The book, The Art of Inscription and Runes, was a book that, as its title said, talked about runes and inscriptions. Now, I know I've already bought some rune books for myself, but this book is over 1,000 pages long just about all types of runes, which are in many different languages. And there's even a part of the book that details the creation of enchanted items and amulets. Some of these were good for everyday life, like the refreshing amulet, which was good for hot days, and some were about protection from spells to protection from poisons. It even had some runes that served to launch attacks, something that got me very interested. And some of the other amulets and inscriptions were about enchanted items like weapons, accessories, clothing, and to my delight, broomsticks. I know it would be easier to buy a broom, and I already have the last one on the market, which is the Nimbus 2000, and I also know that Firebolt is going to launch in my 3rd year. But just the thought of creating my own custom broom, with my own effort and my charms, gets me excited. I know this would be a slow and time-consuming process, mainly because I would want to build a broom as fast as a Firebolt, and that could take years that I can't afford to waste. So I'm going to read about building brooms, buy one of the last generation's brooms, take it apart and try to understand how it works, and if I see it feasible to build one, I'll add that to my plans. Speaking of Firebolt, I know that this year they are looking for partnerships and people to invest in their brooms, and as I know they will be very successful, I might as well shell out some galleons to invest in them, I thought, starting to plan in my mind. When Christmas comes around I go to Gringotts to talk to Sharpfong about it, and maybe I'll even think about investing in other wizard companies since so far I've only invested in Muggle companies. Well, that's something for the future, so let's get back to the books, I said, looking at my stack of books with hunger in my eyes and an excited smile on my face. I then sat down at the table and picked up one of the books from the pile. The book I took was A Clemency, A Mind and Its Barriers, which was an old but well-kept book, black leather, with turquoise blue accents. Or what I think is turquoise blue. Fuck it, I'm not a color encyclopedia. Cough, but back to the book. I picked it up and opened it, and on the first page of the book there was already a warning, saying that a clemency was a difficult and complex spell, and other warnings that I decided to ignore. Just kidding, I obviously read the warnings, but none of them were something I didn't already know, so I turned the page and started reading the book seriously. After reading a few chapters of the book, I found some interesting things. The first thing I discovered is that there are different ways to protect the mind using a clemency. You can blank your mind so that no legiliments can find your thoughts, but this form of protection only serves to prevent someone from reading your mind. It doesn't come with the other abilities of a clemency, which is emotional control, the memory improvement, and quick thinking. And that kind of a clemency was what Snape was trying to teach Harry in the 5th book. Another way to use a clemency is to force some memory, thought, and even a personality or emotion to the front of your mind, so you would be tricking your own mind and controlling what the attacker would be seeing. And that was the form of a clemency that Draco used to keep Dumbledore from reading his mind in the 6th book, where he let his bully personality take over his mind. And that was also Harry's way of preventing Voldemort from reading his mind, as he kept forcing his emotions and thoughts of love towards his parents and Sirius, and love was a feeling that had a strong effect on our Lord of the Darkness. However, this type of a clemency also doesn't give the wizard emotional control, memory enhancement, or fast thinking, and that's why it's mostly used by beginners acclemences. Another type of a clemency, which is more advanced than the 2 previous ones, is also the most used, at least by intermediate and advanced acclemency. This type of a clemency works better if the wizard has good magical control, as this acclemency doesn't just use some thoughts or emotions. This is where the complexity of the art of protecting the mind begins. Create barriers, false memories, mental palace, labyrinths and traps, etc. All of this is only possible when you reach a decent level of acclemency and control of your magic, as all of this requires a connection to the user's magic core. But this acclemency has several subtypes, and varies from wizard to wizard, and family to family. And unfortunately the book doesn't give us any information about these subtypes, as they are particular to each wizard or wizarding family, and no one wants their secrets or techniques lying around. The second thing I found out from reading the book is that you don't necessarily need a legilimens to learn acclemency, it's just highly recommended. The reason for this is that having a legilimens helping you only serves to test your mental shields. It's like building a wall. You can build the strongest wall in the world or the weakest wall, but you'll only know the answer if someone tries to tear down that wall, and instead of waiting for some enemy to try to break it down, it's better to use the help of a legilimens friend who will do this test for you. Also, the more your barrier is forced, and the more you try to rebuild and reinforce it, the stronger it gets, like a muscle. And because I have advanced acclemency skills, which are near eidetic memory, emotional control, and quick thinking, I can only assume that my acclemency is also advanced. But the weird thing about it is that I didn't have a legilimens helping me, so it should have taken longer. But after thinking a little, I found out why my acclemency is so strong, and why I don't need a legilimens. The reason is that I had help that is better than a legilimens. And that help came from my special abilities, beast power, or more specifically, empathy and beast talk. As I said before, a legilimate serves to make mental attacks on the user's mind to find out if their shields are strong, which also develops and increases the strength of those shields. But that's just what legilimency is, mind attack, and ever since I was a kid, I've always been suffering from mind attacks, and that would obviously develop my clemency shields faster than normal. The mental attacks I received as a child, for those who didn't realize it, were the emotions and thoughts of other humans and animals, which happened because of my lack of control over empathy and beast talk. I think while I was trying to control these abilities of mine, I was actually suppressing them with the help of a clemency. And probably all my meditation and my good control of magic caused me to skip a few levels. Hey, good for me. But I think that's not just why my clemency developed so quickly, as Queenie Goldstein, who was known as an incredible legilimens, didn't have such strong a clemency, at least that's what movies and fandom say. But when I think about it, I realize that my legilimency isn't as strong as hers, but I make up for it with my other mental abilities. Maybe all of this has some connection I'm missing. But well, those were the important points I found in the book. The rest of the chapters talked about hints, famous occlumences from wizarding history, and that incredibly squibs could also practice occlumency, at least at the beginning levels. Since the initial levels of occlumency, and the first two forms I talked about don't use magic, squibs can learn them, and there have even been some cases of squibs that have reached the intermediate level of occlumency. Why have I never looked at a squib with my magic vision? I don't think it ever crossed my mind to look at them, I thought, scratching my chin, but now I'm very curious to know what the difference is between a squib's magic and a wizard's. Maybe I'll do this one test with Filch. Seeing that there was nothing more interesting in this book, I put it aside and picked up another book that had caught my attention. The book I took was old, with a worn brown leather cover, hand-embroidered on the end. The book had no title, only the author's initials, MCT, which were written in golden letters, and only after of a little analysis that I realized was not a book, but a diary. And unlike the other books I chose by title, this diary I chose by magic. The magic of this diary was thick and smooth, even though it appeared to be an ancient remnant. But that wasn't all that caught my attention. What caught my attention was that I had seen this magic before, more specifically, I had seen the same remnant of magic in one of the many passages in the castle. The passage in question was on the 6th floor, near Ravenclaw Tower, hidden behind the tapestry of Magnus the Treacherous, which would only open if you waved your wand exactly the opposite of the way Magnus was swinging in the tapestry. This shortcut seemed to be one of the few known in the castle. In fact, the passage was so dirty and abandoned that I think I was the first one to find it in years, and that's with the help of my magical vision. This passage had a lot of curves and traps, which I thought was extreme, but we have a basilisk in the castle, so these traps aren't the most dangerous things we have here. The passage led to an empty room in the dungeons, and it was a one-way ticket, no pun intended, so I hadn't found it when I explored the lower floors. Now back to the diary. After realizing that the magic that was in the diary and the passage was the same, I realized that this could only mean that the creator of the two was the same person. And I noticed something else. Hogwarts has a lot of protections around the castle, and one of them is obviously to keep the place from being destroyed, so how was it possible for this MCT guy to build a passage? The only people who can build passages through the castle, at least the ones that would last that long, are the headmasters, perhaps the teachers, the former castle dwellers before the founders, and wizards strong enough to bypass the wards. But the magic of this MCT wasn't old enough to be dated 1,000 years ago, and since I know he wasn't a director, and I haven't found any information from any teacher with those initials, I could only assume he was a very powerful wizard, which only gave me more reason to read his diary. And for some reason, my instincts were telling me to read this diary, like it was important to me, and I've always trusted my instincts, and now I'm not going to question them. Mainly because they're so much more excited than any of the other times. And a tip for future reincarnators. If your powers, cheats, or abilities gained from a superior being start to act strange, listen to them. And feeling my instincts warn me stronger, I wasted no more time, and quickly opened the diary to start reading it. And I felt some kind of resistance when I tried to open the diary, but as quickly as it came, that resistance faded, like it wasn't even there at the beginning, and that immediately piqued my interest even more. This diary is owned by Marcel Conrad T. If you find it, please return it to the owner or a close acquaintance. That was the first thing I read as soon as I opened the diary, and with that I found out the diary owner's name, but that name didn't remind me of any famous wizards. But when I thought about it, I realized that the owner of the diary didn't put his last name, and that didn't make it any easier in my attempt to find out who the author was. And with that, I decided to continue reading the diary to see if I found any important information. November 9th. Dear Diary. Hello, I would like. Hi, whoever it is, this is my first time writing in a diary. Actually, this is the first time I have something like a diary. I don't know where or how to start, but here it goes. I am Marcel, and I am currently 8 years old. I was born on January 15, 1742, in a village west of the city of Glambourne. Currently I live with my parents and brothers, which for me are nothing more than obstacles. Many may think that I shouldn't say this about my family, but you think that because you didn't live with them. My parents, Fetcher and Abigail Wilbur, are a decadent sedentary couple, who'd rather sit around all day, stuffing themselves with food and getting drunk, than doing something productive. They use my other 12 brothers and me as their servants, ask us to do the heavy work which should be theirs, and keep telling us to bring them more money. One way for us to earn income for our food is by stealing from unsuspecting people and taking food from street stalls, and even with that, we still don't have enough to feed ourselves properly. The food always goes to my parents first, and the leftovers are shared between my brothers and me. However, as I'm the youngest, I always end up with almost nothing, and if it weren't for the kind lady who always leaves a basket of fruit inside a tree hollow for me, I would probably have starved to death long ago. And speaking of this lady, I met her when I almost stole from her 3 years ago. The reason I said almost was because I saw how hungry this lady looked, and the coins she was counting were probably her final savings to try to feed herself. I may not be a saint. I've robbed and hurt a lot of people, even if I didn't want to. But I never wanted to harm anyone, nor did I like to see others harmed. And when I saw that lady going through bigger difficulties than mine, I felt bad, destroyed inside. And when I realized that I was going to try to take this lady's money, and probably make her situation worse, I felt a great disgust. I was disappointed and disgusted with myself. And after that, I think, in an attempt to ease the burden on my conscience, I decided to give the coins I had already stolen to her. As soon as I gave those my few coins to the lady, she gave me the brightest smile I'd ever seen. A relieved, happy smile, the smile of someone who has had a weight taken off him. And that smile made my day. I felt that for the first time in my life, I did something worthwhile. After giving the lady the money, I went back to my house. And because I didn't get any money, I had to suffer a punishment. Even with my back aching and hungry, I still couldn't help but feel a great satisfaction in my heart. The satisfaction of having helped someone else, of being someone else's reason to smile. From that day forward, whenever I made some money from thefts, I would look for that lady to try to talk to her, and I always remembered never to steal from people who were in the same situation as me or worse. But even after looking for her, I couldn't find her, and that made me sad. And one day while I was walking down the street hungry, after spending the whole night before without eating anything, I saw the lady I so wanted to see walking between the stalls on the street, with a cloak covering her body and a hood on her head. And without thinking twice, I started following her. After passing through streets and alleys, and feeling the weakness of my hunger overtake me, I came to a field with green grass and many flowers, and in the center of the field, near a hill, was a large tree. I didn't recognize what kind of tree it was, but I did realize it was beautiful and full of life. The lady I had been following all this time took a basket out of her robe and placed it in a hole in the tree. And after doing that, she looked in my direction with a gentle smile and walked behind the tree. Seeing that the lady was walking again, I hurriedly ran towards her, but as soon as I reached the tree and looked behind her, the lady was gone. I was dismayed that I couldn't talk to the lady and sat down in the shade of the tree, but then I remembered the basket she had placed on the tree. When I picked up the basket and opened it, I saw that inside it was a lot of fruits and some bread, and just the juicy appearance of the fruit made my mouth water and made my stomach growl. I picked up an apple to eat, but right before I took a bite of the apple, an uncertainty gripped me. The uncertainty that this food was for me. And when I was about to return the basket back to the hole in the tree, I saw a paper inside the basket, and on that paper was written a sentence, "For my benefactor." And with that I knew the basket was for me. Happy to have received something so good from someone, without being asked for anything in return, I took the apple again and took a bite, and unlike the tasteless leftovers I normally ate, that apple tasted wonderful and sweet, with a little acidity. And for the first time in years, maybe even my whole life, I managed to fill my belly. And after hiding the basket in the hole again, I went back to the prison I call home, but completely satisfied. And from that day on, every week that lady always left me a basket with fruit and bread, and in rare moments meat, in the hole in the tree. And that had become my place to rest in peace, free from my family and any worries. And today had been one of those days where I would go to my tree, to get the basket as usual. However, in addition to the usual food, inside the basket there was also a diary, the same diary I'm writing in now, my diary. As I continued reading, I realized that the first pages of the diary talked about Marcel's everyday life with his family, and from the description of his childhood, I could understand why he didn't like them. Hell, I'm surprised he doesn't hate them yet. And from what I've realized so far, Marcel's family is totally muggle and he has no idea what magic is, even though he wrote in his diary about some phenomena that happened to him, which I realized were actually accidental magic attacks. After my little reflection, I continued to read the diary. May 7th. Today, something very strange happened, stranger than usual. Today I was in my backyard. I say backyard, but it's more like a dump full of rubbish and trash. Continuing, I was sitting reading a book I obviously didn't buy when two of my brothers, Yuriko and Hurus, decided to torment me, something I got used to. Yuriko and Eurus were the two oldest of all the siblings, with Yuriko being 17 and Eurus 15. They were both the best at stealing as they did more aggressive stealing, something they seemed to enjoy. Half their time, they spent tormenting the other younger children in the village, myself included. Because they were the best at robberies, my parents had more appreciation for them and ended up favoring them, letting them do what they wanted. But what happened today was something completely different. Yuriko and Eurus, after seeing me, started making fun of me, pushing me, and also giving me some weak kicks, and meanwhile, I was in a fetal position on the floor. Until then, I accepted everything, as I knew that if I fought back it would get worse, and I think that when they both realized that their pranks didn't affect me, they got angry. I always knew that most of my brothers were stupid and boring, and bullies who would flinch if they found someone stronger than them, but I never realized how cruel they could be. When Yuriko and Eurus saw that I was ignoring their mockery, they decided to change their approach. And at that moment, they realized the book that was in my hands. This book might not be expensive or new, but it was the first book I got. This book was left in the basket for me by the lady, and since then it had become very important to me. I was never taught to read, only to do basic math, I think, so that I can count the stolen money more easily. But as soon as I picked up the book, I instantly knew how to read what was written in it. The letters, the shapes, everything. I understood every bit. It was magic. It was like when I got the diary and could write in it easily. So when I saw the bastards, idiots, childish of my brothers take the book out of my hands, knock me down, and start kicking me, all the anger and dislike I'd been harboring inside of me erupted. And that's when something happened. My brothers, who had my book in their hands, kicking me harder, ended up falling to the ground, screaming in pain, with both arms bent at angles that obviously weren't right, and their legs bleeding, with a cut that went from the heel to the knees. This happened so unexpectedly that my mind had shut down, and I only came to my senses after hearing their screams getting louder. I knew that if my parents saw the two of them in that situation, they would think it was me, since I was the only one there and they liked to look for even the smallest reasons to punish me. Then I started to panic. I started breathing heavily, thinking about how to make the wounds heal, and my emotions started to get out of control. The screams, the hurried footsteps coming towards us, and my ragged breathing started to make my head ache, and the closer the footsteps got, the more panicked I became, until suddenly their wounds healed, and even your arms are back to normal, as if it never happened. And it was at this exact moment that my parents and some of my brothers arrived, and found the scene where Eurus and Yuriko were shaking and crying on the floor, while I was lying in a fetal position, paralyzed with shock. My parents then asked what happened, and neither I nor the two idiots could explain what happened. But one thing we did know, that everything that happened was caused by me. And since that happened, Eurus and Yuriko, and even some of my other brothers who heard about what happened, started looking at me with fear and caution. And I'm loving it. This is a lot like Riddle's story, I thought, staring at the part where Marcel says he enjoyed hurting his brothers. But if it were me in his place I would probably feel the same way. And I can't think like Dumbledore, believing that any child who has anything similar to Riddle is evil, I sighed mentally. But what kind of magic is this, that makes someone who has never known how to read or write, learn all this just by touching a book? I questioned myself, and then continued reading. February 30th. Today I received another book from that lady. It was a book with a red leather cover, with brown and yellow embroidery, and on the front of the cover was a picture of a lion. I think it was a lion, but it looked different from the lions people describe. Continuing, the book talks about some strange animals, similar to those in legends and myths. There was a bird, horse, eagle, it's a confused animal, and the book said it could summon storms. There was also a rodent that could turn into fire, and there was even a cat with deadly breath. All those beasts, they were amazing, and their descriptions and drawings almost felt alive. July 11th. Today I spent the whole day reading under the tree where that lady left me baskets. After using my power, I think I'll go with it. After using my power to discipline my family, my days were much calmer. I always have something to eat and read, thanks that lady. My brothers are so terrified they don't try to torment me anymore. My parents no longer ask me to shoplift, but I still do some anyway, and my thefts, they got easier thanks to my powers, and all the money I get I keep to myself. So I'm living my days relaxing. Oh, and I also got a new book that talks about some runes or something. I found the book very interesting and I didn't even have to read it to know what the symbols, or runes as written in the book, meant. It was like I always knew what they meant, just like when I picked up the first book that lady gave me, which felt like I always knew how to read. Who will this lady be? These books are obviously wizard books. I started to question myself. This story is getting more confusing and mysterious. Sigh. August 13th. Today I received a strange visit. A man who introduced himself as Horatius Gibson came to my house and told me I was a wizard. Yes, a wizard. Amazing, right? A wizard who could cast spells and curses, who could do things that seem impossible. A wizard of the legends, who were feared and sometimes envied by the people, who were hunted by the people and were a race that the churches so hated. Now that I stop to think, being a wizard might not be that good. But I don't think I can change that since that's who I am. Well, I really didn't fully believe this strange man at first, but if the magic were real, that would explain the abnormal happenings taking place around me. After Mr. Gibson, who I found out to be the school's charms teacher, explained to my family about the wizarding community and about a school called Hogwarts, my so happy family started looking at me with fear and disgust, and then they started calling us heretics, monsters, servants of the devil, and many other things. Seeing how my family began to threaten me, to curse, and to get aggressive, Professor Gibson took a stick out of his robes and pointed at my family. He then muttered something and a white beam came out and hit them. My family then started looking confused at Professor Gibson, who motioned for me to be quiet, and he then started to explain that I was accepted into a school that was in a distant city and that I would need to stay at that school for 10 months. I was surprised that he started talking about school again, but without the magic part, but then I looked at my family, who seemed to accept everything he said, and I finally understood that that beam of light that Professor Gibson played must have done something. And since he wants to hide the magic from my family, I totally agree. After explaining to my parents, Professor Gibson said he would take me to buy school supplies, but my dear parents didn't have or didn't want to give me money, so Professor Gibson had to say that I could use the orphans fund. So with that, my family gently sent us out, and without bothering with them, Professor Gibson took my hand and started to lead me to a secluded place, and then he did some witchcraft that transported us from there to an alley. He then took me to a place called Leaky Cauldron, a pub that was the entrance to the shops of the wizarding community in Diagon Alley. The alley was amazing. He had weird stores and people selling their wares that were even weirder. I couldn't stop staring open-mouthed at all the things around me, and that seemed to amuse Professor Gibson. Professor Gibson then led me to a large white building, which he told me was the Magic Bank. Inside that bank were some people, but what really caught my attention were the creatures that were dealing with people, and after an explanation from Professor Gibson I found out that these creatures were called goblins. After talking to a goblin, I took some coins from my orphan fund, and went out with Professor Gibson to buy my materials. Purchasing the supplies was quick and simple, and I didn't spend much as all my supplies were second-hand, and the last purchase of the day was my wand, which was like the stick Professor Gibson had used to bewitch. Yes, I think that was it. Well, the stick he had used to bewitch my family. It took a little while to get a wand right for me, but in the end I did, and now I am the owner of a brown ebony wand with a dragon heart core. After shopping, Professor Gibson brought me home the same way he took me to the alley, and then gave me the latest information to get to school, saying that a teacher would come pick me up to take me to school, which will start on September 1st. A bearded teacher came to my house this morning to take me to school, and I had no idea how he was going to get me there, but I was hoping it wasn't that magic known as operating, which even though it was amazing, still it was very uncomfortable. But after a while I found out that the way we would get to school was in a flying carriage. Yes, a flying carriage. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, there were at least a dozen carriages and a few dozen children, who were also going to Hogwarts. After all the kids arrived, the teachers put us in the carriages and with that we left for school, and the trip was amazing. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I saw that the castle was amazing and magical, and so grand that it was even surprising. I also saw a giant squid in the lake we crossed, and also some ghosts. Sorting was done by a talking hat, and when my turn came he was in doubt whether I would go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin, but in the end I was selected for Slytherin, the house of cunning and ambition. After the selection, we had a feast with more food than I've ever seen in my life, and everything would be great if it weren't for the stares of my housemates. I don't know if I was doing something wrong, but they kept looking at me in disgust. He went to Slytherin. I thought it was rare for a Muggle-born to be in this house. So this will make it easier to know who Marcel is, I reflected. The Slytherin common room is damp and cold, and I couldn't help comparing the common to my home, and just because my family isn't here has made the common better. My roommates don't seem to like me very much, but I'm used to it since my home life with my siblings, so nothing new here. I thought I might make some friends on my first day, but it seems like it's almost impossible. Almost everyone I tend to start a conversation with either looks at me with contempt, or asks me if I'm pure blood and then looks at me with contempt. After reading some books, since the other students didn't answer me, I found out why they looked at me like that, and it was because I wasn't a pure blood, in fact I'm not even a half-blood. And that's why I'm despised by the other Slytherins, as the house has a very closed opinion of the non-pure, and this unfortunately makes me an outcast in the house. I just hope they don't try anything with me. Because if they try, I'll have to retaliate. After I finished reading a few pages of Marcel's diary, I realized that I had lost track of time, seeing that I must have been in the room of requirement for a few hours. Wondering what time it was, I cast a wandless and non-verbal, Tempest, something I could do for a while, but I wanted to get used to my wand first. 12:09. Damn, lunch has already started, I cursed out loud. But then I realized that I hadn't heard the bell ring, and that for me who has very good hearing, it was a strange thing, as I should have heard something. The room must have silenced any sound that comes from outside so as not to interrupt my reading, I reflected to myself. This room just keeps getting better, I said smiling, and I swore I could feel the room was happy with the compliment. Strange, I thought. But then I nodded and started to pack my things, putting some of the books I'd picked out in my bag. I know there are certain items that cannot be removed from the room, such as books that are only copies of the original in the castle, but I also know that if the book was already in the room of requirement, it is considered physical and can go out, like the Half-Blood Prince book, I thought, putting the Animagus book in my bag, hoping those books were physically in the room. After arranging the books in my bag, I used my senses to know if anyone was nearby, and not sensing anyone, I opened the door to the room of requirement and walked out. As soon as I left the room, I quickly checked the books in my bag and breathed a sigh of relief to see that everyone was still there, which meant that before I checked them out they were physically in the room of requirement, probably in the room of hidden things. I'm glad it was quite simple to find these books in a library. If I had had to look for them in the room of hidden things, it would have taken forever, I thought happily. So I stopped to think, does this mean that if I ask for a room with the Ravenclaw diadem, the room of requirement will give me a room with the Horcrux? Or has Voldemort charmed him into making this not possible? I know he charmed her to keep her from being summoned, but did he put in more complex protections? I started thinking, creating dozens of theories in my head. However, I was taken out of my moment of reflection by the sound of my stomach growling. Well, I can keep thinking about it after filling my belly. And then after doing one last check of my bag, I went to one of the 7th floor passages that would lead me to a corridor near the Great Hall. Since I now knew many of the castle passages, I intended to use them to move me, as it would be much easier and faster to go through the shortcuts than to go through the more than 140 semi-sensible and deadly stairs that this castle has. After walking along the shortcut for about 3 minutes, I came out into a passage that was in a secluded hallway on ground floor. So I started walking calmly to the Great Hall. As soon as I reached the door of the Great Hall, finding it odd that it was closed, my senses alerted me to something. And then I started looking around, but I didn't see anything and nobody around. I then took a step forward, approaching the door, and my senses alerted me again, and I quickly took a step back. With a frown, I started to look forward cautiously. So as a test, I took a step forward again, and my senses alerted me again. What the hell? I thought, looking at the big door to the Great Hall. Narrowing my eyes at the door, I couldn't see anything different, so I decided to turn on my magic vision. As soon as I turned on my magic vision, I saw that the door had some enchantment about it. I recognized this magic. I mumbled mentally, trying to remember who this magic belonged to. I already know. This is the magic of the twins. My eyes sparkled with realization. This is probably one of your pranks, I reflected with a hand on my chin. Heh, smart way to prank. I looked impressed at the twins' creativity and cunning, so I started to wonder if I should break the spell or protect myself from it. I could walk through the door without letting the prank hit me, but I'm curious to know what it does. I know I could get by without getting caught in the prank and see the other students to see what the prank does, but I had no problem letting myself get caught. I stared at the prank for a while longer, so I shrugged my shoulders and decided to go through normally. As soon as I opened the door and walked through it, I could see everyone in the Great Hall turning to face me. And immediately they started laughing, and the twins, who were at the lion's table, laughed more than anyone else. Looking at the students in the Great Hall, I could see that a third of them had different beards on their faces, even the girls. And beards ranged from goatee to mustache, and looking down I could see that I also had a beard, a black beard like my hair, long and straight. Looking over at the staff table, I could see some of the professors laughing openly or hiding their amusement, minus Professor Quirrell, who looked terrified, and Professor Snape, who was scowling at the twins. Professor Flitwick was laughing happily. Professor Sprout had her hand over her mouth to stifle her giggles. Professor McGonagall was looking grimly at the twins, but as soon as her eyes fell on me she snorted, and I could see the amusement in her eyes. Professor Dumbledore was looking on with glee and a genuine smile on his face. Seeing people laughing at me and at themselves, I looked at everyone, and then at my beard, and an idea came to mind. And with that idea in mind I turned and walked out of the Great Hall, a mischievous smile on my face hidden from the many eyes that followed me. POV, third person. Where is he going? Terry, who had a short beard, asked Anthony as soon as Ethan left. I don't know, maybe try to get the prank, replied Anthony, who had no beard on his face from being in the Great Hall before the twins had put the spell on the door. Good luck, snorted Corner, who was a few seats away. If even the 7th graders couldn't do anything, why would a 1st grader? He finished contemptuously but ended up getting 2 heated looks from Terry and Anthony. Well, maybe a first year like you couldn't, but it's worth reminding you that Ethan isn't just any first year, Anthony shot back, clearly sensing Corner's animosity towards Ethan. And he was delighted to see Corner's jaw tighten. So what? He obviously left because he couldn't take a joke and was too embarrassed, Corner snapped, clearly annoyed that Anthony had rubbed in his face that Ethan was better than him. Lie. Anthony said, irritated that Corner is offending his friend. Lie. So where is he? Corner asked smugly. And just when Anthony was about to say something, Terry replied. Over there, he said, pointing to the door. And Anthony and Corner, like some other students, looked in the direction he pointed, only to gawk at an unexpected sight. POV, Ethan. I was at the door of the Great Hall, in a very different way. My beard was now grown to my waist, and it wasn't just my beard, I also had longer hair, falling to the middle of my back, and instead of the normal black color, my hair and mine beard were silvery with a few white strands, which gave me an old-fashioned look, along with a few additional wrinkles on my face. I was also no longer wearing my regular clothes or my Hogwarts robes, but a royal blue tunic with star embroidery that reached the floor, and to complete the ensemble, I was wearing half-moon glasses. For those who still didn't realize what I looked like a smaller copy of Britain's most powerful wizard and the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. As soon as I saw that everyone noticed my surroundings, I started walking calmly towards Ravenclaw's table with my hands behind my back. And I was really enjoying the shocked look on the faces of students and teachers. I calmly reached the side of Anthony and Terry, who were staring at me open-mouthed. "Hello young people, could you guys give this old man a place to sit?" "My back isn't as young as it used to be," I told them in a calm, gentle voice in my best Dumbledore imitation, not forgetting to make my eyes sparkle, thanks to a simple beautifying spell. After I said that, Anthony started looking at me like a fish out of water. Terry, who had been looking at me puzzled all this time, was the first to recover and he immediately started laughing. Puffed. Ha 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 ha, Terry started laughing holding his side, and Terry's laugh ended up snapping Anthony and the others out of their stupor. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Merlin, this is hilarious. Ha ha. The whole hall then started laughing, even the Slytherins, and I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. And while everyone was laughing and pointing at me, I sat down next to Terry. Looking at the staff table to see their reaction, I could see that they were all amused by my joke. Professor McGonagall this time didn't even try to hide her amusement, her lips twitching in an attempt to stop herself from laughing. Even Professor Snape, who usually seemed spiteful about everything, was maintaining a neutral appearance. I then looked at the person sitting on the throne in the middle of the table, Headmaster Dumbledore, and I saw that he was looking at me clearly happy, and he nodded at me as soon as he saw me looking at him, which I replied with another nod. Deciding to look at the two people I most wanted to see the reaction, I looked at the Gryffindor table, directly at two identical redheads. The twins were currently holding each other and laughing uncontrollably as they looked at me. Seeing me looking at them, the twins held back their laughter, wiped the tears from their eyes, and looked at me with what I assume was respect. So I winked at them and smirked mischievously, to which they responded with their own mischievous smiles, before starting to whisper to each other. After a few minutes of laughing, the students began to calm down. And I was happy to feel that emotions of joy and fun flooded the Great Hall. Obviously my joke didn't appeal to everyone and some people were upset, but I decided not to pay attention to them, but I obviously kept in my mind who these people were. And not so surprisingly one of them was Corner, who was scowling at me, for some unknown reason, and Granger, who must have found my joke disrespectful. This girl has no sense of humor. Corner I understand, since he's a dick in the ass and a terrible loser, and so far he must be pissed that I'm better than him in class. But even Malfoy found it funny. I thought with a roll of my eyes, this girl has got to stop her idolatry of authority figures and rules. Phew. You never stop surprising me, Ethan, Terry said to me, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. I'm here to please, I said with a smile, before thinking hard about what I said. Shit, that phrase came out kind of wrong. I hope no one noticed. And I hope you don't change, Terry continued, placing a hand on my shoulder. Nah, I like myself just the way I am, I replied with a dismissive wave of my hand. I really didn't expect this, Ethan, Anthony started to say, after having calmed down a bit, and I only have one thing to say. You're crazy, he finished smiling at me. Anthony. Is that a way to talk to elders? Terry chided Anthony playfully. Don't worry, young people these days are like that, I played along, stroking my long beard. And Anthony rolled his eyes at both of us. Yes, yes. Now be a good old man and eat your food before lunch is over, Anthony said, placing a chicken leg on my plate. And as I was so hungry, I didn't think twice about starting to devour him. And with that Anthony and Terry went back to eating. The students around also continued to eat normally, but I could feel some eyes on me at times, and some giggles and an occasional snort from the students. And while I ate, Terry chose that moment to speak. So are you here to please? And I could feel the smirk he had on his face. Damn it. My second week of school started relatively smoothly. I didn't have any problems in class as I had already studied almost everything the teachers went through beforehand, and as a bonus, I could already cast some of the spells they taught, some even non-verbally or wandless. I continued to excel in class, and even started to answer some questions, mainly at the insistence of the teachers who seemed to notice that I made no effort to try to raise my hand to answer the questions. But I think this is a universal school rule. Always choose the one who doesn't raise a hand to answer the questions. But after a while I noticed that some other students Granger started trying to compete with me, something I found childish and stupid. And that's why I started to crush them in this competition, hee hee ha. Well, and for that fact I ended up demonstrating more skill and power than necessary, but meh, I really didn't care. After the teachers saw my awesomeness, dramatically flipping my hair, they started trying to give me more challenging lessons, and when I could complete them, they gave me points, and I'm pretty sure I did a good part of the points that Ravenclaw has. At that point, I realized that I was drawing a lot of attention to myself, and then I started to realize that I loved it. All kidding aside, this week I got to read a lot of the books I chose from Room of Requirement, and I'm happy with my learning progress, but I want even more. And so I spent most of my free time in the Room of Requirement learning new spells and mastering the ones I already knew. The rest of my time was divided between having fun with Anthony, Terry, and my colleagues, talking to the elves in the kitchens, talking to Myrtle and listening to the gossip she hears, and dodging the pranks of the twins, who after seeing my presentation, they seem to have made me the main target, and it was fun to see all the pranks they played at me being returned to them twice as bad. Of course I did some pranks with other students too, obviously focusing on the bullies and idiots who pissed me off, and even the teachers, and the best part of all is that the blame always goes to the twins. The only people who seem to know that I'm the creator of the pranks are Anthony, Terry, the twins, and probably Dumbledore, as I didn't make a point of hiding from the portraits and ghosts that may have reported to him. I also started to make friends with the other Ravenclaws, even if some don't like me because I'm better than them, poor me. And in addition to the students in my house, I also started to corrupt. I mean, making friends with my colleagues from other houses, like Susan Bones, Megan Jones and Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, Neville and Faye Dunbar of Gryffindor, and I've even been chatting a bit with Lily Moon and Theodore Nott from Slytherin. Susan was a straightforward girl. She was kind and liked to help others, and because of that she had lots of friends, of course some just wanted to make a connection with Amelia Bones' niece, the head of the DMLE. Susan's best friend was shy and absent-minded Hannah Abbott, a thin, short girl with blonde hair who, despite her quiet personality, was still a huge gossip, according to Myrtle. Megan Jones was a girl with curly brown hair and a thin face, with an athletic build, and she was what you would call a girl with a strong personality. She wasn't like other girls who care about looks and fashion, she's someone more adventurous and loves Quidditch, probably influenced by your aunt, Gwennaud Jones, captain of the professional Quidditch team, Holyhead Harpies. Justin had short light brown hair and a chubby face, he was a shy boy and a little naive almost like Anthony, only more so. He was the first Hufflepuff to talk to me, as the others seemed to think I was intimidating. He thought I could be someone nice after seeing my portrayal of Dumbledore in the Great Hall, and approached me to ask for help with the potions lesson, which he sucked. Neville or Nev was someone I thought I wouldn't befriend because at first he was very shy, but after seeing him lost in the library having difficulty with his potions and spells lesson, I decided to help him. He was initially apprehensive, but then he relaxed and stopped acting like Quirrell, where he always stuttered when I spoke to him. Faye Dunbar was a tall, dark-skinned girl who started talking to me because of a bet. Parvati and Lavender bet Faye that she wouldn't be able to talk to the cute and smart Ravenclaw boy, quote, who happens to be me, heh. So one day when I was walking down the hall she bumped into me, and remembering the bet she started to blush not knowing what to say, but then she gathered all her Gryffindor courage and started talking to me, and it was funny to see her curl up in words with shame. Lily Moon and Theodore Nott were two surprises, mainly Theodore, because of their family who is known to be strong supporters of blood supremacy. Lily was a cute girl who had almost white blonde hair and green eyes. She didn't seem to care what her housemates thought and started talking to me as soon as she saw my skill in the charms class, and I found the conversation with her refreshing as she was calm, cheerful, and very cute, that I even wanted to hug and never let go, and no lolicon here. Continuing. When I first started befriending Lily, I decided that I wouldn't let your housemates intimidate her for being my friend, so when I saw 3 second years pulling her menacingly into a hallway, I got annoyed. And before the 3 second years could do anything to her, I quickly cast a string of spells on them, and by the end they were in the hallway, unconscious, and wearing pink ballet tutus. Lily, who saw it all happening, just stared at me in wonder, like a kid going to Disney for the first time, and then she started asking me about the spells and praising me, and seeing her acting like that I could only think of how much she looked like my little sister. Theodore, or as he prefers to be called, Theo, was a boy with black hair and brown eyes with pale skin, and this was a friendship that had an interesting development. Theo came to ask me for help in the library when I was alone, because he knew he couldn't be seen befriending a mudblood. After talking to him, I found out that he was a boy almost as withdrawn as Nev, which must be a sign of his coexistence at home. From what I've seen, Theo has a great dislike for his father, and therefore despises anything he supports, and blood supremacy being one of those things. Knowing he would have problems at home, unlike Lily whose parents don't have a problem with muggleborns, I decided to hide the fact that we were friends, but he allowed me to tell my other friends as long as they kept it a secret. And these were the friends from my year I made at Hogwarts, and now that I think about it, these were the first friends I made in this world. Damn it, me, and my social skills. Of course in my 2 weeks at Hogwarts I didn't just make friends, I also made some enemies. The quotes were necessary for you to understand that these enemies for me are nothing more than snotty brats. I see their attempts to try to antagonize me as entertainment, as my real enemy is not someone who frowns at me or talks bad about me behind my back. Well, of those people who don't like me, the ones that stand out the most are few, and they are Malfoy, and that's not a surprise, the younger Weasley boy, probably for some stupid reason, the Weasley prefect, who doesn't like me for a reason I don't know, the bad loser of my house, Corner, Zachariah Smith, the snobby idiot who from what I've seen has a crush on Susan, and oddly enough, or no, Greengrass and Granger, with Granger often having mixed feelings. Actually I have a lot of people who don't like me, and this is only the second week. A record. I was happy to have made many friends, and even some enemies, as it gave me a better perspective of the people in this world, and showed that they are not just characters from a fictional world. It alleviated a lot of my insecurities with the people here, because it made it easier for me to see everything and everyone as real rather than characters. Wednesday. Today is the day of our first flying lesson and I couldn't be more excited. My classmates also seemed quite excited about this class, with many boasting about their flying skills and how they had been flying since they were little. Not even Professor Snape's class managed to quell the students' euphoria. We quickly arrived on the training camp lawns, as after 2 weeks here, most of my classmates had already decorated their way to a few places. The house that was having the flying lessons with us was Hufflepuff, and we still had to wait for them to show up. The training ground is, as the name implies, a training ground, and this was where the school's Quidditch teams did their tests and practices. Lying on the lawns in front of us were 20 broomsticks, 1 meter apart. As we looked around the field, Stephen Cornfoot spoke, starting the conversation. "I'm so excited. I can't wait to climb high up in the sky," he said, an expectant look on his face. "I know," Lisa said, "I'm scared of heights so I prefer to stay on the ground," she continued, shivering at the thought of flying a broom. "Me too, and that's why I read all the safety regulations for flying," Padma said. "I wouldn't worry too much about it." "What could be the worst thing that could happen?" Anthony asked. "I don't know, maybe fall down, break your neck and die," I said casually, earning a frightened look from my classmates. "Cowards, that's why you're not in Gryffindor," I thought as I rolled my eyes. While we were talking, the Hufflepuff students arrived, chatting excitedly among themselves, and when Susan saw me she came walking to my side, dragging Hannah with her. "Hi Ethan," Susan said to me happily, and I smiled as I rolled my eyes at her greeting since we'd already seen each other in potions class. "Hi Susan," again, I replied anyway. "Hey Hannah," I said to the shy girl next to Susan. "Hi," Hannah replied, smiling shyly. "Hey. We're here too," Terry said when he saw that he was being ignored by the girls. "Oh. I didn't see you there Terry," Susan replied a little embarrassed, and Terry simply huffed as he crossed his arms and turned his face to the side. "Don't mind him, Terry is a drama queen," Anthony said amused. And while we were talking, Madam Hooch, who is our flight teacher, arrived. "Is everyone here yet?" "Yes." "Well then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Pick your brooms and line up." Madam Hooch commanded, and we all immediately went to the brooms, awaiting her next orders. "Good. Now that you're beside your broomsticks, you're going to summon them. So hold out your hand to her and say, 'Up,' with authority," Madam Hooch instructed us. And then we all started trying to summon the broom. I looked at my broom, which was an old Comet 180, created in 1938. And how do I, a Muggle-born, know this? Simple, I read it in one of the many Quidditch books the library had. "Up," I said, not asking or demanding, but ordering. And in the next second, the broom obediently climbed into my hand, and I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With the broom in hand, I started looking at my colleagues. Some the broom didn't even move and others it just swayed a little, and there were even some that did after a few attempts like Megan, which was to be expected. As the students tried to summon the broom, I heard an irritated snort from beside me, and turning around, I saw a frowning Terry looking at the broom as if it had just cursed his mother. "Damn, why doesn't that broom go up?" "Up," Terry said once more and the broom only shook a little before coming to a stop, making him even angrier. "How do you get the broom up?" Anthony asked frustrated, also not managing to summon his broom. "Well maybe it only works with pretty people," I said, holding my broom to my shoulder smugly, but they just ignored me. "Okay. Enough. Whoever couldn't summon their broom can grab it with their hands," Madam Hooch said, and half of the students had to pick up the brooms from the ground. "Now for the next part. How to ride the broom," Madam Hooch said, and for some reason I found that phrase a little wrong. After that, Madam Hooch gave us a demonstration of how to stand on a broom, and I began to analyze her posture thoroughly. She then told us that we should do like her. I immediately straddled my broom, arranging my body so that I looked exactly like Madam Hooch, remembering every detail I could see of her posture. And in the meantime, Madam Hooch began to move from student to student correcting and giving instructions on broom riding. After passing a few students, Madam Hooch stepped in front of me and started looking at my posture with her narrow eagle eyes. "Perfect posture, Mr. Knight. Have you practiced before? She asked me. Teacher, I'm a muggle-born, how could I practice flying a broomstick? I asked her with a wry smile, and I could see her eyes start to widen in surprise. So does that mean you've never ridden a broom before? Looks like you've got talent, Madame Hooch said to me, nodding her head in amazement. Thank you, I said, and then she left to help the remaining students. After she left, I turned to Anthony and Terry, who were looking at me with blank expressions, and lifted my chin proudly. Show off. Now, when I blow the whistle, you're going to give yourself a strong push-up with your feet, Madame Hooch said as we all managed to mount the brooms. Hold your broomsticks, keep them steady and get a few inches off the ground. To get you down, you'll have to bend the body down a little along with the handle, she instructed us. When I blow the whistle. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Madame Hooch finished counting, she blew her whistle, and with that I gave a push with my feet up. As soon as I gave a boost, my broom started to hover in the air, a few inches off the ground. Looking around I could see that some students had their broomsticks zigzagging or shaking, and the rest managed to stay as steady in the air as me, they being kids who've flown on broomsticks before. Fine. Now that you're up in the air, I want you to fly around the field slowly, and don't go up too high, Madame Hooch said. And that's what we did. We started flying across the field, with some students shorter than others and some quite tall, in this case me. I was currently about 5 meters off the ground, calmly flying across the field. But unconsciously, the more time I spent in the air, the more speed I gained and higher I climbed, until I reached a height of 15 meters, flying 3 times faster than my colleagues. As I flew, I could hear the song, I Believe I Can Fly, playing in the back of my mind. This is so liberating, I sighed in satisfaction, looking out over the grounds of Hogwarts and the birds in the sky that flew beside me, apparently not afraid of me. The wind was in my face. The dampness and coolness of the air brought a wave of satisfaction to me. The feeling of gravity no longer pinning me to the ground was exhilarating. I was so engrossed in the joy and peace of flying that I didn't even notice Madame Hooch looking at me perplexed. How can this boy fly so well? Did he lie about never having flown before? Madame Hooch thought in surprise. Unaware of Madame Hooch's thoughts, I started to go faster, almost reaching full speed on my broom, which even though it was an old model and was worn out, was still a fast broom. Madame Hooch, who was lost in thought, was awakened by a loud sigh from one of the students. She looked back and saw that the students had stopped flying and some had even landed to the ground and were now looking up in shock. And when she looked in the direction they were looking, what she saw was a student high in the sky, flying at high speed and doing stunts. And that student was obviously me. What he is doing. These maneuvers are very dangerous. Madame Hooch exclaimed in her mind. Mr. Knight, you're too high and flying too fast. Stop these stunts and get down now, she yelled at me sternly. Oops, I looked down guiltily, only realizing now how tall I was. I think I should have paid more attention. I then tilted the tip of my broom down and began to land slowly. And while I was landing, the other students started running towards me, with my friends in front. Morgana's boobs, you're crazy, Ethan. You were flying so high and fast, Merlin, that was amazing. Anthony exclaimed excitedly as he got in front of me, and I could only smile wryly at him. You had to show off, right? Terry asked me with an amused smile, but I could feel his concern. Hee, I kind of got carried away, I said, scratching the back of my neck. Merlin, Ethan. I was so worried, Susan said, sighing in relief. And I gave her a reassuring smile. While I was surrounded by my colleagues, Madame Hooch landed on the field and started coming towards me. Mr. Knight, do you know how dangerous that was? She asked me, glaring at me grimly with those eagle eyes. Sorry, teacher. I was so engrossed in the feeling of flying that I didn't even realize I was so high or going so fast. I apologized sincerely, feeling guilty for making so many people worried. Madame Hooch then started to stare at me even more, before she let out a tired sigh. Sigh. All right, but don't let it happen again, she said, and I nodded in agreement, and I'm not going to give you detention, but that's 3 Ravenclaw points, she finished, and I just accept my punishment. I don't care about the points, and with the amount I've earned 3 points it's nothing to me, I thought, but I really should have controlled myself a bit. Well, the lesson is over. Leave the brooms on the ground and go back to the castle, Madame Hooch said, realizing it was late. After she said that, she started shooing us away, and then we started walking off the field, chatting excitedly about flying class and the stunts I did. He'd make a good seeker or chaser, Madame Hooch thought, looking at my back as I walked away from the training ground, and if what he said about being a muggle-born is true, then he's a born flyer. I have to ask Minerva and talk to Phileas. The rest of the afternoon went by, and my classmates started talking to everyone they knew about the flight class and how I did high-speed maneuvers in the air, and by the end of the day almost half the school knew about my demonstration in flying class. As for the points, none of my colleagues said anything, or more precisely, none of them cared, as the amount that was taken out is not even half of what I earn in one day, so for them I had the right to lose some of these spots. The only person who was unhappy with the loss of points was Phillips, but he was more unhappy with Madam Hooch than with me, saying he would talk to her to see if he could convince her to withdraw the punishment, but a simple look at the prefect Jenkins, or Sophia as she asked to be called, was enough to shut him up. Night. Hi girl, I said to Nix as I walked into my room and saw her lying on one of the pillows on the floor. Nix then lifted her head and meowed lazily in greeting to me. Nix currently spends the day sleeping and in the afternoon she hangs around the school. And one thing I discovered is that pets have their own passage in their room so they can go out whenever they want. Did she find anything interesting? I questioned myself internally. Well, if she finds something interesting she can show me later. Well, let's go to sleep, I then said to Nix, who got up off the pillow and jumped onto the bed. So I started to get out of my clothes and changed into a pair of comfy black pants, and shirtless I lay on my bed, with Nix joining me, climbing onto my chest and curling up. Tired, I started to slowly close my eyes. But before falling asleep a thought crossed my mind. Tomorrow is the day Potter will join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How will others react? Thursday, after dinner. After dinner the boys and I were resting in the common room when a second year rushed through the passage. He then started looking around, looking for something, and seeming to have found what he was looking for, he ran to a group of second years that were at a table in the corner. Did you hear? Harry Potter has become the Gryffindor Quidditch team seeker. Youngest seeker of the century, this second year exclaimed, not bothering to keep his voice down, making everyone in the common room hear what he said. News here travels fast. Potter didn't join the team until the end of third class I thought, impressed by the speed at which gossip was transmitted around the school, and wasn't his joining the team supposed to be a secret? What? Really? How? I expected no less from Harry Potter. After hearing this news, the students in the common room started talking and asking questions for this second year, and there were even some who started making their own theories of how Potter managed to make the Quidditch team. What? Corner, who was sitting on the couch across from me, said shocked, but he's a first year, he exclaimed. But how? I thought the first few years weren't allowed to join the Quidditch team. Terry asked, confusion evident on his face. Why just him? I wanted to make the Quidditch team too, whined Anthony beside me. And apparently it wasn't just them who were confused and shocked by Potter's entry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A few other students in the common room also started talking about this blatant favoritism. They then started talking about how they couldn't audition for the Quidditch team when they were in their freshman year. And my classmates started talking about how they too wanted to join the Ravenclaw team, and how they could join if they had the chance. This is the home of the smart, but don't they know how to solve this simple problem? I questioned myself exasperated. Looking at the mess the common room was left with, I decided to give them a little help. Ahem. I then cleared my throat to get the common room attention, but the students were talking so loud they didn't even hear me, and I could only roll my eyes at how they looked like a group of gossip old ladies. Seeing as how their argument was going nowhere, I cast a sonorous at myself and cleared my throat again. Ahem, my voice echoed in the common room, making everyone hear it. And finally everyone started paying attention to me. Well, I'm glad you all are finally quiet and paying attention to me now, I said with a smile that wasn't a smile, causing a shiver down some of the students' backs, and first of all, why are you making all this fuss? I then asked. What do you mean, why are you making all this fuss? Potter just joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a third year exclaimed. And? I questioned, with a raised eyebrow. And that he is a first year, that same third year responded. And what's the problem with him being a first year? I kept questioning. I knew the reason for their indignation, but I wanted him to respond, so it would be easier for me to help with their problem if they tell me what the problem is. And what's up? What's up is that he's a first year, and the first years are banned from joining the Quidditch teams. But he could, and that's clearly favoritism, now an irritated sophomore who responded, and a few other students nodded in agreement. Well, as I remember, the first few years are prohibited from having your own broomstick, there's nothing to forbid them from joining the Quidditch teams, I said, and I could see some students open their mouths to argue. Only to close when they realized they didn't have an answer to it. Plus, if Potter became the youngest seeker in a century, that means that 1 century ago another first year must also have joined one of the Quidditch team. And that's just the seeker, we don't even know about the other positions, I continued calmly. After I finished speaking, everyone in the common room stopped and started thinking about what I said, and none of them could find a way to refute me. Actually, I remember reading about a student in the trophy room who became one of the beaters when he was in his freshman year. Helena Mersel, a fourth-year girl, said. I also remember seeing about this student, Sophia said, but it happened in 1600, so things may have changed. Here at Hogwarts Rules it doesn't really say anything about joining the Quidditch team, it only says about carrying a broomstick, a student who picked up a rulebook from the Ravenclaw library said. See. In that case, Potter is only allowed to have a broom. Joining the team is not against the rules, I said with a shrug. Seeing as how everyone was reflecting on what I said, I decided to knock while the iron was still hot. Besides, if you're so upset about Potter being picked for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, why don't you go talk to Professor Flitwick, who is our head of house? I asked, seriously questioning if this really was the home of the smart. And what would we talk to him about? That same third year who yelled at me asked, speaking more calmly now, realizing that I might have a way to solve this problem. Simple. Just talk about the favoritism with Potter and about how you also want the first few years of our house can also participate in the tests for the Quidditch teams, I replied calmly, and you can also talk about how Potter was chosen directly for the team without even doing the tests for the Quidditch team. As I heard from a Gryffindor that the tests will be done tomorrow, I finished, and I could see many eyes looking at me with awe and respect. But will the teacher allow it? A fourth year asked dubiously. It's Professor Flitwick. What do you think? I said. I guess dash. It was a rhetorical question, I interrupted rolling my eyes, but going on. Yes, Professor Flitwick will most likely allow it. And even if he won't, just take this issue to the headmaster. What if headmaster doesn't allow it? Terry, who had been quiet this whole time, asked me. Well, then we'll just spread to the other houses about favoritism with Potter and explain to them what they should talk to their own heads of house, I said with a smirk on my face, and I could even see two horns and a tail appearing behind me, and I'm sure the Slytherins will be more than willing to support us. And the Hufflepuff likes justice, so they'll probably help us, and with that, we'll have 3/4 of the school supporting us. And with that, I doubt the headmaster and teachers can deny our request, I finished, with a glint in my eyes that startled the students around me. Well. I think, this might work, a fifth year said, refusing to meet my gaze. But the question is, who will speak to Professor Flitwick? Anthony, who didn't mind the awkward atmosphere in the common room, asked. Why did I let them convince me of this? I asked no one in particular as I walked through the empty hallways of the school. After talking my idea to my colleagues, they ended up choosing me as their spokesperson to speak to Professor Flitwick, and even though I didn't want to get involved in this story, they somehow ended up convincing me. At least I'll get a box of lots of Honeyduke's wizard candies, I said happily. After eating some sweets on the Hogwarts Express, I gained a huge passion for wizard sweets, and as I know Honeyduke's has a wide variety of candies, I couldn't be more happy to get a box full of those wonderful treats, hee. After taking some shortcuts, I quickly made it to Professor Flitwick's office door, and using my senses, I could see he was in the room, so I knocked on the door. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Come in, Professor Flitwick's voice came from inside, and then I heard the door click unlocking. Hello, teacher, I greeted him as I entered the office. Oh. Hello, Mr. Knight, what can I do for you? The diminutive teacher asked me with his usual hyperactivity, sitting behind a desk correcting some lessons. You can call me Ethan, Professor. Being called sir makes me feel old, I told him with a smile, taking a seat in the chair across from his desk. But if I think about it, putting the age of my 2 lives together, I'm almost 30, I reflected to myself. Okay. So Ethan, I suppose you want to talk to me about something really important since you can't wait until the next day, Professor Flitwick said, pulling me out of my thoughts. Well, you see, Professor, my classmates found out that Potter was joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and they think he was getting preferential treatment, I told him, and I could see he started paying full attention to me, so I continued, so after we debated a bit, we came up with the idea to ask your permission to let the other first years participate in tests for the Quidditch team, I finished, and I could see the gears moving in head of Professor Flitwick. He then started looking at me analytically, and after a while a knowing smile began to appear on his face. Did you guys have this idea or did you? Professor Flitwick asked me. Well, I kind of came up with the idea, but the others agreed, I relented and answered him honestly. Even though I don't care about Quidditch, I still think Potter shouldn't be allowed on the team. The rules are that the first years can't have brooms, thus preventing them from joining the Quidditch teams, but Potter goes out there and breaks some rules and gets put directly as Seeker, I thought, upset at the favoritism of the teachers. Also, what about the Gryffindors who planned to join the team as Seeker this year? Couldn't they because Potter was already chosen? Since he didn't even tests. Sigh. I understand why you guys are dissatisfied, and as for me letting the first years do the tests for the team, that's a good solution, Professor Flitwick said, drawing my attention to him. Serious? I asked him, as I didn't think he would agree so quickly. Yes. It's not too difficult to allow the first years to audition, Professor Flitwick said, and then moved closer as if to tell a secret, and besides, I also think Mr. Potter's entry into the Quidditch team was a little unfair, he finished pulling away and winking at me, to which I smiled at him. So he was informed of Potter's entry as a Seeker. Thank you, teacher, I think my classmates will be very happy about this, I told him with a smile, and then I continued, but I also think that to be fair, the first years of the other houses should also be allowed to auditioning for the Quidditch teams of their houses. Well, that's going to have to be discussed with the headmaster and the heads of the other houses, Professor Flitwick said after thinking for a while, and since you were the one who came up with the idea, I think you should be at this meeting too, he finished. What? Do I have to be at the meeting too? I asked uncertainly, since when I came here I didn't expect to have to attend a meeting with the 4 heads of houses and the headmaster. Of course. Since you were the one who came up with the idea, and you were the one who came to talk to me, you obviously have to be present at this meeting, he replied happily. And if I didn't know better, I would think he was just doing it to see me suffer. Sigh. It's okay. I'm going to this meeting, I said, not even trying to argue against it. Perfect. So come tomorrow to my office after lunch so we can go to the meeting, a happy Professor Flitwick said, clapping his hands in satisfaction, and now I'm really thinking he's just doing it to piss me off. Okay, I said with a resigned sigh. So I got up from my chair. Well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Ethan, he excitedly responded back to me, and now I'm 100% sure he's doing it to piss me off. So after saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick, I started walking back to my common room. Why did I have to get involved in this matter? I could have been quiet and let things flow normally, but no, I had to open my mouth. I said to myself, next time I'll sit in my corner and be quiet, I grumbled. As I grumbled, I took shortcuts and it didn't take me long to reach the common room. As soon as I stopped in front of the door, the knocker that called the riddles came to life. It's alive, but not, started the knocker, but I cut it off impatiently. The sun, I replied. Smart and shrewd as always, the knocker said to me, and then the passage opened. As soon as I walked into the common room, all the conversations they were having stopped, and everyone turned to look at me with hopeful eyes, especially the first years. So, how was it? Terry was the first to ask me. You owe me 2 boxes of candy, I said. And then I started upstairs to my room, ignoring my classmates' confused look and mumbling something that sounded a lot like a short and annoying teacher. Following day. Hello, Ethan. Professor Flitwick said happily to me as I arrived at his office. Hello, teacher, I said, wondering what kind of drug he uses to be happy like this. If it was Professor McGonagall, I would suspect catnip, I thought. Well, let's not waste time here. The other teachers are waiting for us in the headmaster's office by now, he said, and I nodded. After that, Professor Flitwick began to lead me through the castle, and I let him guide me, not bothering to show that I knew where the headmaster's office was or that I knew some shortcuts to get there. After walking for a few minutes, we came across the gargoyle leading to the office. Professor Flitwick then approached the gargoyle who were staring at him indifferently and said, Strawberry caramels, and then the gargoyle stirred and opened onto a passage that had a circular staircase. So this is the password. How long will she stay? I questioned myself. Professor Flitwick then started down the stairs with me right behind him, and when we reached the end, a door awaited us. And before either of us could knock, the headmaster's voice rang out from within. Come in, he said. Professor Flitwick then looked at me and let out a wry smile. He then opened the door and walked in, with me walking in shortly thereafter. Once inside the headmaster's office, I looked around and realized it was exactly as described in the books. The office was a large circular room with many windows, and in addition to the windows, the room also had many portraits that were of the former headmasters, and behind the current headmaster's desk was a portrait larger than the others of the previous headmaster, who happened to be the Armando Dipet. The rest of the office was, how can I put it, quirky. I think quirky doesn't completely describe the office. It had lots of bookshelves and shelves, and so far so good, but then we could see a few dozen trinkets that were on top of the tables and shelves, some strange objects, and even the shape of some of the furniture was different. And if that wasn't enough, some of these trinkets kept making weird sounds and giving off smoke of various colors, and that was making my senses a little irritated. Well, the only other things that caught my attention in the office it was my longtime friend, the Sorting Hat, who was on a stand to the right of the headmaster's desk, and an ordinary unimportant bird that was on a golden perch. Just kidding. The bird on the perch is none other than our favorite phoenix, Fawkes. And books don't do justice to its beauty. Fawkes was big, so big that I think if he spread his wings he could easily reach my size. It had red and orange feathers that produced fire from time to time. And just looking at Fawkes I was impressed, but thanks to my beast power I could feel more than ordinary people. I could feel his connection to Headmaster. Your affinity with fire. His nobility and purity, so much so that I didn't even have to activate the magical vision to see the pure and clear power that came from him. And if that wasn't enough, I could feel his connection to life, something a phoenix has in large amounts since he's basically immortal. What would it be like to use beast talk to form a connection with a phoenix? I questioned myself, while feeling a little jealous of the headmaster that he has a phoenix as a familiar. Seriously, who wouldn't want to have a fucking phoenix as a familiar? He is a flaming immortal bird. Well, looks like the last 2 left for this meeting have arrived. Headmaster Dumbledore's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Come, have a seat, Headmaster Dumbledore said to me in his gentle grandfatherly voice. Lemon drop, he said, offering me a cup that had several green drop-shaped candies inside. Thank you, I thanked, taking a seat in the chair in front of Headmaster's desk and picking up one of the sweets, much to Headmaster's delight. A little sweet and a lot sour. But it's still a very good candy, I thought, as soon as I put the lemon drop in my mouth. As I sat savoring the candy, I quickly decided to take a look at those who were present in the room. In the office were the 4 heads of houses, the headmaster, and myself. Professor Flitwick was as cheerful as ever. Professor McGonagall still looked rigid and severe, but when she saw me she let a small smile show and nodded at me, which I gave back. Professor Sprout was beside Professor McGonagall, and she had her usual gentle smile. Professor Snape was scowling in the corner, looking like a grumpy goth with chew uni. The headmaster was sitting at his desk, in a pink robe that made my eyes hurt, and if that wasn't enough, he was still looking at me with his twinkling eyes. "Hello, Mr. Knight," Headmaster Dumbledore greeted me with a smile after I finished looking everyone. "Hello, Headmaster," I greeted him back, "and please call me Ethan. Mr. Knight is my dad, and I'm not a big fan of formalities," I finished. Professor Dumbledore mused, "Of course, if that's how you want it, Ethan," he finished happily. "Are he and Professor Flitwick related?" I asked myself. "Enough talk, Dumbledore, I have better things to do than see you all get acquainted," Professor Snape said impatiently. "Is he at that time of month?" I thought, not daring to say it out loud, yet. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore said, not bothered at all by Professor Snape's impatience. "So Ethan, Professor Flitwick said you had something to talk to us," he then said to me, and I turned my head to Professor Flitwick. "What? You weren't going to explain the situation to them? Why did you betray me? Am I not one of your crows?" I questioned him in my heart, looking at him betrayed. And as I watched him, he gave me a happy nod. What a son of a bi. Well, the situation is, my classmates were a little annoyed that Potter had made the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and they wanted me to ask Professor Flitwick and you permission for the first years can take the tests for the Quidditch team. I told him, and I could see that as soon as I mentioned Potter, 3 of the 5 adults in the room started paying even more attention to me. Dumbledore, because anything involving Potter is of great interest to him. Snape, because anything that involves James Potter's offspring ends up attracting his attention, especially if it's to show his hatred for the male Potters. And Professor McGonagall, who in addition to Potter being one of his lions, was also the one who put him on the Quidditch team and who gave him the broom that morning. Besides, how do they want Potter's entry into the team to be a secret when he won a fucking broomstick in the middle of breakfast? I thought, questioning the effectiveness of this plan. "How did you know Mr. Potter joined the Quidditch team?" Professor McGonagall asked me in surprise. And as she spoke, I could see Professor Snape staring at her and growling. "Well, Professor, news travels fast around Hogwarts. And Gryffindors aren't known for subtlety, so it was only a matter of time before someone from there opened their mouths," I started to say. Besides, if the rumor hadn't been confirmed before, Potter receiving an oddly broom-like package for breakfast must have made it clear that the rumor is true. As soon as I finished speaking, Professor McGonagall started to look down in embarrassment, realizing that asking a Gryffindor to keep a secret is like asking a duck to do a somersault. And it didn't help that she was the one who sent Potter the package with the broom. "What's this, Dumbledore? Potter is already getting favoritism. He was already arrogant like his father, and now that he's got everything he wants he's going to start thinking he owns the castle," Professor Snape barked. "Calm down, Severus, Mr. Potter's situation was special," Dumbledore said to calm the cranky bat, who started muttering curses at the 2 Potters. I understand why Phileas and Minerva are here, but why were Professor Snape and I also called?" the chubby Hufflepuff teacher asked confused. "Yeah, why was I called here?" "I don't think you need me to settle the matter of some brats wanting to participate in some dumb sport," Professor Snape snapped, still irritated with Potter. "Well, that's because I thought to be fair, all first years should be allowed to take the tests, and that includes the first years of Slytherin and Hufflepuff," I answered the question calmly, and as soon as I said it, Professor Snape started looking at me analytically. I see," Headmaster Dumbledore said, folding his hands and leaning his elbows on the table, "but you know the rules, right? That first years can't have brooms," he asked me, looking into my eyes. "Well, the rule says they can't have broomsticks, but it doesn't say anything about borrowing it from some older student." "And there's no rule that says first years can't make the Quidditch teams," I replied, looking into your eyes without fear, curious as to whether he's going to try to use legilimency on me. No legilimency. It looks like those fanfics are a bit exaggerated. Besides, what about Potter? He has a broom. Isn't that against the rules? I asked him with a smirk on his face. And Dumbledore responded with his own smile and a twinkle in his eyes. While I was looking into the headmaster's eyes, Professor McGonagall, who had been quiet all this time, decided to speak. Mr. Potter's case was different. "And besides, how are you so sure the older students are going to lend you a broom?" she asked me, causing me to turn to her. "Didn't you say our house would be like our family?" I asked her with a smile. A smile that grew even wider when I saw her lips twitch, and let's say hypothetically a first-year student gives a trusted older student a new broom. And that same first year decides to borrow that broom to use in your Quidditch games. Hypothetically speaking, this doesn't count as having a broom of your own, so it's not against the rules. And that's all hypothetical, of course. I finished with an innocent smile. "Of course, hypothetical," Professor McGonagall said slowly. "And what makes you so sure you're going to pass the tests and make the Quidditch team?" There are students older and more experienced than you taking the tests too, Professor Snape said mockingly. Sorry sir, but I never said I wanted to be on the Quidditch team, I replied to him with a raised eyebrow. You do not want. This time it was Professor Flitwick who asked me. I've never played Quidditch and I don't even know the sport very well. How would I know if I want to play or not? I asked back. This feels more like an interrogation than a meeting, I snorted inwardly. Well, Rolanda says you're very good on a broom, Professor McGonagall said, looking at me quizzically. Cough. It could be that I got too carried away in flight class, and I confess that I enjoyed the feeling of flying. But that doesn't mean I want to or will join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, I replied. Well, Quidditch might end up taking up a portion of my time that I could use for training, but on the other hand it can be a lot of fun and give me even more reason to fly, I reflected to myself. But at least you could try, right? Professor Flitwick asked me with hopeful eyes. Sigh, maybe I'll try, I said. Well, at least it can be fun. Well, Headmaster Dumbledore started to say, bringing our attention to him, since you seem to have thought of everything, I don't see any problem with letting the first years do the tests. What about brooms? Will we have to use the hypothetical solution or will we be able to use our own brooms? I asked. Since Mr. Potter was allowed to have his own broom, I have no problem allowing the other first years to use their own brooms. But you will only be allowed to use them for tests, and after that, only who passing the tests can keep your broom, the others will have to send the brooms back home, Dumbledore said. And as soon as I heard the first part one was immediately happy, but when he finished speaking I slumped in my chair. Damn it. Now if I want to fly I'll have to make the Quidditch team, I cursed in my mind, well it's not like I haven't already planned on joining anyway. That is all. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me, to which I nodded, good. So it's settled. I will announce at dinner that all first years will be allowed to audition for their home Quidditch teams, he finished, smiling happily with her eyes shining above her half-moon glasses. That's great. I'm sure my badgers will love the news, Professor Sprout said happily. She then turned to me, and I would like to thank you, Mr. Knight, for including my house in this agreement, she finished with a gentle smile. No need to thank me, I just did what I thought was right. And besides, didn't I say before that you can call me Ethan? I said to Professor Sprout, and the smile she had on her face grew. Even if you only did it because you thought it was right, we can't help but repay your kindness and humility, Headmaster Dumbledore started to say with a smile, and if so, 30 points to Ravenclaw, he finished with a slightly bigger smile. It looks like Ethan, if you keep earning points like that, Ravenclaw might end up winning the House Cup because of you, the half-goblin professor said wryly, and I could only smile innocently at him. After meeting with the heads of houses and the headmaster, I went back to my common room, and as soon as I walked in, my classmates started pestering me to find out what the teachers and headmaster had decided about the Quidditch tests, with me saying that headmaster would announce what was decided at dinner. I then spent the rest of the afternoon doing the assignments the teachers gave us and reading the books I had taken from the room of requirement. Dinner. While we were having dinner, or in my case, having dinner and ignoring the gaze of my housemates, Headmaster Dumbledore rose from his throne at the high table. Ahem. Can I have your attention, he said, drawing the attention of all the students to him. A just student of great kindness has come to speak with me and the 4 heads of houses about a subject that may be of great interest to you, especially for the first years. And after some little discussion, we came to a decision. This year, the first-year students. Here he paused for a dramatic pause, can take the tests for the Quidditch teams. Dumbledore said, his voice echoing throughout the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students, especially the first years, started screaming and clapping loudly. Yeah. Ooh. Incredible. Those who intend to tests can bring their own broomstick. But only those who join the teams will be able to keep them, Dumbledore continued with the announcement, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who have already the test, will be able to reschedule a new test for your first years, he finished. And with the happy and surprised look of all the students on him, he sat back in his seat, enjoying the students' happiness. Seeing the students cheering and commenting on all the kinds of stunts they're going to do on the tests, I couldn't help but smile. I then patted myself on the back for a job well done. You did it, Ethan. Anthony, who was almost as excited as the others, looked at me and exclaimed happily, and with that my other Ravenclaw colleagues started to thank me too. Even with the noise in the Great Hall, Anthony's voice was still heard by some of the students at the tables near ours, namely the Slytherins and the Hufflepuffs, and those who heard him turned their faces towards me and started to look at me surprised and grateful. You wouldn't know what subtlety is, even if she hit you in the face, would you? I asked dryly to Anthony, who looked away in embarrassment. Terry, who was beside me applauding along with the others, turned to me, come on, don't be grumpy. Now we can take the test for the Quidditch team and all thanks to you. So shut up and accept the thanks, he said, and then started patting my back. Okay, fine. I accept your thanks, I said, allowing a smile to break across my face. Also, without me you'd still be running around like a blind man in a gunfight, I finished with a smug look. Sigh. We should have known this was going to go to your head, Terry said in mock disappointment. Woe to us, Anthony said, holding his heart dramatically. Nah, I know you guys adore me, I said, pushing them playfully. And I feel like I'm going to regret this for the rest of my life, Terry said, but the smile on his face proved otherwise. POV, third person. Isn't that amazing? Now I can join the Gryffindor team too, the younger Weasley boy said, looking at his messy black-haired and green-eyed friend expectantly. Yes, Potter agreed, not as excitedly as expected. I still think the first years shouldn't be able to join the Quidditch teams, Granger, who was a few seats away, said condescendingly. I'm glad no one cares what you think, Weasley snapped angrily. Getting a huff from Granger, who went back to paying attention to her food. Can you believe her? Weasley asked, turning to Potter, who was looking distractedly at his plate. Potter was thinking about how now every first year could also join the Quidditch teams. He knows he should be happy for others, but if he said he wasn't sad he would be lying. He never had anything special in his life, and his first achievement was becoming the Gryffindor Seeker. However, now that the other first years can also join the team, he felt that he was not so special anymore, and that left him disappointed in himself. As he thought, Potter grew increasingly depressed and sad. But he was quickly snapped out of his reverie by someone prodding him. Hey mate, are you all right? Weasley asked. Huh, yeah, I'm fine, I was just thinking how cool it is for the other first years can take the test for the Quidditch teams, Potter replied with a strained smile. I know, right? This is going to be awesome. Weasley responded, quickly getting into a flurry of mutterings about how he was going to take the cup to Gryffindor and how he was going to enjoy rubbing the championship trophy in Malfoy's face. And meanwhile, Potter went back to eating his food dejectedly. POV, Ethan. So, Ethan. Are you going to try to make the Ravenclaw Quidditch team? Terry asked me as he ate a piece of lemon pie. I thought a lot, and came to the conclusion that I wouldn't miss a thing by trying, I replied with a shrug, eating my own dessert, which was a large slice of chocolate cake with cherries. I'll take the test too, Terry said, putting a hand on his chin and thinking, I think I'm going to try for a spot for Seeker. And you, he asked me. From what I read, the ones that caught my attention the most were Seeker and Chaser, I replied, but I think I prefer Chaser. Well, you already have an athletic body, and with the skills you demonstrated on a broomstick in flying class, I'm sure you can make the team, Terry told me. Yes, but we mustn't forget one main factor. Anthony said, pausing dramatically, that's the broom. Well, that's true, Terry nodded his head in agreement, because no matter how good you are, if you have a bad broom your chances of playing well are going to be low. That's not a concern for me, I said relaxed. Oh yeah? Why? Do you already have a good broom? Which one? Anthony asked me consecutively. Let's just say that currently, my broom is second to none, I said mysteriously and left it at that, enjoying the frustrated look of my two friends. You don't know how much I hate those cryptic answers of yours, Terry said with a frown on his face, and Anthony beside me nodded as he pouted. Hee hee. I laughed as I went back to my dessert and pretended to ignore the look I was getting from them. Besides, it's not the broom that matters, it's the player, I told them. Yeah, we all know that, Terry rolled his eyes, that phrase always comes up in Centennial Quidditch. Centennial Quidditch? I asked confused. It's a Quidditch magazine, Anthony replied, and I nodded. But that phrase is true, I said, let's use an example. Who would win in a duel, you two using advanced spells or Headmaster Dumbledore using basic spells? I asked them. The Headmaster obviously, Anthony replied. Yes. But this example is kind of unfair as the Headmaster has an advantage, Terry said. So he's going to talk about experience and magic power, I thought. And what would that advantage be? I asked. The beard, Terry replied. Yes, his experience, wait. What? I started looking at him strangely. His long beard is his advantage, Terry said. And could you tell me why that would be the advantage? I asked, totally not understanding. Do you think you could beat someone with a beard like that? Anthony who answered this time, and Terry nodded. But. I started looking at them like they were a puzzle. You know what, you guys are right, I just gave up, getting two mischievous grins from Anthony and Terry. I think I'm corrupting them, I sighed. Today is another weekend, and I was ready to explore the last remaining spots on the school grounds. One of the places I haven't been to was the Quidditch pitch, which wasn't very important or anything interesting, as it was just an extensive pitch with many stands. The pitch had 3 hoops at each end, and I think it's obvious what they're for. Another place was the wooden bridge, which was also known as covered bridge. It was a suspension bridge that spanned a ravine, and one end was at the base of the clock tower courtyard and ended in a stone courtyard with several benches. The stones in the courtyard formed a sundial. The other place I haven't explored yet, well, I haven't explored much yet, was Black Lake, or Great Lake for some. The reason I count the lake as an unexplored place, even though I spend most mornings in it, is that I've only explored the surface of it, and since it's a lake, it obviously has a lot more underwater to explore. I could go deeper into the lake using the bubblehead charm, but it's a very fragile spell and I prefer a more varied and safer option, like the gillyweed Harry used in the second trial of the Triwizard Tournament. The lake, as well as the Forbidden Forest, are the two least explored places on the grounds outside the castle, and also the ones I most want to look at, as they have a lot of magical creatures. Although much of my desire to explore these places also comes from my adventurous personality, who wants to see these dangerous places that are in nature. And with that, I see how my powers have changed my personality, since in my other life I would prefer to be quiet at home watching a movie or playing games. Well. Still, I can't deny it's fun, I thought with a smile on my face. In the center of the Black Lake is a small island, which happens to be the same one where Dumbledore's white tomb was placed after his death. Well. Obviously a tomb is made for someone only after his death. Moving on. And this was also where Voldemort got the Elder Wand. One of the last places I plan to go is Hagrid's hut, which isn't so much for exploring, and more so for me to be able to talk to Hagrid himself. He may be gigantic, scary, and naive, but let's not forget that he is one of the most connoisseurs of magical creatures in the castle, even if the creatures he likes are a bit dangerous and weird. But that aside, that's why I'm here now, knocking on his cabin door, asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Woof, a loud bark came from inside. Quiet Fong, you big furball and cowardly drool, said Hagrid in his booming voice. I then heard the lock on the door move, and after a few seconds the door opened and I could see Hagrid's hairy face. Hi, he said, confused to see a Ravenclaw first year knocking on his door. Hi. I replied happily, which only confused him further, I'm Ethan. Are you by any chance Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts? I asked even though I already knew the answer. Yes. Hagrid answered me, looking around to see if this wasn't another prank by the twins. Not caring about your wary look, I continued to speak, I heard you understand magical animals. Could you show me some? I asked with eyes gleaming with anticipation. As soon as I spoke of magical creatures, Hagrid stopped looking at me warily and his face broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming excitedly with excitement. Oh, so you're curious about magical creatures? Why didn't you tell me before? Come on in, he said, opening the door wider to allow me entry. The interior of Hagrid's cabin was small, containing only one room. Leaning near the window were some dead animals and dried meat hanging. The cabin also had a fireplace, which was now heating a copper kettle with water. In one corner of the cabin was a large bed with a patchwork quilt, and on the bed was a huge coat made from the fur of some furry animal. In front of the fireplace, basking in the heat came from the fire, was a huge Great Dane, and as soon as I saw him I ran straight to him. Kneeling next to the dog, I began stroking the back of his ear and his stomach, not a lick of fear. Fong, who was being petted, leaned further into my touch, tongue out and tail wagging in satisfaction. Who's the big, nice, fluffy dog? That's right. You are. I cooed as I laid my head on Fong's body. Ha, apparently you've met Fong. A big dog, but still a softie, Hagrid chuckled loudly, looking at me happily, and he looks like he likes you. Heh, I usually get along with animals, I said, giving Fong one last pat on the head and lifting myself off the ground. I've already introduced myself, but I think I should give a more formal introduction, I said, stopping in front of the half-giant. I'm Ethan Knight, but I prefer my friends to call me Ethan. I'm from Ravenclaw, a first year and a Muggle-born, and I came here because I'd like you to introduce me to some magical creatures. I ended my introduction by extending my hand to Hagrid. Looking at my outstretched hand, Hagrid was a little surprised. But he quickly recovered, and then he let a smile break across his face and took my hand in his, which was almost 5 times size of mine. And I am Rubius Hagrid, as you already knew. Gamekeeper of Hogwarts and also a great connoisseur of magical creatures, he then introduced himself, giving my hand a slight shake. So, what about magical creatures? I said, not hiding my anticipation at all. Ha ha. If you want to know about magical creatures, then you've come to the right place. Hagrid exclaimed happily. He then grabbed his coat from his bed, pulled a crossbow from the top of a closet, and put a belt with some tools around his waist. Come on, Fong. Get up, he said to the big dog. Hagrid then turned to me and said, we're going to Professor Kettleburn's enclosure. He teaches care of magical creatures, a third-year elective class. He then brought us out of the hut and began to lead us to what I believe to be the enclosure. This enclosure contains many kinds of magical creatures, but most of them aren't that fun or cool, he said sadly, but knowing his taste for dangerous creatures, I could only guess that what wasn't cool for him, yet could be deadly to me. What kinds of animals are there? I asked curious. Ha, you'll see. He answered me cryptically, and I could feel my right eye twitching. Damn it. Now I know how boys feel when I do this. After walking for a few minutes through Hogwarts grounds, entering a part of the forest, Hagrid and I arrived in an open field surrounded by trees. And in the middle of that field, there was a big barn. Actually it looked like a kind of greenhouse. Anyway, on the side of that barn/greenhouse there was a big wood fence and iron chains. The only thing, however, is that inside this fence there were no magical or normal creatures. There are usually lots of animals inside the fence, but on weekends Professor Kettlerburn lets them wander through the woods, Hagrid explained to me. And listening to his explanation, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. But don't worry. The barn still has many other types of creatures, Hagrid, who had noticed my disappointed look, said in an attempt to cheer me up. Serious? I asked excitedly. Yes, there are some creatures that can't be released in the forest, in which case they have to stay indoors, he replied, and a wide smile spread across my face. We then headed to the barn, with me almost bouncing in excitement, which obviously amused the half-giant beside me. The barn was actually a large dome, with much of it being glass and the rest wood. At the entrance, I could see many cages hanging from the ceiling and cages parked near the walls. There were also some tools on a table, along with some notebooks with notes. Walking deeper into the dome, I saw a closet filled with what I believed to be food and rations, and loose on the floor beside it, there were also some bags that by the smell could only be the feces and dirt of the creatures here. Walking forward, Hagrid and I came to a large wooden door. And even with the door closed, I could still feel the emotions of the creatures that were inside, however faintly. Well, after that door we're going to enter the creature area, Hagrid started to say, and remember, some creatures are walking free so don't be scared. It might make them feel threatened, he told me warned. I nodded, almost bouncing in excitement. Good, Hagrid said. He then reached for the doorknob with his giant hands, and with a little twist, it opened. As soon as he opened the door, the calming silence we were in was replaced by various noises, from the sound of bars slamming to the sounds of animals screaming. Besides the big noise, as soon as the door was opened, a wave of emotions and feelings hit me stronger than before. Laziness, anger, joy, lust, well, it looks like someone is mating time. Anyway, all sorts of feelings from the positive to the negative flooded my senses. I then looked at the creatures that were in the barn. There were some creatures trapped in cages, others were in their nests, some were in artificial habitats, and others were just hanging around. 90% of the creatures that were in this greenhouse I recognized from the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Like Niffler, also known as the strangest beast than a platypus with light hands, the golden snidget, a small magic bird that was previously used in Quidditch games before being replaced by the golden snitch, imp, doxy, and fairy who were already talked about in Dadak class, a winger fish, a fish that could live and swim in water as well as in the sky, and there was even a black Kneazle with yellow eyes that looked around lazily, but you could see the intelligence deep inside his lazy eyes. Wow. They are amazing. I said, marveling after taking a look at the creatures around me. Ha ha ha, I know, right? Hagrid said happily as he patted my shoulder, and even with my strength and stamina I could still feel my knees bend under the pressure. New reminder. Never physically fight a half-giant, I said in my mind as I sweated out. Come on, there are some creatures here you can touch, Hagrid said, pulling me out of my thoughts. He then led me to a part of the greenhouse that had a golden tree with crystal ornaments. These are luminous fairies. They are harmless and like to live in places with lots of brightness and light, and the most interesting thing about them is their almost human appearance. That is, if you don't count their size, the middle giant explained to me, unlike many other fairies, luminous fairies are less vain and more cheerful. This tree they are in is their home, and it was made by Professor Kettlerburn with the help of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, hence its golden color and its ornaments. Incredible. I said, impressed. The tree was probably conjured by Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick must have enchanted the tree to stay golden in color and have that glow, and the ornaments must also have been Professor McGonagall and... I then started to mumbling, analyzing every detail of the tree, even using my magical vision. Hagrid, seeing me muttering to myself, started looking at me strangely. He then shook his head with an amused smile, thinking this was probably a Ravenclaw thing. I was so absorbed in my thoughts that I didn't even notice that one of the fairies had started to fly towards me. But as soon as she almost got in front of my face, I stopped mumbling and glanced quickly at the one who invaded my personal space. The fairy, not expecting me to suddenly look at her, was startled and flew backward, tripping over one of the tree branches and falling. But before she could fall to the ground, I reached out and caught her. Hello, little one, I said to the disoriented fairy in my hand with a gentle smile, using the connection to convey calming feelings to her. The fairy, who shook her head to clear her dizziness, heard my voice and then looked at me. She stared at me for a good 5 seconds before her face went completely red. She then, embarrassed, flew back to the tree under the laughter of the other fairies. And while all this was happening, I stared open-mouthed looking at where the fairy disappeared. Did I just make a fairy blush? I wondered in awe. I knew it was beautiful and charming, but I didn't know it was so much, I thought, and if anyone listened to my thoughts they would definitely want to hit me, but well, what can I do if I have the most beautiful smile in the world, I thought narcissically, putting my hand on my chin. In a faraway house, a man in lavender robes who was writing on parchment sneezed. "Heh, someone must be talking about me," Gilderoy Lockhart said, smiling as he scratched his chin, wondering which fan was talking about him. He then started looking thoughtfully at the parchment in front of him, which happened to be a new book he was writing. Lockhart picked up his quill and began writing. "And then I, Gilderoy Lockhart, sneezed in that fierce chimera. Not as fierce as me," he thought, and then continued writing. "And I finally ended up defeating her." "That was interesting," Hagrid said uncertainly. "I don't think I've ever seen a fairy act like that." "Well, that just means you have a way with magical creatures," he said, patting my back, satisfied. "Ugh. I can feel my bones cracking," I thought as I struggled not to fall forward. After my situation with the luminous fairy, Hagrid and I continued to look at the other creatures, with the half-giant telling me what he knew about each one. And I have to say, the man knows what he's doing. Hagrid is like a giant Wikipedia about magical creatures, and if it weren't for his obsession with the coolest animals, meaning completely dangerous, he would certainly be a great teacher. But well, I have to agree with him on that, the less dangerous creatures aren't all that nice. I'm not saying I want to see a nundu or anything like that, but a rat that sneezes smoke is not so nice to see. I think the interesting creatures are XXX ranked creatures, and some XX and XXXX class creatures. Well, at least I could see how my connection works with magical creatures, and it's completely different from ordinary animals. Magical creatures seem to have more emotions and awareness than normal ones, and this makes the connection more complex and closer. And something interesting I've noticed is that the higher the rating, the more complex the connection. And that makes me wonder what the connection to a hippogriff or a dragon would be like. Maybe I'll ask Hagrid to show me some high-ranking animal, or I just need to wait until my 3rd year to meet Buckbeak, I mused. Wait. Won't Hagrid get a dragon egg this year? So I just have to wait until he gets the egg and Norbert, or Norberta, hatches. I thought excitedly. Well, my future plans aside, my ride with Hagrid soon came to an end, with him promising to let me know if he has any cool new creatures to show me, and me promising to stop by your hut every now and then for tea. And with that, I knew I was possibly going to meet the Golden Trio sooner than I expected. So after saying goodbye to Hagrid, I went to the last place I wanted to explore in the castle, which is possibly the second place I most wanted to go, right behind the Room of Requirement. The Forbidden Forest. I sighed in satisfaction, arms outstretched to better receive the air. Nothing better than breathing the pure air of nature, with a touch of danger, pine and death, I said, looking up at the big trees of the forest in front of me. Currently I was at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, getting ready to explore and look for some magical creatures, and getting ready to run if it all blows up. And from the history of this forest, this is more than likely to happen. I then looked at the forest, and I could immediately see why it was feared by the students. The forest was massive and had many types of trees, from oak to yew, with each one being denser and older than the other. The grass grew tall at the roots of the trees, which only made walking through the forest difficult, even with some paths already made. The forest also had some species of shrubs and flowers, with some being magical and some not, and the most noticeable flower in the forest was a black flower that grew from the ground and the shrubs present. At some point or another you could see some small animal running through the trees, disappearing so fast you could barely see what kind of animal it was. The sounds coming from the forest were many, like the singing of birds, the screeching of squirrels, the sound of nearby streams, cries for help, falling leaves and breaking branches, everything a forest should have. And while I was at it, I could have sworn I heard a werewolf howl, and it's still daylight. Well, this is a pretty dark forest, I commented to myself. I then looked around to see if no one was seeing me, and as soon as I confirmed that I was alone, I started to enter the forest. As I entered the forest, I was disappointed not to find anything interesting. But then I understood that I was still close to the edge, and animals, especially magicians, weren't going to get too close to that area because it's closer to humans. Realizing that if I wanted to find anything I would have to go deeper into the woods, I took my wand out of its holster and got a grip on my emotions. And when I felt I was ready, I started moving forward. The next few minutes of walking were uneventful, however I still hadn't encountered any magical creatures, so I kept walking until I reached a clearing. The clearing was devoid of the dark vegetation of the forest, making it stand out like a lantern in the dark, and in the center of this clearing was a lake of crystal clear water, which, together with the grass and trees in the background, gave this clearing an ethereal appearance. But what stood out most in the clearing was a small foal that was drinking water in the lake. The reason this foal stood out was because unlike normal horses, this one was glowing in gold, lighting up the part he was on, and he brought feelings of purity, and even the plants around him seemed more alive. Merlin. This is a baby unicorn. I said in surprise. He must be less than 2 years old, as the book said that baby unicorns were pure gold and didn't have horns yet, I thought as I recited their description in the books in my head. Well, lucky me. Young unicorns are more accessible to men, as older ones prefer the feminine touch. So, with that in mind, I started to move cautiously towards the foal, being careful not to startle him. And when I was a good 5 meters from the foal I stopped walking, knowing that if I got any closer I would probably alert the little unicorn and he might consider me a threat. With the foal still not noticing my approach, I started to open a connection between us, transferring feelings of peace, tranquility, and security. And the moment I opened the connection, the little golden horse turned its head in my direction in surprise, and just the fact that the connection was conveying that I wasn't a threat stopped it from running away. The foal then started to stare at me, and I could feel he was wary of me, but he also had a touch of doubt and calm. And not wanting to risk him running, I looked him in the eye and started to convey more positive feelings. The little foal, who from the beginning did not take his eyes off mine, began to lose his feelings of caution, which began to be replaced by doubt, curiosity, and happiness. He then whinnied and snorted happily, and started to move closer to me. And I who was seeing this, I kept standing there conveying feelings for the connection, waiting for the foal with a gentle smile on his face, and when he got much closer to me, I knelt down and held my right hand out to him. The foal, which walked towards me with slow but steady steps, reached in front of my hand. He then sniffed at her, and after being satisfied, he gave a cheerful little snort. The little animal then went and rested its head in the palm of my hand, giving me permission to pet it, which I wasted no time and started to do, much to the little one's satisfaction and joy. "You are a very beautiful creature, you know," I asked the foal who was rubbing his face against mine. "So girl." Here I paused and looked at the little unicorn's area. "Boy, where are your parents?" I asked, puzzled by the fact that a baby unicorn was walking alone in the woods without the company of its parents, and it's well known that unicorns are very protective of their families. "Nay," the little foal whinnied, thumping his hooves on the ground. I guess I didn't understand you very well," I said slowly. But the foal in front of me continued to whinny and snort, looking at me as if that way I could understand him better. "Look, little one, I can be really smart, but..." Anything else I was going to say ended up getting caught in my throat as I heard breathing behind me and warm air on the back of my neck. I then started to mechanically turn around, and as soon as I finished turning around, I saw vivid blue eyes like a diamond staring back at me wildly, with a luminous pure white horn almost touching my forehead. How did he approach me? I questioned myself, scared. While on the inside I was panicking, on the outside I forced myself to remain calm. "Hi," I said smartly. "Nay," the adult unicorn snorted in my face and started stamping its hooves, looking at me menacingly. And I, who didn't want to be attacked, started using my connection to calm the fully mature unicorn in front of me, which seemed to partially work. And before I could use the connection any further, a small whinny came from behind me. The little foal I was playing with just now pulled away from my back and started to advance forward, whinnying and snorting at the larger unicorn, who seemed to be paying full attention to the foal. From the feelings of both, I could feel that the little one was happy, confused and excited, while the older one was just confused, cautious and relieved. After a while, the two unicorns, who I now suspected were mother and son, finished talking, and the bigger one turned to me and started staring at me, looking into my eyes. I then rose from the floor where I was sitting and stand firm, ready to pull my wand, looking back into the unicorn mother's eyes unafraid, but using the connection to show that I meant no harm. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, the unicorn mother finally looked away and let out a small huff. And through the connection I could feel that she was satisfied and happy. The little foal that had been sideways this time, started trotting towards me, and I smiled, reaching out to pet him, which the little colt came up against. The unicorn mother saw this calmly, with feelings of pride and happiness. I then held my other hand out to her, to which I received a confused look. The unicorn mom then imitated her son and started approaching my hand. And when she got in front of me, I just placed the palm of my hand on her head and started stroking. And she, who was being caressed by me, closed her eyes in satisfaction and leaned her head closer to my hand, enjoying the feeling. And so the minutes passed, with me stroking a unicorn in each hand, until mommy unicorn pulled back and looked up at the sky, and I realized it was because it was getting late, and it sure as hell would be dangerous for her to walk through the woods alone without her herd. The mother unicorn then neighed, catching the little foal's attention. The foal then began to convey feelings of sadness, not wanting to leave, but his mother was firm. And seeing how sad the little one was, I knelt down to his height. "Don't worry, little one. I'll come see you again another day," I said, patting him on the head, and he immediately snorted happily. I then got up and addressed his mother. "Thank you for letting me pet you, and for letting me play with your son," I said, and then I bowed a little to her. The unicorn mommy then gave a soft huff, and when I stood up, she walked over to me and rubbed her face against mine. So I reached out my hands to stroke her mane. We heard a snort beside us, and when we turned around we saw a disgruntled little foal trying to get our attention, which obviously amused mommy unicorn. "Calm down, boy, I haven't forgotten about you," I said with a smile, getting a snort in response. The little foal then turned its head and pulled a few strands of hair from its tail with its teeth. Finished, he turned to me and pressed his nose into my hand, and understanding what he wanted, I opened my hand palm up and he dropped the strands of golden hair into it. I then started looking at the strands in my hand in shock and surprise. Hair strands of a unicorn less than 2 years old gladly given. They are even rarer and purer than the hair of a fully mature unicorn. I thought, amazed and happy. I then turned to Mom Unicorn and she nodded at me, indicating it was okay for me to accept the strings. Looking at the strands in my hand, I let a huge smile spread across my face, and I immediately hugged the little foal, thanking him for the gift. After much thanks and promises that I would visit them again in the future, I saw the 2 unicorns, a pure gold foal and a pure white adult, trotting towards the clearing exit and back into the forest. After they left, I stood in the middle of the clearing alone, holding the strands of hair in a tight fist. After a few minutes enjoying the view of the clearing, I tucked the strands of hair into a glass jar I had in my bag and started back towards the castle. When I was almost reaching the edge of the forbidden forest, I heard the noise of branches breaking beside me. And pulling my wand from its holster, I immediately turned in the direction of the sound, my wand pointed in place with a spell on the tip of my tongue. But as soon as I turned around, I saw a terrifying and incredible creature watching me. The creature was a ghastly and sinister winged horse. He was somber and black, with a skeletal body that hid no bones, with translucent, glowing skin. He had a reptilian dragon-like face, with large white eyes devoid of emotion. It also had large, wide leather bat-like wings. All in all, this creature had an appearance that could give anyone nightmares. But I didn't feel scared and I didn't feel any kind of negative emotion towards the creature, as I knew exactly what it was. This was one of the most mysterious creatures in the wizarding world. The Thestral, which were only visible to those who had witnessed death. I lowered my wand and stared at the Thestral in front of me in awe. But as I watched him, a question popped into my mind. Why can I see him? I asked myself, confused. I've never seen anyone die. Not in this life and not in. Oh. Wait. Can I see them because I've died before? With that doubt in my mind, I started to approach the Thestral, who was calmly looking at me, his white eyes empty, looking like he was looking into my soul. And that might sound stupid, but if you think about it, I was reborn in a world I once thought was fictional, and now I'm a wizard who can turn a table into a goose, so a creature can look into someone's soul isn't so impossible. Anyway. After calmly approaching to show that I wasn't a threat, I reached the Thestral's side and placed my hand on his cold, gaunt torso. Incredible. I said in a soft whisper. Running my hand down his neck and down to his wings. Looking at the creature in front of me, I decided to do something I had forgotten to do when I was with the unicorns, which was turn on my magic vision. What the fuck? I said in shock. I hoped that when I turned on my magical vision, I would see the same kind of magic that I saw in other creatures and wizards. But when I looked at the Thestral, the only thing I could see was a dark hole that sucked in proximity magic slowly, but that hole also expelled magic. The magic that was being absorbed was the ambient magic that was found almost everywhere, but the magic that was being expelled from the hole was white and pure, almost as if it wasn't contaminated by the world. Neutral and pure magic, waiting to be turned into some other kind of magic. He was like a blank slate, and the world was the brush and the painter, waiting to transform that magic into his picture. The more I stared at the black hole, the more I got lost, like it was sucking me into it. Nay. I, who was so focused on that emptiness, was woken by the whinny of the Thestral I was looking at. The Thestral was looking at me with its white orbs, and for the first time since I got my abilities, I couldn't feel the emotions of a living being. Thanks, I whispered to the Thestral, stroking his head. I almost got lost there, I said with a soft smile. I then glanced at the neutral magic that was leaking from the Thestral core, which I realized was over his heart, and saw some particles falling onto the grass around us. The neutral magic that had fallen to the grass began to take on a greenish-brown hue. And the grass and flowers around it began to take on more life and color. It might have been unnoticeable to others, but I could see it happening clearly thanks to my improved magic vision. The magic that has just come out of his core has just taken over the properties of grass and earth. I exclaimed in my mind, shocked, as I always thought that all magic had its own property and couldn't be changed. Wait. Does that mean this magic can also change to any other kind of magic? More importantly, where does this magic come from? Nye. I then heard the Thestral whinny and snort, seeming to know what I was thinking. And for a second I could feel his emotions, and with that I found he was amused. Can you hide your emotions from me? How? I asked the Thestral, who snorted at me. He then looked me in the eye, and I could feel his emotions again. But as fast as they came, they were gone. But from what little I felt, I could come to the conclusion that he was happy, and that he could intentionally hide his emotions. Incredible. I remarked in awe. You're a lot smarter and more mysterious than I thought, I said, amused, still petting him. Is this how new types of magic arise? Thestrals take ambient magic and filter it, thus turning it into neutral magic. And in that way they create an almost infinite loop. I started making guesses in my head, ignoring the look I was getting from the Thestral beside me. If that's the case, then Thestrals are very important to the wizarding world. In fact, they are important to everyone in general, as everything and everyone has some magic inside them, even muggles I thought, but even though they are important and good for the world, thestrals are still treated as omens of death and ill omen. I sighed at the idiocy of wizards. While I was petting the winged horse, an idea crossed my mind, and with that idea in my head I approached the back of it, where its tail was, which only had a tuft of hair at the end. And under the thestral's watchful eye, I used a simple clipping spell to remove a few strands of hair from its tail. And before the strands were scattered in the wind or hit the floor, I pulled another glass vial from my bag and quickly put them away. And with that I just became the owner of the tail hairs of a thestral, which happens to be a rare item that could also be used as an ingredient to make a wand core. And currently, the only wand known to have a core made from the hair of the tail of a thestral is the Elder Wand. After picking up the strands of his hair, I went back to stroking him, and so the time passed. After a few minutes, the thestral I was hugging stirred and gave a soft huff, indicating that he needed to leave. I then released him with a smile on my face, which earned me another snort from him. Goodbye. I said goodbye to Thestral, who let his emotion spill over to me, showing that he was happy and satisfied too, but with what I don't know. The Thestral then turned and began trotting deep into the forest. Damn it. I should have asked him to let me fly on him, I said, cursing myself inside as I remembered that Thestrals should fly faster than a firebolt. It would have been so awesome, I lamented. With my tour over, I continued walking towards the forbidden forest exit to return to the castle. I was happy with my exploration, which ended up yielding me 2 rare and incredible items. The hair of a unicorn foal, which is purer than that of an adult and has great use for many things, and the hair of the tail of a thestral, which will definitely help me a lot in the future, and I even had an idea of how. Furthermore, I have discovered that the mysterious thestrals hide more secrets than they appear. Secrets I intend to uncover. As I was walking through the castle corridors after returning from my walk through the forbidden forest, my senses began to soar into alertness. Which meant something dangerous was close by. Using my senses, I could feel that there was only me and 2 other people in the hallway. But these 2 people were hiding behind a statue, which coincidentally was also a secret passage. I then turned on my magic vision and looked around. And I immediately saw what danger my senses warned me about. And this danger was nothing less than another prank of the twins, and with that answer, it wasn't a mystery to find out who the 2 hidden people were. You guys can go out now. These pranks aren't going to work on me, I said out loud to the red-headed pair. And it didn't take them long to come out from behind the armor, not the least bit sad that their prank had failed. Did you hear that, Fred? One of the twins asked the other. Obviously George. Apparently the little raven in front of us is more skillful than he looks, the other twin replied. Yeah, I know. I'm amazing. Praise me more, I said, opening my arms theatrically. Of course, oh great first-year raven, the twin on the left said without missing a beat as he bowed to me. Honoring us with your presence, the twin on the right continued, also bowing. Greeting us with your voice, the twin of. I think you get the point. We are not worthy, the 2 said in sync, bowing repeatedly to me. Yes, I accept your praise, mere mortals, I said, waving my hand nobly. The 3 of us then exchanged serious looks. And the next moment, we started laughing, with the twins having to lean on each other while I held my sides. Phew. Apparently we found someone from the scholar's house with a sense of humor, my not-so-pretty twin, the twin on the left, who I've now decided to name Gred, said. Yes, my less attractive brother. A rare gem among so many books, Forge replied, wiping away a non-existent tear. He then started looking me up and down, before narrowing his eyes and saying, wait, isn't he that first year who turned his friend into a mimic? Really, and isn't he Mini Dumbledore either? Gred said after looking right at me. Truth, he really looks like Mini Dumbledore, Forge replied in surprise, the surprises he gives us don't really end. Gred nodded. And before he got into another wave of conversations, I decided to speak up. So, what's this prank supposed to do? I asked, genuinely curious as I looked at the exact spot where the spell was cast. Gred then started to respond, well, this is a prank that would transfigure other people's clothes. And if someone fell for it. This part, he said looking at me, that person would eventually become a 2.0 version of ours dear dungeon bat, Snape. And with everything they're entitled to. From the big greasy hair to the flowing black cape, Forge added, and as a matter of fact, we were kind of inspired by the imitation you did of the headmaster that day. Yeah. That was awesome and hilarious. So we thought we'd do a prank based on that, Gred said, and since you imitated headmaster, we thought it would be more fun if we used another member of the Hogwarts team. And who better than the most hated teacher? He asked me rhetorically, with a big smile on his face. Well. I feel honored to have the 2 biggest pranksters at Hogwarts reference me, I told them as I bowed dramatically, and the idea of using Snape as a model is amazing. And the reaction he would get if he saw a bunch of mini Snapes would be even better, I said, with a devilish smile appearing on my face, which was imitated by the twins. True. And thanks for thinking we're the biggest pranksters at Hogwarts. Gred began. But we're still not up to our idols Forge finished for him. And who would they be? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Who are they? Oh my little raven, they were the biggest troublemakers. Forge started to say. Prank makers. Honorable explorers of the castle. Capturing the hearts of maidens. Being a headache for teachers. And earning the caretaker's hate. Prongs. Mooney. Padfoot. Wormtail. They were. The marauders, they finished, making extravagant hand gestures for emphasis. And I, who was waiting for them to finish speaking, started applauding and whistling, just to give this presentation more credibility. Magnificent. Amazing. That was great. I praised, with the twins bowing to the audience, in which case it's me. I knew it would be worth my while to stay here, I continued with an amused smile. Thanks, Forge said. He then continued, but even if we're still not up to par with them, it won't be the same for long. Yes. Our goal is to one day surpass them, and become the biggest pranksters this school has ever seen. Oh. The biggest pranksters, you say? I started to say, a smirk creeping onto my face. Isn't that a very grand goal? We know it's a grand goal. But what would the world be without people trying to achieve grand goals? And we're still hopeful that we'll achieve it, Gred said confidently. Yes. And even though it's difficult, what sets us apart from the marauders? Forge asked. Well, the marauders had 4 members, and you only have 2. I started to say. And as I spoke I could see they were starting to reflect on what I said, so I took the opportunity to hammer it while it was still hot, but this can easily be resolved. Like. Well, what do you think of another playful member? I asked with a smile. Oh, and who would it be? One of them began. This prankster, and the other ended. Well. He's the sexiest and smartest Ravenclaw Hogwarts has ever had. And besides that he's also very creative and funny, I said, and I could see the twins get confused and curious. Who? They asked at the same time, leaning towards me. Well, this Ravenclaw is obviously. They started to move closer, me. I said as I opened my arms extravagantly. You, they asked together. And I really started to question myself how they do it. Yes. I said with an excited nod, like I've said before, I'm smart, creative, funny, and let's not forget the sexy. Of course. We couldn't forget the sexy, Gred said with a straight face. And you've already seen how good I am with pranks and jokes in the Great Hall, I said, and the twins' eyes sparkled with realization. Besides, I know many passages in the castle, I have friends in every house even in Slytherin, and I know how to be very discreet, I continued. And I could even see myself advertising in a commercial or selling products of dubious quality on neighborhood doors. There's also the fact that I would be the least suspicious if something happened, not least because no one would suspect little Scholar Ravenclaw, I said with a truly devilish grin on my face. Ah, the sweet skill of persuasion. I really see the appeal, Gred said looking me up and down. And you my brother, he asked. Me too. And I recognize a good prankster when I see one, Forge replied. And I really started to wonder which one of them was George and Fred, as I got tired of just calling them Gred and Forge. So. Do you accept this partnership? I asked, already reaching out with both my hands for a handshake. They then looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds, having a silent conversation. After this conversation ended, they turned to me with big smiles on their faces. We accept, they said as they grabbed my hands to close the deal. Perfect. I said with a huge smile, now we just have to come up with a group name and nicknames for each of us, and as soon as I was done speaking, the twins looked at me confused. Group's name, asked Forge. Nicknames, and Gred continued. Well, we obviously can't use our names. Because besides not being so cool, we'd still be putting an arrow that points directly at us, so it would be easy to be found guilty, I replied with a shrug. That's true. And the marauders used nicknames, so it would be nice if we did too, Forge said. And Gred nodded in agreement. And what would be the name of our little group? Gred asked, and then the 3 of us started to think. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be something that involves pranks and jokes, right? Forge said with a hand on his chin, and Gred and I nodded in agreement. And with that we returned to our reflection. I then looked at the 3 of us and a name came to mind. Hey, have you guys heard the story of the 3 Musketeers? I asked, only to receive 2 clueless looks from the twins. Sigh purebloods, I shook my head. I then started to give them a basic explanation of the tale, which incredibly gained their attention and curiosity. The 3 Musketeers, Gred tested the name in his language, I liked it. It has style, and it suits us well, Forge said, to which I nodded. And it's way better than the name I thought, Gred said. Which name? The Mischievous. You suck at naming things, Forge said with a dry look, earning a shrug from his brother. Back to the subject. What about nicknames? I asked. Well. We have no idea how the Marauders picked theirs, Gred said, getting a nod from his brother. Well, the Marauders got theirs because of their animagus forms, or lycanthropy in Lupin's case. But I don't think we could become an animagus anytime soon, I started to reflect, although we can choose our nicknames without having to rely on them because we want to surpass them and not copy them. How about we just pick our names according to our preferences? I then asked. Like this. Gred asked me. Well, me for example. I like pranks, mythology, animals, adventures and magic, so I would use those preferences to come up with a name for myself, I replied, and the twins started to reflect, and now that I've stopped to think about it, I think I already know what my nickname will be. As soon as I was done talking, the twins looked at me, then at each other, then back at me and said at the same time. Which nickname? Loki, I replied proudly but ended up getting a clueless look from the twins, sigh. Loki is a god of Norse mythology, like a Muggle myth. And he is also the god of magic and mischief, I explained to them. Oh, so that name really suits you, Forge said. It really is a good nickname, Gred agreed. Well then I guess it's our turn to pick our nicknames, he said turning to his brother. Forge nodded. And with that the twins began rubbing their chins in thought. Sigh. I can't think of any nickname that matches my tastes. At least not a nickname that good. Forge said after a few minutes of thinking. I can't think of any either, Gred said. Well that's bad, I said. But then I remembered a nickname they had in one of the fanfics I read in my other life. While you guys don't think any nicknames are good, why don't you stick with Twinkle and Sparkle? I asked. Twinkle. Sparkle, the twins echoed and then looked at each other. Well, it's not that bad. Gred said. And that's until we find a better nickname, Forge said. Well then what do you guys think? I asked expectantly, and the twins again looked at each other. After a silent communication, the twins nodded to each other and then turned to me. We accept, they said at the same time. So with that I, George, will now be known as the Twinkle of the Three Musketeers, the one I knew as Gred said. And I, Fred of the Three Musketeers will be Sparkle, and the Forge said. So now I know who George is and who Fred is, I thought. The reason I'm so sure they weren't lying about who's who is because I can feel if someone is lying, and they weren't. Great. And now that we've got our nicknames and our group name, we just need to introduce ourselves to the rest of the school, right? I said with a smile that could scare anyone. Obviously, Forge, now known as Fred, said with a smile that matched mine. People should get to know their new friends and benefactors, George continued, also smiling. Good, because I know exactly how we're going to marvel, our audience, I said as I rubbed my hands together evilly. And at that moment everyone in the school felt a shiver go down their backs, feeling that a calamity was approaching. Dinner. Dinner in the Great Hall was taking place normally, with the students eating and talking. But that normality didn't last long. The Great Hall fell silent as Percy Weasley of Gryffindor had his clothes transfigured, but it didn't stop there. Other students have also had their clothes changed, whether they are from any of the 4 houses, or from 1st through 7th years. After some time, more than half of the students had their clothes transfigured. The students were now wearing white jumpsuit with a high collar, white bell-bottoms, a belt with red and gold accents, and a red scarf. The overalls and pants had golden stones on their hems, back and fronts. For those who don't know, this is the standard Elvis Presley outfit. In addition to clothing, the students also received a glossy topknot and sunglasses, thus completing the kit. The Great Hall also had a change. The Great Hall darkened a little and a large disco ball appeared on the ceiling. Colored lights then started flashing, along with the sound of the song Jailhouse Rock echoing through the room. Students who had their clothes transfigured then began dancing to the music, with some making gestures as if they were playing a guitar, and others with one hand up with the finger pointing skyward and the other hand pointing down. When the performance was almost over, the twins looked at me and I nodded. I then saw Fred pull his wand from under the table and cast a spell at the doors of the Great Hall. As soon as the spell reached the doors, fireworks exploded in black, silver, gold, red and blue, and coalesced to form a sentence. To all those here present, we would like to let you know about the new group of Hogwarts pranksters. Those who fear nothing. Who seek to be the best. Glory, power, knowledge, and above all, fun. Loki, Twinkle, and Sparkle present. The Three Musketeers. After the sentence ended and began to unravel, the entire Great Hall fell silent. But that silence was broken a few seconds later by a clapping of hands that no one knew where it came from. But that clap of applause was what started a wave of applause, which started from the Gryffindor table and was followed by Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even some Slytherin students. Even a few professors were clapping, but I could see Professor McGonagall massaging his temples and Professor Snape looking like someone who had just sucked a lemon. And while all of this was going on, the twins and I exchanged conspiratorial glances, feeling happy that it all worked out. Today was a nightmare for the Hogwarts team and probably for some students, with the rest finding it a wonderful day and a lot of fun. After yesterday's performance, where the Three Musketeers were introduced, the teachers tried to find the culprits, and obviously the first and foremost suspects were the twins. Only we didn't leave any clues behind, so the teachers couldn't blame them, even though Snape tried to take points. And the best part was that I wasn't even considered a suspect. Well, at least I don't think so, since no one came to talk to me. But I think Headmaster Dumbledore knows I'm involved, and Professor McGonagall has a slight suspicion, as she knows I'm a bit naughty. But continuing. Yesterday it could have been considered the appetizer, and today it was the main course, as the twins and I use almost every prank in our repertoire to wreak havoc at school. If you looked anywhere in the castle you would see someone getting hit by a prank. There were pranks in bathrooms, classrooms, courtyards, and even common rooms. And for us to be able to put pranks on the common rooms it was very easy. Since we couldn't enter the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms, I asked the house elves to leave some prank items and some cramed objects scattered around the common rooms, and after that we just had to wait. The twins were surprised that I got help from the elves, as they and many other students have tried it before but failed, something about the elves not being able to harm the students at school. And I really don't know why they helped me, and I could only blame my beast's power. And speaking of the twins, they told me they wouldn't tell their friend, Lee Jordan, about them being in the Three Musketeers group, even though he already suspects the twins. And the reason for this is that they would only tell someone the truth if I gave permission, as I am also part of the group and anything that happens to him would also affect me. I thought this was a great gesture of loyalty, and for that reason I didn't tell Anthony or Terry about me being Loki. But maybe in the future we'll tell someone the truth, as having a little extra help is always good. I also don't think we're going to be able to hide for all our time at Hogwarts that we're the Three Musketeers, but it doesn't matter if people know it's us, the important thing is that they don't have evidence to accuse us. But about the pranks, no one got away with them, not even the Golden Trio, which has not yet been formed, nor the teachers. Even the twins fell for some of the pranks, especially the ones I put myself. They also fell for their own pranks, and whether it was on purpose or not, I have no idea. The only person who didn't fall for any pranks was me, which caused some suspicions, but without proof they couldn't accuse me of anything. But the fact that I didn't fall for any pranks made the twins gain a new objective, which is to play a joke on me, which so far has not worked, as I can easily escape using my magic vision and senses. But I also thought I'd let some pranks get to me, but it's been a lot of fun to sidestep and deceive the twins' plans, and some other brave students who've decided to do their own pranks. And dodging these pranks is also great training for me. All of the pranks we played were harmless. Well, I had to talk to the twins about this first, as they played a lot of pranks that could be considered cruel. And after a scolding from me, which left the twins embarrassed and disappointed in themselves, we got back on track. Of course, there were some bully students who were given some heavier pranks, but nothing too serious. Some male students had their clothes turned into corsets, and some girls got a lot of pimples on their faces. The only case that there was that could be considered serious was when the twins and I found a 7th-year Gryffindor bullying some first-year Slytherin, and one of those first years was Lily. At that moment I was angry, but I didn't let my emotions influence me, and just as I was about to intervene, Fred, who had a serious look on his face that I hadn't seen so far, cast a spell this 7th year. This 7th year then started to swell into a giant human ball, and worst of all, the clothes didn't grow with him, so he was also naked. And if that wasn't enough, George complemented it with an entomorphos that gave antennae and other insectoid characteristics to the 7th year and a calvorio that left him bald. At another time I might have thought it a little wrong and cruel to do this with that 7th year, but at that moment I just felt satisfaction and surprise. Satisfaction that a bully got what he deserved, and surprise that it was the twins who acted. But I think the most surprised in this all were the twins themselves, as they never expected that a housemate, who was supposed to be noble and honorable, could be a bully. And it made them wonder if they were like that before and never realized it, and if there were more Gryffindor students who were bullies. While each of us was lost in thought, a circle of students formed around that 7th year, and Professor McGonagall arrived shortly thereafter after hearing the commotion. She then saw a bald, insect-like human ball, and it wasn't until after asking one of the nearby students that she found out that the thing was one of her lions. And when she found out she got angry and started to question who it was that did it to everyone around. And oddly enough, who responded to her were the twins, who decided to take the blame. And I think she also realized how serious the twins were, so she didn't start fighting with them. So after getting all the details from the twins about why they had so badly bewitched a housemate, she got even angrier, only this time it was aimed at 7th years. After removing the hex and conjuring a blanket to cover her 7th year nudity, she sent him to the nurse, saying she would give him his punishment later. Professor McGonagall then turned to the twins and gave a short lecture about not bewitching others, before taking 10 points from each. But as she was leaving, she looked at the twins with a proud expression and awarded 20 points each for defending the first years. After that the twins were so happy and satisfied that to celebrate they went around the school handing out pranks until dinner time, where we ended up transforming those who drank the pumpkin juice into half chicken and half human. And so our day ended, with another wonderful prank show. I spent this week alternating between studying, training, and spending time with my friends, who now had the addition of the twins and their friendly Jordan, who they ended up introducing me to. And meanwhile, whenever I was in the Great Hall I felt I was being watched, and after looking for the source of the gaze I realized that the one watching me was the headmaster. And the only thing that reassured me was the fact that I didn't feel any negative feelings or malice coming from him, so I let him watch me as he pleased. But just for fun, whenever I felt him watching me I would turn to him, surprising him. I would then nod my head in greeting, which amused him greatly. But of course I made a point of staying out of his sight and any other prying eyes when I went about my activities. But other than that, the week didn't have any interesting developments. Not counting Potter and Weasley's encounters with Malfoy, which were a lot of fun to watch. There were even times when they started an argument and I, as the exemplary student that I am, couldn't let them cause such a mess in this prestigious school. And that's why I bewitched them with pranks. Obviously an exemplary student. Wednesday. Come on, I need a complete training room, I thought as I walked back and forth across the entrance to the room of requirement 3 times. After spending a few weeks at Hogwarts, I realized that I was neglecting my magical training, which is why today I was asking for a place to train in the room of requirement, as it would be better and more discreet than an abandoned classroom or one of the rooms in my suitcase. Opening the door and entering the room that appeared after my 3rd lap, I saw what could be described as the wet dream of duelists. I was in a large hall, which had 3 dueling stages in a row. In addition to the stages, there were also some shelves with weapons and dueling training clothes, which were made of leather, steel, and silk. At the other extreme were some training dummies, similar to those used by the DA in 5th year. But these weren't the only training dummies the room had. There were training dummies that held guns, others that held shields, and there were even some that held wands, and from the end of those wands there were some multicolored sparks. Counting all the types of dolls I had, I could see that each one was used for a different type of training. And in addition to the puppets, there were also some balls, bats, and steel plates arranged in a corner of the room. What the hell is this doing here? I asked, approaching one of the spheres. But before I could get too close, this sphere glowed blue, and surprisingly started to fly. What the foo? And before I could finish my sentence, that sphere suddenly shot towards me, like a bludger. That sphere then started trying to hit me, and meanwhile I dodged it. After swerving for almost a minute, the ball started to blink, and its blue color became darker, and with surprisingly fast speed, it shot at me. That's enough, I said, bringing my wand from the holster into my hand. And when the ball was inches from my face, I swerved to the side, rolling on the floor, and as soon as I got up I cast a stupefy and expulso at the sphere, which blinked again and its light turned back to light blue, but even so she kept flying. But before she could start with another attack I cast a expelliarmus, her, knocking her away, and with that she blinked green before falling to the ground, stopping moving and turning back to look like a simple iron sphere. That was amazing. I yelled excitedly, this sphere is perfect for training aiming and dodging. And I'm sure it can get even faster and tougher, I said, looking at the sphere in wonder. But if that ball does that? I started to say, turning to the pile of spheres, sticks, and plates that were in the corner, what do those do? I questioned myself with a curious look. Do they also serve for training? I asked, putting a hand to my chin in thought. And the more I thought, the bigger the smile on my face grew, imagining all the things I could do in this room. Ha! I always knew this room was impressive. But this is so much more than impressive. This room is amazing, wonderful, and now I can say it's the best place in Hogwarts by a large margin. I said, my smile growing by the second. But enough standing still, I said. And then I turned my eye to one of the training dummies that had a target in the center of its chest. Training time. Bombarda, I said as I waved my wand towards the practice mannequin, only to my unhappiness and frustration nothing but a few tiny sparks came out of the tip of my wand. Strange. I swore I did everything as described in the book. I said as I scratched my head confused, do I have to put more force on the spell? I asked myself. Usually spells always work for me, as I understand the intent and theory behind the spell, and the only time they fail is when I put little or too much power into the spells. And since I got my wand, it's become more recurrent. And that must be because of my wand core, which is a little moody with spells. Damn Thunderbirds. Couldn't you be more tame? I cursed in my mind. Looking at my wand, which vibrated, I sighed. I then shrugged my shoulders and decided to try casting the spell again for the 4th time. I then looked at the training mannequin, pointed my wand at it, and braced myself. Bombarda, I yelled, putting more strength into my spell. And from my wand came a beam that hit the chest of the mannequin, right where the target was. But I don't think the target was necessary, as there wasn't even a mannequin left to look at. My Bombarda was so strong that he managed to vaporize the dummy. And that wasn't the end, because he also destroyed the back mannequin, the shelf with the gear, and the wall behind the shelf. And I just stood there, facing the path my spell took to the hole in the wall. Maybe I used too much power in casting the spell. I mumbled, looking at the pieces of shelf and wall that were still falling down. Crack. Just maybe. After trying to use some offensive and defensive spells I had noted down, I realized that my wand was unreceptive to elemental or very destructive spells. I already knew that the reason for this was the Thunderbird feather that formed the core of my wand, and after some research, I found that Thunderbirds are actually very receptive to the element of water, thunder of course, and wind. And that they don't like destruction either, preferring calm and peace. For a bird that is known for making moody wands, until they look to be docile. But that didn't stop me from trying, and most of the time, being able to cast the spells I researched. And now I can say that my spell repertoire is large, and I plan to increase it even more in the future. Today is Friday, and my colleagues and I are at the Quidditch pitch waiting for Clark Hilton, the Seeker and captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, who will test us. At the pitch with me were Anthony and Terry, who obviously weren't going to miss this chance to join the Ravenclaw team, as well as Connor, Stephen, and Sue, who was the only girl taking the test since Lisa and Padma is afraid of heights and Mandy and Morag prefer more feminine things gossip. The rest of my classmates were sitting in the stands watching us, along with some Ravenclaws from the upper years who are here to pass the time and relax, or just to watch the tests. While we were waiting, it didn't take long for Captain Hilton to arrive, along with the other players on the Ravenclaw team. Alright, everyone's here. Great, then I'll explain to you how the tests will be, Hilton said as he stopped in front of us holding his broom in hand, a clean sweep 7. Hilton was a tall 6th year, with wavy blonde hair to his ear, and black eyes. He looked at all of us with analytical eyes, as if trying to discern who would make a good player just by looking. In Quidditch there are 4 positions for 7 players, he began to say, his voice echoing through the pitch. There are 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker, which happens to be me on this team. And the game is played with 4 balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. First for positions. The chasers are the forwards who will try to score points with the quaffle in the opposing team's goal. The beaters are the ones who carry 2 bats that they will use to deflect bludgers who try to hit their teammates while sending it to the opposing team. The keeper is in the goal, which are those 3 hoops at the far end of the pitch. Hilton said, pointing to the hoops in the goalposts, and they defend against the quaffle sent by the other team, and the seeker is the one who stays in charge of searching and catching the golden snitch before the enemy team seeker. Hilton then saw that everyone was still paying full attention to him. He then went to a chest that was in front of him and opened it. As he opened the chest we saw 4 different-sized balls held together by some ropes and chains. Those are the balls. The red ball with small depths on it is the quaffle, and a goal with it is worth 10 points. The black iron balls that are moving there are the bludgers, and they are enchanted to fly and try to take down the players of their brooms. And this little golden ball is the golden snitch. It has wings and flies at a very high speed. It can reach and even surpass the speed of some brooms. It is worth 150 points, and once it is caught the game is over. Hilton explained everything in one breath. Yeah, excuse me. Stephen said as he slowly raised his hand. Yes. Hilton said. What happens if someone falls off the broom? He asked fearfully. You don't have to worry about that, the teachers are always present at matches, so if someone falls they can cast spells to break the fall, Hilton replied. Any more questions? No. Perfect. So let's start with the tests. After that Hilton started scoring 4 lines on the pitch. I want you to line up these markings according to the position you intend to test for, he said. From the first line to the last it's going to be keeper, beater, chaser, and seeker. And that's also going to be the order of the tests. What if someone wants to test for more than one position? Connor asked with a raised hand. If you want to test for more than one position, you can stand in line for that position, and when that position is over you can go to the other line, Hilton replied patiently. And after that we started going to the lines, with me standing in the chaser line and planning to go to the seeker line after the chaser tests were over. My colleagues also went to the queues, and after everyone finished getting ready, the order was like this. Keeper, Connor Stephen. Beater, surprisingly Anthony. Chaser, Terry, Sue, and me. Seeker, nobody, but probably like me, they are also waiting for the other tests for the other positions to end. Good, Hilton said as he walked past the lines, but then his gaze landed on me. Where's your broomstick? He asked me confused. Seeing that he was talking to me, I just reached into my pocket and I took something out of there, and that something was a miniature broomstick. And in front of everyone's confused look, I took my wand from its holster and with a simple tap on the mini broom it grew to the size of a regular broom. The shrinking charm, reducio, and the engorgement charm, engorgio, have never been so useful, I thought with satisfaction. Even the simplest spells can be put to good use. While I was lost in thought, I didn't see the commotion I made showing my broom. Wow. Is this a Nimbus 2000? But it's too expensive. Those around me, whether my friends, colleagues, or even the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, all had a similar reaction as soon as they saw I had a Nimbus 2000, the last broom on the market. Ethan. Is this really a Nimbus 2000? Anthony asked me shocked. Huh. Yes, why? I asked confused. I know this is currently one of the best brooms ever released, but it is just that, a broom, I thought as I looked strangely at my classmates who were drooling on my broom. What do you mean, why? That's a bloody Nimbus 2000. Patrick James, one of the Ravenclaw beaters, exclaimed. What about this broom being a Nimbus 2000? Stephen asked, confused and surprised by the other's reaction. Oh yeah, Stephen is also a muggle born like me, I remembered. This is a Nimbus 2000. And this is the best and fastest broom ever made today. And in addition to being fast, it's also very expensive. Corner replied as he eyed my broom with envy. This is so expensive? Stephen asked uncertainly. This is expensive? Ha. With the money you used to buy a Nimbus 2000 you could buy everyone's broom here. Altogether, James replied, and that surprised Stephen and even myself. My colleagues used good new brooms that were from that generation, like the Nimbus 1700, Comet 260, and Clean Sweep 6 and 7, but none of them are better than my Nimbus. It's like comparing a Ferrari to a Bugatti, they're both good, but the Bugatti is better. But I didn't expect my Nimbus to be able to buy all these brooms, as here there was a total of 13 brooms, including 5 from my colleagues and 7 from the Ravenclaw team. I only got the Nimbus 2000 because it was the only broom featured in the franchise that was for sale this year, as the Nimbus 2001 and Firebolt haven't even been built yet, I thought, looking more appreciatively at my broom. I guess I never really thought about things from the angle of someone in the wizarding world, so I just saw the Nimbus 2000 as just another good broom. But when I think about it, a wizard's broom is the same as a muggle car, and I am currently in possession of one of the finest cars ever made. Well, I think it makes up for the fact that I didn't get that car I so wanted in my first life. Hey, Ethan. Is this broom really yours? Hilton asked me cautiously and hopefully. Yes, I bought it along with my other Hogwarts supplies, I replied, shrugging. Amazing. Hilton said, almost shaking with excitement, aye. Can I make you a wish? He asked me hesitantly. Of course, I nodded my head. If by chance you don't make it to the team, could you lend your broom for one of us to use in the games? He asked. And the players and my teammates sighed when they heard this request. Fine, I said with a shrug. I have no problem lending my broom to someone else, mainly because it would help my house in the competition, and put me in a more favorable position for the eyes of my other Ravenclaw colleagues. And besides, I knew I was very likely to make the team, even as a reserve, and that wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. Yeah. Thank you so much, this is going to be a big help, Hilton told me so happily I had to take a step back afraid he'd try to hug me. He's already acting like I haven't passed the test, I thought as I sweated for his exhibition. Well, now that it's all sorted out, let's start testing. Hilton exclaimed, trying to sound serious and professional but failing because of his excitement. Now is the test for Chaser, Hilton said as soon as the tests for Keeper and Beater were over, with none of my teammates showing any skills good enough to make the team, at least for now, as many of them played well. Those who took the other tests were now standing in the Chasers' queue, also wanting to test for another position. You'll be flying with the other Chasers on the team, passing and dribbling, and on top of that, you'll also need to score goals in our Keeper. And most important of all is that while all this is happening you will also have to dodge the bludgers sent in your direction, he explained. And after his explanation the tests began. The test for Chaser was going smoothly, with no one impressing the captain or any other player on the team. But I could see that some had some skill, and that possibly when they get a little older they can be good players and material for the team. The tests were ending and it was my turn, as I got decided to be the last in line. And after Stephen landed, after nearly getting knocked down by a bludger, Captain Hilton turned to me. Are you prepared? He asked me. Of course, I replied, riding my broom the way Madame Hooch had taught her, and mimicking the Ravenclaw Chaser's position I'd analyzed while they were airborne. And that was also the main reason why I wanted to be the last to be tested, so I could analyze the other players. Then on 3. 1, 2, 3, and as soon as he gave the signal I took off with my broom. The feeling I was feeling when flying my Nimbus was quite different from what I felt when using the old school broom. She was firmer and smoother, and obviously faster. And with that I was sure I should to join the team to be able to fly more, and so I decided to give it my all. While I was lost in the sensation of flying I heard a hum coming towards me, and without thinking too much I drifted gently to the side. And just as I did, a bludger flew past me. Okay Ethan, now is not the time for distractions, I chided myself. And with that I started paying full attention to the test. The chaser chosen to trade passes with me was Roger Davis, a minor character in the franchise whose only importance was pairing up with Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, at the Triwizard Tournament Ball. Exchanging passes and doing feints were very easy for me as I not only have a nimble body, I also had a fast broom. And using my improved physique, it became almost impossible for Keeper to catch the quaffle. And while all this was going on, I used my instincts and heightened senses to dodge the bludgers, who so far couldn't even touch a hair of mine. Of course my size was also a factor in that, as it made me a smaller target and allowed me to maneuver the broom more smoothly. The test was passing, and by the end of the various shots I made, at least 80% entered. And all this while I was making passes, maneuvers, and dodging the bludgers. Captain Hilton then whistled, signaling the end of my test, and when I reached the lawn what I came across was the shocked faces of my colleagues and the captain. "What's up?" I waved my hand, with some of them subconsciously replying, "How did I go?" "You're on the team," Hilton replied automatically, looking at me like I was Merlin's next coming. "Oh. Cool, I think," I said with a blank face. It's not like I wasn't excited about joining the team. But it was so sudden that I didn't know how to react. I thought there would be at least some debate and some more tests. I didn't expect him to decide right away. And the weirdest thing was that no one disagreed or complained, not even Corner. Well, I guess that's why he's still looking at me shocked. Probably when the realization hits, he'll start staring at me, like now. Am I going to come in as a reserve or something? I asked, curious. No. You will come in as a starter, Hilton replied, and that surprised me even more. But what about the other chasers? Doesn't the team have 3? Who's leaving? I asked in surprise. I still want to be on the team, but I feel it's kind of wrong for me, who just took the test, to take one of the chasers off the team. Don't worry. You'll join the team in Growler's position. And he was already planning to leave the team to focus on his newts, but we didn't find any good chasers to replace him. That is, until you show up, Hilton said, pointing to a dark-skinned boy who nodded as if to confirm what Hilton said. Oh, since it's like that, all right, I said, shrugging my shoulders, but I'd also like to try Seeker, just out of curiosity. Fine by me, Hilton agreed. I just hope you're not as good a Seeker as a chaser because then you might end up stealing my place on the team, he joked. Hee hee, we'll see, I said. Why don't you become team captain soon? Hilton asked in exasperation as he threw his hands in the air. The reason for this is that I just took the test for Seeker, and just like the other test, I once again did well. I still think Chaser is more exciting than Keeper. And much more challenging, as I was able to find Snitch in less than a few minutes, thanks to my improved vision and my senses. Nah, too much work, I denied as I wiped the imaginary dirt off my nails. Well, at least our chances of winning the Inter-House Quidditch Cup have increased, Hilton said happily, trying to ignore the fact that a first-year is a better Seeker than he is. I want to see the face of the Slytherins and Gryffindors when we won the cup right under their noses, he then started to laugh maniacally. Is he by any chance related to Phillips? I thought, as I slowly walked away from him, with my teammates and team players doing the same. As soon as we arrived in the common room, my classmates started bombarding me with questions. But since I didn't feel like answering, or being stared at by Corner, I said I was tired from practice and was going to take a little nap. After that, I then went upstairs to my room, noticing the lack of Nix, who was probably exploring the castle, hunting some helpless rat or planning world domination. Seeing that I had the rest of the afternoon free, I went to my trunk that was at the foot of my bed. I opened my trunk and carefully stored my broom in one of the compartments. I then moved on to the next compartment, which had some herbs and fungi, and a few other ingredients, with most being picked up by myself in the Forbidden Forest. There were magical flowers that I planned to give my mom, fangs of an acromantula I found dead when I went exploring the forest for the second time, fairy dust which unfortunately didn't allow us to fly if we threw it at us while we were having happy thoughts, but at least it still functioned as decoration and I planned to show it to Seal, and the 2 most precious items I have, which are the hair of the little foal unicorn and the strands of hair from the tail of the thestral that I have known. Even though I spent little time in the forest, I still got a lot of good items and ingredients. And by the end of the year I plan to explore much of the forest to get even more. And maybe I'll even go on a crusade to annihilate a nest of acromantulas. I may like animals and magical beings, but there are some of them that, like some humans, deserve nothing less than extinction. Changing my trunk compartment, I reached my private library. I then picked up a book titled Fire Spells, Hexes, and Jinxes, which, as the title says, are spells based on the fire element. I also have other books with spells from other elements, but for now I wanted to focus on fire, which is the one that's giving me the biggest problem to use, at least with a wand. Closing my trunk again, I went to my bed and sat down comfortably, resolving to read until dinner time. Great Hall, dinner. I was quietly eating dinner in the Great Hall, but every now and then I could feel my left eye twitching. My senses allowed me to have very high hearing, and in order not to irritate my ears I always ignored people talking and gossiping, and usually I could. But today was more difficult, almost impossible, mainly because the subject of conversations and rumors this time was me. Did you hear? One of Ravenclaw's first years joined it to the Quidditch team. Really? But I thought the only one who got it was Potter. Yeah, me too. But my sister's friend's cousin, which is paired in potions with my sister, said another first year did it. Amazing. Who is this first year? I don't know, but I think his name is Eda Mitch. Crack. Ethan, I think your cup broke. Anthony said to me, pointing to the cup in my hand that was now crumpled and cracked, spilling juice on the table. I know. I said slowly. I then sighed and loosened my grip on the cup, and released a simple, reparo, and, scourgify, which was enough to straighten the goblet and clean up the mess I made. I still can't believe you made the Quidditch team, Terry said. Don't get me wrong, I knew you could make the team, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Neither do I, Anthony said, giving his own opinion, but after seeing you play, I can understand why you're on the team. Well, what can I do? I'm awesome, I said, and then dodged a slap that was coming my way. Sigh. I think this is going to be one more thing for you to brag about, Terry said, rolling his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. I said, looking away. Terry said, unconvinced. As I chatted with the boys, a trio of second-years puffs past whispered behind us, but I could still hear them. I heard Ravenclaw's new player is a girl, random puff one commented to his friends. And just hearing that, I wanted to get up and start bewitching whoever started these rumors. Really? I thought it was a boy, random puff two said surprised. No, it's a girl. My sister heard from her friend that heard from her cousin who was watching the tests that the new player is a girl, and that she is very good at playing, random puff one said nodding his head. Amazing, random puff two said, glancing at the Ravenclaw table. Sue. Is she hot? Random puff three that was quiet from the start said. From what I hear, she's really hot, random puff one replied. Crack. Ethan, you're C. I know, Anthony. I know. My days at Hogwarts since I joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team have been relatively normal, that is, if you don't count on the fact that I was looked over by the other students whenever I walked down the hall. Some looked at me in awe. Others with doubt. And there were even those who looked at me with resentment, more specifically, some of my classmates from the same year. In first year Slytherin there's Malfoy, who doesn't like me because I'm a Muggle-born, and apparently he still hasn't figured out that I'm the one who bewitched him on the train ride, because if he knew he would have tried to confront me sooner. In Hufflepuff there's Zachariah Smith, who's just a snobby kid with a big ego. At Ravenclaw there's obviously Corner, who thinks he's my arch-rival or something. And in Gryffindor there was Weasley who always looked at me with envy, as he apparently tried to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team but he ended up embarrassing himself, angrily that I got something he didn't. Idiot. But I didn't just have people thinking my entry into the team was bad. There were some colleagues of mine who liked it and found it amazing, with the main ones being from my group of friends. The twins even brought a Honeydukes box of candy for me to congratulate me, while promising they wouldn't focus on me when we played against each other. It even looks like I'm going to believe them. I also sent a letter to my parents telling them about this news, and I think this was the first time in my 2 lives that a letter managed to make me blush with embarrassment at the compliments and congratulations they wrote. Oh. And my mom also sent some of her wonderful cookies as a congratulations. She even sent another little package of some for me to share with my friends, and they liked it so much that I even think they started a worship service for my mom's cookies. Strangers. The rest of my school days were spent with me training my martial arts, magic, and Quidditch, which now occupied a small part of my time where I also tried to get to know my teammates better. I also spend time with my friends from all years and houses, which continues to grow as I always talk to everyone. In addition to training, playing and talking, I also study, and that's why I kept myself firmly as the smartest first year, pushing Granger into second place. Was she a little happy? But also very angry and jealous about it, but if even the teachers support, who is she to disagree? I'm not saying she's not smart, quite the contrary, Granger really is one of the smartest students of our year, but she's very limited and I think the teachers noticed that too. While I study because I like magic and because I want to get to know it better, Granger studies out of obligation and because she wants to do well in class. She thinks notes are more important than truly understanding magic. She writes essays as if she were dictating everything that was in the book. In fact, she writes the essays putting everything that was in the book, in minute detail. The teachers read that and realized that she didn't really understand the lesson or the spell, but did what you're not supposed to do in magic, which is to follow everything without intention. Even McGonagall, who has a little appreciation on her, can't help but be disappointed to see how closed-minded she was. But what really makes me sad and angry is that Granger uses magic as if it were a tool, something that is there to serve her. And for me, who sees magic in its purest form and feels it throughout my body and around the world, seeing her using magic like that makes me understand why the purebloods don't like Muggleborns. They are basically committing a heresy. And if that wasn't enough, I even heard from Myrtle that Granger usually stops by the bathroom complaining about the barbaric and precarious customs of the wizarding world, and it makes me wonder if she's an idiot and the title of smartest witch is just a farce. If I go to another country, I will obviously follow the rules and laws of that country. So why does she, a person who has so much common sense, not understand that this is a different world, with different rules and laws? And that would be acceptable if she were the only one, but the problem is that a lot of other Muggleborns think so, it's just that Granger is the most vocal. Or should I say the one with the greatest sense of honor and willingness to do right? And that's because she hasn't started yet with Spew or the Buckbeak case, which even though it's a good thing, was still done in a stupid way. But let's leave that aside. I still have to talk about how I am in class. Because I'm at the top of the rankings, it's pretty obvious that I'm getting good grades. So far I haven't gotten anything below O, and I've even gotten an O+ in spells. And I didn't even know that note existed. Apparently, after O comes O+, and right after the O++, and it seems that there were very few people who got these grades, and those who did became masters of the subject. For example, Professor McGonagall, who got an O+ in Transfiguration, and Professor Flitwick, who has an O+ in spells. Other well-known people who took this note were Headmaster Dumbledore and Tom Riddle, now known as Voldemort. The two got at least 3 O+ in different subjects and almost managed to get an O++. And now you might be wondering, how did I get an O+ if I'm a first year? The answer is simple: getting an O+ in an essay or on a test in the first year is not the same as getting an O+ in OWLs or Newts, which is where the aforementioned did. I'll definitely try to get more O+ than the Headmaster and Voldemort, and maybe I'll even get an O++. But continuing. I haven't found any lessons so far challenging, and the only one I'm not enjoying as much as the others is History of Magic, and that's not the subject's fault, but the teacher's. Professor Binns is so tedious and boring that I've even slept in one of his classes, and for someone with a lot of stamina and energy to spare, sleeping in the middle of a class is a weird thing. It felt like I was being hypnotized into falling asleep. Professor Binns' voice is a weapon in itself. He possibly can kill someone with just one speech and his boredom. I'm also having a bit of a complication with potions, but that's because Professor Snape is actually a bit biased and cranky in class. And I also feel like I'm not learning much in potions, as I've limited myself to learning what's in the books. I don't have much of a clue when it comes to making potions, even though I understand well about the ingredients and the methods and stages of making a potion. But the good thing is that I know a pair of twins who can teach me, and they're really good at potions, even if they don't show it in class. The twins may not look it, but they're very smart, and I'm pretty sure they're better than their other siblings when it comes to magic, and we can tell from their pranks. Anyway. While we're talking about classes, I happen to find out why all wizards use quills to write. And it's a much more plausible reason than keeping traditions. Well, keeping the tradition is one of the reasons. But the other one makes a lot more sense: flashback no jutsu. Doing this potions essay sucks, I grumbled, scribbling the sheet of parchment in front of me. I was in the library doing the homework that the professors gave us, and having to write about the uses and functions of a unicorn's hull for cosmetic products isn't much fun. As I was writing my essay, I decided that for some reason, probably boredom, that I was going to use my magic vision. As soon as I activated magic vision, I noticed that my scroll and ink had magic flowing through them, and I started looking confused. Oh. So that's why. I said to myself after thinking for a while. It seems that the reason that quills and scrolls are still used is not only to maintain tradition, but also because they have remnants of magic that allow them to last longer, and with that a book can last decades and even centuries without wearing out. This brings up a lot of new possibilities. I said, scratching my chin in thought. I think the scrolls and inks have magic because the materials that were used to make them were magical. But with that, maybe in the future I'll try using magic trees to produce paper, and I can also think of a way to produce a pen using magical organic materials as well. This can make me a lot of money. End of flashback no jutsu. Well, those were all the subjects related to my academic that I found interesting to talk about. And now that it was all over, I just needed to prepare myself for one of the most important events in the franchise, Charms Classroom. I would like to inform everyone that you're good enough at Charms to practice levitation charm. Professor Flitwick told the class, which was greeted with great joy by the knowledge-hungry Ravenclaws and by some Slytherins who like to learn. Today is Wednesday, the eve of Halloween, and I am currently in charm class with my classmates. Professor Flitwick separated us into pairs, and now I'm sitting with Padma, who even though she wasn't a great friend of mine, was still someone fun to talk to. And I really enjoyed hearing your stories of what the wizarding community in India is like, which seems to have some customs quite different from the British wizarding community. It also helps that she's not as feminine as her Gryffindor sister. So let's start. Professor Flitwick said excitedly, the levitation charm needs a closed wrist movement, with a turn and a rise. And the spell is Wingardium Leviosa, with the pronunciation being as described in the book. Wingardium Leviosa, with the GAR being long and pronounced, he began to explain. I would also like to remind you that the levitation charm is useful for many situations, and that its only flaw is that it cannot be used on human beings, Professor Flitwick said, and then he saw a raised hand. Yes, Miss Lee. Does this mean the spell cannot be used on living beings? Su Li questioned. Not really. The only living being where this spell doesn't work is a human. Other creatures or animals will still be affected by the spell, he replied, but an alternative option to using this spell on humans is that instead of using the spell on the person, the caster can bewitch the target's clothing or their own clothing so that they levitate, and thus take the target with them. Su Li, who heard her answer, nodded and began jotting down notes on her parchment. But it's highly recommended that you don't use the spell on yourself, as it can be much more complicated than levitating other people. There was even a case of a wizard who levitated himself into the clouds and stayed there until he suffered from magical exhaustion, and unfortunately his fall was not at all smooth, the professor said, and some students shivered when they heard about a possible fall, especially those who are afraid of heights. Any more questions? Professor Flitwick asked, and not seeing anyone raise their hand he continued the class, no. Okay then let's continue. I now want you to practice the spell on a quill. He said, levitating a quill to each student's desk, and try to keep it in the air as long as you can, and if possible, move the feather in the air, he finished, and then my classmates started trying the spell. I looked at the quill with a calm look, and a little bored, as one of the spells that I specialize the most is the levitation charm, or at least what I think is a levitation charm, although what I do looks it more like telekinesis. I then felt a look on me, and looking in that direction I saw Professor Flitwick looking at me with a knowing look, and then I remembered that I had already shown that I am proficient at levitating things to Professor McGonagall when she visited my house, and Professor Flitwick told me in his first class that he already talked to Professor McGonagall about my talent. So he knows I can levitate this feather easily, I thought. So I shifted my gaze to the quill. Meh, I've got nothing else to do. I then took my wand and did something I hadn't done so far in class, which was cast the nonverbal spell, and with a simple movement of my wand the quill on my desk began to levitate until it almost reached the ceiling, and just because I could I started doing tricks with her. I then shifted my gaze back to Professor Flitwick and saw him looking at my flying quill in wonder and amazement, along with a few other students. And I didn't know why, but today I wanted to show off. So I started levitating the leftover quills that were on Professor Flitwick's desk, and now the room was having an air show of over 20 quills, all flying in sync. This is amazing. Such masterful control of your magic and spell. You're truly a charms prodigy, no matter how much Minerva insists that you should focus on transfiguration, Professor Flitwick said, his eyes shining with excitement. Take 20 points to Ravenclaw for the stupendous demonstration. And as soon as he finished speaking a happy smile appeared on my face, with me ignoring the usual jealous feelings of my other colleagues. Wow, Ethan. That was awesome. Padma praised me, looking at the quills that were now landing softly back on the tables. How did you do that? Can you teach me? My levitation charm isn't working, she asked me, with a sad pout. Of course, I said with a shrug, and then started to explain to her about the spell and what I understand about levitation. At the end of the class, less than half of the students managed to levitate their quill, and among them were Terry and Anthony, who already understood the spells better thanks to me, Malfoy, who even though he was a spoiled brat still had a talent for magic, Theo, Greengrass and Zabini, who didn't surprise me as they should have had homeschooling, and Sue and Padma, who seemed to have caught the essence of the spell. As soon as I left the classroom, Lily came bouncing happily towards me. Why do you have to be so good at charms? My quill just shook on my desk, she said with a cute pout on her face, and I resisted the urge to squeeze her and scream, Kawaii. I think it's part of who I am. Being good at everything you do. It's a gift, I said dramatically, which caused a small giggle from Lily. What are you doing with this know-it-all, Moon? Just then we hear the voice of the hair gel-ed girl, aka Malfoy. What I'm doing is none of your business, Malfoy, Lily replied angrily, and that only added to her cuteness. Control yourself, Ethan. You can't give in to the temptation of cuteness here. I don't want the FBI at my door. It's my business when you start getting mixed up with this, Malfoy started to say, but it couldn't be over as he tripped on shoelaces that had come to life and were trying to tie him completely. I think your shoelace is untied, Malfoy, I said dryly, and then kept walking, stepping unintentionally on Malfoy's hand. Oops, I said innocently, and then continued walking ignoring the albino ferret that was cursing on the ground. That was awesome. Lily said to me as soon as we got far enough away from Malfoy and his group. I know, I said smiling, patting her head, causing a smile to grow on her face. Great Hall, Halloween. Today is October 31st, the day known for the holiday called Halloween, and I and the rest of the Hogwarts students are in the Great Hall participating in the annual feast, which is not only to celebrate the holiday, but also to celebrate the day of defeat of the most feared Dark Lord of all time, Lord Voldemort. Everyone is eating, laughing, and having fun, everyone but me. I couldn't calm down as I knew what was going to happen soon, and my wand seemed to feel the same as me because it was vibrating in my holster. I then glanced at the Gryffindor table and noticed the lack of a certain thick-haired witch. It looks like everything is going to happen like the canon, I thought. Today is the day a mountain troll will invade the castle. But the truth is, he's going to be released on purpose by our adorable, stammering dada teacher, who was planning to use the troll's distraction to sneak into the forbidden corridor. But if you're thinking that's where it ends, you're so wrong. After that happens one of the most important things in history, and there are those who say that it's the most important event in the franchise. After everyone is notified that the troll has been released, the headmaster sends all the students to their dorms, and everyone does, except the 2 first years of Gryffindor. These two first years are Potter and Weasley, who decide to go and warn Granger that there is a troll loose in the castle, but when they reach the bathroom she was hiding in, they find said troll. After a lot of confusion, yelling and wands in the nose, the two boys manage to defeat the troll and save Granger. And from there begins the friendship and creation of the Golden Trio, also known as the protagonists of the franchise. Well, protagonists if I weren't here. The reason I'm so nervous is that I plan on following Potter and Weasley to help them, or even defeat the troll myself. You might think I'd be better off leaving Granger's rescue to Potter and Weasley, thinking that everything would happen like in the canon, but my being here may have had some butterfly effect, and even if the odds are slim, I still don't want to risk the life of an innocent girl. I may have even said before that I didn't want to get involved with the Golden Trio and the problems they get into, but if I need to I wouldn't mind interfering, as it wouldn't make much difference to me other than putting me on the radar of certain people, which inadvertently would happen. Also, something in me is excited to face the troll, and that's the same feeling I get when I was in a fight in my neighborhood dojo or in martial arts tournaments, and also when I flew a broom for the first time and when I entered the Forbidden Forest. Bang. As I was pondering, the doors of the Great Hall were flung open, and from the door came Professor Quirrell, who ran by, breathless and panicked. "Troll, in the dungeons," he said shakily. "I thought you should know," before passing out forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Hall fell into a tense silence, before being broken by the screams of panicked and scared students. Silence. Headmaster Dumbledore's calm voice echoed through the hall, and when all the students fell silent he continued to speak. "Prefects, take the students to their dorms and stay there until your head of house shows up." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the professors left the Great Hall, and the prefects then began to gather the students. And while all this was going on I was paying full attention to three people, two of them being Weasley and Potter, who started whispering to each other, and the last one being Quirrell, who got up at some point and started to slip out of the hall, unnoticed by students. When my house was in the hallway heading towards the common room along with the Gryffindors who were in the same direction, I noticed that Potter and Weasley started to sneak out of the group, and wasting no time I started to follow them, but not before casting a self-created illusion spell, which made it look like I was still in the group of students. As I followed the two of them down the halls towards the girls' bathroom, I started to think. I understand they're brave Gryffindors and all, but couldn't they have tipped off a prefect? And while we're at it, why only the two of them noticed Granger's absence? I know others may not like her, but wouldn't that make her more remembered? Besides, why did the headmaster send the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs to their dorms? He and the teacher should know that the two common rooms are close to where the troll was said to be. I kept criticizing in my mind, although the headmaster has full control of the wards, so he probably knew the troll wasn't in the dungeons. But the teachers didn't know that, and that's a very big demonstration of their confidence in the headmaster, and it's stupid. Sigh. I then continued to follow them through the hallways, until they passed the girls' bathroom door and kept running. Why did they pass the bathroom? Shouldn't Granger be here? I exclaimed in my mind, starting to think wildly. I then used my senses to sense if there was anyone in the bathroom, and to my surprise there was no one. If she's not in that bathroom, where is she? I wondered, continuing to follow the two Gryffindors. After following them for a while, I noticed they were heading towards the second-floor girls' bathroom, the Myrtle's bathroom. Is she here? Why did she move? Is this the butterfly effect? But any of my answers cannot be answered as I started to smell an incredibly strong stench, and with that I knew the troll was close. I then saw Weasley and Potter turn around the corner of the hallway, and I soon followed behind them, only to see them frozen a little in front of me. The reason they were frozen is that a 5-meter mountain troll was in front of us. The troll was so ugly it hurt my eyes. It looked like I just received an intimate photo of a naked old Frenchman wearing maid clothes with kitty ears. And don't ask me why I was so specific. The troll was grey and wore rags for clothes, and I decided to keep the question of how trolls get these rags and why they wear them at the back of my mind. He also had a huge club, which he happened to be holding aloft ready to knock on the ladies' room door. I then stopped, looking at the troll as I wiggled my nose, annoyed at the strong odor. Well, that's an ugly problem, very ugly, I sighed. While the two frozen boys and I were looking at the troll, he came down with the club on the door and with a crash it was destroyed. Kaya. And just as the door was destroyed we heard a female scream coming from inside the bathroom, and that was enough to unfreeze the two Gryffindors in front of me. Hermione, the two exclaimed in panic. They then looked at each other and with a mutual understanding they rushed to help Granger, with the troll already having entered the bathroom. And I, not trusting the plot or the stupidity and luck of those two, followed them silently behind. The two then entered the bathroom and saw Granger frozen in panic huddled in the corner of the bathroom, while the troll approached her destroying the stalls around her with his club. Try to distract him from me, Potter said to Weasley who nodded shakily. Potter then started to sneak behind the troll, and Weasley took one of the pieces of zinc the troll had broken and threw at his head. Hey! Look at me you ugly thing! Weasley yelled, causing the troll to turn to him. Potter, who was behind the troll, bent his knees to jump, but just as he tried to jump on the troll's back, he ended up slipping on the wet bathroom floor. The troll that heard the noise then turned, and seeing easy prey on the ground he wasted no time. The 5-meter gray, stinky creature quickly reached out its long arms and caught Potter in its hand. Potter then started screaming in panic, with Weasley throwing more pieces of debris in a futile attempt to save his friend. And I, who was watching all this happen while peeking through the bathroom door, could only shake my head and curse in my mind. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, realizing that now I would have to get involved. At least I was right to follow them here, I thought. I then got out of where I was hiding under the surprised stares of the trio of idiots, and ran to the front of the troll. As soon as I stopped in front of the troll, I quickly pulled my wand from its holster and launched a high-powered Lumos Duo at its eyes, which was enough to disorient him and make him let go of Potter and the club. As soon as Potter fell to the ground, I used a silent Accio on his clothes to bring him towards me. And that was enough time for the troll to pull himself together, and as soon as he saw me he let out an irritated grunt. I could use my beast talk to try to calm him down, but it's well known that trolls are primitive, irrational, and aggressive creatures, so this would likely fail. If I was alone with the troll I would have used some powerful and deadly spells, but at this point I was with 3 kids who don't know how to keep a secret or don't know how to keep their noses out of other people's subject, so I could only settle for a few spells that they would know. The troll that was watching me then braced his legs on the ground, intending to run towards me. And while he was doing that, I levitated his club, and using the transfiguration I turned it into a big sharpened spike of iron. I then stared at the troll with him staring back at me, just like in the old Western movies. The troll then grunted and lunged at me, but before it got too close, I cast the spike with the impulse spell to give it more power and speed, causing it to dart forward. And just as the troll was about to catch up with me, the spike flew across its chest. And once the spike passed the troll it turned back to a wooden club, which shattered as soon as it hit the wall, leaving a crack behind. The bathroom then descended into tense silence, with the troll stopped halfway to catch up with us, with a big hole in your chest. And in the next instant, the troll began to tumble forward, falling to the ground with a crash. Bang. The bathroom then descended into another silence, with the 3 Gryffindors behind me staring open-mouthed and shocked at the scene in front of them. And before either of them could speak or do anything, hurried footsteps were heard coming towards the bathroom. What happened here? Professor McGonagall exclaimed as she entered the bathroom, with the other heads of house, Quirrell, and the headmaster right behind her. Shit. I should have learned the disillusionment charm. After the teachers arrived in the bathroom, they started bombarding us with questions, with Professor Sprout checking us out to make sure we didn't have any scratches. Headmaster then decided that it would be a better idea if we talked about it in the hospital wing, and while he took us there, Professor Sprout and Professor Quirrell were in charge of tidying up the bathroom and taking the troll's dead body to another place. Arriving in the hospital wing, Matron Madame Pomfrey saw the state of Granger and Potter and immediately began to be a dragon mother. And after some inspection spells, some calming potions, and a scolding from Poppy the dragon Pomfrey, we were ready to talk about what had happened. So would you like to tell us what you were doing outside your common rooms and with a dead troll in the bathroom? Professor McGonagall began the questioning, looking at us with her lips pursed in a thin line with the fury contained in her voice. Well. Weasley started not knowing what to say, looking around for help. Very subtle Weasley, very subtle, I thought as I rolled my eyes. And before Weasley could curl up any further, Granger came to the rescue. They came after me, Granger said. Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall asked confused. I went after the troll because I thought I could fight him. I've read all about them, you know, she said, looking down sheepishly, not noticing the shocked look on Potter and Weasley's faces. If they hadn't come to save me I would be dead by now. Professor McGonagall then looked at her for a few seconds, judging her response before turning to me. That's true, she asked, and I snorted at that. The part about saving her. Yes, that's true. Now about her going to face the troll alone. Puff, do you really think she would do something like that? I asked rhetorically, resisting the urge to roll my eyes at this obvious lie. So sir, could you tell us exactly what happened? Professor Snape asked slowly, almost mockingly, but I think seeing a dead troll in the bathroom with 4 Furt's ears was enough to hold himself back. Well, I don't know the real reason she's in the bathroom, I said, pointing to Granger, before pointing to Potter and Weasley, but I believe these 2 went out to warn her, as I don't remember her being at the banquet, so she didn't hear about the troll's warning, I continued. And you, Ethan? Why were you there too? Professor Flitwick asked curiously, ignoring the trio's surprised look as he called me by name. Well. Now it's time for my story. Me. I went after these 2 idiots. I said with a shrug, and I could see Professor Snape's lips curve out of the corner of my eye as I called Weasley and Potter idiots. Hey. We are not idiots. Weasley exclaimed indignantly, and the only thing he got was a blank look from me, from Professor Snape, and surprisingly from Professor McGonagall. Yes. I said slowly, deciding to ignore the weasel beside me, as I was saying before being rudely interrupted. I followed these 2 idiots. I said, emphasizing the idiot, because I already expected that they would do something stupid, but before I could call them they had already left the group, so I didn't have time to call a prefect and I had already walked away from the group, so I decided to follow them. And how come no one noticed the absence of the four of you? Professor McGonagall asked, more to herself and her fellow professors than to us. Probably in the same way that no one realized that sending all students to their common rooms, where two of those common rooms were near the dungeons, which happened to be where said troll should be, was a poorly thought out plan, I replied with a shrug, and Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick both looked at that fact in surprise, before ducking their heads in embarrassment. Professor Snape only snorted in disdain, but he couldn't hide the worry he felt for his snakes from my empathy, and meanwhile the headmaster looked at me calmly, which basically confirmed my theory that he knew where the troll was. So after you left the group, you ended up in the girls' bathroom on the second floor trying to warn Miss Granger, right? Professor Flitwick asked, and I nodded. So how does a dead troll get into this story? Well, looks like we weren't the only ones looking for Miss Granger, I said with a wry smile. By the time we got there, the troll was already breaking into the bathroom. So these two here decided it would be a good idea to go into the bathroom without a plan and face the troll head on, I continued. You what? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, shocked, looking at the two Gryffindors who flinched at the glare of her gaze. Have you decided to face a troll, known for its magical and physical endurance? And for its strength, head on? Professor Snape asked slowly, looking at them like he was seeing the stupidest beings in the world. Looks like fame has really gone to your head, right, Potter? He scoffed. Hey! That's not what happened. Potter exclaimed. Yeah. We just wanted to distract him so we could escape with Hermione. He's the one who attacked the troll head on. Weasley complained, pointing a finger at me, almost poking my face. Keep pointing that finger at me, and you won't know how it got in your Mr. Knight. Language, Professor McGonagall scolded me, almost calling me by my name as well. Sorry, I said, but the effect of my sentence was enough, because Weasley quickly hid his hand as he walked away from me. You were the one who killed the troll? Headmaster Dumbledore, who had been quiet all this time, asked me. Yes, I shrugged my shoulders. I blinded the troll with the Lumos Duo spell to make him drop Potter and the club he was holding. I started to say before I was interrupted. Drop Potter? Professor Snape asked. Yes, I replied. Looks like part of your strategy was to fall down and let yourself get caught by the troll, I said, and the teachers took a deep breath at that. But Potter tried to defend himself, but I cut him off. Shoo. But. Shoo. Boo. Silencio, I silenced him, putting my wand back in its holster. Continuing. I said, ignoring the stunned look of the teachers, and the Potter boy trying to look at his mouth to know why no sound was coming out of it, while the troll was disoriented. I used the spell of levitation to levitate his club, and after that I transfigured him into an iron spike, which with the help of the impulse spell I was able to cast through his chest, I finished. Serious? Professor Flitwick asked in surprise, and I nodded. That was a great spell streak and a great strategy, he said, nodding his head somewhat impressed. I do what I can, I said, wiping dust off my shoulder. But shouldn't a troll be resistant to physical attacks too? Granger asked, confused. Oh, Mr. Granger, a troll can be resistant to physical and magical attacks, but he's not immune, Professor Flitwick explained, and I was pretty sure that if Granger had a paper and a pen with her, she'd be writing this information down. One good thing about the spells I used is that they were all taught to us this year, except the impulse, which I can explain that was learned for myself in my time at Hogwarts. The only other advanced spell I used was Accio. However, since I did it silently, the trio will probably take a while to figure out I used it. Did you have to kill him? Headmaster Dumbledore then asked me with a frown. Maybe I could defeat him without having to kill him, I replied with a shrug. Then why don't you? Headmaster Dumbledore started to say, only to be interrupted by me. Because I'd rather make sure I could get these three idiots out of there alive without having to depend on a maybe, I said, ignoring Professor McGonagall's language. Sigh. My boy, not everything is resolved with violence, he said with his disappointed look that had zero effect on me. I then looked deep into their eyes without backing down and answered. And not everything is resolved by giving second chances, and that seemed to stun the headmaster for a moment, before he sighed. It's okay, he said tiredly, at least no one here got hurt, he continued, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere that had remained. Yes. But you must still be punished for your recklessness. I take 5 points from Miss Granger for lying. And I take 10 points from each of you three for acting so irrationally, Professor McGonagall said, ignoring the look helpless of Potter and Weasley. And looking at us she continued, however, for deciding to help a colleague in a time of danger, I give each of you 20 points, she continued, a rare smile on her face. Also, for his splendid use of spells, I think Mr. Knight should be given 20 more points, Professor Flitwick added, and no professor complained. In fact, Professor McGonagall even looked at me proudly. I then let a small smile appear on my face, ignoring the jealous feelings coming from Weasley and the confused and happy feelings coming from Potter. But I hope nothing like that happens again, Professor McGonagall said, looking at us grimly. Yes, Professor McGonagall, and the trio was quick to agree. Professor McGonagall then turned to me awaiting my response. Well, you mean I shouldn't face the next troll that enters the castle? I asked with an innocent smile. I meant that I don't want to see you getting into something this dangerous ever again, she said, speaking word for word. Oh. Why didn't you say that before? I asked, acting the epitome of confused. In that case, fine, I said quickly, seeing Professor McGonagall's gaze on me intensified. Good, she said, nodding her head satisfied. Would she consider a basilisk dangerous, I asked myself, and as if she knew I was thinking something stupid, Professor McGonagall turned to me sharply and started to glare at me. And I, who could win an Oscar for my performances, looked up at her with an innocent, friendly smile on my face, which earned me a pair of narrowed eyes. After the interrogation was over, the heads of house started taking us back to our dorms. Once we reached the stairs that led to the 6th and 7th floors, we parted, with Professor Flitwick and I going to the 6th floor tower, and Professor McGonagall and her 3 lions heading to the 7th floor where the Gryffindor common room was located. When we parted, Professor McGonagall gave me a little nod, and I could feel the eyes of the golden trio on my back as we left. On the way to the dorm, we fell into comfortable silence until Professor Flitwick started a conversation. You really handled that troll pretty well. In fact, you handled him better than most adult wizards would, he said to me, and then continued, I always knew you were talented. I might as well call you a prodigy, and that would still be an understatement. I've never seen a student like you. And I'm proud to have you in my house and to have you as a student, he said with a smile at me. Thank you, teacher, I said smiling, happy to be being complimented by him, who was a charms master and a former dueling champion, but I could have defeated the troll in many different and easier ways, but I think that one moment I didn't think much. I just acted, I continued, thinking of the alternative ways I could have used to defeat the grey giant. We once again fell silent, with each lost in their own thoughts. And after a while, Professor Flitwick spoke again. When you told Minerva that you could only levitate small things back then, you were lying, right? He asked knowingly, only to receive a shrewd look and a smirk from me. He then snorted in amusement, and continued to lead me into the common room. As soon as we got to the front of the common room entrance, the knocker sprang to life and started talking. When it's cold she can. The rain, Professor Flitwick and I answered at the same time, cutting the riddle of the knocker. Now it's 2 of you. The knocker said thoughtfully. When the passage opened and we entered, all the students in the room turned their faces towards us and started to stare at us. I know I'm beautiful and incredibly sexy, but could you please not look at me that much? I asked as I covered my chest with my arms and turned around shyly. As soon as I finished speaking, my friends and a few other students looked at me, then at the stairs that led to the dorms, and then back at me in confusion. Oh, my illusion must have gone up to my room, I realized. How? A simple question was asked by Anthony, who was looking at me strangely. How what? I asked, pretending to misunderstand. How were you out there? I swore I saw you climb into your, Anthony answered me, before being cut off by me. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, and then started to whistle innocently, ignoring Professor Flitwick's analytical and amused look. Yawn. I think I'm too tired of today's events. Well. I'll be off then, I said after a long yawn. I then turned to Professor Flitwick. Thank you for walking me here, sir, I said, and he waved his hands dismissively. After that I immediately made my way up the stairs that led to the dorms, but then I stopped on the first step. So I turned to the students in the common room and said, and just so you know, I just killed a troll and went upstairs to my room, leaving a silent common room and a group of gaping students behind. As soon as I got to my bedroom door, I heard the Ravenclaws downstairs start talking and arguing, and they were probably asking Professor Flitwick if what I said was true. Well, they would know the story at one way or another, so they better hear it from a reputable source than from some gossipy student. Mainly because in a gossip, what happened can end up being altered to some rumors. Strangers, I thought, feeling a shiver as I remembered some rumors I've heard, and besides, for my purposes, having a little momentary fame isn't bad, I shrugged, opening my bedroom door. Next morning. I was going down to breakfast with my classmates, with them talking about what Professor Flitwick said after I went up to my room, and asking if it was true that I fought and killed the troll. It seems that after I went upstairs to my room, Professor Flitwick told everyone in the common room about the night's events. Talking about how the 3 Gryffindors and I found ourselves cornered by the troll, and how I defeated it using a combination of 1st and 4th year spells. In addition, he also said that thanks to my feat, Ravenclaw gained another 30 points, which brought a wave of cheers from Phillips, or Andrew as he prefers to be called, until he was bewitched by Sophia. Now, because of that, and the fact that I'm one of the top students of my year and I've earned over 100 points on my own, my classmates unanimously decided to declare me the Ravenclaw Star, which didn't make much difference to me. But some people didn't like that, and among them was obviously Corner and a few other jealous and envious Ravenclaws who would like to have this glory all to themselves, but they were few compared to the rest who supported me, mainly because I was so friendly and funny. But I also got a scolding from Hilton in training for putting me in danger, which could have hurt me and kept me from playing in the upcoming game, and I almost rolled my eyes at that. After walking with my classmates for a few minutes, we arrived in front of the Great Hall, and as soon as we walked in, heads turned towards us, or more specifically towards me, and began to whisper. Great. The rumor doesn't waste time here, I thought as I rolled my eyes and walked to Ravenclaw's table, ignoring the whispers and looks. Beating the record for the amount of points obtained in the first month, becoming the Ravenclaw chaser while in the first year, defeating and killing trolls. His achievements keep growing, and we're only in the second month of classes, Terry said amused. And let's not forget that he saved the boy who lived, Anthony said, joining the conversation. Yes, we mustn't forget that, Terry said mockingly, all bow to the savior of the Dark Lord's defeater, and I rolled my eyes at them. Very hilarious, I said. And speaking of Potter, he was right now at the Gryffindor table having to listen to his friend Weasley brag to the others about how he distracted the troll by throwing things at him. And in a moment our eyes met, and as if in mutual understanding, we nodded to each other in understanding. I hate gossip, we thought. Today is Saturday, and as I didn't have classes and I had already done all the essays for the week that the teachers spent, I was walking around the castle thinking about what would be my next project. Look who we have here, my dear brother, just then a familiar voice said beside me, and I felt an arm being placed over my left shoulder. I see, my identical copy, another voice said from my other side, one arm being draped over my right shoulder, isn't this one our favorite Raven? Or Eagle, George, who was the one on my left side, added. I prefer Raven, I said grimacing at being called an eagle. Oh, so it's our favorite little Raven, Fred said, nodding his head, but that's not it, right my brother? Yes. Because our young Raven is also now known as. Here George stopped for dramatic effect. The Troll Slayer, they spoke in unison, and I rolled my eyes at their antics. Yes, yes. Feel honored to be in my presence, I joked along. Of course, oh great Troll Slayer, George said bowing. And? I asked with a raised eyebrow. And sexy and smart Ravenclaw, Fred said, also bowing. And a great prankster, George added. I trained you guys well, I said with a satisfied look. And so, how do you feel about being the new topic of Hogwarts, again, George asked me after standing up. Well, that's kind of boring, I replied honestly, no matter where I go people look and point at me. It's not like they can't come talk to me in person, and the rumors are starting to piss me off, I said irritated. Like the one where they say you played a female troll to seduce and then kill the other troll. Fred asked me, and just hearing that I could feel my left eye twitch. Yeah, like this one, I replied slowly. Oh, I think I know who spread this rumor, George said sheepishly, and my head whipped in his direction. Who? Who was the bastard? Tell me so I can destroy the Motherf, I started to say with an insane, menacing look on my face. Wow, calm down, all right. Hee, George said, chuckling awkwardly as he looked anywhere but me. And seeing his strange behavior, I started to stare at him even more, making him uncomfortable. George, who was? I asked again. George then started scratching his neck nervously as he mumbled something under his breath. Who? I asked, thinking I had heard it wrong. It was me, he repeated, only louder. George. I said with a blank face. Yes, he asked suspiciously. Run, I pulled out my wand. Wait. Calm down. We don't need to be too hasty, he said quickly, holding up his hands. Right, Fred, he called, asking for help from his brother, only to see him eating a bag of popcorn he took from who knows where while enjoying the show. Asterisk chew asterisk. Don't, chew, involve me in this, chew, Fred replied between bites, popping another popcorn into his mouth. Where's that whole brotherhood thing when you need it? George thought. He then turned his gaze to me only to see me staring at him with my wand in my hand and sparking. How about a negotiation? George asked, swallowing hard. I then started looking at him carefully, and deciding to listen to what he had to offer I lowered my wand, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What negotiation? I asked, and Fred in the back also looked with interest at what his brother was going to do. I show you one of the most incredible artifacts, if not the most incredible of all, we have in our possession. And with that you let me go without trying to hunt me down like you did the troll. What do you think? He asked with a smile on his face, but I could see sweat running down his forehead. Most amazing artifact. What is he talking about? Since when have they? Wait. I only know of one item they could consider that important. Don't tell me it's this item. I thought hopefully inside, but keeping the facade calm on the outside. I then started to stare at him, for no other reason than to see him squirm in his place. I accept, I said after a while, nodding my head. Phew. George sighed in relief, then grinned at me. "You won't regret it," he said. He then pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket, and Fred beside him widened his eyes when he saw which parchment it was. "Are you looking to use Marauder's map as a trade?" We hadn't already agreed to show Ethan anyway. "Couldn't you be less shameless?" Fred thought as he looked at his brother critically, who was obviously ignoring him. "This is the most important artifact we have," George said, opening the parchment in front of me. "It may look like a simple piece of old parchment, but the truth and the magic behind it. It's amazing," he said with admiration. George then took out his wand, pointed at the parchment, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and the parchment began to change. "That, my friend Ethan, is the Marauder's map," he presented. "What was once an old scroll is now a full-scale map of Hogwarts that showed where all the residents were. It's just as amazing as shown in the movies." "Marauder's map?" I echoed, pretending not to know the map they had in their hands. "Yes, my young friend. This is a map created by the Marauders themselves, which has all the passages and entrances to the castle, as well as the terrain outside, and the most amazing part of this map is that it shows the location of people in real time." Fred then came and answered. "Incredible," I said honestly in awe. "I know, right?" George said, smiling. "To activate the map, you need to put the tip of your wand on it and say the password you heard before. And to deactivate it you need to say, 'Mischief managed,' and that will make it look like a simple piece of parchment," he said, demonstrating. "This is awesome," I said. "And we want you to have the map," Fred said, surprising me for a moment. "What?" I asked, shocked. "We want you to have the map," George repeated. "We know you don't need a map as we've seen you go through almost every pass that this map has," he said, giving me a knowing smile, and I just shrugged. "But we've already memorized the whole map, so we won't need it that urgently. And we thought you could use it to dodge or hide from people, so you don't need to be pointed out and watched wherever you go," Fred said, and I looked at them gratefully. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Of course. And if we need it at some point, we can always get it from you," George said, closing the map and placing it in my hands. I then looked for a moment at the parchment, then back to the twins. "Thank you," I sincerely thanked, tucking the parchment into my bag. "No thanks needed," George dismissed with a wave of his hands. "You do the same for us." "Well, if it was to keep you guys from being pointed and looked at by everyone at school, I'd threaten the other students first. And then I'd give you the map," I said, and the twins started looking at me strangely. "The worst thing is, I actually see you threatening the whole school. And that's not even the weirdest, scariest thing I expect from you," Fred said, and I didn't know whether to feel offended or proud. "It doesn't matter the method, it's the effectiveness of the results," I shrugged, and the twins looked at each other for a few seconds before nodding their heads. "Fair." We then stood in silence looking at each other. "So, would you like to do some pranks?" Fred asked with a mischievous smile, which was followed by George and mine's own smile. After receiving the map from the twins and playing a prank on Professor Snape, I broke away from them and ran excitedly to the room of requirement, where I planned to dissect and analyze the map. Arriving in the 7th-floor hallway, I started pacing back and forth wishing for a room where I could study and experiment, and on my third lap the room of requirement door appeared. And I wasted no time and immediately walked into the room. The room had some wooden tables with chairs, and iron counters with jars and cauldrons on top. On the other side of the room was a display case with a few more vials, a few knives and needles, and a few books, probably about experimentation. At the other end of the room there were also some targets and some wooden boards with small cuts and holes, which together with the iron cage and the handcuffs on the wall gave the impression of being the place where the guinea pigs were. Scary, I shivered, but decided to ignore that particular spot and I went towards one of the tables. Sitting down at the table, I reached into my bag and pulled out the piece of parchment that was the map. I also took out some new sheets of parchment, my journal, and a quill so I could jot down what I found. And along with that I also pulled out a book on wards and another one on security spells, which has some tracking and location spells in it. "Well, let's get started," I said to myself, and immediately turned on my magic vision. The map had many different types of magic remnants, with 5 of them being more pronounced than the others. 4 of these remnants were unknown to me, but it was easy to find out who they were from, as these 4 were firmly embedded in the creation of the map. The 5th and final remnant was easily recognizable to me as I practically see it every day. This 5th remnant is from a very special place. And this place is none other than our dear castle. "I think this supports my theory that the map was made using the castle's wards," I commented, looking around the room of requirement and seeing the same magic in the air, with some other types of magic I didn't know about, but planned to analyze. I then went back to looking at the map, and watching as the magic flowed through it, I started jotting down the information in my journal. After finishing my notes on how the map worked closed, I put the tip of my wand on it and said the opening code. Always looking at him with my magic vision. Once the map was opened, I started to analyze it as well, end to end, until I had written down everything I could find out about it. On the map I could see where each person in the castle was. Like Hagrid, who was outside his cabin, Professor McGonagall who was in her office with the twins, who were probably caught messing around again, and were getting an earful, and Headmaster Dumbledore, who was in his office alone. I looked some more through the map and found two interesting things, which I didn't understand as the twins didn't notice. One of them is the name Peter Pettigrew, who was in the Gryffindor boys' dorms. And I really have to think about what I'm going to do with this traitorous rat. And the other thing, or person, that caught my attention on the map, was the name of Professor Quirrell, who was in his office, something that could have seemed normal. But it wasn't that specifically that caught my attention, but the name that was superimposed with his. Quirinus Quirrell, Tom Riddle. And for those who are unaware of that name, that person is none other than the most powerful Dark Lord that ever lived. Lord Voldemort. Although I still consider Grindelwald the most dangerous and powerful Dark Lord. And my opinion is correct and everyone else's is wrong, humph. I can't get involved with Quirrell until he confronts Potter and finds out that he can't touch him, so he'll have the idea of using it in the graveyard ritual. And then it would be easier to be prepared for when him resurrect, as it's better than being in the dark about when and where he would resurrect, I thought, but for that also means I can't arrest or kill Pettigrew yet. But that doesn't mean I can't exonerate Sirius and shame Fudge. I don't have anything against Fudge, but he's obviously a useless minister of magic, and I'd prefer to get him pulled out of the picture before he starts his show of ignorance and stupidity trying to pretend that two kidnapped boys and a dead body isn't a good enough sign to, if at least don't believe the Dark Lord has risen, realize that something is wrong, and that this is a very bad thing. But back to the map. After I finished looking at the map, I took the two books from my side, and started reading them, looking specifically for tracking, locating, and mapping spells and wards. At the end of my research and analysis, I came to the conclusion that the map was actually created using a combination of the homunculus charm, some advanced spells, and a little connection to the castle's monitoring wards. And with that, I realized that it wouldn't be difficult to recreate the map or even improve it. I'll simply copy the already marked parts of the castle onto another scroll or object, and after that I'll just need to scan the places the marauders hadn't found. So to wrap it up, I'm going to put some spells and details there and here, connect to the wards, cast the homunculus charm, and voila. I'm going to have my own custom enhanced version of the map. I can probably finish creating my map before Christmas. So I just need to give Marauder's map back to the twins, for them to give to Potter in third year, and show them my version. Better, I can create a map for each of them. I reflected, punching the palm of my hand, but I also need to modify the Marauder's map a bit first, as I don't want Potter and his gang spying on me or knowing where I am at every moment, I said, taking more note of this work in my mind. I then returned my gaze to the map and a piece of parchment. Well, I guess it's time to explore the castle, again, I said, and I felt the room vibrate with amusement, making my eye twitch. Yes, laugh at me you annoying sentient castle. At some point I'll have my turn to laugh, I mumbled in annoyance, and I felt the room vibrate as if to say, come on. TCH, I clicked my tongue. I then started to pack my things back into my bag. And when I was ready, with me holding the map and parchment in hand, I prepared to leave the room. Well, so here we go again, I said. And then I walked out the door to the room of requirement. I started prowling the castle as soon as I exited the room of requirement, intending to record the passages I saw that weren't on the Marauder's map on my parchment. I started from the lowest floor, which was the ground floor, and went up, and the whole way was easier than the first time, as I already knew where to look. As I passed one of the many third-floor passageways, I stopped in front of a hallway. This hallway was the only place I didn't take a deep look at on my first exploration, as this was the so-called forbidden hallway. But this time I planned to pass him. And I even planned to enter the room where Fluffy, the Cerberus who guarded the trapdoor, was, for no other reason than to take a peek at him and the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. The forbidden corridor was like any other corridor in the castle. It had some windows, some armor and paintings, and some classrooms. Nothing that interesting, if you don't count the large amount of magic that leaked from one of the doors. When I arrived in front of this door, I immediately knew that this was where the Philosopher's Stone was being kept, or at least it would be kept, as I didn't know when it was placed in the Mirror of Erist. I looked at the doorknob and tried to open it, only to, not so surprisingly, find it closed. I then pulled my wand from its holster and was going to throw an Alohomora at the door, but just as I was about to cast the spell, something came to mind. I know Headmaster wouldn't be so foolish as not to put some form of protection or alarm on the door, as it's easily opened with a simple first-year spell. And obviously your warning at the beginning of the year ended up making the students curious and wanting to see what was in the hallway. So there must be some ward or spell here, I mused, scratching my chin in thought. I then activated my magic vision and looked towards the door, and in it I actually found some wards, with the magical signatures of Headmaster, and unexpectedly from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. That information aside, I started looking at the wards trying to decipher what their function was. This is a sun rune, and that is a star rune, and when together with that stone rune they form a ward of. I know. This is a monitoring ward. I thought, using my knowledge of runes and wards that I read in books. I then put the note to my chin and with a frown I started to think, but monitoring what? A ward like this can have many different monitoring functions, I commented to myself. I then went back to looking at the runes. Well, if I count those 2 connections and that 3rd rune, which intersperses with that line, this must be a magical signature record ward, I determined, nodding with his head satisfied, so let's see who's been snooping around in this room. Hell! There must be 15 different magic signatures here. I exclaimed in my mind, shocked, staring open-mouthed at the doorknob. How did the teachers still think this place was safe? Wait. One of the magical signatures is from Granger, which was to be expected. But these other 2 signatures I know. I thought with narrowed eyes. Fred and George Weasley, what were you thinking when you came to the forbidden corridor that was supposed to give a slow death to the invaders? Without me. When I find them, you'll have to give me a very good explanation. I promised in my mind, and on the other side of the castle a pair of red-haired twins felt a shiver down their spine. Well, I don't think I can do much to improve security as teachers are likely to be suspicious, so I shrugged. Then let's go in, I said out loud, throwing an alohomora at the door handle. I then started to open the door slowly, and as soon as I opened it a little, I could feel feelings of confusion and caution coming from inside the room. Poking its head into the room, what I came across was a huge 3-headed dog, with the 3 of them looking at me and growling menacingly. Growling. I then looked over at the Cerberus, and with eyes sparkling with excitement I said happily, "Hi puppy," and I fully entered the room without fear. Fluffy then looked at me confused, the middle head leaning cutely to the side. And using the connection to send positive feelings to him, I approached with confidence, but demonstrating that I wasn't a threat. I also saw the trapdoor he was protecting, but I decided to ignore that for now. When I got in front of Fluffy, I reached out my hand in an attempt to pet him, only he was too tall and I couldn't reach him. Fluffy then sniffed my hand, and realizing I wasn't a threat, he licked my hand and lowered their heads for me to pet, which I did immediately. "Who is the cute scary dog?" "It's you." I cooed, lying down on one of Fluffy's giant heads. "Grr," he growled. Not a threatening growl, but a satisfied. After that, I played with the big Cerberus for a while, but in the meantime I was using my senses to try and feel deeper into the trapdoor, like a radar. Raying. Sigh. "Sorry big boy, but I'll have to leave," I said as soon as I heard the bell ring, signaling lunchtime. And as soon as I said that, Fluffy whimpered, ducking her head. "No need to be sad. I'll stop by to see you again," I said to cheer him up. Which worked, as he lifted his head with his tail wagging happily behind him. "Well. Then I'll be on my way," I said getting up from the floor and giving him one last pat on the head. And as soon as I got to the door, I turned to him, "And next time I come here I'm going to bring you a big piece of steak," I said smiling. "Woof," the 3 heads barked. And with that I left the room, waving goodbye to the big dog. After leaving the room, I took one last look at the door. And wandless, I cast a stronger locking spell, one that would probably stop even 4th years. I think having the headmaster and the teachers know that I walked into this room and tightened security isn't as bad as having them know that I killed a troll without a hitch. Satisfied with my work, I started down towards the Great Hall for lunch. After lunch and notifying Terry and Anthony, who for some unknown reason were blue and pink and looking sullenly at each other, that I was going to spend the rest of the day walking around, I continued to prowl the castle, marking each corner I passed on my parchment. By the time dinner came, I had already passed the 4th and 5th floors, and all that was left was the 6th and 7th floors and the grounds outside Hogwarts. And if all went well, I would have this map complete shortly after the Gryffindor vs Slytherin Quidditch match, which was supposed to take place in 2 weeks' time. Here I was, calmly eating my breakfast, enjoying the peace that was in the castle, and thinking about what classes I'm taking today. And ignoring Anthony who was looking at the older Hufflepuff girls almost drooling. "Why don't you go talk to them?" Terry asked bored after a while. "Me. For them to laugh at me or for me to embarrass me?" "Thanks, but no," Anthony waved, shaking his head. He then looked at Terry through narrowed eyes. "Why don't you go?" he challenged. "Meh," he shrugged, "I'm fine staying here in my corner." "Are you sure? Or is this fear?" I asked, joining the conversation, looking at him with a sneer. "Scared? Me? PFFF," Terry scoffed, "since you guys are so confident, why don't we do a bet? Whoever is chosen will have to go there to the Hufflepuff table and try to flirt with one of the older girls," he said, looking at both of us in defiance. "I accept," Anthony said. Anthony and Terry then looked at each other and glared at each other with defiance. They then looked at the Hufflepuff table, and then at me. "Nah, I'd rather stay here and watch you two embarrass yourself," I shrugged lazily. "Fearful," they said, and I shrugged again. "Well, how are we going to do the draw?" Anthony asked right away, seeing that I didn't mind his teasing. "Let's draw with a coin," Terry replied, taking one galleon from his bag. Why don't draw in a way that is more skill-dependent than luck? Anthony asked, realizing that a coin was not a very smart way to decide a challenge. First time I see him say something smart, I thought in surprise. So he really has some intelligence. Are you afraid? Terry started to say, hiding the mischievous smile that threatened to creep across his face, knowing that this would cause a reaction from Anthony. Ha! Me, scared. As if, Anthony said, falling into Terry's obvious trap. I take back what I said about him having some intelligence, I sighed. Okay, so let's draw the coin, Terry began. I get heads, you get tails. Okay, but what if the coin falls in the middle? Anthony asked. If that happens, Ethan will be chosen, Terry replied, getting ready to flip the coin. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Anthony said confused, and then the realization hit him, that means it's going to be practically impossible for him to be chosen. How will this be fair to us? He asked with furrowed brows. I don't even want to take on this challenge of yours, so does it really matter if I'm less likely to be chosen than you guys? I asked with a raised eyebrow. All right. I rolled my eyes at Anthony. If the coin falls in the middle, not only will I meet the challenge today, I'll also do it for the whole week and in every house, I said, and I could see Terry shrugging as if he didn't care that I had little or no chance of getting drawn. But, sigh, okay, Anthony sighed. I really can't believe he accepted it, I thought, shaking my head. Okay. So Anthony will be chosen if tails fall, I if heads fall, and Ethan if the coin gets in the middle. Terry said, preparing the coin. He then tossed the coin in the air, and the boys' attention went directly to her. The coin then dropped onto the table and began to rotate, stopping slowly. Hey, it has a 50% chance of falling heads and 50% of falling tails, and it's practically impossible for the coin to stop in the middle, so that means Anthony or Terry will have to meet the challenge, I thought, not worried at all with the coin, as I knew it was practically impossible for me to be chosen. Damn it. What's the possibility? I wondered, cursing any god of luck in my head as I walked over to Hufflepuff's table. The damn coin only had one job. One. Which was to fall on one side, or the other. But no, she had to fall in the middle. In the fucking middle. I kept cursing. As I cursed in my mind, it didn't take me long to reach the Hufflepuff table. I then looked over at Ravenclaw's table and saw that Anthony and Terry were giving me thumbs up in encouragement. I then took a deep breath, and under the Puff's prying eyes I walked over to Susan, and sat down beside her. Ignoring the surprise of some students and Susan herself. Ethan. Susan exclaimed in surprise. Susan. I repeated, mimicking the tone of his voice. What? What? Huh? She looked at me confused, and then shook her head. What are you doing here? She whispered. Having breakfast. I said slowly with a raised eyebrow. I meant in the Hufflepuff table, Susan whispered to me. Sitting down, I replied. Serious, she said dryly. Who would that friend of yours be, Susan? Just then a voice sounded. And looking in the direction of the voice, I saw in the seat across from us a boy who could only be described as handsome. He was tall and strong, with sharp features, dark hair, and gray eyes. And this boy was none other than the vampire, the most unlucky wizard in the franchise, Cedric Diggory. Unlucky because his importance was to die to bring greater weight to the story. I'm not saying he was irrelevant, but rather that his death was simply meant to add weight to the franchise, and that was one of the only things he brought to the franchise that mattered. Oh, said. This one is Ethan. A friend and colleague from Ravenclaw, Susan replied. She then turned to me, and Ethan. This is Cedric Diggory, one of my seniors and one of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team players. Well, he's the reserve seeker, but that still counts as a player. She then reached into my ear and whispered, my aunt and his dad work in the ministry, and because of that, we've known each other since we were children. I nodded my head. I then looked at Diggory and held my hand out to him. Nice. I'm Ethan Knight, but my friends call me Ethan, I said with a friendly smile. Cedric then shook my hand. As you heard from Susan, I'm Cedric Diggory, and my friends call me Cedric or Ced, he said with his own smile. Look what we've got here. Two handsome boys shaking hands, one of the older girls said in a flirtatious tone, but obviously joking. Cedric, who received a compliment so blatantly, thus began to blush in embarrassment. But I, who was born shameless, lived shameless, and I'm going to die shameless, I couldn't let her escape so easily, mainly because I still had a challenge to do. And who is this beautiful lady? I asked with a charming smile, turning to the older girl. She had black hair and blue eyes, with a pretty, soft face. She looked like she was in 7th or 6th year. Oh, a gentleman I see, she said with a soft smile. She then held out her hand to me. Paige, Violet Page. I then took her hand, turned it palm down, and lightly kissed the back of her hand, never taking my eyes off her face. Nice to meet you, Miss Page. And she, who hadn't expected me to greet her so nobly like that, began to stammer out my reply, looking at me in surprise and embarrassment. And I started to smile seeing that, taking a look at the Ravenclaw table and seeing Anthony and Terry looking at me like fish out of water. And while all of this was going on, the other students at the Hufflepuff table around us began to look at the scene with wide eyes in amusement, with Susan pouting and looking annoyed at Paige. PFFF. He caught you there, Violet, one of Violet's friends said as she covered her mouth with her hand to stop herself from laughing. He just caught me off guard, Violet huffed as she crossed her arms trying to look nonchalant, but her cheeks flushed with embarrassment gave her away. Her friend opened her mouth to continue teasing her, but before she could say anything I started talking. Well, Miss Paige, I didn't know you had such pretty friends, I said looking at the friend who was teasing her. Huh, she replied intelligently. I'm really starting to find it fun to tease these girls. I've done it at Ravenclaw, but the only girls at Ravenclaw I could play and flirt like that were my classmates, who are too young for me, and some of the older girls like Emily, Allison, Victoria, Penelope, and Elora Dunn, the Ravenclaw's reserve chaser. And of all of them, Penelope is the most fun to tease, mainly because of her rigid personality, so it's always fun to see her reactions to being hit on. Had I known Hufflepuff had so many beautiful girls in her, I would have begged Sorting Hat to put me here, I said looking at the girls at the table causing some embarrassed looks and some blushes, but I guess I'll have to be content to look at you from my sad and lonely Raven's table, I continued in a resigned tone. I then looked at the girls again, and with renewed vigor I said happily, but well, I guess just being around such gracious and charming ladies is enough for me, and by my empathy I could feel a wave of happiness, satisfaction, pride and shame coming from the Hufflepuff girls. Probably because they are considered from the student's house of no good qualities, they shouldn't receive that much praise, so it makes sense for them to be happy for these simple praises. Damn, he's good, one of the older boys mumbled impressed. And the boys around nodded in agreement, looking at me with a mixture of jealousy and respect. This is the power of intelligence, one of the boys asked no one in particular, noting something in a diary he had taken from some unknown place. Thank you, Violet, who has recovered from her embarrassment, said coquettishly. And I winked at her in response. Yes, that was very flattering, fourth-year girl, Beatrice Haywood, said truly gratefully. Hold on. You look familiar to me. One of the girls said, gaining the table's attention, aren't you Ravenclaw Star, she exclaimed. And with that some of the students turned their faces towards me and started looking at me in surprise. How do they know about this nickname? I asked myself suspiciously. The Star of Ravenclaw, one of the sophomore boys exclaimed, that Ravenclaw Star. What broke the house points records in the first month? The same one who became Ravenclaw Chaser and who defeated and killed the troll. That Ravenclaw Star, he asked looking at me in awe. Ugh. I'm going to kill whoever gave me that stupid nickname, I moaned in exasperation. That Star of Ravenclaw, that same girl said, I should have known sooner. First year, last name Knight, sharp tongue, beautiful amber eyes with hair that looks like it's been tousled by the wind. Sigh, she continued, sighing dreamily in the end. She must have realized what she said then, as she started to turn red with embarrassment, which earned some giggles from the students around us. I think they can add gentlemen and flirt to their conquests already, Violet said amusedly, not wanting to miss the chance to embarrass me and return the embarrassment I put her through. As soon as she was done talking, I slammed my forehead on the table, grunting tiredly, don't give them any idea. The titles I have are bad enough, and if I add more I'll have more people looking for me when I pass through the halls. On. Don't look like that. If they piss you off too much, you can scare them off using that dark spell you used to disintegrate the troll, Violet said amused, obviously mocking me. And as I lifted my head slightly from the table, I stared at her out of the corner of my eye, which didn't have much effect on her. And speaking of troll, Susan started to say, turning to me with narrowed eyes, what were you thinking when you decided to face a bloody troll, she asked angrily as she slapped at my arm. Something like, die you bastard, die, and how cool I look doing that, I said with a smile, which started to slowly fade under the intense gaze of the little Hufflepuff girl. How cool you look doing that? Susan asked dangerously. Well. I started to look around for help, but everyone turned away. My eyes then dropped to the Gryffindor table, and an idea came to my mind, it was Potter and Weasley's fault. I said accusingly. Potter and Weasley, she asked. Yeah. If it wasn't for their stupidity, I wouldn't have had to face the troll, I said, nodding. So if you want to blame someone, blame the two Gryffindor idiots, not the cute and sexy first year of Ravenclaw, I continued shamelessly. Susan then started looking at Potter and Weasley, who were sitting quietly eating their breakfast. Potter and Weasley, who were talking, suddenly felt a shiver down their backs, as if death were judging them. Phew. I managed to get out of this. I thought as I wiped the sweat off my forehead. Glad Susan had found a new target for her anger. And from that I learned the valuable lesson that 11-year-old girls are scary. And as I thanked the heavens for getting me out of an earful, I heard the students chuckling around us and a cough that sounded like something akin to whipped, which made my lips twitch. House of Loyalty my ass I thought, sending a slight glance to the Puffs. Well, changing the subject, what are you actually doing at our table, Ethan? Megan, who was sitting a few seats away, asked me. Nothing much, I shrugged my shoulders. I just wanted to sit at my friend's table from another house. And I was also curious to meet other puffs other than you, I replied. Besides, there's no rule that forbids students from sitting at other tables. Megan nodded. Why? Don't you want me here? I asked sadly as I held my chest dramatically. What? Oh. No. That's not what I meant, Megan said, trying to explain. But then she saw me giggling and realized I was teasing her. Humph. You're intimidating me, she said, crossing her arms and turning her face away. Cute, I thought, amused. Don't be like that. If you accept my apology, I can let you fly in my Nimbus 2000-inch, I said. And she quickly changed her attitude, turning to me with a hopeful smile on her face. Serious? She asked. Yes, I nodded my head. Yay, she cheered, almost getting up from her seat. But don't tell anyone, I said to her softly, even though I knew the others at the table were listening. The teachers can't know that, and she immediately nodded her head in agreement. I then turned to the others at the table and winked at them, making a silent gesture with my finger, to which they nodded with amused smiles on their faces. Glad Smith isn't here, or he could say something to try and get Megan and me in trouble, I thought, knowing all too well the snobby boy's nothing Hufflepuff personality. Today was a normal school day, and my classmates and I had just gotten out of yet another class with the dungeon bat, aka Snape. We were in the common room doing the potions rehearsal the professor gave us today. Well, I was doing the rehearsal. Anthony and Terry were playing chess under Sue's watchful eye, who decided to act as a referee. They will probably do the rehearsal close to the due date, or in Anthony's case, exactly the day before. I hate potions class, Stephen said, as he plopped down on the couch in front of me. Did you start hating potion classes just now? Connor asked between a mixture of disbelief and sarcasm. As if Stephen huffed, I just wanted to remind everyone how much I hate the classes of that disgusting and greasy snake. PFFF. Disgusting and greasy snake, Mandy chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Does he know what personal hygiene is? Morag said, and then started to laugh like that was the funniest thing in the world. Someone must have traded in his conditioner for grease, Sue commented, and he must suspect it was someone from Gryffindor. That's why they're his main targets, and this part was greeted with a nod of agreement from everyone who heard what she said, even some older students. Apparently Professor Snape is more disliked than I thought, because even Sue is making fun of him, I thought in surprise, but more at how much he is hated than at how much these children can hold grudges. What did he look like in high school? Anthony then asked curiously. Ugly and unbearable, Connor scoffed. Annoying, sad and arrogant. Padma, who was quiet, gave her opinion. Well, he was probably all of that, and he probably didn't have any friends yet, Terry commented. Probably, Stephen agreed contemptuously. It's amazing to think they basically got his personality right, even if it's just the bad parts, just seeing how he acts like an adult. I thought impressed, although he as an adult looks more like a kid with tantrum when he's having his moments. Severus, I hate everyone and I can show you why I have more authority than you, Snape, I mused. I may not hate the man, but I have to agree that sometimes, or almost always, he goes overboard. And you, Ethan? What do you think he looked like? Terry asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. Emo. I shrugged. And those who knew what an emo was started to think, and after a while they nodded in agreement. They then continued to guess what Professor Snape was like in childhood. And I, who was watching all this from my chair, could only roll my eyes. Kids, I sighed. After a while, everyone calmed down and went back to doing what they were doing before. After finishing my last essay, I took out my wand and cast a tempest. And in it I saw that it was almost dinner time. What spell is this? Stephen asked me curiously. It's the tempest spell, and it shows the time. It's a basic household spell, and it's in almost every third-year spell book, I replied to him as I packed my things. It's a third-year spell, and can you cast it yet? Stephen asked me in surprise, to which I replied looking at him with a raised eyebrow. He then remembered that I had been doing advanced and difficult stuff at the level of third-year spells since the beginning of the semester. Oh, never mind, he said, embarrassed. I then warned everyone that dinner was almost starting, and with that they started to get ready so that we could go to the Great Hall. When November came, the weather began to lessen, causing the previously cold castle to begin to cool even more. Hallways with large windows brought cool breezes in, which blew in the students' faces. The Black Lake was frozen, the castle grounds were covered with ice and snow, and even the animals in the pen had to be moved from their place so they would not be left in the cold. And this cold weather, which was bad for many, was very good for me. And I think this is due to my beast power, which makes me more comfortable in both cold and warm climates. I spent mornings walking peacefully around the castle, not worrying about bumping into anyone, as all the students prefer to stay in warmer places like the dorms. In the afternoons I would stay in the common room, the library, the room of requirement training, or on the patio playing and chatting with my friends. And at night I stayed in the common room or my bedroom, finishing my lessons ahead of time or making plans for the future. In addition to these things, I would visit Hagrid, who would ask me to have tea with him once a week, and impressively I still haven't found the trio there. I also went to the Forbidden Forest to venture out and get more ingredients, and also to see the Thestrals and the Little Foal, along with other creatures. And every now and then I would stop by Myrtle's bathroom to chat with her and to find out about the new castle gossip. And I was surprised to find out that Richard from Gryffindor was cheating on his girlfriend Samaya from Ravenclaw with her best friend. This is like a Mexican soap opera. Continuing. The boys and I also spent some time playing in the snow outside the castle. And there was even a moment when Terry and I bewitched Anthony with sternutatio, so he'd sneeze all the time, and halidus ignis, which made him spew fire from his mouth whenever he breathed. And putting the two together, Anthony spent the entire afternoon spraying fire like a flamethrower. He was even used by Professor Sprout to melt some snow from the greenhouse, and he even received house points for it. Hogwarts, corridors. I was returning with the boys from yet another walk in the school's snowy courtyard, when we ran into the castle's resident poltergeist, Peeves, who was throwing paint snowballs at the students. As soon as Peeves saw us, he started throwing balls at us too. "Get out of here, Peeves," Anthony said as he dodged one of the snowballs. "Yeah, if not we'll call the Bloody Baron," Terry threatened, also dodging a snowball with pink paint. "Haha, the little first year's threatening me." "Tuts, tuts," Peeves said mockingly as he waved his index finger at us. He then started to throw the snowballs even more fiercely. I stood still as I calmly dodged the balls, with Anthony and Terry still threatening him and telling him to stop. I was calm, but he kept throwing the balls, and by the time he threw the tent at me I was already seriously annoyed. "Peeves," my voice came out in a low, menacing tone, "I suggest you listen to the warning and stop throwing balls at us," I told him. "Ha! And who are you two?" Peeves began, turning to look at me, only for the words to start to trail out of his mouth until he was silent. The reason for Peeves' silence was that he met my gaze and froze in fear at what he saw. I was looking at him with menacingly narrowed eyes, letting some of my magic leak out just to make a bigger impression. And without my noticing, my pupils slitted and my eyes began to glow dangerously. I then looked at Peeves, who was shaking with fear, and with a half growl I said, "Get out," and that was enough to make him turn around, dropping the snowballs, and run away from me without looking back, disappearing down the hall. This should teach him a lesson, I thought, getting back to keeping my magic at bay with my eyes returning to normal. "Wow," Terry said, mouth open. "That was..." Anthony started to say, but I cut him off. "Amazing. Very impressive. Too cool and hot," I asked with an arrogant smile. Terry and Anthony then looked at each other and nodded to each other. They then raised their hands. Slap. Ouch. Saturday. The school today was much more lively and tense, as today would be the first game of this year's Quidditch season, with the first two teams to face each other being Slytherin and Gryffindor. Everyone is excited to see this match, not only because they like Quidditch or because Slytherin's feud with Gryffindor is legendary, but also because this is the debut match for the new Seeker of the Lions, who also happens to be the defeater of the Dark Lord and the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Everyone talks about whether he's going to be a good player or how many minutes it will take before he falls off the broom. And that seemed to create pressure on Potter, who couldn't even eat properly. When it was 11 o'clock, the whole school started heading to the Quidditch pitch to prepare for the match, with my classmates and me being no different. I'm not as excited as they are, as I already know what the outcome of the match will be, that is, if my existence hasn't changed at all. But even though I'm not excited to watch the game, this is still going to be the first Quidditch match I'll ever see. Of course, not counting the games that appeared in the movies. Quidditch pitch, East bleachers. "Sigh, so cold," Anthony said, rubbing his hands together to keep them warm. We were sitting in the stands that divided the Gryffindor crowd from the Slytherin crowd, and actually we had to listen to one crowd mocking the other. "I hope this game is over soon," Lisa said, snuggling deeper into the large scarf she was sharing with Padma. "What are you guys talking about? This is the first Quidditch match I see. How can you not be excited?" Stephen said, jumping excitedly in place, and looking at the pitch and bleachers in awe. "It's because some of us like to preserve our physical and mental health," Terry said dryly, being the one who was most dressed up, and also being the one who hated the cold most. "I'm not that bothered," I said nonchalantly, wearing only a dark blue sweater and a black scarf with silver accents. "I still don't know how you do it," Terry shook his head, "it's freezing, and you're not even shivering." "I always said it was hot," I said with a cheeky smile on my face, which made Terry roll his eyes. I then felt someone touching my left arm, and when I looked to the side I saw Sue looking at me in surprise. "You are really hot," she said in amazement, "HM. "May I?" she asked hesitantly as she pointed to my arm, and I nodded at her. After my confirmation, she hugged my arm and snuggled into it, sighing in satisfaction. "Ah, so good," she said relaxedly. "What? Really?" Padma exclaimed. Then she and Lisa came to my side and grabbed my other arm, surprised when they realized my body was warm. And without asking permission, they clung to me for warmth, ignoring the amused looks of others. And now here I was, being grabbed by 3 11-year-old girls, who from time to time sighed contentedly and rubbed their faces against me. I then felt Terry's gaze on me, and I could see him looking enviously at the girls. And when he saw me staring at him, he gave me his best doggy-eyed imitation. "Ethan, I can." "No," I interrupted, looking at him blank-faced. Terry then wilted back into his seat, sniffling slightly as he glanced at the girls every now and then. While we were playing and talking, a voice echoed through the pitch, catching everyone's attention. "Hello ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first game of the 91-92 Quidditch season." Lee, who was the announcer for the match, exclaimed excitedly into his microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students started screaming and clapping loudly, causing my ears to hurt a little. Yeah. I know you guys love me," he teased, getting a few chuckles, "but we're not here to talk about how handsome I'm, or how I'm single. We're here to watch the teams play. Gryffindor and Slytherin," he yelled at the end, earning an ovation from the two crowds, who tried to raise their voices one above the other. "And to open up the game. Here's the Slytherin team," he said, but not with such emotion. The captain and chaser, Marcus Flint, followed shortly after by the other two chasers, Nathan Pummel and Adrian Pusey. And then the beaters, Frederick Rosier and Vance Doyler, the keeper, Miles Bletchley, and the seeker, Terrence Higgs. And with that, 7 people flew past on their broomsticks, circling the pitch before stopping at the side of the Slytherin team. And the snake crowd began to cheer and scream in support of their house team. "It's weird to see all these pure and noble wizards acting like that," Terry commented. "Terry, you're one of those pure and noble wizards," I reminded him, and that immediately shut him up. "I'm the only one who finds the announcer a little biased," Anthony asked. "He's a Gryffindor, and the game is against Slytherin," Lisa reminded him. "But shouldn't they put someone from another house then? At least to have someone impartial?" Stephen asked confused. "Well, I don't think that would work very well," Terry said. "Why?" Stephen asked curiously. "Because it's against Slytherin," Terry and Lisa responded in sync. "Oh, it makes sense," Stephen shrugged. "Yes, applause for the Snakes team," Lee spoke in a tone that obviously meant the opposite, earning a little booing from the Slytherins, "but now it's time for the team proclaimed the best the school has ever had." "A round of applause for the Gryffindor team," he screamed. And with that the Gryffindor crowd went wild, with everyone jumping and applauding. And in the middle of the crowd, a flag was erected that said, "Potter for President," glowing multicolored, with a large animated lion drawn underneath. "In my game I want you to make a better crowd than this one," I commented. "Here we have our fantastic captain and keeper, Oliver Wood. Followed by the best beaters of all time, the dynamic duo, George and Fred Weasley. And right behind us we have the most beautiful chasers in school, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell." Lee said it all in one breath, cheering the Gryffindor crowd, and now, debuting as the new Gryffindor seeker, youngest of the century, Harry Potter. And that was the signal for all the Gryffindors and students from other houses to cheer as 7 more players entered the pitch, who flew in formation until they stopped in the Gryffindor area. "I think this game already has a favorite," Sue commented, getting a snort from me, Terry, and Padma. "And as referee and judge, we have our flight instructor, Madam Hooch." Madam Hooch then climbed into the air on her broom and stopped in front of the captains of the 2 teams who went to mid-pitch. "I want an honest and fair game," she said, looking mostly at Flint. "Now shake hands." The 2 captains then shook hands, but it looked more like they were trying to break each other's hands. After that the 2 split up and went to their respective teams, forming up for the game. Madam Hooch then put her whistle in her mouth and blew. And the hiss kicked off the match, sending both teams racing toward the quaffle and the bludgers. The game started and the players started to play. The Slytherins were, unbelievably, playing dirty. They committed fouls and stuff, knowing that players can't be kicked out of the game like in soccer when they get a red card. From where I was looking, the Gryffindor team was just as good as the Slytherin team, but because of dirty play, the Slytherins were ahead. Damn. Why doesn't Madam Hooch kick out that ugly chaser of Slytherin? He almost knocked Potter off his broom. Stephen exclaimed indignantly. "There's no expulsion in Quidditch, Stephen," Sue replied, still snuggled into my arm. "It's written in the book Quidditch Through the Ages I lent you. Haven't you read it?" "Oh, I forgot," he said sheepishly, earning an eye roll from Sue. "That way Slytherin will end up winning," Mandy said. "Nah. Gryffindor will win," I said calmly, causing my friends to turn to me. "They go?" Anthony asked, and I nodded. "I doubt it," Corner huffed. "The Gryffindor team can't keep the quaffle on hand for 2 passes, how are they going to win? With Slytherin playing dirty, on top of that." "Hey, do you think so?" I asked with a smile on my face, which grew to a devilish grin. "Wanted to bet?" I asked. "A bet?" Corner echoed. "What kind of bet?" Let's bet who wins, of course, I said. Are you sure, Ethan? You're not very lucky with betting, Terry commented amusedly, remembering when I had to sit at the Hufflepuff table. I nodded my head. I'm confident I'm going to win. Okay, Corner shrugged. I bet 10 galleons on Slytherin win. And I bet 10 galleons on Gryffindor win, and Potter will still get Snitch, I said confidently. And my last sentence surprised my friends, as they know I'm not Potter's biggest fan. Not that I hate the boy, but for people who love him, if I don't love him too, it automatically means I hate him. But let's raise the stakes, I said, looking at Corner the way a predator looks at his prey. Whoever loses will have to say in front of the entire common room, with all the students close by, that the winner is the better, most beautiful, and smart Ravenclaw. When I was done, all my colleagues looked at this bet with wide eyes, especially Corner, who started to reflect after a moment. Okay, Corner said, nodding his head. Corner and I then shook hands to seal the bet. And right after that, we hear Morag gasp in amazement beside us, pointing to the sky. And looking up we saw why. Potter was now being thrown like on a mechanical bull by his broom, swaying wildly from side to side. I improved my eyes with magic and could clearly see Potter shifting to get his grip on the broom. And looking across the bleachers I saw Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape staring at the broom and muttering something. Very low-key, I thought sarcastically, let's kill boy who lived in the middle of the whole school where there are dozens of capable and experienced wizards, as if none of them could save Potter if he fell off the broom. After taking one last look at Professor Quirrell, I turned to the Gryffindor bleachers, or more specifically, to Granger and Weasley, who had big binoculars and were looking and whispering to each other. Granger then said something to Weasley and began to sneak past the students, towards the Slytherin bleachers. She started to walk past everyone and down the bleachers, but not before bumping into and taking down Professor Quirrell. She unfortunately didn't realize that Potter was already taking control of the broom. Soon after, Granger arrived where Professor Snape was, or more accurately, in the back row, hidden where only the feet of those in front of him could be seen. She then pulled out her wand, and like the cannon set fire to the bars of Professor Snape's robes. And this is the character who so loves teachers and rules putting fair fire on a teacher, I thought amused. I know Gryffindor will probably win the House's Cup at the end of the school year, so I can at least make it difficult for the headmaster when he gives the cup, when he gives house points to the Golden Trio, I thought. I then pulled out my wand silently, trying not to be noticed by the girls still holding me, and with a little concentration I tugged at Granger's shoes, causing her to trip. And her fall must have made some noise, as Professor Snape, having put the fire out of his robes, immediately turned to her. And I, the cause of the situation, watched relaxed and amused as Professor Snape took Granger by the arms with an angry scowl and began to drag her to where Professor McGonagall was. But not before yelling something at her that sounded a lot like 50 points less from Gryffindor. Maybe I'm hearing things, I shrugged. I then turned my gaze back to the match, just in time to see Potter advancing with his broom towards a glowing golden ball. Something that probably only I could see. Potter swooped down with his broom, and in a flurry of confusion, he ended up swallowing the snitch. He then landed on the pitch floor, and under everyone's gaze, he spat something into his hand. And raising his hand aloft, a golden ball was on display for all to see. I got the snitch, he shouted excitedly. And that was enough to wake the Gryffindor crowd out of their confusion, causing all the lions to go crazy and start screaming and cheering. They won. Terry exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Gryffindor won. And Potter got the snitch. Corner said shocked. His eyes then widened as if he had noticed something else, and turning to me, he said, that means, you won the bet. Hey, I smirked smugly, I expect my galleons until Monday and the rest of the bet can be paid any day this week, I said, which brought a frown to Corner's face, who huffed irritably, turning around and leaving the pitch. The sweet taste of victory. Well, let's go back to the castle. It should be warmer there, I said, receiving nods in agreement. Girls. Could you let me go so we can go to the castle? I asked, noticing that I still had 3 girls dangling from my arms. Nah, very comfortable, Sue said. Cozy and warm, Padma said sleepily. Then. It's very comfortable here, Lisa scornfully. My right eye started to twitch at their responses. But before I could say anything, they started to drag me towards the castle, with some of our classmates looking strangely or amused at the scene of a boy being dragged by 3 girls. The girls continued to drag me along, not the least bit bothered by the stairs. Well, Padma was a little embarrassed, but comfort won out over shame and she didn't leave me. I wish I was there, Terry said in an envious tone. Being grabbed by 3 girls? Stephen asked amused. What do you mean? Terry asked confused. Anthony and Stephen then looked at him questioningly, and he then understood what they asked. Ah. Why yes. That's what I'm jealous of, hee hee. Being grabbed by 3 girls. Yes, that's right. Hee hee, Terry started to laugh nervously, averting his eyes suspiciously. Okay then. Stephen said slowly, deciding to ignore Terry's odd behavior. Hey. What are you guys waiting for? Let's go, I called as I saw they were lagging behind as I was used as a heater by 3 Ravenclaw Lolas. We're on our way, Terry said hurriedly, happy to find a way to escape the awkward mood that had remained. The boys then started running to catch up, and as soon as we were all together, we started towards the castle, planning to warm up in the common room fireplace with hot chocolate. POV, third person. Dude, you did it. You got the snitch and we beat those disgusting snakes. Weasley exclaimed excitedly as Potter reached his side outside the Quidditch pitch. I know. I can already imagine Malfoy's face when he sees us, Potter said happily and expectantly. Congratulations, Harry. Hagrid, who had just arrived at the boys' side, congratulated Potter, patting the little Gryffindor on the back that nearly knocked the skinny boy over. Step by the hut after celebrating with your classmates, the half-giant said. He then parted ways with the 2 happy boys, who were going to celebrate in the Gryffindor common room. Minerva McGonagall's office. POV, Minerva. You have to do something. That know-it-all brat set me on fire. Severus yelled angrily, causing Miss Granger sitting opposite me shivered slightly. And I resisted the urge to massage my temples. Calm down, Professor Snape. Let's start from the beginning, I said, trying to understand how we got into this situation. I just remember being happy for Gryffindor's victory in this morning's match, when Professor Snape arrived irritated as he dragged along a panicked Miss Granger. And now here I am, hearing that one of my best students set a teacher on fire. It's okay that this teacher is Severus. And even I feel like setting him on fire at times. But that doesn't mean she should literally do it. For Merlin's sake. What else do you need to know? She set me on fire. That's simple to understand. She set fire on me. Professor Snape said slowly, gritting his teeth. And because, by the way, Miss Granger set fire in you? I asked, looking into Severus' eyes. And out of the corner of my eye I could see Miss Granger shiver and pale in her chair. Did she really set him on fire? I realized, shocked. Severus then took a deep breath to calm himself, and when he regained control of his emotions, he started to tell what happened. I was in the Slytherin stands, and suddenly my cloak started to catch on fire. After I put the fire out, I heard someone. He said, looking at Miss Granger, falling down, and then I saw Miss Granger here, slumped behind my row in the bleachers. And as soon as I looked at her, she freaked out and tried to run away. And I don't think I need to say why she's the main suspect where she's obviously the culprit, he finished frowning. And now I didn't even try to stop myself from massaging my temples. Why did it have to be a Gryffindor? I sighed inwardly, frustrated with the situation. Miss Granger, do you have something to say? I asked. It was the Bluebell Flame's charm. It was harmless to Professor Snape. Granger muttered under her breath, looking down. This still does not justify or take away the weight of their actions. You set a teacher on fire. That was a dangerous and foolish thing to do, and this can earn you an expulsion, I chided her. And as soon as I talked about the expulsion, Miss Granger snapped her head up, and looked at me in panic. Expulsion, she repeated, turning pale so fast I thought she was a ghost animagus. You set me on fire. A teacher, you silly girl. Do you think that's no reason for expulsion? Severus said dryly, glaring at Miss Granger, getting pleased to see her getting even paler. Yes, Miss Granger. Your act is more than enough for an expulsion. But. I lingered the but, causing Miss Granger looked at me hopefully. I won't expel you. Won't you? The 2 exclaimed, surprised. With one of them very happy and relieved and the other very angry. No, I won't, I replied calmly. And before anyone could speak, I continued, you're a brilliant and very diligent witch, and it would be a shame for the school to lose someone like you, so I won't expel you, even though you've done something very wrong, irresponsible, and foolish, because I know you can still redeem yourself. Miss Granger then sighed in relief. But you still have to take a punishment, I continued, which made Miss Granger looked at me nervously. Since Professor Snape has already deducted 40 points from you, I will only supplement your punishment. You will write 6 feet of parchment with the phrase, I must not try to burn my teachers, and you will still have it 2 months of detention with Filch. But. No, but Miss Granger, I interrupted, looking at her grimly, this will be your punishment, there's an end of it. Sigh. Okay. Miss Granger said, with her head down. Minerva. That can't, Severus started to say, obviously unsatisfied with the punishment. That's my choice, Severus. And I won't change it, I said, giving him a look that said not to argue with me. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some essays to correct, I said, dismissing them. And with that Severus huffed annoyed and left my office, not saying a single word. And a Miss Granger crestfallen followed him shortly after, leaving a little, by Professor, before closing the door. As soon as they left, I dropped into my chair heavily, tired of all this mess. Sigh, I think I'm going to ask Poppy for a headache potion. Hagrid's hut. POV, third person. After a huge celebration in the Gryffindor common room, Potter and Weasley grabbed their coats and headed to Hagrid's hut as promised. Here. Have a drink to warm up, Hagrid said, placing 2 cups of tea on the table for the 2 Gryffindor boys. Thanks, Hagrid. Potter thanked. Where's Hermione? He asked after seeing that the thick-haired witch wasn't with them and didn't even show up at the common room celebration. The last time I saw her, she said she would fix the problem with. Weasley started to respond, only to stop when he remembered something. Harry. We know who was jinxing your broom, he said urgently. Really? Who? Potter asked. It was Snape, Weasley said. Hermione and I saw him staring at his broom and muttering something, and that's what you do when you want to jinx something. Snape. Bullshit. Hagrid, who had been listening in, denied vehemently. Why would Professor Snape do something like that? Potter and Weasley looked at each other, and with a nod they decided to share their assumptions with Hagrid. Well, we found out before Potter could continue to speak, someone knocked on the door. Asterisk knock. Knock asterisk. Hagrid. Boys. Are you there? Granger called. And Hagrid went and opened the door, letting her in. Hermione, where have you been? Weasley asked as Granger sat heavily in her chair. I got caught by Professor Snape when I stopped him from jinxing Harry's broom, and he took me to Professor McGonagall's office. And now I've lost 40 points and I'm going to get 2 months of detention with Flitch, Granger replied, part annoyed and part disappointment. What? Really? Weasley exclaimed in shock, with Potter and Hagrid looking at Granger in surprise. Yes. But I don't want to talk about it, she said annoyed. What were you guys talking about before I arrived? She asked, wanting to change the subject. Potter and Weasley then exchanged a look, and Potter started to say. Well, we were going to tell Hagrid what we found out about Snape, and... This part of here is a little difficult. I muttered in concentration, bending over a table, working on one of my most complex and exciting projects yet. I was currently in the room of requirement, working on finishing my own Marauders map, which I had been creating for 4 weeks without interruption. I even left some of my other workouts aside just to finish this project. Now I just need to put this here, modify that, make this part smoother, and... There. I finally got it. I've created an improved version of Marauders map. I exclaimed excitedly, holding in my hand a detailed bracelet of dark blue leather and steel, with a small opaque black stone in the center. This is my masterpiece. I said, looking in wonder and satisfaction at the simple yet beautiful accessory in my hand. I chose the map design to be a bracelet because it's more practical and affordable and it looks cool. And that said, right now I felt like a presenter in a TV commercial. Anyway. The bracelet is made from the skin of a red-bellied Dutch black dragon, which according to the books, has a tough, malleable skin which, when used to make items with the leather, can provide the item with magical resistance, comfort, and ease of enchanting him. The steel in the bracelet is common steel cast from the same silver used to make the sickles, which can conduct magic. And the black stone is an obsidian star, a stone, or gem depending on what you want to call it, which conducts and stores magic, as well as being great for engraving runes. And these 3 items in particular, were easy to find, but rather difficult to get. But with the help of the goblins, who for a small price placed orders for purchases and deliveries, I managed to acquire them. Dragon leather is expensive, but it is sold in many high-end wizarding stores, particularly those that sell dueling clothing or accessories, as dragon leather is the main item used for armor and holsters. The sickle silver were also easy to get, but because they are enchanted by the magic of globins like the galleon and the canute, it is very resistant to fire and almost impossible to melt with common fire, so I had to ask the goblins for a bottle with the steel and silver already fused and melted. The star obsidian is an easily found magic item, as it is one of the common items used in creating runes, along with other types of stones and jewelry. The bracelet also has a total of 19 different enchantments and spells, and more than 38 runes, which together serve to transform the simple bracelet into a fucking map, with many functions and details. The bracelet could only be activated by a specific code, and only those who had the magic signature memorized by the central stone would be recognized by speaking the code, and only then would the stone authorize the activation of the map. I've done this so that it won't be used by anyone who knows the password. The bracelet didn't specifically need the activation code to open the map, but the magic of the person who wears it. However, since almost no one knows how to pass magic through the body in a controlled manner, they cannot, like me, put magic on the bracelet to activate it. And that's where the activation phrase comes in, as it serves to make the bracelet and the center stone mainly pull some of the magic out of whoever is using it, thus allowing it to be unlocked. This is why it is not just anyone who can wear and activate the bracelet, but only those recognized by me, who am the administrator. I kind of created the bracelets and made them recognize me first, so I need to say a code to allow other people to use it. Another thing about the bracelet is that it doesn't turn into a map, but rather allows a map to be played in other objects and places. Like for example, if I activate the bracelet, and touch the central stone to some scroll or table, the map of Hogwarts will appear in those places. And oddly enough this was done using a simple 4th-year spell. Maps have a search function, in which we can look for places, objects, or people, just saying their name. And we can still name these places and objects ourselves. For example, if I want to name Myrtle's bathroom, entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, I just need to speak for the map. Objects work differently, as I have to put a spell on this object in advance, so the map would work as a tracker. The castle has a ward of intentions and lethal magic, which means that the bracelet also has that function, and because of that, whenever someone with bad intentions is in the castle or in the grounds, or is using some spell considered lethal or dark inside it, the stone of the bracelet will shine in red or purple, alerting the wearer, and also leaving the name of the one the castle recognized as the caster of the spell in red. The bracelet also has the function of adding more places to your file. So I can create a map of my house or even the entire neighborhood where I live, and add it to the bracelet, without having to delete the Hogwarts map. But this function has its pros and cons. The pros are that to scan an area, this area doesn't need to have a ward like Hogwarts, as I managed to get around that detail, so I can create a map from anywhere. But this fact is also a con since these places do not have wards, the bracelet and the map will have less functions, that were only possible thanks to the wards. Some of these wards can be replaced with spells, but they still wouldn't have the same practicality as the wards. And those aren't the only functions of the bracelet, it has a few more simple things. Some of these simple functions are even based on the futuristic technology that I saw in movies from my other life, and some of these functions are actually based on technology from my past life. I also got some inspiration from some fanfics I read in my other life. So thanks, futuristic movies and fanfics, for being my inspiration for creating this bracelet. Now I just need to do the finishing touches, and then I'll be ready to show the twins, I said, pulling a few more items out of my bag. After I finished finalizing the final map details, I left the room of requirement and started looking for the twins. And when I turned around the bend in one of the 5th-floor hallways, I saw them walking and whispering to each other, giggling evilly every now and then. "Hey!" I called, causing them to stop their steps and turn to me. I then ran up to them, and when I stopped in front of them, I greeted them, starting with the twin on the right and then the twin on the left. "Hello George." "Hello Ethan." "Hello Fred." "Hello Ethan." The twins then turned to each other. "Hello George." "Hello Fred." And I rolled my eyes at that, an amused little smile on my face. And just as they finished greeting each other, George turned to me again. "I have a question." "How do you always know who's who?" he asked curiously, since whenever we are together I call them by their right names, something not even his own mother can sometimes do. "I just know, call it the sixth sense," I kind of lied as I shrugged my shoulders, "but that aside, I have something fucking awesome and cool to show you guys," I said excitedly. "Oh. And what would it be?" "This thing." "Not here. Let's go somewhere more private," I said, looking at the portraits around us, which pretended not to be listening to our conversation. And then after I said that, I proceeded to lead the two curious redheads down the halls to one of the abandoned classrooms. Arriving in the living room, closing the door, and finishing throwing up some protections, which the twins already knew I could do, I turned to them, and without waiting for them to ask any questions, I reached into my bag and inside it I pulled out the same bracelet I was seeing earlier in the room of requirement. "I would like to introduce you to my masterpiece, my creation, my most amazing project. My improved and updated version of Marauder's map. The Musketeers map, or as I like to call it, Atlas," I said dramatically, placing the bracelet in front of the twins. As soon as I placed the bracelet in front of the twins, they started looking at it curiously and confused. "Is this bracelet a map?" Fred asked dubiously. And George, who had the bracelet in hand, was also looking skeptically at the simple accessory. I nodded. "I know you guys are skeptical about the bracelet. But I can end all your doubts with a demonstration of what it can do," I said, taking the bracelet from George's hand. I then placed it on my wrist and it automatically closed, and after that it scanned me and recognized my magic, and immediately attached itself tightly to my arm, glowing slightly blue before returning to normal, with the only difference being the stone in the middle. It was no longer black and opaque, but silver and shiny. The twins, who saw this happen, looked at the bracelet in surprise and wonder. But that wasn't the end of the surprises. "Noctis," I said my activation phrase, which basically means night in Latin, and even though I knew the code wasn't necessary for me I still used it. The stone then glowed green, which meant it was just waiting for my next command. I then took a fresh scroll from my bag, and leaning the stone against it I said, "Map of Hogwarts," and the parchment began to gain in detail, turning into a Hogwarts map like the Marauder's map. "Ta-da!" I said, gesturing with the map to the twins, who gaped at the bracelet and the map. "What?" George blurted out, taking the parchment from my hands. "This is just like Marauder's map, only with a lot more detail," he exclaimed. "How?" Fred asked, as amazed as his brother. Creator's secret, I said with a proud smile. And my answer made the twins even more curious, but they didn't insist anymore. This is amazing, George said, tracing the parchment with his fingers. But that's just the beginning, I said with a mysterious smile. Atlas, look for Professor McGonagall, I said to the bracelet. And immediately the map in the boy's hands began to change, and a few seconds later it zoomed in on Professor McGonagall's name in her office with Madame Pomfrey. Wow. Fuck, that's cool. I know, right? I said satisfied. My face then took on a serious look, but unfortunately this bracelet is not for you guys. And as soon as I said that, the twins looked at me in surprise before getting a sad and disappointed look. But my next sentence made them incredibly happy. And that's because this bracelet is mine. And it would be better if everyone had their own. I then reached into my bag and pulled out 2 more bracelets which were in red and gold color, which were the twins' favorite colors, and that's obviously not because they're from Gryffindor. Uft, those are your bracelets, I said with an amused and proud smile. Of course, obviously their bracelet doesn't have all the functions mine does. But they don't need to know that. Really? Did you make one of these for each of us? Fred asked excitedly, to which I nodded, handing them the bracelets. But don't tell or show anyone the bracelets. At least not yet, I said seriously. If you need to show someone, use Marauder's map. Okay, they said, looking at me in one of their rare moments of seriousness. Oh, and here's Marauder's map. I handed the old parchment to Fred, who tucked it in his pocket. So, how do they work? George asked me, holding the bracelet like it was his most prized possession. First put the bracelet on your wrists, I said, and they immediately did. After that I put the tip of my wand on George's bracelet, Noctis. New owner, I said, and the stone on his bracelet started flashing green, before stopping to pure white. So I did the same with Fred's bracelet. Now you have to place the tip of your wand on the stone in the center, say your name, and your nickname as one of the 3 musketeers. And then when it turns blue you will say the activation phrase you want to use. I finished instructing them. Fred Weasley, Sparkle, Fred said, wand on the stone, which turned blue after a few seconds. A code, he started to think with his hand on his chin. I know. My activation code is going to be pranks above 1, he said. Well, I guess now it's my turn, George said. He then took his wand and placed it on the stone, George Weasley, Twinkle. And my password will be pranks above all. Looks like they really like the 3 Musketeers' tale, I thought, and now I'm disappointed that I didn't think of a code to match theirs. Their stone then glowed blue slightly, then changed to green, before finally returning to normal. Good. That means the bracelet is in sync and now it's yours, I said, nodding, and now, I'm going to have to teach you how to wear the bracelet and what it's for. They nodded their heads. And then I started to explain to them all the functions of Atlas, doing demonstrations and guiding them as they tried to use it themselves. Another day, free time. This book is a joke, I thought, frowning at the book in my hand. I was lying on one of the common room sofas, reading a book on defense against the dark arts, which talked about black magic and how bad it is. And I thought this book was shitty, because whoever wrote it had a very narrow view of magic and its intent. He said that black magic is any magic that mortally wounds someone, and that if a wizard uses it, he is immediately evil. I don't mean to be biased, but it was probably a Gryffindor who wrote this, I thought, and checking the back of the book which had a short biography of the author I saw that I was right. Damn Gryffindors. Knight, I then heard Hilton, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, call me. Yes. I asked, placing the book on my lap. As our match against Hufflepuff is coming up, we will be doing light training on Friday. So make sure you are rested for training, which will be in the morning, he told me. Are you sure? Our game will be on Saturday. This training will not harm our body for the match, I questioned. It's just going to be light training to train the team synchronization and passes, Hilton reassured me. Okay, I nodded my head. Hilton then turned to leave, but when he reached the common room walkway, he stopped and turned to me again, and don't get into any trouble, again, he said, and then walked away. He spoke like I always got in trouble, I commented. And Allison, who was sitting in front of the fireplace talking to her friends, heard what I said and turned to me. Don't pay too much attention to Hilton, he must be delusional, all right. Mr. Ethan, I defeat Trolls Knight, she said sarcastically, and as someone completely mature and calm, I did what anyone would do in my situation. Which was show my tongue out at her. I don't look for trouble, they find me, I shrugged. Yes, I believe it, she said dryly. Good. That means I trained you well, I said jokingly. And Allison started to stare at me with a gleam in her eyes that didn't bother me at all. I then turned and went back to my book, hand to chin and thought. I don't look for problems. Right. URG. Why does transfiguration have to be so hard? Anthony complained, pulling the hairs off his head. We were sitting on the railing of wooden bridge, and Anthony was doing his transfiguration assignment which has to be turned in the next class. And I wasn't even surprised that he was late, again, as he's known in Ravenclaw as the lazy eagle or the hibernating eagle, nicknames that suit him very well. You wouldn't be so bogged down with tasks if you had done it with us, Terry commented, turning the page of the book he was calmly reading. I forgot, okay. And you can't talk too much about me since you only managed to finish your history of magic essay because of Ethan, Anthony snapped. It doesn't matter the means, and yes the results, Terry said, unconcerned, and in all the time you were complaining, you could have asked for help for either of us. Yes, but Anthony started to say, but then he stopped to think, I hadn't thought of that. He muttered. What a surprise, Terry said sarcastically, earning a slight glare from Anthony. I don't know why you have so much difficulty with the tasks that the teachers give us, I said, swinging my legs, which were hanging over the edge of the bridge. That's because you're a Ravenclaw freak, Terry said frowning. You're the perfect example of what a Ravenclaw should be, and what he shouldn't be, Anthony said. You keep getting into trouble, you're relaxing and playing most of the day, you understand magic better than anyone, and there are so many other things that it's even hard to remember. That's rude, I commented, frowning. But it's still true, Terry pointed out, and after thinking for a while I shrugged. But I'm not good at everything, I said, and ended up getting skeptical looks from the boys. I can get good grades in history of magic, but that's because I read the books and write notes, but I actually hate this class. And this has nothing to do with the subject teacher? Terry asked rhetorically. Partially, I said, and I agree I'm really good at magic, but the rest of the subjects boil down to reading the books, something you do too, I pointed at Terry. So what I lack is magical power. Terry muttered thoughtfully. And what am I missing then? Anthony asked, causing Terry and I to turn to him. All. Ugh. I hate you guys. So. Can you guys give me the answer to that question? Anthony asked after a while, showing the parchment with the question. Well, she's in the book, I said, after glancing at the questions. Don't tell me Sherlock, Anthony said rolling his eyes. Wait, do you know who Sherlock is? I asked in surprise. Yes. He replied, confused by my expression. He was a magician who unraveled mysteries for the ministry and could use analysis magic. Analysis magic? Who told you that? I asked with a raised eyebrow. My brother. Has your brother ever been to the Muggle world? Yes, he replied confused. Ah. I nodded slowly. So have you ever heard of the great musician wizard named Michael Jackson? Friday morning, Quidditch pitch. Yawn. Why did training have to be so early? Davis said, using his hand to stifle his yawn. Because our captain is paranoid, and he wants to be prepared for whatever Hufflepuff can throw at us. Miles Owens, the reserve beater, said, cleaning up his clear water. But I'd still rather be asleep, said Isabel Summer, the last chaser of the starting lineup, stretching. Well, at least there's someone who's excited, Christy Collins, the fourth-year beater, said pointing to me, who was doing a light stretch. Unlike my other teammates, who arrived almost on time for training, I had been out on the pitch since 5 in the morning, doing my morning training. And now I was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt, which clung to my body because of sweat. Dude, he has a better body than mine and he's even more athletic. And he's only 11. Ray Pierce, one of the reserve chasers, whimpered. If you're bothered about having less muscle than a first year, you should train more, Hilton commented from behind Pierce, startling him with her sudden appearance. Hilton then went to mid-pitch, and turned to me. He started looking me up and down, before nodding his head in satisfaction. Sorry but I like women, I said, covering my body with my arms. From what I've heard of your visits to the Hufflepuff table, I don't doubt that, Hilton said dismissively. He then looked at everyone at pitch. Ahem, he cleared his throat, drawing players' attention to tomorrow we'll be facing the Hufflepuff team, and as you've probably noticed, our team doesn't have the same coordination as last year, and that's because of the fact of having new members. So, to improve our teamwork, we're going to do a group training, and then a friendly game with everyone, starters and substitutes, Hilton continued. And we were all paying attention to him, especially when he talked about playing a friendly game. Now everyone here knows what each one is good at, but against Hufflepuff, known for their effort and teamwork, individual talent doesn't, it's nothing. That's why we'll try to create a more group strategy between us. Captain Spencer Cook, one of the 2 reserve keepers, raised his hand. Have you decided which players will be in tomorrow's match? I already have a team and a formation in mind. But depending on today's training, this formation could change, Hilton replied. He then clapped one hand against the other. Well, no more stalling, and let's get to practice. And with that, the other team members and I climbed onto our broomsticks and took off. We then started training in passes and dribbles, hand signals, coordination, and formations. And even though the team has a lot of new people, we all managed to work well together. I also managed to score a lot of goals and gave some assisting passes during practice. But I still thought I performed better when I'm playing alone. But I know that a player is not the same as a team, so I put all my effort into trying to work well with my teammates. Thanks to my skills, I managed not to get hit by any bludgers, even those that came from my blind spots. And when the friendly match started, I was on the A team, and I managed to score more than half the points my team did. And this with me still hindering the seeker of the opposing team, since whenever he was going to catch the snitch, I blocked him or directed a bludger to him. Thank you God, for the improved eyes. And while practice was going on, Hilton could only look at us, and me in particular, and think, Hufflepuff won't know what hit them. Chapter 96, Chapter Saturday. Today is the long-awaited day. Today is the day I will play my first Quidditch match. Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. This is going to be the second game this season, and I couldn't be more excited. I knew that, like Potter, I would be underestimated for being too young, probably more so, as I'm not a legend who defeated a Dark Lord. But I felt confident that I would do well. Well, maybe even better, if Hilton's praise is any sign. So, Ethan. How are you feeling? Excited? Scared? Nervous? In the mood to hide in the bathroom and not go out anymore? Anthony asked me, pulling me out of my thoughts. Do you really think Ethan the Troll Slayer is going to feel nervous about a little Quidditch game? Terry scoffed, using my hated nickname. Haha, I chuckled humorlessly. For your information, no, I'm not nervous at all, I said relaxed. Yeah. Terry said, looking like he didn't believe me, I'm glad you feel that way, unlike some people. He continued, looking slightly at Collins, who was like me too. A new member of the team. Collins was surrounded by her friends, in a show of support, trying to quell her nervousness. Who would have thought that the same aggressive girl who tried to knock me down with a bludger in practice could be so nervous? While I was lost in my thoughts, I heard someone calling me. And looking to the side, I saw that the one who called me was my captain. Come on, Knight, Hilton said, which meant the team had to go get ready for the game. I then got up from the table and started to leave. But just as I was reaching the doors of the Great Hall, Anthony yelled at me, making me stop in my tracks. Good luck, Ethan, he screamed. And turning to him with a confident smile, I said, I'm not the one who will need luck, and then I turned and walked out of the Great Hall. The entire team met in the locker rooms, waiting for Lee's announcement so we could get into the pitch. And in the meantime, Hilton began to deliver a little speech, which for some reason seemed to have been rehearsed. And while the speech took place, I held my broom while shivering, not from fear or nervousness but from excitement. I wasn't even on pitch and could already imagine the wind blowing in my face and the thrill and adrenaline of the game. That's all, Hilton said, finishing his speech I didn't even pay attention to, and looking around I realized I wasn't the only one. Now let's get into that pitch and show everyone how the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is the best. Yeah. Let's roast these badgers on a skewer. Let's show these puffs who's boss. Ravenclaw is the best. The team started to get excited as they cheered, and even I felt compelled to cheer with them. Hilton then proceeded to lead us to where we would make our entrance, which was one of the southwest passages to the pitch. All the way to the passage I could hear Lee's voice, who was opening the match. Okay. Now mount your brooms. We're leaving, Hilton said, turning to us. And that's what we did. And now to represent the Ravenclaw team, we have this amazing team. Lee started talking. We have the Seeker and Captain, Clark Hilton. Followed by him are the two beaters, Patrick James and Christy Collins, and the Keeper, Dylan Bailey. Next come the Chasers, Roger Davis, Isabella Summer, and by last but not least, our latest Chaser. The smart, funny, and sexy first year. The Ravenclaw Silver Star. Etha and Knight. We heard Lee call, and immediately flew off with our broomsticks in formation, with me at the end. Ravenclaw fans were cheering wildly, shooting blue sparks from their wands to show support for the home team. Looking out of the corner of my eye, I could also see the twins brandishing a flag each with my name on it and underneath it written, Silver Star, and with that I realized who had helped Lee with my intro. I'm going to have to thank the twins for convincing Lee to do this intro for me, I chuckled, waving lightly at my friends, who were cheering me on. Now, let's go to the Hufflepuff team, who are said to be one of the strongest. Obviously behind Gryffindor, as it's impossible to be better in. Jordan. Sorry Professor, Lee said after Professor McGonagall scolded him, but moving on. For the Hufflepuff team, we have Captain and Beater Anthony Rickett, followed by his bludger partner Maxine O'Flaherty. Behind them are the Chasers, Malcolm Preece, Heidi McAvoy and Tamsin Appleby. And making his debut we have the Keeper, Herbert Fleet. With the Seeker, Billy Crinstood, coming in the rear, and with that the yellow and black team came flying from their entrance, circling the pitch to cheer the Puffs crowd before stopping on their side of the pitch. Madam Hooch, who was still referee, climbed halfway through the pitch on her broom, and that was the signal for the two captains to approach. As soon as Madam Hooch said the same old lines and warned them about playing honestly, the two captains returned to their sides. Hilton stopped a bit above us as he was the seeker and needed a better view of the pitch. He nodded and waved his hand, which meant we should go for a faster and stronger attack. He then looked directly at me and held up 3 fingers, and with that I knew I should focus on scoring and supporting him in his search for the snitch. After the two teams were positioned, Madame Hooch put the whistle in her mouth and blew, thus causing the game to begin. And I immediately fired my broom, with Davis and Summer close behind. Thanks to my Nimbus 2000, I easily and quickly reached the quaffle, and wasted no time before advancing into the Hufflepuff pitch, dodging the 2 chasers, Priest and McAvoy. As I flew, I heard the wind cut, and my senses warned me of an attack. Wasting no time, I turned my broom and stood upside down, and just as I did, a bludger passed right where I was. Seeing that the danger had passed, I returned to my normal position, and using my small body and my fast broom, I fired. I arrived in front of the Hufflepuff hoops, with only the keeper in front of me. I then threw the quaffle up, and just as it was falling, I hit it with the palm of my hand, mimicking a traditional kung fu move, and using some of my strength the quaffle shot like a bullet into the Hufflepuff hoop. And Fleet, the rookie Hufflepuff keeper, had no chance against me, and lost the quaffle, which went through the hoop thus scoring my first point in a Quidditch match, and Ravenclaw's first point. This is a lot more fun than practice, I thought with a wild smile. After scoring the first point, I went back to Ravenclaw's pitch side along with my team, who congratulated me. That was amazing. Isabel commented. Patrick agreed. Thanks, I said smiling but then continued, but that was lucky as they didn't expect this attack so now they'll probably be more attentive. I then turned to Roger and Isabel, let's do the 5R attack, I said, and they nodded. If this attack doesn't work, let's go with the WW, he is better suited to go against their defense, Roger added. Okay then let's go. Isabel said, and fired her broom. She went to Appleby, who was with the quaffle. And already knowing what she was going to do, I flew to her opposite side, with Roger flying after her. When Appleby saw Isabel coming at him, he immediately tried to pass the quaffle to McAvoy, an emphasis on trying, since Roger intervened, palming the quaffle forward, right where Isabel was. Summer has the quaffle. And she moves forward, narrowly dodging a bludger. Lee began narrating, but look at this. Priest is right behind her. He's about to catch the quaffle, yo. He got hit by a Collins-launched bludger. Strong girl, I say. But I like strong girls, Anne. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. But I just wanted a date, Anne. Jordan, I'm warning you. Sorry I stopped, Lee said, and then he turned his attention back to the game. Summer is advancing towards Hufflepuff's goal. But now Priest and McAvoy are trying to intercept her. But wait, what's she doing? Summer threw the quaffle in the air, look at this. Knight got the quaffle. As Lee narrated the match, I moved forward with the quaffle, happy that everything was going according to strategy. The 5R is a strategy where 2 of the 3 chasers catch the attention of the 5 attackers players on the other team, the chasers and beaters. And while that happens, the 3rd chaser, who was silent the entire time, would move forward, catching the others off guard, and because it was the fastest, I played this silent chaser. The Hufflepuff chasers are confused and Knight is advancing unimpeded. Lee exclaimed, rising from his chair, but the 2 Hufflepuff beaters have recovered and are going after him. What is he going to do? As I made my way towards the Hufflepuff goal, the 2 beaters fired to try to stop me. One of the bludgers they threw was intercepted by Patrick, but the other kept coming towards my back, which I easily dodged. But that gave time for one of the beaters to get in front of me and hit the bludger I had deflected, sending it back towards me. At the same time, the other beater came up behind me with the other bludger, and now I was facing the keeper, the beater, and a bludger, with the other bludger behind me. I quickly began to look at a way out of the situation, and many crossed my mind. But I decided to use this situation to my advantage, and decided on a somewhat crazy strategy. Using my senses, I felt the bludger on my back getting closer. I then looked at the bludger in front of me and the beater, and kept moving forward without fear. When the front bludger was about to catch up with me, I lifted the quaffle that was in my hands, and used it to deflect the bludger. The bludger I dodged flew towards the one coming after me, and slammed into it. The 2 bludgers that collided changed direction, dodging me and hitting the beaters themselves, who didn't expect this and ended up getting knocked off their brooms. Now, with the path clear, I advanced to the goal and pretended I was going to play the quaffle in the left hoop, causing the keeper to try to intercept. But I made a feint and threw it over the other side, and the keeper who realized he was tricked can only watch as I scored another point. Merlin. What was that? Lee yelled. Ethan Knight scores another point for Ravenclaw. Getting out of a sticky situation and still taking both beaters out of the picture. That was fantastic, he said. And Ravenclaw fans went wild, jumping and screaming as they called my name. Ethan. 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 I then returned to my side of the pitch to position myself on the counterattack under the awed gaze of my teammates. After that play of mine, the match continued, and Ravenclaw was ahead of Hufflepuff with 110 points to 50, with 50 of those points being mine and the rest having had some assistance from me. And meanwhile, I kept my eye on both seekers and looked for the snitch at the same time. But before, as I had to pay attention to the match, I couldn't focus too much on helping Hilton. But now that Ravenclaw had such a big advantage, I started looking for the little golden ball with wings. I then turned on my magic vision and started looking around. But even looking for the snitch, I was still paying attention to my game as a chaser, dodging one bludger or another. After dodging another bludger, I saw a flash of something shiny near the Ravenclaw bleachers, and on closer inspection, I saw it was the snitch. Signaling Hilton, I made some hand signals that told him where the snitch was, and he responded with another hand signal to the beaters. That hand signal meant he was going to trick the other seeker and set a trap for him. Hilton then fired with his broom in the opposite direction from where the snitch was, and the Hufflepuff seeker, without a second thought, followed him. When Hilton arrived on the other side of the pitch, he rounded a sharp turn with his broom and flew to the other side, and before the Hufflepuff seeker could follow Hilton, he was eventually cornered by Patrick and Christy. Knowing Hilton would catch the snitch at some point, I moved forward to score Ravenclaw's last point. Surpassing the Hufflepuff chaser, and taking the quaffle from their hands, I advanced towards their goal. And because the Hufflepuff beaters were busy trying to free their seeker from the trap, I easily managed to get to their goal. Looking to the side, I saw Hilton with his hand out to catch the snitch, and knowing I had little time, I threw the quaffle hard. I then watched as the quaffle advanced towards the goal, grazing the keeper's hand. As soon as the quaffle passed, I heard Madame Hooch's whistle, and turning around I saw Hilton with his hand aloft, holding the golden snitch. Game over. Ravenclaw wins. In an incredible trap, Ravenclaw takes the snitch and beats Hufflepuff. Match ended 270 to 50 for Ravenclaw. Lee screamed, but his voice was drowned out by the Ravenclaw cheers. With our victory and the game over, my team and I landed on the pitch and shared a collective hug, happy to have won the match. And through empathy, I could feel all the joy of my housemates, the sadness and disappointment of Hufflepuff, and the worry of Gryffindor and Slytherin. But all these emotions were forgotten by my own happiness. Chapter 98, Chapter. After the match, my team and I went to the locker rooms to take a shower, for later we can celebrate in the common room with everyone else. As I showered, I couldn't help but smile, as I was happy with the game, which moved me more than I expected. Finishing showering and getting ready, I walked out of the locker room and waited for the others, and after a long time of waiting, the girls finished getting ready and we started to go to the Ravenclaw common room. Arriving at the entrance and giving the answer to the knocker, we walked in, only to find a decked and cheerful common room where, as soon as they saw us, they started to applaud and congratulate us, with Hilton and me being the main points. After getting the congratulations, where the girls were more vocal and excited, I got to where my friends were sitting. Wow. Looks like you hit it off there, Terry commented, getting a confused look from me. He then gestured to my face, and picking up one of the empty plates, I glanced at my reflection, only to see that my face was covered in lipstick marks, which wasn't too hard to figure out where it came from. I turned around, looking back to where the older girls were sitting talking. As soon as they saw me, they blinked and blew kisses at me. I then blinked at them shamelessly, causing a few giggles from them. After that I turned back to the boys. War spoils, I commented, shrugging. Lucky bastard, Anthony grumbled under his breath. Changing the subject, I thought I've seen you fly before, but I think I have to rethink this, Terry said, giving me an impressed look. True. You were amazing there. Anthony said, and Stephen nodded. And I think your fan club has grown, Sue chuckled, and I immediately turned to her. Fan club? I asked in surprise. Yes. Didn't you know, she asked, and I shook my head. Some students have started a fan club in their name, and so far it has a fair amount of people, almost as much as the Harry Potter fan club, although a good part of the members of both clubs are girls, she muttered the last part. And how do you know that? Terry asked suspiciously. I know why. Sue started looking around for help, and then she saw Lisa. I know why, Lisa told me, she said, pointing to the girl who was surprised to be pointed out. Me. Lisa exclaimed in surprise. Yes. You told me about the fan clubs. Sue accused. But I told you because you wanted to. Lisa started to speak, but a look from Sue silenced her. Never mind. And how did you know about these fan clubs? Now it was Corner who questioned. Is that because? I heard it from a student, she said in a question, and ended up getting a weird look from everyone and a warning look from Sue and Padma. Yes. I heard another student's rumor, Lisa continued. The funny and scary thing about this whole conversation was that I've already accidentally spied on one of the Potter fan club meetings. And it's something I don't intend to repeat. Okay. Corner said, unconvinced. Being smart and handsome comes with its downsides, I mentally sighed, looking at nothing dramatically. Nobody will comment about the fact that there are fan clubs for the students. Anthony asked but was ignored. Following day. What spell can I try to create today? I questioned myself as I walked down the halls, heading towards the Great Hall to have my breakfast. I was then pulled out of my thoughts when I felt two familiar people approach me. Gred, Forge, I greeted them without turning around. Ethan, the twins, who now had their arms around my shoulders, replied as we continued to walk. What would the two gentlemen like? I asked. Oh, no big deal. We just wanted to know if our little silver star would like from having breakfast at the table of the incredible and brave lions. Serious? I questioned, turning to look at George, who was the one who finished the sentence. Yes, he nodded. He said, pointing at him and Fred, we would like to congratulate you on the amazing game yesterday. And what better way than to take you to the table of the best house in Hogwarts? Arguable, I said. But then I looked at them and thought for a bit, well, I've obviously sat at the Ravenclaw table already, and every now and then I go to the Hufflepuff table. So why not? I shrugged. Well, in that case, after Gryffindor, the next table you're going to sit at is Slytherin. Fred asked. Me, a Muggle-born, in the Slytherin table? I asked rhetorically. True, George nodded, the Slytherins wouldn't know what hit them. Haha, I laughed dryly at that. With a joke or two along the way, we continued to make our way to the Great Hall, and arriving there, the twins began to lead me to their table. Arriving at the Gryffindor table, under the gaze of the other lions, I sat down, with each twin taking one of the empty seats beside me. Hey Nevada, hi Faye, I greeted the shy boy and the brunette girl, who were a few seats away. Hi Ethan, Neville replied back. Hi Ethan, Faye greeted back happily. I then looked to the side and the vision I had made me sick. What I was seeing was a red-haired pig putting food in its mouth as if it hadn't eaten in years. There were pieces of potato and eggs being spat out by him. And I think I just saw a piece of chewed chicken fall into his pumpkin juice. And he just drank the juice. I think I'm going to throw up, I thought. So my raven friend, this is the table of brave lions, George said, and then he pointed to the 3 Gryffindor chasers in front of us, and I think you already know who these 3 beauties. And fierce, Fred complimented. And fierce. George repeated without missing a beat, ladies are, right? Of course, I nodded, how could I not know who the 3 beautiful Gryffindor chasers are? Oh, so our fame spread to the Eagles table? Johnson asked amused. Obviously. But I prefer that we be called Ravens, I said. Ravens then, Johnson said smiling. I'm Ethan Knight, but all my friends and pretty girls call me Ethan, I said reaching out to the 3 girls. It's pretty hard not to know who the Ravenclaw Silver Star is, Spinnet said, and I groaned at that stupid nickname. She then took my hand and shook it. I'm Alicia Spinnet, but all the cute guys who are funny and fly like that can call me Alicia. Lucky for me then, I said with a smile. Since you already seem to be at home, you can call me Angelina, Johnson said, or rather Angelina, also shaking my hand. And I'm Katie, the youngest girl in the group said, shaking my hand after Angelina released her. Hello to all of you, I said, so, what do you guys do that's fun around here? I asked right away, ignoring the gaze of my friends at the Ravenclaw table. Well, we talked about Quidditch. Pranks. Classes. But this conversation is not that interesting. And also about amazing things we found at school. Wow, gee, this is so boring, I said. Boring, the twins repeated, looking at me as if I had just cursed their mother. Well, it's just that I thought the brave and noble lions were more excited, I guess, I said uncertainly. What do you mean? Katie asked me confused. I don't know. I just thought you guys were supposed to be the ones who did a lot of bold and stupid things, so your table should be more different as well, I explained, and then started to think. For example, the Hufflepuff table is all cheerful and friendly, and my eyes even hurt with so much kindness, I continued, eliciting some laughter from the lions around me. The Slytherins look like they're at a royal feast or they are ready for a political debate. And Ravenclaw has the feeling that any conversation there would turn into a debate or a question and answer show. In fact, this has already happened. Many times. Well, speaking like that. It's kind of normal here, Fred said, hand on his chin in thought. Yes. Where are the sword fights? The duels to the death. Someone protecting your family's honor. It's very common here. I expressed my indignation, getting some weird and or understanding looks. You talk like we're a bunch of barbarians, Granger huffed, eavesdropping on our conversation. Oh look. It's the troll girl, I said, pretending to have just noticed her. I'm not the troll girl, she exclaimed, and I promptly ignored her. Actually, he's right, George said, after thinking for some time, for the house of the honorable and courageous nobles, we are quite normal. Even the other houses follow their house characteristics more faithfully than we do. That I have to agree, Fred nodded. And a few Gryffindors around started to think, before nodding their heads too. See. That's what I'm talking about, I said, pleased to have made my point. Lion successfully corrupted. What are you doing here? Only then do we hear an authoritative voice behind us. I turned to the owner of that voice, only to find Percy Perfect Weasley, looking at me with a frown. Having breakfast. I said, pointing out the obvious and looking at him like he was stupid, with your question being even more stupid. And that generated some giggles and snorts from the Gryffindors around me. What are you doing at the Gryffindor table? He asked again, word for word. Haven't I told you before? I'm having breakfast, I replied, looking at him calmly as I took a piece of toast and popped it in my mouth. And why aren't you at your desk? He said through gritted teeth, turning red with anger and embarrassment as he saw the students laughing at him again. I'm doing a table exchange program, I replied. I then put a finger to my chin and started to think, and so far, the Gryffindor table has been to my liking. But this must be the company, I continued, winking at the girls in front of me, making them laugh and blink back. Damn Fred, he's good, George whispered to his brother. I know, Fred replied, jotting something down in a notebook he took from who knows where. There's no such thing as table exchange program, Percy said. And he got a look from me that said, really Sherlock? Even if there isn't, there's also no rule prohibiting me from sitting at other tables, I shrugged. Now if you'll excuse me, I want to finish my breakfast without another interruption, I said, waving my hand like I was dismissing a dog. Don't talk to me like that, I'm a prefect, Percy said irritably, before puffing out his chest to show his prefect badge. And don't talk to me like that. I have black hair. I said. What does that have to do with anything? I thought we were pointing out obvious things that nobody cares about, I shrugged. That's enough. That'll be 10 points of Ravenclaw, Percy said annoyed, and I started looking at him, not annoyed but curious. Who messed with his panties? I asked myself, I've never interacted with him, so why is he so mad at me? Wow. Easy there, Percy. We're among friends, George said, looking at his brother in surprise. That matter is none of your concern, Fred, Percy said grimly. And I was surprised he didn't know which brother is which. And I could feel the feelings of hurt and sadness coming from the twins. Yes, it's since we were the ones who invited him to our table, Fred came to my defense, already getting annoyed with his brother. Be quiet or I'll send Mom a letter about the things you guys are doing at school, Percy threatened. This is pissing me off already, I thought, rolling my eyes. I then approached George. Are there any students in your house that you don't like? I whispered to him. Huh. George looked at me strangely, confused that I was changing the subject in a moment like this, but he still replied, yes, there is someone. Octavius Trent, he's such a pompous, arrogant ass who is in 4th grade, he said, pointing to a boy who had a face that asked for a punch. I nodded, looking at Trent. I then looked over at Percy, who was still complaining, and let a smirk appear on my face. Hey, Trent. I called, interrupting Weasley Prefect's rant and catching the arrogant boy's attention, who looked at me. I heard a rumor that Percy here called his mother fat and ugly, and said she's so fat she'd need 2 killing curse to get killed. What? Percy and Trent spoke, with Trent getting up annoyed, and Percy looking at both of us confused. The Gryffindors who knew I was lying also started looking at me in surprise. What did you say about my mom? Trent questioned Percy, walking towards him with heavy steps and an irritated appearance. Those students who heard the confusion started looking at the two, wanting to know how the situation would be resolved. Percy started to look at Trent nervously, but before he could say anything, I used wandless magic to get Percy to punch Trent in the face, knocking him down. The Great Hall then fell into dead silence, with everyone looking at Percy in varying degrees of shock and surprise. What? I didn't mean to, that was. Percy started to stammer an apology, but Trent wasn't listening. You. Trent growled, looking at Percy angrily. He then jumped on top of Percy, who squeaked in panic. When Trent knocked Percy to the ground, he started attacking him. And the poor red-haired prefect on the floor could only scream like a little girl. Ah. That punch must have hurt, I commented. How? Fred said, looking in awe at the chaos I'd caused. It's a gift, I said solemnly, and he started looking at me strangely. But I didn't know if it was because of what I said, or the fact that I took a bag of popcorn out of nowhere. Remind me never to mess with you, George said, looking at me in a mixture of fear and respect. Don't you guys think this is going a little too far? Alicia asked, and the twins and I looked around, seeing a lot of Gryffindors and students from other houses surrounding the fray and cheering. We then looked at each other before turning to her. Nah. But Fred and George, he's your brother. Alicia said, trying to convince the twins to break up the fight. She's right, George commented, and Alicia started to look at him with satisfaction. But George hadn't finished speaking yet. Hey Trent. Percy is sensitive in the tummy, he screamed. Fred. What are you? Pow. Ow. Thanks. Trent yelled. George then sat back down happily, with Fred and me looking at him proudly, and Alicia looking exasperated. Calm down, Alicia. Just sit back and enjoy the fun, Angelina said, putting a note to her shoulder to calm her down. Ugh, even you. Alicia said, grunting in defeat. So we started to pay attention to the fight, cheering every now and then or talking about how much each hit must have hurt. This is Gryffindor I've been waiting for, I commented, nodding my head satisfied and proud, seeing all the mess I'd caused. I then decided to see the reaction of the Golden Trio, and looking back, I saw Potter looking surprised and scared, Weasley looking excited, and Granger looking shocked and scared and annoyed. Sometimes I love being so evil. Evil. And cruel. Hee hee hee, I thought, while inwardly I laughed evilly. As I was lost in my thoughts. A little Machiavellian, I felt a familiar presence approach the confusion. I then elbowed them lightly to get their attention and signaled for them to act naturally. We turned our attention to our plates and continued to eat our breakfast, ignoring Alicia's suspicious gaze. What's going on here? We then heard the voice of an angry Professor McGonagall, which was enough to make everyone stop where they were in fear. Well, that's having presence. It's not my fault. He called me. I was just eating. But was. You are a. Be quiet. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, with the most furious and stern face I have ever seen on her face. After all that brawl in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall took everyone she found involved in the mess to her office. When we arrived at her office, everyone started talking and arguing, trying to get rid of the guilt. And while that was happening, I sat quietly in my corner looking at everything calmly. In the office were Professor McGonagall and I, obviously, the twins, Percy, Trent, Angelina, Alicia, Katie and Marietta Holland, the sixth-year prefect. Now I want you to tell me why are you fighting? Professor McGonagall began, screaming at the end. It all started with. I was sit. When I saw. Then they went and. One at a time. Professor McGonagall yelled, growing angrier with each passing second, and I didn't even have to use empathy to notice. She then began rubbing her temples, sighing wearily. You can start, Mr. Weasley, she said pointing to Percy as she sat down in her chair. A black-eyed Percy then took a step forward, while straightening his tie trying to make himself presentable, and started talking. Well, teacher, I was sitting down, having breakfast, when I saw this little offender and troublemaker. He said, looking at me, making a mess on the Gryffindor table. And I, like a good student and a prefect, I politely asked him to leave our table and. Here he stopped when he heard someone cough something that sounded like lie. Do you disagree with him, Mr. Knight? Professor McGonagall asked me, who was looking at Percy bored. Do I disagree? I huffed, the only true part of his story is the part where he said he was a prefect, I said mockingly. Oh, and what would be the truth then, she asked me. Because we don't wait for little Percy to finish his story, I said, speaking story as sarcastically as possible. All right, Professor McGonagall nodded. She then turned to the red-faced Percy and said, you may continue, Mr. Weasley. Ahem. As I was saying. I was asking Mr. Knight to leave our table when he started cursing and making fun of me, and so I had to deduct 10 points from him for the disrespect. So my brothers started to defend him, and I had to scold them. Percy stopped to catch his breath, and while I scolded my brothers, Mr. Knight here yelled at that barbarian that I was offending his mother, he said, first pointing at me and then at Trent, who grunted at being called a barbarian. He did that? Professor McGonagall asked, looking at me slightly. And I, who saw no point in lying, just shrugged. Yeah, Percy nodded, and then he pointed at Trent, came towards me, and without giving me time to explain, attacked me, he finished, pointing to his bruised face. And I had to congratulate him for being shameless enough to omit the parts where he was wrong. That's a lie. Trent exclaimed. Then why don't you tell us what happened? Professor McGonagall offered. He cursed my mom and punched me. Trent said, in the easiest and simplest way to understand. Sigh, Professor McGonagall began to massage her temples even more. She then looked at all of us, before her gaze landed on me. What do you have to say to that? Do you disagree with them or do you have something to add? She asked me. Yes, I shrugged. I said I heard a rumor that Mr. Prefect over there cursed the Mr. Trent mother, and since it's a rumor, I have no way of knowing his veracity. And apart from that, the rest of the story is basically a lie, I finished, ignoring the twins' surprised look. Why did you talk about this rumor that Mr. Weasley cursed Mr. Trent's mother? And which part of the story is a lie? Professor McGonagall asked me. I brought up the rumor because I thought Mr. Trent should know about it, and also because Percy was pissing me off. And the parts of the story that Percy lied were the omitted parts where he didn't politely ask me to leave the Gryffindor table, but demanded, and this still continued even after I reminded him that there was no rule that forbade me to sit at tables of the other houses. And even so, he still took 10 points off me saying I was disrespecting him, and when the twins came to defend me, since they were the ones who invited me to the table, Percy started berating them, I said, and out of the corner of my eye I could see Percy go pale and scared, and he forgot to tell you he was the first to punch in the fight with Trent, I finished, looking at Percy with a smirk. At least that fact no one can prove I was the culprit, hee, I thought as I hid my vindictive smile. That's true. Professor McGonagall asked, and Percy didn't even have time to deny it before the twins and the three chasers nodded. Miss Holland. Professor McGonagall called the prefect who accompanied us. I didn't see or hear all the fuss, Professor McGonagall, but I actually heard Mr. Weasley being rude to Mr. Knight, who wasn't making any fuss in the Gryffindor table. And Mr. Weasley was actually the first to punch Mr. Trent, Holland replied, and Percy paled even more. Sigh. And why, Mr. Weasley, were you arguing with Mr. Knight? And why did you punch Mr. Trent? Professor McGonagall asked the pale boy, who was on trembling legs, but received only silence in response. Sigh, all right, she looked at Percy in disappointment. Professor McGonagall then turned to the twins and the three chasers. As you weren't involved in the mess, I'll leave you out of punishment, Professor McGonagall told them, causing 3 sighs of relief from the girls and 2 shrugs from the twins. She then turned to me, Percy and Trent, already you 3. As soon as she looked at us, I could feel Percy's fear and nervousness. Since Mr. Weasley has already deducted 10 points from you, Mr. Knight, I'll leave that as your punishment. For Mr. Trent, even though you weren't the main cause of the fuss, you were still involved in the fight, and that will be 10 Gryffindor points too. I didn't mind too much about the loss of points, since if everything went like the canon, Dumbledore would be kind enough to donate some points to Gryffindor. But my lack of reaction to losing the points wasn't the same for Trent, who was torn between being angry while staring at Percy, and being worried, as it diminished Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup. And for you, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall continued, looking grimly at Percy over her glasses, causing the red-headed prefect to fluster, I'm incredibly disappointed in you, especially since you abused your privileges as prefect, the same privileges I chose to give you. I kept seeing from the side that the more Professor McGonagall talked, the more Percy got nervous and sad. I'd take your prefect badge, but I still have a little faith that you'll start acting more responsibly. But that doesn't change the fact that you're the one who started this mess, and so I'll withdraw your privileges to go to Hogsmeade this year and I'll deduct 20 points from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall said, looking grimly at Percy but with a slight disappointed look on her face. And Percy, who had been nervous throughout the meeting, sighed in relief to learn that he would not be removed from his post as prefect. But when he heard the rest of the punishment, he immediately acquired a shocked expression. But he should have known he couldn't change that punishment, and so he remained silent. Well, now that the mess has been resolved and all punishments have been handed out, you can go, Professor McGonagall waved us off. And with that, everyone in the room got up and started walking towards the door. As we left Professor McGonagall's office, we all started going in different directions in silence, with Percy staring at me the entire time. And I just smiled vengefully at him before ignoring him. Well, I think it was totally worth creating that fight, I thought, satisfied with the chaos I caused. The 10 points that Professor McGonagall took from me didn't make me sad, or even make any difference to the points I already acquired. Even my Ravenclaw colleagues took the loss of points surprisingly well, and the only people who got angry were Phillips and Penelope, each with a different motive. Phillips because those points could be decisive in Ravenclaw's victory against Slytherin in the House Cup. And Penelope because she knew the reason I lost points had to do with Percy, who she was seeing. While Phillips had to content himself with sitting sullenly planning revenge on Percy, Penelope was more direct and went to argue with him. And I don't know how the argument ended, but now Percy glares at me even more whenever he sees me. But all of this had a positive point, which was that the Gryffindors officially adopted me as an honorary lion. I think getting Percy, who wasn't so popular in Gryffindor, into trouble was worth a free pass to the Red and Gold House. Well, who said being evil is bad? Room of requirement. Let's see. I have a lot of spells for a single enemy, but few for a full-scale attack. I pondered as I looked at my diary. I was reading the diary where I jotted down the powers and techniques of other fiction so I could turn them into spells. So far, the only ones I've been able to replicate have been those that used elements, but few of those were large-scale or fatal attacks. I wanted a spell that could be used on a large group of enemies, and that would kill them almost instantly. The only problem is that to create a spell at this level, I would need a lot more elements controls, something I don't have yet. And that's why I'm looking for a technique from some fiction that isn't too difficult to recreate, and that has the criteria I want. But the more I thought about a new attack, the more I realized that I didn't have many defense spells. And as an old saying goes, the best offense is defense. But finding and creating such a spell is much more difficult, mainly because I focused more on remembering attacks. What kind of defense do I need? I pondered. The spells that Death Eaters use the most are the unforgivable curses, which are known to penetrate any barrier or magical shield. In that case, why don't I create a defensive spell for them? As soon as I was done talking, excited, and with a new resolve, I started jotting down quickly in my diary. Wait. How am I supposed to know if the defense really works if there's no one to cast the unforgivables on it? I said, noticing a flaw in my plan. Ugh, damn it. One more project I'll have to put on hold. Sigh. And just as I was about to close my diary, disappointed at not being able to create my defense against the unforgivables, I looked at a part where one of my ideas was written. What was written in the notebook was one of my old ideas, which after analyzing it well, was not only a way to stop the killing curse, but also to destroy it. And to do that, I would need to erode the spell's magic, literally destroying the curse. Corrosion. I muttered. My eyes then started to glow. That's it. I can create a spell that works for both offense and defense. With that idea in mind, I went running to my bag that was on a table in the corner. Once there, I opened it and took out 2 of the Muggle books I brought, one on chemistry and one on physics. Let's see. I said, flipping through the pages of the chemistry book. I found it. I stopped at a page, which talked about corrosion and decay. Corrosion is the effect of aging and wear on something, most commonly on metals. Decomposition is the process where something organic starts to rot into minerals. These 2 methods of decay are similar, but they have totally different processes. As I was reading the book, I found other processes that had the same kind of effect as corrosion and decomposition, but then I noticed something. I realized that the effects of these decays were due to something they all had in common, which was time. All forms of corrosion, decomposition, and decay occurred because of the passing of time. And that would help me create my spell. But I know that spells involving time were more complicated than those involving space, which was also a type of spell I wanted to understand more. But time is just the most used term. The real factor for decay to occur is the aging of the material. Everyone and everything is harmed by time, but what really affects them is the effect of time, aging. And because of my magic vision, I know that even magic suffers from aging. So I just have to create a spell that age things, or just age magic. But talking is easier than doing. However, I don't need to start from scratch as there are a lot of aging spells and potions. One of these spells is the Flora spell, which makes flowers bloom faster, speeding up your metabolism. And there's also a similar spell, which serves to ripen vegetables, legumes, and fruits. But unfortunately both spells don't seem to work on magical plants. But that didn't let me down, because I had so many other spell options. And with that, I intended to start studying for the creation of one of the most incredible spells there is. Come on, I said to myself. I then placed the tip of my wand on the piece of pottery I had found and said, Vertera Antique. As soon as I finished the enchantment, I saw the piece of pottery in front of me begin to age, taking on an old-fashioned look. The spell I used served to make artworks older, both in appearance and materials, and was used by antique sellers. And while all the demonstration of the spell was happening, I had my magic vision turned on, and I could see in small details how the ceramic materials had their structure accelerated, making the work old. This is the 7th spell I've used so far, and so far I just have a bit of compression on how to create my spell. Sigh, I said, wiping the sweat off my forehead. Well, as long as I can't complete this spell of mine, I'll have to make do with the ones I have, I said, raising my wand and seeing a ball of air swirl around its tip. Can the wind interfere with the killing curse? I started to reflect. Meh, even if it doesn't interfere, I can still do stuff like that. I then raised my hand, where a spinning blue ball started to grow, and as soon as that ball reached the size of a quaffle, I threw it into one of the training puppets. As soon as the ball hit the doll's chest, it began to expand, at the same time causing a small spiraling gust, causing a lot of damage to the doll. In the end, the doll had a hole in its chest, and several cuts across the rest of its body. And I, looking at that, smiled happily. And that's the power of a real Rasengan, I thought, happy that I could have made such a famous attack, satisfying my inner Chuyuni. With the arrival of winter, snow also comes, which always brings joy to everyone, as it is a lot of fun to play in it, making snowmen, making little angels on the ground, and the best of all, making a snowball fight. Hey Anthony! I yelled, causing the naive Raven to look at me, only to get 2 little snowballs in the face, one mine and one Terry's. Arg. That's not fair. 2 against 1 doesn't count, he exclaimed, cleaning the snow off your face. Ha, the world isn't fair, Anthony. So then, are you going to cry? Terry proclaimed, looking triumphantly at Anthony. You know, I think he's right, I said, making another snowball. Wah. Terry turned to me, only to receive the same treatment as Anthony. Ha ha ha, truth. The world is unfair, Anthony chuckled, looking at Terry, who fell to the ground with his face covered in snow. I was betrayed. Terry said with a defeated look. Drama queen, I huffed, and then my senses warned me of a back attack, but I didn't feel any malice. I then took a step to the side, dodging the attack, and turned to face the attacker, or more specifically, the attackers. Damn it, Gred, I told you a sneak attack wouldn't work, George, who had his arm outstretched, said. Couldn't hurt to try, my dear brother, Fred, who was crumpling a snowball in his hand, said. Oh, so you two were the sneaky attackers? I said, bending down and picking up some snow. It's just that we saw you guys were in a snowball fight, but you still hadn't been hit, and that's not going to be allowed here, Fred proclaimed, and I saw his gaze stray behind me before turning back to my face. But I noticed the barely perceptible smile on the two redheads' faces. And what are you guys going to do about it? I asked defiantly. What are we going to do? George asked seriously. He then cracked a big smirk. We're going to do this. Now, he screamed. As soon as he screamed, he and Fred threw their snowballs at me, and my senses warned me of 3 attacks coming from my back. A distraction. Smart. I thought, smiling wildly. Sensing that the closest attack was coming from my back, with the first being on the left, followed by the attack to the right, I ducked, letting her go over me, before jumping to the side, dodging the right bubble and also the snowball from Fred. The last 2 snowballs, I just leaned to the side, and took a step back, causing them to miss me. And by the time it took me to dodge, Terry, Anthony, the twins, and the mysterious attacker I turned out to be Lee had already made more snowballs. And without giving me time to think, they started the bombing. I kept dodging all the snowballs they threw at me, sometimes even catching them midway and giving them back. But as soon as I was dodging the penultimate snowball, I stepped on a part of the ground that was frozen, making me slip, preventing me from dodging the last snowball, which hit me in the back of the head. Damn ice, I cursed, landing on my butt on the snowy ground, where I was then mercilessly bombed. So I was, there on the ground, covered with snow, while the boys laughed. Aha. Where's all that genius of yours now, Ethan? Anthony asked me victoriously, but what he got in response from me was a dozen snowballs that hit him square in the face, knocking him over. Ha 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 ha, here it's. I said smiling, holstering my wand. I then got up and went back to the war, prepared to pay the 5 of them back. After a few matches, I sat on the floor, looking at Lee, who tried to hit Terry but missed and ended up hitting a passing 4th-year Slytherin. It's moments like this that make me forget there's a war coming, I thought, with a smile on my face, looking at the boys having fun. Stand up, Ethan. Or are you already giving up? Anthony, who saw me sitting down, scoffed. Huh, I chuckled, throwing my head back, this war has just begun. I said, getting up, already with a snowball in my hand. That's right, this war is just beginning. Fred celebrated, but was greeted with a snowball thrown by George. After that, the boys and I played until late afternoon, with other students joining us, creating a huge snowball battle at Hogwarts. After we finished playing, we all quickly went upstairs to our common rooms to change clothes and warm up, obviously forgetting that there are spells that would help with this. After I changed clothes, I went downstairs to the common room, and sitting in the armchair in front of the fireplace, warming myself with a mug of hot chocolate in hand, courtesy of the house elves, I began to read the letter my parents sent me this morning. The letter was like the others, with them saying they missed me, asking how I was at school and about the magic, about my friends, talking about Seals games at home, which made me immensely proud, and asking if I've already received my first detention, and if not, why is it taking so long? And me getting a detention is something that miraculously hasn't happened yet. I miss my family, I commented to myself after finishing reading the letter. What are they doing now? I questioned myself. Knight's house. Look, honey. Seal is levitating her dolls, my father shouted excitedly from the living room. What's the fuss about? We've seen her do it several times already, my mom said from the kitchen. I know, but still, this is amazing. My dad said, looking at a floating purple teddy bear. Okay, fine. Just keep an eye on her and don't let her make too much of a mess, my mother screamed. Oka, oh. Look. Now Seal is floating too, my father exclaimed, seeing Seal flying upside down while laughing happily. But what my father didn't see was the wooden spoon that was thrown from the kitchen towards him. Pa. Ow. Probably Seal is kidding, and my mom is terrorizing my dad. I concluded, not knowing that I was basically right about that statement. So I went back to relaxing in the armchair, enjoying the warmth that came from the fire's flames, which sometimes changed color, thanks to a spell cast by a 5th-year. After a while, my moment of relaxation was interrupted by the sound of the bell ringing, signaling that it was time for dinner. I then saw Anthony come down from his room and wave his hand at me and Terry, who was doing a history of magic essay at one of the many tables in the common room. After Terry packed up his materials, we prepared to head to the Great Hall. But before we left, I cast a spell on the armchair I was in. This spell was a prank that would leave whoever sat in the armchair with clothes in Christmas colors, while also leaving the person with white hair. I just put this spell on so that no one sits in the armchair, as I plan to make it my official resting place. And obviously, because it's also fun to prank unsuspecting people, especially when they're the boring Ravenclaw scholars. Later in the common room. Hey Clarence, why did your hair turn white? What? Oh, your clothes have changed too. What? Hey, isn't that Knight's favorite armchair? What? Oh, now I know why your clothes have changed.